Chapter 001 Dragon Ball Ultra World. After defeating Majin Buu, peace returned to Earth. What is this place? How could I be here? Am I not going against Majin Buu? Is it because the PS3 leaks? Halo, there are really no good goods second hand. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes and found himself lying in the Taoist temple. There is a big gossip map ahead. Previously, he was playing with the Dragon Ball Electric Stone and playing against NPC Majin Buu, but because the PS3 he bought was second hand, he used too much force and poked the handle. An electric current rushed into his hands, and then he was confused, and he woke up here. Just when he wondered what place this was, a majestic memory flooded into his mind like a tide. For a moment, he got it. I crossed myself, and like the plot in the novel, although I was surprised by this matter, I quickly accepted it. After all, after reading so many novels, I was more or less prepared in my heart. Looking at the outside of the Taoist temple in horror, he muttered, "What? This is the Dragon Ball Super World." As a Dragon Ball fan, I am familiar with any Dragon Ball, almost any Dragon Ball. I have seen it more than 5 times, and Dragon Ball is supernatural. Depend, how can I survive in this world? If it is in other worlds, you can still be meticulous. In this world, how can you be meticulous? Just a bad guy can burst the planet. Although the protagonist group is very powerful, it is also a very unpleasant thing to always face death. By the way, I'm not a crosser. What about my gold finger? Just muttered. Lin Fan's consciousness immediately heard a systematic reminder, drip, the salted fish master system is active, it is binding with the host, and the binding progress. 10. 50. 100. Bind successfully, get the newbie package. Salted fish master system. Don't you dare to make this name a little more ugly. But well, although the name is not good, it feels quite good. As long as you accept an apprentice, you can get a reward. Not only that, the apprentice improves the combat effectiveness, and the master will also get double the combat power. Lin Fan was overjoyed. If he accepted Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Jillian as apprentices, wouldn't they be able to fly without cultivation? That's right. Just rewarded the starter pack. What's in it? Open the newbie pack. Drip. Successfully opened the newbie package. Congratulations on obtaining Super Qigong Cannon, Air Dancing Technique, Hegemonic Body Technique, 3-eyed Tianzun Bloodline, Combat Effectiveness of 1 billion. Lin Fan listened to the system's reminder, squinted his eyes and smiled. This newbie gift package is okay, but what is this hegemonic trick? Check out the Super Qigong Cannon. The Super Qigong Cannon is an enhanced version of the Qigong Cannon, which is several times more powerful, improved from the original slower charging Qigong Cannon, and the charging speed is increased. Hegemonic Body Technique. The potential exercises created for the Terran race, when cast, can enter the hegemonic state, and the combat effectiveness can be increased several times. How many times the specifics, related to the caster, the potential is limitless. 3-eyed Tianzun Bloodline, the highest level bloodline of the 3-eyed Starman. After use, it can open the heavenly eye, enhance the potential several times, open up, and special effects. Lin Fan was not surprised at all by the Super Qigong Cannon, and after seeing the hegemonic body technique and the bloodline of the 3-eyed Tianzun, his heart was really stunned. But everyone who has seen Dragon Ball knows that the Terrans have extremely low talent in this world, and even Klin, the first strongest of the Terrans, can only stand on the sidelines and watch and dare not interfere. But with the hegemonic know-how, it solves this problem very well. The potential is limitless, and it feels like it can be compared with the Super Saiyan bloodline. In fact, in Lin Fan's opinion, the Saiyan bloodline was nothing in Dragon Ball Super at all. It can only be said that the protagonist's aura is too strong. 3-eyed Tianzun bloodline? Do you want to integrate yourself? The three-eyed star man in Dragon Ball Super is Tianjin Rice, right? If he fused this bloodline, an eye would pop out of his forehead. Doesn't it affect my handsome face a bit? Saying that, he touched his face very narcissistically. Lin Fan is indeed very handsome, his face is as clear as a carving, and most importantly, his skin is quite white. Forget it, don't want this three-eyed Tianzun bloodline. With this salted fish master system, the bloodline you get in the future is definitely not worse than this. How do I feel that I hate the system name so much? Learn to dance the air. Learn Super Qigong Cannon. Learn the hegemonic technique. Drip, congratulations to the host for learning the dance void technique, Super Qigong Cannon, and hegemony technique. At this moment, Lin Fan felt that countless knowledge was like a tide pouring into his mind. Also at this moment, a wisp of gentle energy slowly poured into Lin Fan's vein. View host properties. Host, Lin Fan. Moves, Super Qigong Cannon, Dance Air Technique. Special skill, Hegemony. Ethnic origin, Terrans. Basic combat strength, 1 billion. Seeing his attributes, Lin Fan couldn't help but scratch his hair. The basic combat power was only 1 billion, which was too low. In the world of Dragon Ball Super, the combat effectiveness is relatively high, higher than the combat effectiveness of any Dragon Ball world. All kinds of destruction gods, great priests, and bosses of special worlds, it is simply a terrifying horse. 1 billion basic combat power is nothing at all. Moreover, it will not be long before Beerus and Whis will descend on Earth, although Sun Wukong can resolve this crisis. But after all, it is a crisis, and who can guarantee that nothing will go wrong? Once Beerus really chooses to destroy the Earth, then no one can escape. Thinking of this, Lin Fan's heart couldn't help but be extremely anxious, engaging in combat power and combat power. Stand up and get ready to go out and see what this place is. Then, there was a questioning voice outside the door. Tianjin Rice, is there really a master here? There was a puzzled sound outside the door. When Lin Fan heard this voice just now, he didn't hear who it was for a while, but according to this question, he reacted in an instant. The visitors must be Dumplings and Tianjin Rice. The person who can be with Tianjin Rice all the time is Dumplings. Tianjin Fan replied, yes, Dumplings. Sure enough, it's these two. Lin Fan recalled what the two just said, the brain was running at high speed. Tianjin Rice came to find a master? Could it be said that Tianjin Rice is preparing to come to study with a teacher? It is very likely that according to the setting of Dragon Ball Super, Tianjin Rice and Dumplings have always been cultivating in Xanadu, and it is not a strange thing to come here now. And with it, a smile rose slightly at the corner of his lips. Obviously, this is the apprentice who took the initiative to send to the door. At this time, a low and thick man's voice came from outside the door, Junior Tianjin Rice, please see the senior. Chapter 002. Junior Tianjin Rice, ask for seniors. Lin Fan did not hurry to answer, because he had already made up his mind to accept Tianjin Rice as an apprentice. Not only that, but he also wanted to make Tianjin Fan feel that he was the worldly master they thought he was. As for whether there were any worldly masters in this Taoist temple, Lin Fan did not know. Standing outside the door, Tianjin Rice and Dumplings looked at each other. Dumpling said suspiciously, Tianjin Rice, will there be no one? Let's go in and take a look. Tianjin Fan hurriedly stopped, no, Dumplings, we are here to study, there must be rules. Yes. The Dumplings are also obedient. Junior Tianjin Rice, come to meet the senior. Tianjin Fan asked loudly again. However, there was still no sound, and Dumpling was ready to use the superpower foresight ability. Predict if there is anyone inside. Correct. At this moment, a flat voice came from the Taoist temple, come in. When Tianjin Rice and Dumplings heard this voice, they were overjoyed, and the two hurriedly entered the Taoist temple. When they came in, they saw a handsome man in a Taoist robe sitting cross-knee on the Bagua map, closing his eyes and cultivating his mind. This person was none other than Lin Fan. The two of Tianjin Fan were waiting outside the door, and when they called for the first time, Lin Fan thought that since he wanted to make Tianjin Fan feel that he was a superior in the world, then he must pretend to be presentable. So I found a random set of Taoist robes in the Taoist temple and wore them. Tianjin Fan carefully looked at the handsome young man in front of him, looking at it from head to toe. Is this man a worldly master? Or a disciple of a worldly master? Once again, he carefully felt the other party's breath, but he found that he could not feel Lin Fan's breath at all, and he was suddenly stunned. Could it be said that he was a worldly master in the Taoist temple? As a cultivator, he naturally knew that if he couldn't feel the other party's breath, then he could only explain 2 points. First, the other party is an ordinary person. Second, the other party's strength far exceeds their own, so they can't feel it. Although this person in front of him is young, his temperament is by no means comparable to ordinary people, and he is definitely not an ordinary person. Immediately clasped his hands together and greeted respectfully, "Senior, Junior Tianjin Rice, come to study, I hope that the senior will accept us as apprentices." Lin Fan opened his obsidian-like bright pupils at this time, and a sharp light streaked through. Tianjin Fan felt this light, shocked. Sure enough, this young man is not simple, he is definitely a senior-level figure, and now he is still so young, there may be some special health preservation method. These Taoists are very particular about the method of health preservation. After all, as long as those big guys are boiled to death, they are big guys. Lin Fan saw Tianjin Fan's serious adoring eyes, and knew in his heart that his purpose had been achieved. "Seeing that you are so sincere, I can accept you." Tianjin Restaurant was overjoyed, instantly knelt down, and repeatedly kowtowed to thank you master. Congratulations to the host for receiving the apprentice Tianjin Rice, obtaining 1 billion combat power, super foreknowledge, telepathic communication, and giant cave waves. Current host combat strength 2 billion. Tianjin Fan saw that the dumplings around him did not react, and hurriedly made a look. The latter understood the meaning. Immediately kowtow, "Thank you master." Drip, congratulations on receiving the apprentice dumplings, obtaining 500 million combat power, super spiritual time house, divine chi, and ultimate realm king fist. Current host combat strength, 2.5 billion. Lin Fan was ecstatic when he heard the system's reminder, these things are very good, especially the super spirit time house. This super spiritual time house is definitely better than the spirit time house of Dragon Ball. But now isn't the time to see how these things work. Looking at the Tianjin rice and dumplings kneeling on the ground, he said, "Get up." They too stood up. Then sit cross-kneeled on top of the Tuan Pu. Lin Fan waved his sleeves, bringing a sense of mystery that could not be removed. "Tianjin rice, your most powerful move, called Qigong Cannon, right?" Tianjin Fan's heart trembled uncontrollably, and suddenly looked at Lin Fan. His face was full of horror. How did his most powerful move master know? "I haven't seen the master before, nor have I contacted him, how can I know my moves?" Subsequently, Tianjin Fan reacted and suddenly slapped his thigh. It must have been calculated by the master, or there is an unknown prophetic ability. "Oh noble man in the world! Sure enough, he is a high-ranking person in the world, and he has not found the wrong place." Instantly, looking at Lin Fan's eyes became even more adoring. "Yes, master, the most powerful move of the apprentice is the Qigong Cannon." Tianjin Fan nodded respectfully and replied seriously. Lin Fan continued, "For the Qigong Cannon, Wei Shi also has some understanding, although the power is good, but there is a fatal weakness, that is, it takes a long time to charge the power." Tianjin Fan was surprised, but he didn't expect that the master also had an understanding of Qigong cannons, and said the shortcomings of Qigong cannons, it seems that the master not only understands Qigong canons, but can Qigong canons. Think about this later. Immediately nodded and bowed, please teach the master. Lin Fan nodded slightly, the reason why your Qigong canon is slow to charge is because you need to increase your power, but if you don't have enough power, you are not qualified to be called a Qigong canon. Tianjin Fan listened carefully. He continued, I have mastered a move, called the Super Qigong Canon, which is the same as your Qigong Canon, stronger than the bonus of the Qigong Canon in terms of power, and less than the Qigong Canon in terms of power. Now teach you. Tianjin Restaurant was overjoyed, and once again respected and thanked, thank you master. Lin Fan began to explain the theory of Super Qigong Canons and the key tips for Tianjin Fan. The main reason why Super Qigong Canons can be more powerful and have a shorter charging time than Qigong Canons is because of the problem of the method of accumulating power. When charging a super powerful Qigong Canon, you can do this. And then like this. That's it. Tianjin Rice was mesmerized. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he was still in a state of intoxication, feeling that his heart was pleasant, as if he had drunk a glass of fragrant wine, intoxicated by this wonderful explanation. Lin Fan looked at the state of Tianjin Rice, knew that he was feeling, and did not bother. And turned to look at the dumplings on the side. Dumpling, Master Wei also knows that your main attack means is Dong Dongbo, but the power is too weak, and she is now teaching you giant Dong Dongbo. Dumplings are not interested in cultivation, as long as he stays by Tianjin Rice's side, it is the greatest satisfaction. However, the master is willing to teach him, and he is naturally willing to learn. Thank you master. Next, Lin Fan informed the dumplings of the key to the giant cave wave, and because of the foundation of the cave wave, it didn't take long for the dumplings to comprehend. At this time, Tianjin Rice also woke up from the realization. Lin Fan looked at the two. Look at the two of you, you have each comprehended. Understood. The two said in unison. Since you have comprehended it, then go outside and show it to the master. Yes. Chapter 003. The three came to the outside of the Taoist temple. Tianjin Rice flew out several meters, his face solemn, and he soared into the air, suspended in the sky. Place your right hand on top of your left hand, touch your right little finger and left index finger, and put your thumbs together to form a frame and aim for a mountain in front of you in the frame. According to the method of accumulating power taught by Lin Fan, he controlled his breath and strength, increased the degree of accumulation, and the thick energy traveled through the meridians in his body. He drank in his mouth. Super strong Qigong Canon. SHH. I saw a brilliant light bombarding a mountain in front of me with the momentum of destruction and decay. Boom! The energy of the Qigong Canon bombarded the mountainside intact, and in an instant, a deafening explosion sounded, and smoke and dust flew up. I saw a huge hole appear halfway up the mountain, tens of meters deep, terrifying. The surrounding birds and beasts were frightened by this terrible explosion and fled in all directions, and scattered. Tianjin Fan's face was full of disbelief, looked at his hands in disbelief, and muttered and asked, This is what I did? His previous Qigong Canon also has such power, but he must accumulate all his strength, and if he does not accumulate all his strength, it is impossible to do this. And the trick of the Qigong Canon, once it accumulates all its strength, it will cause its own green muscles to rise and lose a huge amount of physical strength. But now he combined with the method taught by Master Lin Fan, and performed this trick, and easily achieved the effect of peak accumulating power, which was simply powerful. Did you really do it yourself? Looking at the hole halfway up the mountain in the distance, and the energy still bubbling above his hands, he believed the fact that this was what he did. Not fake at all. After thinking of this, he quickly flew down and came to Lin Fan's side. His face was full of joy, and he said respectfully, Thank you master for teaching. Master, is there anything I need to pay attention to? It's very good, if you practice more and control your strength well, your power will be better, and your power will become faster. Thank you master for your teaching. Lin Fan looked at the dumplings at this time. Dumplings, on. Yes, master. After the dumpling walked a few meters, he raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at the tree in front of him. A burst of energy spills through the body. Giant cave wave. Hey! Originally just a finger-sized light, it instantly became as big as a head, and the charging speed was the same as that of a whole wave, but the power was increased dozens of times. Hey! The giant cave wave bombarded the big tree in front, directly destroying the big tree, rumbling, and collapsed to the ground. Dumpling looked at the fallen sky tree, his eyes widened, his face was full of horror, and he reacted with overshock, and he did not expect that his cave wave could have such power. This is called a giant hole wave, and there is nothing wrong with that. Flying back to Lin Fan's side, he thanked him, "Thank you, master." Dumpling, for the master to see, you are not belligerent, you only like to stay by the side of Tianjin rice, then for the matter of cultivation, you can be a little Buddhist. And the superpower of good cultivation is better. Lin Fan knew that dumplings had a lot of superpowers, including foreknowledge, telecommunication, and perception. These superpowers, if they can be cultivated well, also have a great effect. So for dumplings, there is no need to deliberately cultivate dongdongbo or something. If you lose your superpower, it is equivalent to picking up sesame seeds and throwing watermelons. Dumpling also felt that he did not like cultivation. Yes, master. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Fan looked at Tianjin rice. Tianjin rice, there is still a treasure for the teacher. Tianjin Fan did not ask what it was, but took the lead in thanking him. "Thank you master." Although he had only been visiting the master for a short time, he understood a point, and the things given by this master in front of him would definitely not be bad. Lin Fan asked curiously, "Tianjin rice, aren't you curious, is there something for the master to give you?" Tianjin Fan explained honestly, "Curious, but I know right away, why waste the master's tongue?" Haha. Okay. Lin Fan raised his hand, and a burst of energy was stored in his hand, and he put his hand on Tianjin Fan's chest. Dumplings and Tianjin rice saw this scene, and they were very confused. What are they doing? However, the two did not ask more, because they knew immediately. Lin Fan's consciousness moved, and he said to the system, "Use the three-eyed Tianzun bloodline for Tianjin rice." The system reacted immediately. Drip, the Sanmu Tianzun bloodline has successfully used Tianjin rice. At this moment, Tianjin Fan clearly felt that his body had undergone great changes. And the dumplings on the side also felt that Tianjin rice exuded a powerful atmosphere. The third eye of the eyebrow bloomed with a strange light, as if to shroud the world's things in it. After Lin Fan heard the system's reminder, he slowly withdrew his hand, and Yun said lightly, "Tianjin rice, I just gave you the three-eyed Tianzun bloodline, you can make good use of it in the future." Tianjin Fan was taken aback, and looked at Lin Fan with his mouth closed, and after a moment, he slowly asked, "Master Lin Fan, what did you say?" Three-eyed Tianzun bloodline. As a three-eyed starman, he naturally knew what the three-eyed Tianzun bloodline represented, which was the highest level and purest bloodline among the three-eyed starmen. Any three-eyed star person hopes to have such a bloodline, and having such a bloodline not only has a great potential, but also represents a status symbol. But all those who are three-eyed star people, and those who encounter the bloodline of three-eyed Tianzun, must be worshipped as gods. So, when Lin Fan told him that he had given him the three-eyed Tianzun bloodline, he was completely numb, as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his whole body frozen, and he didn't know what kind of action his body should make next. Lin Fan naturally knew what the three-eyed Tianzun bloodline meant to Tianjin rice. It is no exaggeration to say that ordinary people have soared into the sky and become the changes of people. He smiled indifferently, "You heard correctly, it is the three-eyed Tianzun bloodline. Tianjin Fan heard the master's words again. Poof knelt on the ground, so excited that he kowtowed repeatedly, "Thank you master, thank you master." The apprentice must live up to the master's expectations, work hard to cultivate, and definitely not waste a minute. What Lin Fan needed was such a force. Only if the apprentice worked hard to cultivate, he could better increase his combat effectiveness. The master believes in you, so the master has prepared another gift for you. Hearing that there were still gifts, Tianjin Rice was really happy. Raise your head. Both looking forward and excited, "Thank you, master." "Don't worry, thank you, this time the gift is a gift that can make you sweat." Chapter 004. A gift that will make me sweat? Tianjin Fan asked suspiciously. Lin Fan's thin lips with a smile on his face gently spoke, "That's right, you should have heard of the Spirit Time House, right?" Tianjin Fan moved his head slightly, thought about it, as if he had heard it, and before Lin Fan reminded him, he immediately realized. "Master, the apprentice has heard it, and the apprentice still remembers that the spiritual time house is above the temple." "Yes, there is a spiritual time house in the temple, and there is also one for the master, but this one for the master is called the super spiritual time house." Lin Fan didn't want to give the super spirit time house to Tianjin Meal, but to let him go in and cultivate, which was a gift that could sweat a lot. Super spirit time house effect, it has a vast area like the earth, mountains, and rivers, and the attacks unleashed by anyone inside will not destroy the spirit time house. Freely adjustable gravity, upper limit 999,999 10,000 times, can freely adjust temperature, low temperature 120 to high temperature 520. Staying in the super spiritual time house for 10 years is only equivalent to a day in the real world outside, and the time spent inside will not make people get old. However, there are also restrictions that a person can only enter 10 times in a lifetime, with a maximum of 10 people entering at a time. After entering the spirit time house, the spiritual power of the entrant will be lost, and when the spiritual power of the entrant is completely lost, it will be automatically ejected. How long it can last depends on the mental power of the entrant. When Lin Fan knew the effect of this super spiritual time house, he shouted in his heart, it was simply countless times more powerful than that spiritual time house on the temple. If he remembered correctly, the spiritual time room of the temple had many restrictions, and the effect was countless times different from this. Firstly, gravity is only 10 times that of the earth, and secondly, the year inside is a day in the outside world, and a limit can enter up to 2 people at the same time, and a person can only enter for 2 days in a lifetime, equivalent to 2 years inside, otherwise the exit will disappear and will never come out again. These effects are completely incomparable to the super spirit time house. Tianjin Fan looked confused, and subconsciously said, "Super spirit time house? That's right, it belongs to the upgraded version of the spirit time house. I will send you into the super spirit time house now, 10 years inside, equivalent to 1 day outside." "What?" Tianjin Fan was stunned, and even the third eye was wide, the kind that was about to pop out. He remembered that the spiritual time house on the temple was equivalent to 1 day outside for 1 year inside, but this super spiritual time house was equivalent to 1 day for 10 years inside. That's a big difference. When Lin Fan saw his shocked look, he was not surprised at all, he was completely expected. Yun said lightly, "Don't be happy too early, how long you can stay in it depends on how strong your spiritual power is. When your spiritual power is drained, you will be ejected by the spiritual time house. Not only that, 1 person for a lifetime." Lin Fan told Tianjin Rice the approximate effect of the super spiritual time house. Even if there are 10 times in a lifetime and the limitation of spiritual power. Tianjin Rice is still extremely shocked, because the effect in all aspects is not comparable to ordinary spiritual time houses. I couldn't help but clench my fists. Now that I have the bloodline of the 3 Eyes Heavenly Venerable, my potential talent has greatly improved, if I can cultivate in the Super Spirit Time House for 10 years, my strength will definitely have a qualitative leap. After thinking about this, I look forward to exciting. Seeing his expectant look, Lin Fan no longer wasted time, and said to Tianjin Rice and Dumplings, "Follow the teacher." They too followed Lin Fan closely. Less than a moment later, the three of them came to a relatively flat place, and Lin Fan waved his hand casually, bringing a vast momentum. Quick as a wink. A spiritual time house covering an area of 120 square meters appeared in front of everyone. "Let's go in, Tianjin Rice." Tianjin Fan looked at this super spiritual time house, did not move, did not speak, only felt that the heartbeat was accelerating, the breathing was aggravating, and the blood running was speeding up. When he comes out, he will also be considered a strong party. To think about it is to be excited. Dumpling looked up at Lin Fan, looked at it expectantly, and pleaded, "Master, I also want to go in with Tianjin Rice." Lin Fan did not refuse, anyway, he could accommodate 10 people to enter at a time. "Go, but Dumplings, after you enter, focus on cultivating your superpowers." "Yes, Master." "Let's go inside." Under Lin Fan's words, the two quickly entered the Super Spirit Time House. And Lin Fan looked around, found a towering tree, quickly flew up with aerial dancing, landed on the tree, and slept beautifully. At the same time, the reward just given by the system is being studied in consciousness. Ultra prescient, psychic communication, super spiritual time house, divine chi, ultimate realm king fist. Hyper prescient, can predict what will happen in 2 seconds. Psychic communication, able to communicate with people within 100 meters. Divine breath, a special breath necessary to become a god. Ultimate Realm King Fist, the most perfect version of the Realm King Fist, which can greatly reduce the pain and physical exertion caused by the Realm King Fist, and better display the high-power Realm King Fist. When Lin Fan saw the effect of these skills, he said that he was not excited, it was fake, because any skill is a good skill out of 10,000. Ultra-prescient knowledge can predict what will happen in the next 2 seconds, which if applied to battle, is equivalent to knowing the direction of the opponent's attack in 2 seconds. A master's move, let alone 2 seconds, even 0.1 seconds, can decide life and death. By the way, who is more powerful in this super precognitive and hits flashing time skill? Flash time is jumping time, while hyper foreknowledge is predicting the future. If the time of super prediction is greater than the time of the flash power jump, it is super prescient. On the contrary, if the jump time of the flash time work is greater than the time beyond the prediction, then the flash time work is powerful. Lin Fan didn't want to delay any more time, he only knew one thing, that is, to learn everything. There is no hesitation. Consciousness moves. Learn transconscience, psychic communication, and ultimate realm king fist. Use the chi of God. Drip. Congratulations to the host for learning transcendency, telepathy, and ultimate realm king fist. Drip. Congratulations to the host for fusing the divine chi. One after another, the key tricks entered Lin Fan's mind, and they all penetrated. After a while, he felt that his body began to change, and a majestic breath, like the golden light of the sky, continued to pour into his body. Hu. Breath of God. 3 minutes later, Lin Fan clearly felt that there was a special energy in his body, and this energy was exactly the chi of God. The breath of God, that is, the necessary condition for becoming a god. Only if you possess the chi of God and reach a certain level of cultivation can you become a god. Otherwise, even if the combat effectiveness is high, it will be difficult to become a true god, at most it is only close to a god. Or the combat power surpasses the gods. Of course, these are very difficult. With Lin Fan's understanding, someone who can have such strength is Ji Lian in the Power Conference. Chapter 005. After another half an hour, Lin Fan completely stabilized the divine chi in his body and patted his body comfortably. It's really refreshing to have the feeling of divine chi. As long as your cultivation strength and combat effectiveness reach a certain level, becoming a god by yourself is an easy thing. The current state of the host. Host, Lin Fan. Moves, Super Qigong Cannon, Dance Void Technique, Giant Cave Wave. Special skills, Hegemony Technique, Ultimate Realm King Fist, Psychic Communication, Ultra Foreknowledge. Special item, Super Spirit Time House. Ethnic origin, Terrans. Basic combat strength, 2.5 billion. Meanwhile, Realm King God Realm. The old Realm King God, who was studying the beauty information, suddenly looked in the direction where Lin Fan was. Put down the information in your hand. His actions immediately caused confusion in the Eastern Realm King God, with their understanding of the old Realm King God. When encountering ordinary things, the old Realm King God would not put down the learning materials in his hand. Now that this is the case, something must have happened. What's wrong? The old Realm King God directly smashed a hammer on the head of the Eastern Realm King God, and burst out, "Won't you check it yourself?" The Eastern Realm King God looked aggrieved, but he still obediently used God's ability to feel all things. In a moment, he felt it, and looked at the old Realm King God in horror and said, "How can there be the breath of God? Who possesses the aura of God?" The old Realm King suddenly relaxed and continued to pick up the study materials to study. The Eastern Realm King God looked helpless. This old ancestor is really an old ancestor, free. However, he felt that he still had to meet this person with divine energy. The figure flashed. Disappear in an instant. Lin Fan didn't know that he had just fused the divine chi, which had attracted the attention of the old Realm King God and the others, and he was still thinking at the moment about who he was going to take as an apprentice next. A stream of light descended into the sky. This made Lin Fan instantly alert, and he didn't need to think much. The other party's strength was definitely above him. Although he now has a basic combat power of 2.5 billion, it is still too low. Not enough to see at all. When he saw clearly, the visitor was short, with a white punk head, purple skin and bottle earrings on his ears, wearing the uniform of the king of the realm. He recognized it instantly. Oh! King God of the Eastern Realm? Why is he here? Is it because of what just happened? He fused the divine chi, and he sensed it. It is very likely, after all, the chi of the gods is a necessity to become a god, and as a god, they have fused themselves into the necessities of becoming a god, and it is normal for them to sense their own existence. Standing up from the tree, he flew to the side of the Eastern Realm King God, and said with a greeting, "It turns out to be the Eastern Realm King God, and it is far from welcome." The Eastern Realm King God looked at Lin Fan carefully, and sure enough, there was no mistake, this person had divine chi in his body, and it had been fused into one. Who the hell is he? Why can I cultivate the chi of God? Looking at him dressed in a Taoist robe, he should be a Taoist and become a god with the Tao? Why does he know me? But in a blink of an eye. Since the other party can cultivate the divine chi, then it is normal to know himself, otherwise how to sense the power of heaven and the chi of the god. The Eastern Realm King God has a kind personality, not to mention Lin Fan greeting him with a smile, he naturally has to treat him with courtesy. Laughing, "Hello. Who are you? You can actually cultivate divine chi." When Lin Fan heard this, it was really the divine chi that attracted the Eastern Realm King God. "My name is Lin Fan, as for the divine chi, I also cultivated it by coincidence." As for how the divine chi came from, he naturally won't tell the other party. The Eastern Realm King God thought left and right, and in the end he could only believe Lin Fan's statement. The other party had a good chance, maybe many years later, he would be selected as the trainee Realm King God, or even become the Realm King God. The Realm King God of the seventh universe is not only him, but also the King God of the Western Realm, the King God of the Northern Realm, and the King God of the Southern Realm. And now that these 3 positions are vacant, if someone has chance, it is most easy to feel the divine chi at this time, because people are needed. After thinking of this, the Eastern Realm King God was even more polite to Lin Fan, and once Lin Fan became any of the other 3 Realm King Gods, it would be equivalent to his companion. That's good, it proves that you have a good relationship, and I look forward to the day when you become my companion. This remark made Lin Fan stunned. What does this mean? Become his companion? Become a realm king god? He is not interested in the king god of the realm. But he didn't want to argue with that. Laughing, hopefully. The Eastern Realm King God noticed the super spirit time house on the side at this time, but he didn't see that it was a spirit time house, and thought it was just Lin Fan's residence. Lin Fan, then leave. After his brief understanding, Lin Fan was not a cruel person, and it was possible to become his companion. Since this was the case, then there was no need for him to stay and investigate anything. It's better to hurry back and report to the ancestors, so as not to be hammered again. Lin Fan said politely, I have time to play. The Eastern Realm King God smiled and left with a stream of light, and after he left, Lin Fan flew back to the tree again and began to think, who should he take as an apprentice next? With my current strength, it seems that it is difficult to handle. Drip, the host apprentice Tianjin Rice increases the basic combat effectiveness by 1 billion, and the host gets a double increase of 2 billion. The current basic combat power of the host is 4.5 billion. Not bad. Not long after entering, the basic combat effectiveness of Tianjin Rice has increased by 1 billion, it seems. Before he finished speaking, there was another reminder in his consciousness. Drip, the host apprentice dumplings increase the basic combat effectiveness by 100 million, and the host gets a double increase of 200 million. The current host combat power is 4.6 billion. The dumplings are not bad, and they have also increased their basic combat effectiveness by 100 million, which is really difficult for him. Lin Fan knew that the dumpling person did not like cultivation, and it was really a surprise to him that he could improve so much combat power now. At the same time, he could also imagine that the dumplings were not idle inside, but were practicing hard. Suddenly, Lin Fan thought of something, and his spirit flashed. Next, take Sun Wukong as an apprentice. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, outlining a meaningful smile. He already had an idea. First go and see if there is anyone in the Taoist temple. Saying that, Lin Fan flew to the Taoist temple, and after checking a few circles in the Taoist temple, no one found it. No one. Since there is no one, why is this temple so clean? And the robe? This is not scientific, is it going out? Forget it, I can't manage so much, I'll talk about it later. Three-eyed bald donkey, you give it to me. Chapter 006. Three-eyed bald donkey, you give it to me. A beautiful female voice cut through Lin Fan's thinking. Lin Fan's face was puzzled. Three-eyed bald donkey? Isn't this called Tianjin Rice? In the Dragon Ball Super world, no one should call Tianjin Rice that, right? After all, Tianjin Fan has a good personality, and it is not annoying. Who would call people this name so rudely? In vain. Lin Fan suddenly thought of someone. Could it be her? When I came to the gate of the Taoist temple, I saw a woman standing at the door. This woman looked to be in her 30s, wearing a blue cheongsam. Her body was plump and round, her curves were charming, and she was combed with 2 semicircular ponytails. Seeing her, Lin Fan couldn't help but think in his heart, sure enough, it was her Yulin. Although this woman looks only in her 30s, Lin Fan estimates that she should be in her 40s, but in the Dragon Ball Super world, the women who have been cultivated all look relatively young and energetic. It's hard to see your true age. And Yulin, a woman who has undergone cultivation, once she and Tianjin Fan studied under the Crane Immortal sect. Later, Tianjin Fan secretly left, and Yulin developed a hatred for Tianjin Rice, hating him for why he didn't take him away, and hating him for being ruthless and unrighteous. Over the years, Yulin has been practicing demon arts hard, and now she has cultivated demon arts to the realm of Dachan, and she feels that she can seek revenge on Tianjin Rice. So I searched all the way. Found here. When Yulin saw Lin Fan, who was righteous, she paused for a moment, and then asked with a gloomy face, "Is the Tianjin meal there?" "Not there." Lin Fan knows the story of Dragon Ball Super, and he knows that this woman in front of him likes Tianjin Rice. Came to Tianjin Rice to take revenge, also because of the depth of love and hatred. However, according to the development of Dragon Ball Chao, Tianjin Fan did not discover Yulin's love for him and ignored this woman. In fact, in Lin Fan's opinion, this woman can be worthy of Tianjin Rice regardless of her appearance or figure. "I heard that Tianjin Rice is not here." Yulin was suddenly anxious, but she clearly inquired that Tianjin Rice and dumplings came here. Could it be hidden by this Taoist priest? Definitely so. After thinking of this, his face instantly turned gloomy. "I advise you, it is best to hand over the Tianjin meal." Lin Fan replied very naturally, "Good." Yulin was really stunned, and this agreed? "I thought he was going to hide it for a while. However, since the other party is willing to hand over the Tianjin meal, it is also a good thing. Where is he? Hurry up and hand it over." Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. This woman is quite anxious, but it is really such a woman, she will dare to love and hate. "Don't worry, I can't hand over Tianjin Rice now. Because he went to a very special place and needs to come back in a while, but don't worry, it won't take more than a day." Lin Fan had already calculated in his heart that with Tianjin Rice's current spiritual power, he would only stay in the Super Spirit Time House for 10 years at most, that is, a day in the real world outside. It is precisely because of this that he said it so confidently. Yulin's two eyebrows frowned slightly, staring at Lin Fan with both eyes, looking at the other party's obsidian-like bright eyes, without the slightest fluctuation. "Not like a lie. What special place did you go?" For this point, Lin Fan naturally would not say for the time being. "I can't say for the time being, in a day, you will definitely see him." Seeing Lin Fan's confident look, Yulin thought for a moment, "Okay, I'll wait for a day, if the Tianjin meal doesn't appear, I'll ask you." Lin Fan smiled and did not speak. With his current combat power of 4.6 billion, it was still easy to deal with a Yulin. See him not talking. Yulin thought for a while, and asked suspiciously, "The three-eyed bald donkey seems to have come to worship you as a teacher." Lin Fan did not deny, "That's right, I am already the master of Tianjin Rice and dumplings." A sly look flashed in Yulin's eyes, and she smiled wickedly, "I want you to expel that three-eyed bald donkey from the division." Lin Fan naturally wouldn't agree. Tianjin Fan was improving his combat effectiveness in the Super Spirit Time House at the moment, and he had also given him the three-eyed Tianzun bloodline. If you expel him from the division, won't you lose a lot of combat effectiveness? Will you say yes yourself? Apparently not. Tianjin Rice didn't make a mistake. "I can't do that. I know why you hate Tianjin Rice, but, Yulin, I still have to remind you that liking a person is not behaving like this. You seek revenge on him and go against him, but you will push him further and further, which is not a very good performance." Yulin was instantly stunned, her eyebrows were tangled, and her face showed disbelief. "How do you know my name? Could it be that the three-eyed bald donkey told you?" He couldn't help but think in his heart, could it be that he had been thinking about himself all this time? "Haven't forgotten yourself?" Lin Fan couldn't help but smile in his heart. In this Dragon Ball world, how can he know your name? All names are known, and it is completely God's perspective. But he still said, "That's right, Tianjin Fan told me, he has been thinking about you all these years. Just for some special reason, I didn't go to you." Lin Fan felt that these two were still quite compatible, and now that they had the opportunity to be matchmakers, then they would do it. As for the special reason he said later, he couldn't find a reason, and this kind of complicated problem should be left to Tianjin Rice to handle. When Yulin heard this, her heart was full of joy, and sure enough, Tianjin Fan was thinking about me. However, she still had a lot of confusion, for what special reason did he not come to me? Well, you can only ask him yourself then. Yulin thought about it, and asked the person in front of him. He should not know. Lin Fan stopped talking to Yu Lindo, found a recliner, and then moved over. The latter saw this situation and thought that Lin Fan was preparing a seat for her. Thinking about it, the master of the three-eyed bald donkey is quite good. He knows how to pity Xiang Xiang and cherish Jade, and he will move a recliner out to rest me. Just as she walked up beautifully, ready to say thanks, I saw Lin Fan lying comfortably on it, and a sound came out of his mouth, ah! It's really comfortable. By the way, it should be more comfortable to go out to bask in the Sunday. Thinking of this, he immediately took the recliner and came to the outside of the Taoist temple with an arrow step. Looking at Lin Fan, who sorted out the recliner, Yulin frowned and pouted her sexy lips, dislike. Then he walked out. Came to Lin Fan's side not far away. Lin Fan thought of something and looked at Yulin. Oh, by the way, are you tired? Yulin hated to think in her heart, finally know if I'm tired of asking? Finally knew you wanted to let me rest as a guest first? Politely said, not tired. She felt that Lin Fan would definitely politely tell herself to sit down and rest. I'm not tired, that's good, please go to town and buy me some snacks, drinks, and other things. Chapter 007. Yuren's face was full of question marks, and she looked at the person lying on the recliner in front of her in surprise. He asked himself if he was tired, just to get himself to go to town to buy him snacks? Lin Fan looked at her speechless and surprised, and explained, look at how good the surrounding environment is, if you have some snacks and drinks, while eating, wouldn't it be a beautiful thing? The anger in Yuren's heart increased in vain, and her feelings regarded herself as running errands. The three-eyed bald donkey is your apprentice, I am not. Said coldly, why buy it for you? I am not your apprentice. Don't worry, if you handle this well, I can let Tianjin Fan marry you. For Yulin's temper, Lin Fan was not surprised. Didn't blame her either. After all, over the years, Yulin has always hated what Tianjin Rice did back then, and her practice of demon arts is also because of Tianjin Rice. So in the long run, it must be very angry in the heart, and it is normal to be short-tempered. At that time, let Tianjin Rice give her a lot of love and lower the fire in her body, then it will be good. When Yulin heard this, she bit her lips, and her cheeks flushed with a faint blush, and she said, you said. What? I don't want that three-eyed bald ass end. I'm in this together. Oh? Is it? Then I'll let him marry someone else. Lin Fan said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, as if stepping on Yulin's tail, he jumped up all of a sudden, and Lin Fan shouted, you dare! Lin Fan didn't care at all. Hooking the corners of his mouth, there was a playful smile on his handsome face. Didn't you just say that you don't want to be with Tianjin Fan? Why are you angry again? Then I don't want him to be with someone else. Lin Fan teased, aren't you contradictory? Not a contradiction, I was. This is, Yuren took the words, but he couldn't say a single reason for a long time. Lin Fan said excitedly, what is this? Does this not want him to be better? Yes. Is this punishing him? Yes. Is this the depth of love and hate? Yes. Yuren had just finished answering, only to realize that she had said the wrong thing and felt that she was being teased. Boom. Take a charm from your waist pocket and make an attack stance. You dare to tease me, I will punish you well. Soldier. Thunderbolt. I saw that the spell in her hand turned into a flame and burned quickly, burning out with the naked eye. Condensation. At this moment, a dark cloud appeared on Lin Fan's head, and the dark cloud rolled around. Stinky Taoist, I'll give you a chance to apologize now. Yuren scolded. Lin Fanyun smiled lightly, not paying attention to it at all, which made the anger in Yulen's heart increase in vain. Okay, then I'll fulfill you. Drop. Boom. From above the dark clouds, there was a demon thunder rolling, constantly changing, a deafening rumble sounded, and a thunder and lightning with a thick arm landed towards Lin Fan. Yulin showed a smile watching the play, as if he had seen the thunder and lightning land on Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan looked embarrassed and exploded. Boom! Lightning explosion. A cloud of smoke billowed up, and a burning smell swept around. Yulin tasted this taste, and was even more happy, and said with a happy face, I still want to fight with this girl, even if it is the master of the three-eyed bald donkey. What can he do? Isn't it the same bombed by me? He wiped his nose proudly. Your magic is not bad. Lin Fan said flatly. Yulin was proud, did not pay attention to behind her, and said proudly, of course. Suddenly, she reacted, wait, something is wrong, how does this sound familiar? Look in the direction the sound is coming from. I saw Lin Fan lying peacefully on the chair, closing his eyes and enjoying the sun. This made her subconsciously widen her eyes and her face was full of horror. You. I obviously hit the other party with demon thunder, but why did the other party have nothing to do, but went to another place? He also looks very leisurely. In fact, with the speed of her demon thunder's attack, in Lin Fan's eyes, it was just a joke, and the speed of a snail could not be counted. At such a speed, he still wants to hit Lin Fan, isn't that a joke? Lin Fan ignored her. Self-care said, Yulin, with your current strength, you are not the opponent of Tianjin Rice, you want to find him to vent, it is impossible. Yulin naturally wouldn't believe Lin Fan's words, and said conceitedly, Humph, all these years, I have been cultivating demon arts hard, how can I not be the opponent of the three-eyed bald donkey? You scare me less. In this regard, Lin Fan still just smiled lightly and did not argue with her. Yulin saw that Lin Fan no longer spoke, and wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, she swallowed back what she was about to say. With Lin Fan's performance just now, she knew that she was not Lin Fan's opponent at all. She still has self-awareness of this, but she doesn't want to say it herself. Meanwhile, a systematic reminder sounded in Lin Fan's consciousness. Apprentice Tianjin Fan's basic combat effectiveness has increased by 300 million, and Master has obtained a double combat effectiveness increase of 600 million. Current host base combat strength, 5.2 billion. Oh, another 300 million so quickly? It seems that this three-eyed Tianzun bloodline is indeed good. Tianjin Rice, I hope you can hold on for a long time. Ha! The weather is so good, take a good rest. Lin Fan stretched out. 20 hours later. Next afternoon. Yulin waited a little impatiently, looking at Lin Fan, who was lying in the chair while enjoying the scenery while eating snacks, and asked very unhappily, you said that as long as you wait a day, the three-eyed bald donkey will appear. What about the three-eyed vulture? Don't worry, isn't it 24 hours yet? Lin Fan said without the slightest hurry. Apprentice Tianjin Rice increases the basic combat power by 400 million, and the master gets a double increase of 800 million. At present, the host combat power is 6 billion. Who? Right at this moment. 2 men in rags flew in, one large and one small, one of whom had 3 eyes and a bald head. The other person, who looked like a small child, was also bald, but also had a hair, which looked a little funny. Yulin saw these 2 people and recognized them at a glance. The coquettish voice shouted, three-eyed bald donkey. Although he looked angry, there was a joy and a resentment in his eyes, like a woman in a purdah. The one who came was Tianjin rice and dumplings. Chapter 008. Tianjin Fan was very displeased when he heard someone shouting about the three-eyed bald donkey, which was simply insulting. The dumplings who followed him were also very unhappy. Insulting Tianjin rice is equivalent to insulting yourself. The gays looked at Yuran, and neither of them recognized it. After all, when they left, Yulin was still just a child, and the female major changed 18, not to mention twice as much. Although Tianjin rice and dumplings were angry, the two still flew in front of Ye Fan first, respectfully greeting, "Master." Lin Fan pointed to the clothes on the ground, "Put it on." He knew that after the two came out, they must be in rags and tattered. Yes. The two took the prepared clothes and flew to the Taoist temple, and after a while, the two flew in new clothes. Before Lin Fan could speak, Yu Lin immediately shouted coquettishly, "Three-eyed bald donkey! Die!" Tianjin Fan didn't expect that this woman called herself that again. Why did she call herself a three-eyed bald donkey? Doesn't seem to have seen her himself? Didn't offend her, did he? But it seems a little bit familiar. Puzzled, he asked, "Who are you? Why do you call me that? Isn't it a little rude? Could it be Master's friend? This should not be possible. How can Master have such an impolite friend?" Yulin saw that Tianjin Fan did not recognize herself, and she was even more angry in her heart, which was obviously not remembering herself. Blushing with anger, he drank, "Three-eyed bald donkey, you really forgot me." When Tianjin Fan heard this, he thought to himself, "Have we seen it before? Why don't I remember?" Lin Fan reminded on the side, "Once under the crane immortal, you worshipped with her and dumplings." After Lin Fan's reminder, Tianjin Fan reacted, he did remember that there was a little girl under the crane immortal gate. Now look closely, this woman and the little girl are really a little similar. What is that little girl's name? Tianjin Fan forgot for a while. And Dumpling said in surprise, "Yuran? Are you Byron?" Tianjin Fan immediately reacted, "Yes, it was called Yulin." The woman in front of her turned out to be the little girl Yulin back then. What a change in the 18th female majority! Yulin saw Tianjin Rice's surprised look, and her heart was a little sweet, and at the same time a little screamed, "That's right, I'm Yulin. I thought in my heart, Tianjin Rice, you must regret it now, you didn't take me with you in the first place. I couldn't help but straighten my waist and show my proud figure." Tianjin Fan asked suspiciously, "How did you get here?" Lin Fan was very helpless. This Tianjin Rice was also true, couldn't he feel that Yulin liked him? But think about it. If Tianjin Fan could feel this, he would not have been single for so long. The same bald head, Klin has a heroic and beautiful artificial human wife, and Tianjin Rice has not caught anything so far. Yulin was so angry that she clenched her fists. She naturally wouldn't say what she was thinking in her heart. Instead, he shouted coquettishly, "I will take your life." Hey! Tianjin Rice is very confused. What did he do wrong? Why take your own life? Yuran stopped talking nonsense, waved her hand, and a spell appeared in her hand. "Tianjin Rice, your master said that I am not your opponent. I will let him see today, who is more powerful. Pro. Soldier. Thunderbolt." The spell on his hand suddenly burned and turned into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. His move was exactly the lightning demon technique he had used to deal with Lin Fan before. Also at this moment, a dark cloud condensed above Tianjin Rice's head, and there was a muffled sound in the dark cloud. Clearly, something is at work. This kind of trick, Tianjin Fan can see through at a glance, not to mention that now his combat effectiveness has greatly increased, and he has awakened the first stage of the three-eyed Tianzun. It is not at all compared with the previous Tianjin Rice energy. Yulin saw that Tianjin Fan was not moved, and thought that she was frightened by herself. With a proud face, it was not easy to deal with these three-eyed bald donkeys. Three-eyed bald donkey, you just wait to be bombarded by me into a scorched man. Swing your right hand down vigorously. Condensation. Boom! With a sound, a thunderbolt with the thickness of an arm condensed and descended. Tianjin Fan raised his hand. An air bomb hit quickly. Boom! Instantly blasted the thunder and lightning away. Not only that, but the dark clouds condensed by Lin in the sky above were also blasted away, and the breeze blew and turned into nothing. Yuren was shocked. In her heart, she trembled uncontrollably, staring at Tianjin Rice with big watery eyes. She really couldn't believe that the other party blasted her demon thunder with a single Qigong bomb. Not only that, but the dark clouds were blown up. Tianjin Rice glanced at Yulin tepidly. The other party's combat effectiveness is too low, it is only tens of thousands, just such a combat strength. Want to fight with yourself, okay? Not at all. What's more, today's self is not the self of the day before. It's San Mutianzun Tianjin Rice. Yulin, you are not my opponent, cultivate well. Demon Thunder is one of Yulin's attack methods, and now that she is so easily cracked by Tianjin Rice, she naturally knows in her heart that she is not Tianjin Fan's opponent. But she was still unconvinced. He has worked hard to cultivate for decades, just to embarrass Tianjin Rice and make him regret that he didn't take him with him back then. Right now, how can he easily admit defeat? Thinking of this, he quickly felt out a charm from his pocket, first glanced at Lin Fan, and finally looked at the dumpling. Rush up quickly. Swing a spell and prepare to stick it on the forehead of the dumpling, and once attached to the forehead by this charm, it will obey Yuren's orders. Lin Fan knew the effect of this spell, because in the Dragon Ball Super world, the Turtle Immortal had once hit this trick. However, in the entire protagonist group, the Turtle Immortal can be recruited, because this old man is too, as long as he is given a little visual impact, his defense power is almost reduced to zero. However, Lin Fan did not remind the dumplings. With the current combat power of dumplings, avoiding this move is a breeze. Dumpling saw Yulin shifting the target of the attack to his body. He was very confused, he didn't quite understand what was going on, how to be good, so he chose to attack himself? But no matter what the other party's purpose, the dumpling will not let Yuren attack him, using the dance technique, quickly taking off and avoiding Yuren's attack. Yulin glanced at the dumplings in horror. If she remembers correctly, the strength of dumplings in the past was very poor, not as strong as herself. How can she feel more powerful than herself now? This is not reasonable. Chapter 009. Seeing the dumplings flying away, Yulin pulled her mouth, not knowing what to do for a while. Tianjin Fan saw Yulin's helpless and angry look, and persuaded, Yulin, why are you here? We go out together, and there is no deep hatred, even if we were separated, now we can be together. For some reason, Yulin felt like honey in her heart when she heard this. Sweet. A blush appeared on his cheeks, and in his watery eyes, a flash of panic flashed frequently, his heart beat faster, he bit his lips, and whispered, can we really be together now? Tianjin Fan affirmed, of course. Lin Fan saw Yulin, who did not speak, and said, since the contradiction has been resolved, then Tianjin Fan, there is something that you need to do for the teacher. Tianjin Fan looked at Lin Fan and immediately said respectfully, Master, please order. Go challenge the Monkey King. Tianjin Rice and Dumplings were stunned for a moment, and asked curiously, challenge Sun Wukong. Lin Fan nodded gently. Tianjin Fan hesitated for a moment and said, Master, although I have been promoted, there is still a big gap between me and Sun Wukong. His strength has indeed improved greatly, but he knows very well that challenging Sun Wukong is simply impossible. Lin Fan smiled, of course he knew that Tianjin Rice was not Sun Wukong's opponent, and he let Tianjin Fan challenge Sun Wukong. His purpose was not to defeat Sun Wukong. Rather, there are other purposes. That is to arouse Sun Wukong's interest. Let Sun Wukong know his existence, and then he will have a way to take him as an apprentice. Once you accept Sun Wukong as an apprentice and throw him into the Spirit Time House to exercise, won't his combat effectiveness fly? Thinking of this, Lin Fan felt a burst of excitement. Your purpose is not to defeat him, but to feel the combat power of the other party. It's just a normal competition, but the master wants you to show all your strength. Tianjin Fan immediately understood, it turned out to be just a competition, and he thought that he was going to defeat the other party. Understood, master. At the same time, he is also looking forward to what stage his current strength has reached, and how is it compared to Sun Wukong. Thinking of this, Tianjin Rice is inexplicably looking forward to it. You go to the Monkey King now. Yes, master. After Tianjin Fan answered, he immediately used the dance technique and flew towards the western capital. Sun Wukong's home is not in the city of Zidu, but on the outskirts of Zidu, and Tianjin Fan and others are very familiar. Dumplings saw Tianjin Rice fly away, and also followed closely behind. Master, I will also go. Let's go. Yulin had just found Tianjin Rice, so naturally she was reluctant to leave half a step, and hurriedly caught up. Not far from Sun Wukong's house. Sun Wukong was working on a farming machine, holding the steering wheel while complaining, "Ah, it's so boring. How could it be so boring? I really want to practice." I was complaining all the time, not noticing the road ahead. With a bang, Sun Wukong and the farmer fell off the cliff. Hey! But just a few seconds later, Sun Wukong flew up with his right hand supporting the farming machine. Gaku, what are you doing? At this time, the flying Tianjin Rice and Dumplings saw Sun Wukong, who was supporting the farming machine in his hand, and asked curiously. Sun Wukong looked up. Yay! It's Tianjin Rice and Dumplings. Pudding! The farming machine on the ground, he scratched his head and said depressedly, I accidentally drove the farming machine down just now. Tianjin paused and drove the farming machine down? Is there such talent? But thinking about it in a blink of an eye, isn't Sun Wukong like this? In addition to cultivation and dry rice, other things are almost all Ziobai, and they are not attentive to doing it. Fly to Sun Wukong's side. Sun Wukong asked suspiciously, Tianjin Rice, why did you appear here? I've improved a lot now, so I want to try it with you. Tianjin Rice directly explained its intentions. He believed that Monkey King was willing to accept it. Sure enough. When Sun Wukong heard Tianjin's words, he instantly became excited, laughed like a chrysanthemum, and shouted, Really? Tianjin Rice? Great! Seeing Sun Wukong's appearance, Tianjin Fan smiled, and he knew that Sun Wukong would not refuse at all about the competition. Perhaps, if he does not propose to discuss, Sun Wukong will take the initiative to propose it to himself. I just turned on the farm machine because I was so bored. Let's go, Tianjin Rice, let's go. Sun Wukong couldn't wait to take off and fly to the desert mountain. He didn't dare to compete in his own land, otherwise let Kiki see it, he would be chanted. Tianjin Rice and Dumplings flew up and followed. After a while, the three came to the desert mountain. Dumplings were worried that Sun Wukong would hurt Tianjin Rice, and reminded, Wukong, you guys are up to order. Sun Wukong nodded while moving his hand and said, Well, Dumplings, don't worry. He knew very well in his heart that Tianjin Rice was not his opponent, so he had to show mercy. Come on, Tianjin Rice. Tianjin Fan looked serious. Gaku, we haven't had a duel for a long time. Sun Wukong's expression also became serious. Yes, I don't remember how many years, but I remember that it was the world's first martial arts meeting. That's right, Gaku, think about us back then, compared to now, we were really weak, like an ant. Although I don't remember how many years ago, Tianjin Fan clearly remembers that the Monkey King at that time would not even change as a Super Saiyan. His brother Raditz has not yet invaded Earth. Sun Wukong couldn't help but think of his cultivation back then, his self back then. Yes, it's really too weak. Hey, Tianjin Rice, I believe we will be stronger, and in the future, we will also feel weak in the face of our current self. Tianjin Fan agrees with this very much, especially since he now has the bloodline of the Three Eyes Tianzun, which means that his current strength is not his end, but can only be regarded as the beginning. That's right, Goku, let's fight. Ha! Tianjin Rice instantly raised its momentum, and in an instant, layers of wind and waves rolled up around it, and dust continued to whistle. With him as the center, it spreads out 100 meters away. Sun Wukong was first surprised, then excited, and said excitedly, Tianjin Rice, you have improved a lot. It's really exciting. Ha! Sun Wukong also raised his chi, and then took the lead in rushing up, and Tianjin Fan also rushed up at this time. Bang! The two fist each other. Boom! Chapter 010. Boom! The fists slammed up, and in an instant, with the two as the center, the mighty energy spread around, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. Bang bang bang! The two closed their fists at the same time, constantly attacking each other with their fists, and each impact of their fists would drive the surrounding air, or even compress the air. At this moment, Sun Wukong has not released all the power in the ordinary state, and Tianjin Rice has reached the strongest power in the ordinary state. It is precisely because of this that Tianjin Fan quickly gained the upper hand, and after blocking Sun Wukong's attack with one punch, another punch was quickly punched. The punch of Boom slammed into Sun Wukong's chest perfectly, knocking it out dozens of meters away, and his body directly hit the desert mountain. Dumplings saw this scene and were horrified. Tianjin Rice actually hit Wukong, although it is only Wukong under normal, but it is also very powerful. Tianjin Rice did not take advantage of the victory to pursue. After all, this is not a life and death duel. Stand high in the sky. Looking at the Monkey King below, his face was a little excited. Since Sun Wukong could transform into a Super Saiyan, he didn't dare to think that he would one day be able to knock Monkey King flying. Now that Sun Wukong has been sent flying, he inexplicably feels excited, as if the things that have been suppressed in his heart have suddenly been released. Very cool. Good mood. Sun Wukong suddenly flew out of the dust and smoke, stood at the same height as Tianjin Rice, and said excitedly, Tianjin Rice, you are really good now. Tianjin Fan is now full of spirit. Wukong, the powerful are still behind, come on. Sun Wukong smiled, put on his classic attack posture, and locked his gaze on Tianjin Rice. Ha! Suddenly rushed towards Tianjin Rice. This time, his strength and speed have increased a lot, and he has already taken out half of his power in ordinary state. Tianjin Fan saw that the speed of the other party had soared, and did not dare to underestimate the enemy, and also attacked it. Bang bang bang! In an instant, the two of them had already made countless punches, and the dumplings in the distance just saw the phantom of the two people's fists, and the speed was too fast. After a few minutes, Tianjin Rice was gradually in a downwind state, unable to resist the opponent's attack, and the defense gradually could not be held. Bang! Sun Wukong punched out. Tianjin Fan blocked it with difficulty, and at this time, Sun Wukong's right heel kicked Tianjin Fan by surprise. And at this moment, Sun Wukong's hand condensed a Qigong bomb. Tianjin Fan saw the sudden appearance of Qigong bombs, knew that he could not dodge, and quickly blocked it with both hands. Boom! Qigong bombs exploded instantly. A cloud of smoke rises. Suddenly, feeling a danger coming, he subconsciously looked into the smoke, and saw Sun Wukong rushing out like a wolf and kicking him in the stomach. Bang! Ah! I saw Tianjin Rice land quickly, fell violently on the ground, and a pit tens of centimeters deep and several meters wide appeared. Dumpling's heart jumped and worried, but fortunately, Tianjin Fan quickly stood up, which calmed his heart. Tianjin Rice did not rise into the air, but raised his right hand, put his index finger and middle finger together, placed it in front of his third eye, and slowly swiped it. Moment. Only to see that his third eye shone with a blinding white light, and everywhere his eyes looked, a flame appeared, even above the bare desert. Sun Wukong, who was standing in the air, saw this scene and exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, is this a new move of Tianjin Rice?" And with it, Tianjin Fan clenched his fists and drank violently in his mouth. Ah! The momentum on his body soared, forming a vortex point with Tianjin Rice, rolling up one storm after another, like a sharp blade, constantly tearing and biting everything around. The range of the storm spreads from a few meters at the beginning to more than 10 meters, tens of meters, and hundreds of meters away. Flying sand and stones, the sky turned grey and yellow. When Tianjin's third eye turned fiery red, the storm stopped. This is exactly the first stage of the three-eyed Tianzun bloodline of Tianjin Rice, the three-eyed red general state. In an instant, he came to the front of Sun Wukong, raised his hands, and said confidently, "Wukong, come on." Sun Wukong was excited when he saw the momentum that erupted from Tianjin Rice, and his body emitted a sense of excitement. He hadn't really fought since he eliminated Majin Bu. Now it seems that he should be able to have a good fight. Strike an aggressive stance. Come on, Tianjin Rice. Ho ho. As soon as the words fell, Tianjin Rice had already rushed up. Fast as light. Bang. A punch slammed into Sun Wukong's abdomen. Poof. Sun Wukong subconsciously exhaled in his mouth. Tianjin Fan did not stop his attack. His fist turned into a palm, and a Qigong bomb exploded in front of Sun Wukong. Shout! Boom! Tianjin Fan frowned, because he felt that the Qigong bomb was empty. With the momentum on his body, he dispersed the smoke generated by the Qigong bomb, and saw that Sun Wukong was several meters away from himself. The latter smiled. Ha! Raised his strength to the peak state under normal, and quickly rushed in. Bang! The two kept facing each other, their figures kept flickering, and there were only virtual shadows left in the air. After fighting for half an hour, Tianjin Rice gradually gained the upper hand, and slammed into Sun Wukong's chest with the momentum of standing like a cloud falling into the sea. In an instant, the clouds were surging and the wind was flying, and before the fist smashed on Sun Wukong's chest, the surrounding air had been swallowed up by the terrifying fist force. It's terrifying. Bang! Sun Wukong was hit by a punch, and Tianjin Fan seized the opportunity, and while hitting this punch, another punch was also received. Another punch smashed into the chest, quickly grabbed Sun Wukong's arm, turned it around a few times, and threw it out. Palm against Sun Wukong. Boom! 3 Qigong bullets were continuously emitted and bombarded on Sun Wukong's body intact. Sun Wukong's body fell, but only fell a few meters before he stood firm. His eyes looked at Tianjin Rice, and he said with excitement in his tone, "Tianjin Rice, you are really too strong now, you don't change into a Super Saiyan, not your opponent." After speaking, "Clench your fists." Ha! Sun Wukong burst into a roar, his momentum skyrocketed, and a terrifying coercion instantly burst out. The hair turned blonde. Super Saiyan 1. Although he has not yet fought, Tianjin Fan can already feel the terrifying aura from Sun Wukong's body. Chapter 011. He is also facing Son Goku's Super Saiyan 1 status for the first time. Without comparison, he already knew that with his current strength, he was not Sun Wukong's opponent. Don't wait for him to think more. Sun Wukong had already flown up at this time, and his speed was dozens of times faster than before. Super Saiyan 1 form, 50 times more than normal. Tianjin Fan Shi exhibited the three-eyed Tianzun bloodline, entered the three-eyed red general state, and could only barely defeat the normal state of Sun Wukong, and now Sun Wukong has transformed into a Super Saiyan 1, and his strength has increased by 50 times, naturally there is no power to fight back. Bang! It was difficult to block Sun Wukong's punch, and there was a wave of pain in his hand. Then, Sun Wukong's second punch slammed up, and Tianjin Fan wanted to block it, but he was surprised to find that the pain in his hand had not disappeared, and his action was a little slow, and he couldn't keep up with Sun Wukong's rhythm at all. Bang! A solid punch smashed into his chest, sending him flying back tens of meters. Before he could stabilize his body, Sun Wukong had already appeared behind him, slamming his back with a solid punch. Ah! Tianjin Fan subconsciously let out a scream. Falling high, like a meteor falling quickly, cut through the silence of the sky, and smashed on the ground with a boom. Moment. A large pit 7 or 8 meters deep appeared, and clouds of dust rose. Seeing this scene, Dumpling did not stop without any pause, flew directly to the location of the big pit, and shouted worriedly, "Tianjin Rice!" Sun Wukong looked at the dust rising on the ground, and couldn't help muttering, "Is it a little heavy?" Thinking of this, immediately fly down, wave your hand, and disperse the smoke. I saw Tianjin Rice standing in the deep pit in rags, with a face full of dust, which made Dumpling and Sun Wukong suddenly happy. The dumplings flew down and asked excitedly, "Tianjin Rice, are you okay?" Tianjin Rice smiled and nodded, "Don't worry about me, dumplings, I'm fine." In fact, he was under great pressure and pain in his body, and there was a feeling of pressure in his chest from time to time. But he knew that he could not fall, otherwise it would be too humiliating. Sun Wukong saw that Tianjin Rice was fine, and he was overjoyed. "Great, Tianjin Rice, I thought I started hard, let's continue to compare." Tianjin Fan was crying and laughing in his heart, and he really wanted to say, "Gaku, you are not light." Lian said, "Wukong, it's not comparable for the time being, I'm not your opponent, I still need to cultivate again, and I'll compare again in the future." He knows very well that he is just struggling to support now, and after Sun Wukong transforms into Super Saiyan 1, he can't even capture the figure of the other party. In such a state, how can he be Sun Wukong's opponent? Hearing him say this, although Sun Wukong felt a little unhappy, he still took back his Super Saiyan status. "Okay, Tianjin Rice. Next time you have to remember to try it with me, I'm really bored." Sun Wukong scratched his head and said a little complainingly. Tianjin Fan nodded, "Good. By the way, Tianjin Rice, why are you suddenly improving so fast?" Sun Wukong asked suspiciously. He knew in his heart that Tianjin Fan had never given up cultivation. But never once has there been such progress. His own normal is not his opponent, and he can only be suppressed by transforming into a Super Saiyan. Mentioning this matter, Tianjin Fan was proud on his face, and said with a smile, "Wukong, I and Dumpling have worshipped a peerless master in the past 2 days, and Dumpling and I have been promoted very well." I couldn't help but think in my heart, "That's right. I don't know who is more powerful than Master and Gaku? Maybe Master is more powerful, after all, he can help me improve so much combat effectiveness in a short time, and he is definitely not bad. However, Gaku is also very strong, just Super Saiyan 1 stage, can easily crush himself. If he transforms into Super Saiyan 2, or 3, then it may just be the coercion on his body, which can make himself unable to resist." Unconsciously, he was a little looking forward to it. If Gaku had a duel with Master, then who would win? Sun Wukong was stunned, scratched his head, and said in surprise, "Ah, there are also worldly masters, where are they?" "Hilly mountains." Tianjin Fan did not hide it, and he felt that Master Lin Fan would not care about telling him where he lived. Sun Wukong instantly felt like a chicken with blood. "Tianjin Rice, can you take me to meet your master?" No need for Sun Wukong to explain directly, Tianjin Fan also knows what Wukong thinks in his heart. Gaku, are you trying to talk to my master? Was said by Tianjin Rice. Wukong smiled, hee, Tianjin Rice, as long as I hear the master, my hands can't help it. Tianjin Rice can't cry or laugh, Wukong is still the Wukong he knows, the ultimate martial idiot. Before Tianjin Fan could speak, Sun Wukong couldn't wait to say, Tianjin Rice, let's go quickly. All right, Gaku. Dumplings, let's go. The three flew towards the hilly mountains. Outside the Taoist temple. After Lin Fan put away the Time Light Spirit House, he returned to the door of the Taoist temple and lay on the chair, enjoying the soft sunlight. Although he closed his eyes and raised his mind, he knew in his heart that Sun Wukong was coming soon, and his future right-hand man was coming. Thinking of this, I felt a little excited. Yulin walked out of the Taoist temple at this time, looked at Lin Fan lying on the chair, and asked curiously, "Are you a true Taoist?" Lin Fan couldn't help but open his eyes. "What do you mean? You, the Taoist priest, have been lying in a chair all day to rest, and have never seen you meditate or cultivate. I suspect, you are a false Taoist." Yulin said what was in her heart. It was the first time she had seen this kind of Taoist priest. She did not practice, she ate and drank all day and enjoyed the scenery. Lin Fan closed his eyes again, not thinking that he was originally fake. This is nothing to dispute. But if you cannot admit that you are fake, naturally you will not admit it, and you will make a few nonsense. Cultivation is about moving with the heart, walking at will, and the law is natural, which is the ultimate way. Yulin was stunned. I thought wrong. He is a real Taoist priest, although he didn't understand a word, he feels very profound. Or worship him as a teacher yourself? In this way, he can be a master with the three-eyed bald donkey again. While she was thinking about this, Lin Fan opened her eyes and looked at the sky in front of her. Here it comes. Faster than I thought. It seems that this monkey can't wait. P.S. The body is a little uncomfortable these 2 days, so the update is a little slow. Resume the update tomorrow. Keep 3 more. Thank you for understanding. Chapter 012. Less than a minute. Sun Wukong, Tianjin Rice and Dumplings came to Lin Fan, and the latter was still lying comfortably on the chair, unmoved. Tianjin Rice and Dumplings greeted respectfully, "Master." Sun Wukong stood aside, carefully looking at Lin Fan, a handsome man with a dignified appearance and awe-inspiring spirit. However, he quickly scratched his hair. What's going on? How could I not feel his breath? It seems to be an ordinary person, but he is the master of Tianjin Rice. How can he be an ordinary person? It must be inscrutable, so I can't feel it. Actually, Sun Wukong couldn't feel Lin Fan's breath, mainly because Lin Fan absorbed the divine qi, and the divine breath could not be felt by others except for people at the god level. Although Sun Wukong's combat power is higher than that of many gods, he is not a god, and although Lin Fan has not been appointed as a god, he has already absorbed the qi of gods, almost equal to gods. It only takes one strength to attain, or, to be appointed, to become a true god. Therefore, Sun Wukong naturally could not feel his breath strength. Lin Fan opened his eyes and looked at the 3 of Sun Wukong. Then he stood up. Monkey King. Sure enough, this Monkey King is exactly the same as in the comics, there is no gap at all, even the lines on the face are exactly the same. Sun Wukong was very happy to see Lin Fan knowing himself, and at the same time a little embarrassed, but thinking of Lin Fan's unfathomable strength, the embarrassment in his heart was completely forgotten. He said excitedly, "You are really powerful, you can improve the strength of Tianjin Rice in such a short time." Lin Fanyun waved his hand lightly and said calmly, "That's his hard work, I'm just responsible for leading him in." Sun Wukong's face was full of doubts, he didn't quite understand, what is the introduction door? You are still very powerful, just 2 days can make Tianjin rice improve so much, can I compete with you? For Sun Wukong's request, it was completely expected by Lin Fan, but now he naturally would not agree to Sun Wukong's request. Because his combat effectiveness is not as strong as Sun Wukong, he is not Sun Wukong's opponent at all. If he is defeated by Sun Wukong, it will be difficult to take apprentices in the future. Especially Vegeta, it is even more impossible to worship him as a teacher, and the pride of the proud prince is no joke. He smiled and said, Goku, I won't fight with you now. This made Sun Wukong very confused and did not quite understand what this was. Hey? Why? Why can't you talk to me? When Tianjin Fan went to find Sun Wukong for a competition, Lin Fan had already thought of a reason. Goku, let me ask you, can you feel my energy breath? Sun Wukong didn't quite understand why he asked himself so, but he replied honestly, I can't see it. The breath of the Eastern Realm King God, can you feel it? Lin Fan continued to ask. I can't see it. Sun Wukong still didn't quite understand, but Tianjin Fan and Yulin on the side seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Lin Fan in horror, but they were still a little unsure. He looked at Lin Fan with a hooked eye, wanting to get his own acknowledgement. Goku, in fact, I am almost the same as the King God of the Eastern Realm, we are all gods, so you can't feel our breath. Sun Wukong was stunned, ah, you are also a god. That's right, I'm also a god. And you're just an ordinary person now, and you're protecting the earth, and the universe is meritorious. So I can't make a rash move on you, otherwise I will be punished. Tianjin Fan suddenly thought in his heart, sure enough, Master Lin Fan is a god, exactly the same as he guessed before, no wonder he can have a super spiritual time house, which is something that only exists in the temple. Yulin secretly thought, I have to find a way to worship the teacher, since he is a god, then he must have many skills, maybe then I can defeat the three-eyed bald donkey. At first, she just wanted to be in the same door as Tianjin Fan, but now, she really wanted to learn Lin Fan's skills. Lin Fan didn't blush at all when he told the lie, and his acting skills were just right. Thinking that this was a white lie, he left Goku with a thought. Sun Wukong was a little lost, but still raised his right hand and gestured a little gesture, then let's gesture a little bit so that you won't be punished. Lin Fan thought in his heart, I believe you are a ghost, once you start with this martial idiot of yours, it will not be a little problem, it will be a matter of victory or defeat. Although he thought so, he smiled and shook his head. Seeing that Sun Wukong was not ready to speak, Tianjin Fan immediately persuaded, Wukong, since Master can't do it, then forget it, you can't let Master be punished because of the competition. Sun Wukong thought for a moment and said regretfully, alas, it's a pity that I can't compete with such a master. Although he is a martial artist, he is not willing to be punished if others are punished for competing with him. Lin Fan saw Sun Wukong's lost look, and a satisfied smile was outlined at the corner of his mouth, and this was what he needed. Goku, I know you can't fight me, I'm very disappointed. Actually, I'm the same, I want to compete with you and see the strength of your Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong paused and asked in surprise, ah, you know that I can transform into Super Saiyan 3. Lin Fan smiled, not only do I know that you can transform into Super Saiyan 3, but I also know the shortcomings and advantages of your whole card realm King Fist. Ugh! Sun Wukong's eyes widened, his face was full of horror, and he couldn't believe that the Realm King Fist was a move taught by the King of the Northern Realm, and he actually knew it. When Lin Fan saw his performance, he was even more satisfied, and he could clearly feel that Sun Wukong was walking towards his embrace step by step. Although the Realm King Fist is a fist technique created by the King of the Northern Realm, I can also create it myself. And the Realm King Fist I created can be called the ultimate version of the Realm King Fist, which greatly reduces the pain and physical exertion caused by the Realm King Fist, and better displays the high-power Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong was excited to hear it, the ultimate Realm King Fist. Greatly reduce the physical exertion and pain caused by the Realm King Fist. As long as you reduce these 2 points, then you can easily cast 20 times the Realm King Fist, or even 25 times, 30 times, or higher. Thinking about it, Sun Wukong couldn't bear that excited heart. Put your hands together. He bowed to Lin Fan and was just about to ask, but he found that he didn't know the other party's name yet, and asked very embarrassed, "Hee. I forgot to ask your name." "Lin Fan." "Lin Fan, can I worship you as a teacher?" Chapter 013. Lin Fan fooled so much, just waiting for Sun Wukong's words. Without the slightest reserve, he nodded in agreement, "Yes, I also want to see what kind of effect Super Saiyan 3 will have with the ultimate Realm King Fist." Sun Wukong was overjoyed, and hurriedly clasped his hands together in greeting, "Master Lin Fan." In order to encourage Sun Wukong to cultivate well, Lin Fan pondered for a moment and said, "Wukong, in fact, if you want to compete with me, it's not impossible. Hear the competition." Sun Wukong was really interested, and hurriedly asked, "Master Lin Fan, can we compete now? Didn't you say, you will be punished?" He said, rubbing his hands and looking like he was eager to try. "Goku, you misunderstood, we still can't compete now, but after you become the same realm as God, you can do it," Lin Fan said with a smile. Sun Wukong didn't understand, and neither did the others. The same realm as God? What is that realm? Is it also becoming a god? Tianjin Fan and others thought the same in their hearts, but they felt that it was impossible. How could they possibly become gods? Lin Fan saw the disbelieving looks of several people and knew that it was time to draw a big cake. "Yes, it is to become God, and only by becoming God can we have a discussion." Sun Wukong suddenly scratched the back of his head. "Hey? Become a god? So how do you become a god? It's too hard, isn't it?" He felt in his heart that if he could measure God by strength, then he could become a god, because none of the gods he had ever seen were as powerful as him. Tianjin Fan and others also found it difficult. Lin Fan smiled and put the cake directly to the maximum. "Wukong, since you want to worship a teacher, then I can also teach you the way to become a god." Sun Wukong doesn't like to be a god, but he wants to compete with Lin Fan. A look of excitement did not wait for him to speak. Lin Fan continued, "I can not only make you a god, but also increase your strength countless times, allowing you to transform into a Super Saiyan god." Redhead. Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan and others are the first time they have heard of the Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God? What is it? Sounds even better than my Super Saiyan 3. Lin Fan smiled. "Goku, in fact, Super Saiyan 3 is nothing. You may be okay in this universe, but in this universe, there are not a few people who can easily defeat you now." When Tianjin Rice and Dumpling heard this, their eyes immediately widened in shock. Yulin did not know the strength of Sun Wukong. The two of them knew that it was the existence of defeating Majin Buu countless times to save the earth, save the universe of tough people, just such people. In this universe, there are not a few people who can defeat him, so how terrifying is the combat effectiveness of those people? Yulin doesn't know the strength of Sun Wukong, but looking at the performance of Tianjin Rice and Dumplings, she can probably guess that Sun Wukong is even more powerful than Tianjin Rice. That is, more powerful than yourself, and at the same time thinking in your heart, in this world? No, there are so many masters in this universe. However, when these words reached Sun Wukong's ears, he was not frustrated at all. On the contrary, he was very excited, and asked excitedly, "Master Lin Fan, who else can defeat me? I want to talk to them." Lin Fan smiled slightly and gestured 2 fingers. "I'll tell you 2 people for the time being. First place, Beerus. Second place, Weiss. In fact, in the 7th universe, only these two people can easily defeat Sun Wukong, but in order to confuse Sun Wukong, he has to pretend. Sun Wukong twisted his head to the other side and muttered with a thoughtful look, "Beerus. Weiss. How come you've never heard these two names?" Lin Fan did not speak about this. Sun Wukong hurriedly asked, "Where are the two of them?" Lin Fan knew that he would ask himself, but he would not say it. Neither the current Monkey King nor himself was Beerus's opponent. In the face of such an enemy, the end of himself and others is death. The time is not up, you can't say, "I'll tell you when you become the god of Super Saiyan." Sun Wukong felt as if his heart was suspended, and he only spoke halfway, "Isn't this hanging people's appetite?" Seeing that Sun Wukong was still ready to speak, Lin Fan said again, "Wukong, you don't need to ask, I won't say if you ask, when the time comes, I will naturally tell you. Now tell all of Sun Wukong, if you don't leave him a little thought, how can it work?" Lin Fan was deliberately hanging Sun Wukong's appetite. Seeing Lin Fan's attitude so resolute, Sun Wukong knew that it was useless for him to ask again. But he knows one thing, that is, I still need to train again, I still need to improve more, and my way forward has not stopped. And now there is an opportunity. Clasping his hands together, he said respectfully, "Master Lin Fan, please teach me how to transform into a Super Saiyan God." Drip, congratulations to the host for accepting Sun Wukong as an apprentice, obtaining, combat power, 3 billion, Super Saiyan bloodline, Super Saiyan God, red, vast heart, super ultimate flash. Current host basic combat strength, 9 billion. Lin Fan didn't expect that at this time, Sun Wukong would sincerely call himself master. In his salted fish master system, only the apprentice's true worship will truly succeed, and then get rewards. Although Sun Wukong called him Master Lin Fan several times before, the system did not reward him, obviously, it was not really sincere. And now, it's true. At the same time, he was surprised that he actually obtained the Super Saiyan God, Super Red. Without this reward, in order to transform into the Super Saiyan God, it would take 6 righteous Saiyans to focus the light of their righteous hearts on one of them. For this transformation method, Lin Fan did not tell Sun Wukong. Once he told him, he would definitely be eager to find someone to transform for himself, and then compete with himself. Once transformed into the god of Super Saiyan, then the combat power is not calculated in hundreds of millions, but enters a new stage. Because a qualitative leap has been made. For a long time, Lin Fan has believed that the combat effectiveness improvement of Dragon Ball Super is too perverted, Super Red, Super Blue, free extreme skill, demonization. These bonuses cannot be measured by multiples at all, it is a qualitative change, a brand new stage. If Lin Fan had obtained this kind of reward before, Sun Wukong would have asked him to compete, he would definitely agree, because transforming into the god of Super Saiyans and pinching Super 3 Sun Wukong was a breeze. But now, he has already told Sun Wukong that before the other party learns to transform into the god of Super Saiyan, it is impossible for the two to compete, he naturally will not regret it, otherwise it will not be a person who repeats himself. Chapter 014. Master, please teach me to transform into the Super Saiyan God. Please. Sun Wukong saw Lin Fan fall silent, and thought he was thinking. Lin Fan reacted and said with a smile, "Wukong, the matter of transforming into a Super Saiyan God is not in a hurry for the time being, with your current state of strength, it will not last long to maintain that form. This is not false, the form of the Super Saiyan God is very energy-intensive and physical, and its energy and physical strength are not less than the Realm King Fist. I'll teach you the ultimate Realm King Fist first." When Sun Wukong heard that he could learn the ultimate Realm King Fist, his face was excited, and his heart was like a pot of burning fire, hot and warm. Ultimate Realm King Fist, he also wants to learn, this is his trump card skill all along, and now he can learn the ultimate version of Realm King Fist, he is naturally very happy. Okay, master, let's get started. Yulin stood up at this time. I also want to worship you as a teacher. Lin Fan looked at Yulin, not surprised at all. She liked Tianjin rice, and Tianjin rice worshipped under her door, then she naturally wanted to worship under her own door in her heart. It's just a matter of time. It just surprised him a little. Yulin figured it out so quickly, and he was going to worship under his door. Sun Wukong looked at Yulin and said a little surprised, "Ah, aren't you Master Lin Fan's apprentice?" "Not just now, now it is," Yulin said confidently. Lin Fan was slightly stunned. "Oh? So confident?" "Of course," Yulin said very confidently. Seeing her so confident, Lin Fan wondered where she got her confidence. Did she see herself as a woman, and she had to accept her? "If you think like that, you are wrong. Aren't you afraid that I won't accept you?" Yulin said squarely, "Don't be afraid. If you don't take me as an apprentice, then I will kneel in front of you and wait until you accept me as an apprentice. When others see me kneeling in front of you, they will think that you are bullying me. You are a god-level figure, you don't want others to think of you so, do you? I rely on, this is simply a scoundrel, a woman, to play such a rogue act. It's really not wrong, not to mention that he has a reward for accepting apprentices. He naturally likes the more apprentices in his heart, the better. Even if there is no reward, such a woman has been kneeling in front of her, begging herself to accept an apprentice, she will definitely accept it, just as she said, she does not want others to say that she bullies a woman. Okay, you win, I'll take you. But Yulin, you have to call Master well, let me listen, are you sincere? If you really want to become my apprentice, then I will accept you. If you're not sincere, then leave it at that." Lin Fan wanted to verify whether a person was sincere. It was too easy, as long as the other party opened his mouth to call the master, and the system did not give a reward, then it meant that it was not sincere. Yulin bowed respectfully in greeting, "Master." Congratulations to the host for accepting Lin as an apprentice and obtaining 100 million combat power, Heavenly Master Technique, Healing Technique, and Super Breath Mastery. Lin Fan heard that the system only rewarded 100 million combat power, and he felt a little lost in his heart. But thinking about it in a blink of an eye, this Yulin's combat effectiveness is not high. And it is already very good that he can get the system's 100 million basic combat power reward. For the rewarded things, Lin Fan could see at a glance that this heavenly master art was definitely suitable for Yulin's cultivation. As for the other things, he felt that they were not suitable, and even if they were, he would not give them to Lin all at once. Looking at Yulin, he said, "Yulin, for the master can feel it, you are sincere. Since this is the case, then I will teach you the heavenly master technique. But you have to pay attention to first come, I need to teach Sun Wukong Ultimate Realm King Fist first." When Yulin heard the heavenly master technique, she was shocked. This kind of magic she had also heard. It was an all-encompassing spell, countless times more powerful than her own demon art, and it could even be said that the two were not at the same level at all. She originally thought that she was learning demon arts, and Lin Fan had nothing to teach herself, because in this world, there were too few people who knew this type of art. But he didn't expect that Lin Fan would understand. If he learns the heavenly master technique, he will definitely be able to fight with Tianjin Rice, or even surpass him. He really deserves to be a god-like figure. Hurriedly bowed and respectfully thanked, "Apprentice, thank you master." Lin Fan no longer wasted time, let Sun Wukong sit cross-kneeled, and began to teach the theoretical knowledge of the ultimate Realm King Fist. Wukong, the Realm King Fist created by the King of the Northern Realm, is particular about the explosive mining of the body's potential, while the ultimate Realm King Fist is even more ultimate, not only the explosive control of the body's potential, but also the control of the body's contraction freely. An hour later, Lin Fan told Sun Wukong the theoretical knowledge of the ultimate Realm King Fist, and since Sun Wukong would have been able to realm King Fist, after listening to the theoretical tips for an hour, he had a feeling of opening up. Sun Wukong couldn't help but say, listening to Jun's words is like listening to a table. Lin Fan was drinking water and almost squirted out. Tianjin Fan hurriedly reminded, Wukong, that is listening to Jun Yi's words is better than reading 10 years of books. Gaku, you have a good understanding first, I'll send you to the Super Spirit Time House in a while. Spirit Time House? Going to the temple? Sun Wukong asked in surprise. Tianjin Fan reminded, it's not the spiritual time house of the temple, it's the super spiritual time house, which is countless times more powerful than the spiritual time house. After 4 or 5 minutes of description, Sun Wukong finally knew the effect of the super spirit time house. Excitedly clenched his fists, awesome. I know, no wonder Tianjin Rice can improve your combat effectiveness so much in a short time. Tianjin Fan smiled. And Lin Fan said to Yulin at this time, Yulin, the heavenly master art will be more troublesome, and it is more difficult to cultivate, are you still willing to cultivate? Yes. Yulin did not hesitate in the slightest. As Lin Fan answered, her consciousness moved, learn the heavenly master technique. Drip, congratulations to the host for learning the heavenly master technique. A wave of memories of the heavenly master art flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. I'll explain the heavenly master art to you now. Heavenly master technique, also known as heavenly master Dao, the attack method is mainly seal. The seal includes 3 points, 1. Summoning gods, 2. Imperial ghosts, and 3. Carrying the way. God is in harmony with his chi, and his chi is in harmony with his body. Untrue, all are strong names. God can enter stones, and God can fly. Do not drown in the water, do not burn in the fire. Chapter 015. The heavenly master technique was more complicated, and Lin Fan explained to Yulin for 3 hours, which made Yulin remember everything. However, it is just a simple memory, not a complete understanding. To understand, she needs to figure it out by herself. And Sun Wukong couldn't wait on the sidelines. He originally knew the Realm King Fist and could use it skillfully, although the ultimate Realm King Fist needed to master the body, breath, and other aspects more skillfully, but he had basically realized it, so he almost found a place to show his skills. And the Super Spirit Time House is the best place, but Lin Fan has been teaching Yulin all the time, and he is not easy to disturb him, so he can only sit on the side and wait. Now that the teaching was over, he couldn't wait to ask, Master Lin Fan, when will I enter the Super Spirit Time House? I can't wait. An unbearable look. Lin Fan stood up. Flying to the previous wide realm, Sun Wukong and the others also hurriedly followed, their faces full of excitement, and they could finally enter the Super Spirit Time House. Previously, listening to Tianjin Fan talk about the effect of the Super Spirit Time House, he had already been moved and couldn't wait to enter and take a look. Soon, a few people came to the previously flat realm. Tianjin Rice and Dumplings were stunned. What about the Super Spiritual Time House? Why is it gone? He didn't know that when he went to find Sun Wukong to compete, Lin Fan had already put away the Super Spirit Time House. Sun Wukong and Yulin were also very puzzled. Habitually scratched the back of his head. Master, what are you bringing us here for? Aren't we going to the Super Spirit Time House? Lin Fan didn't speak, but the corner of his slightly pursed mouth drew a graceful arc. A big wave of your hand. Woohoo! Only to see a house appear on the flat ground, Tianjin Fan was very familiar with this house, and exclaimed, Super Spirit Time House. Could it be that this Super Spirit Time House can still be taken back? It must be like this. He originally thought that after the Super Spirit Time House was taken out, it could not be taken back. After all, such a large house, now it seems that it can be completely recovered, just like the things of the capsule company. When Sun Wukong and the two heard Tianjin's words, they carefully looked at the Super Spirit Time House, and there seemed to be nothing special. Lin Fan said at this time, "You two, hurry up and go in. When all your spiritual power is consumed, the Super Spirit Time House will take the initiative to eject you." Sun Wukong couldn't wait for a long time, and rubbed his fists. "Yes." In an instant, fly into the Super Spirit Time House. Yulin did not hesitate any longer, glanced at Tianjin Rice, and flew in after Sun Wukong. Lin Fan looked at Tianjin Rice and Dumplings. "You two, do you still want to go in? Everyone has 10 opportunities in a lifetime." Tianjin Fan thought for a moment. Although a person has 10 opportunities in his life, he can't waste them at will, and when his spiritual power is stronger, it's not too late to enter. For now, his most important task is to consolidate his strength. Shaking his head, "Master, let's not go first. I want to consolidate my strength first." Lin Fan did not recommend Tianjin Rice in his heart. It was better to stabilize the strength first. There was no need to waste the opportunity in vain. "Okay. You go and consolidate." Lin Fan flew back to the outside of the Taoist temple, then lay down in his chair and began to study the reward he had previously received. Previously, he took in Sun Wukong. In addition to obtaining 3 billion combat power, he also obtained Super Saiyan Bloodline, Super Saiyan God, Super Red, Vast Heart, and Super Ultimate Flash. The last thing he could understand about these rewards was the Vast Heart, and he didn't quite understand what it was. As for Super Ultimate Flash, just by listening to the name, he knew that it should be the super version of Vegeta's Ultimate Flash. Check out Heart of the Vast. Vast Heart effect can be fused with anyone. After successful fusion, the fusion can communicate with everyone in the 12 universes. No distance condition. If the fusion person is located in the 7th universe, he can communicate with Jillian in the 11th universe, but he needs to search for the breath of the other party. Lin Fan was instantly stunned when he saw the effect of this Vast Heart. This effect was simply invincible. As long as he could search for the other party's breath, no matter where the other party was in the 12 universes, he could communicate with him in his heart. In this way, even if you don't have to go to other universes, you can accept the elites of other universes as apprentices, as long as you fool well. Depend on. It's really invincible. This kind of means may only be possessed by an existence like Weiss, right? No, even Weiss should not have this means, because they are limited to their own universe, unlike themselves. As long as they are in the 12 universes, they can communicate. The effect of this Vast Heart may only be possessed by a person of the level of the Great Priest. Is this a god costume? It's really worthy of being the male number 1. The more Lin Fan thought about it, the more excited he became, and he couldn't wait to merge with this Vast Heart now, but he thought about it. Don't worry about it first, and then see for himself what this Super Aurum Mastery was. Check Super Breath Mastery. After learning, you can have ultra-subtle control over your breath. View Healing. You can simply treat injuries for yourself or things. This Super Breath Mastery is also very good. Sun Wukong and Vegeta are because under the training of Weiss, they have better mastered the breath, so that they can break through the restrictions and transform into the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue, state. If Sun Wukong's creation is good, maybe he will come out of the Super Spirit Time House, and his body will be able to reach the current limit state, and when the time comes, he will teach him Super Chi Mastery, and he may be close to Super Blue. If you can have the fusion of Divine Chi, then there should be no problem stepping into the state of God. But the Chi of God is such a thing, but it is impossible to ask for it. The Buddha line is good. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, sooner or later will enter the state of God. As for this healing technique, it feels average. The intensity of treatment is not as strong as imagined. If the intensity of this treatment is very strong, then it can be regarded as a divine skill. Anyway, the harvest this time is still good, especially the Heart of Vast. By the way, let's merge with the Heart of Vastness now. Consciousness moves. Use the Heart of Vastness. Drib. The heart of vein is used successfully. At this moment, Lin Fan felt that something was pouring into his body. His body emitted colorful rays of light, covering his whole body. Lin Fan instantly concentrated, and wisps of heart-warming energy flowed in his body. Chapter 016. The Palace of the Kings. The great priest is accompanying the king in a game of entertainment, and for every sphere destroyed, a planet disappears in the mirror. The king had a lot of fun. The great priest suddenly looked outside the palace of the whole king, and a wave flashed in his eyes, the power of vastness. Looking at Chuan Wang, he said respectfully, "Lord Chuan Wang, lose your company." In an instant, he left the palace of the whole king, stood on the planet outside the palace, looked in the direction released by the vast power, and released his divine power. Want to see what this is all about? In the palace of the whole king, he cannot exert his divine power at will, otherwise it will cause the vigilance of the whole king's guards, and it will cause unnecessary conflicts. And it may also cause displeasure to the whole king. Therefore, he could only come out to exert divine power. Not a moment later. What's going on here? I can't even find the source. His heart trembled uncontrollably, and he was shocked to find that he couldn't see the specific location of this vast force, but only knew a general direction, that is, the direction of the 6th universe and the 7th universe. It seems that we need to find Weiss and Bardos. I don't know if it's good or bad that there will be such a variable. 5 minutes later. The light that shrouded Lin Fan slowly dimmed down until it finally disappeared. Lin Fan couldn't help but raise his head to look at the sky and said lightly, "Is this the power of the vast heart?" After thoroughly fusing the vast heart, Lin Fan felt that he had an inexplicable connection with the 12 universes. It seems that as long as your mind moves, you can easily communicate with anyone. But one thing he didn't know was that his act of fusing the power of vastness had already attracted the attention of the great priest. Would you like to find someone to try it yourself? Learn other skills before you try. Use Super Scion Bloodline, learn Super Scion God Transformation, learn Super Ultimate Flash, learn Healing, learn Super Breath Mastery. Drip, congratulations to the host Fusion Super Scion Bloodline. Drip, learn the Super Scion God Transformation. Drip, learn Super Ultimate Flash. Drip, learn Healing. Drip, learn Super Breath Mastery. Current host status. Host, Lin Fan. Moves, Super Qigong Cannon, Dance Void Technique, Giant Cave Wave, Super Ultimate Flash. Special skills, Overlord Technique, Ultimate Realm King Fist, Psychic Communication, Ultra Prescience, Super Scion God, Healing Technique. Special item, Super Spirit Time House. Ethnic origin, Terrans, Scions. Basic combat effectiveness, 9.1 billion. Seeing his data, Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, compared to when I just came, it has improved a lot. This salted fish master system, it's really good. I don't know how much combat power Sun Wukong can improve in the Super Spirit Time House this time. Hope to surprise me. Don't think so much, let's try the power of this vast heart first. After Lin Fan fused the vast heart, he also knew how to use this vast heart. That is, you need to search for the breath of the other party, so that you can connect with the other party and communicate psychologically. Thought for a moment. Who do you want to communicate with? The first time you look for it, you have to look for a talented and powerful guy. Gifted? Suddenly, Lin Fan's eyebrows lit up, lightly patted the back of his hand, and said excitedly, "Talented person, isn't Broly just that? Broly is a legendary Super Scion, whether it is talent or growth, it is a terrifying existence. If I'm not mistaken, Broly and his father Paragath were exiled to Wampa. But where is this Wampaxing? Without a coordinate, how do I search for it? It's really nerve-wracking. If there is a map of the universe, it is better." Lin Fan remembered something, a smile outlined at the corner of his mouth. he knew who had the map of the universe. Without any hesitation, he immediately took off and flew towards the western capital. After a while, Lin Fan came to the western capital. As the most famous city in the Dragon Ball world, Zidu is naturally very prosperous and thriving. Lin Fan did not come to Zidu to go shopping. Instead, there was something important. Standing above the western capital and looking around, he quickly found his goal. Fly fast. Vegeta, who was gobbling down and gulping down pizza, raised a bucket of water on the side, raised his head, and grunted. Vegeta, you eat slowly. Scions are rude to eat. The charm on the side remained, the rich, and the bright Bulma complained. As he spoke, he threw the box inside the trash. All of them have a feminine charm. Suddenly, Vegeta's eyes became much sharper, because he clearly saw that a person flew in midair and immediately put down the bucket in his hand. When Bulma saw Vegeta's actions, she thought that she had dissuaded Vegeta, and she was a little excited and a little relieved. Over the years, she has rarely persuaded Vegeta to do things, so now she can persuade Vegeta to eat elegantly, and she feels a sense of accomplishment. Vegeta stood up and looked at the sky. Bulma was very incomprehensible about his behavior, and subconsciously looked at the sky and saw someone flying towards here. Could it be Gohan? It doesn't feel like it. The figures got closer and closer, and landed towards them, appearing beside Vegeta and Bulma. The visitor was a young man, with a perfect figure, a delicate and picturesque handsome face, with thrillingly beautiful lines. Even if Vegeta saw him, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "This person is so handsome." Then he said in his heart, "Little white face, how can it be compared with his own talented Prince Vegeta?" Bulma directly praised, "How handsome!" These words made Vegeta snort heavily, "Humph!" And the one who came was Lin Fan. After Lin Fan looked at Vegeta, he looked at Bulma carefully. Although he was no longer young, his charm remained, his figure and skin were well maintained, and he looked like he was no more than 30 years old. In all aspects of appearance, it is no worse than those young girls. Moreover, the mature beauty on her body is not comparable to the little girls, it is simply a charming sexy stunner. However, Lin Fan knew that it was really impolite for a woman who kept looking at others like this, especially if her husband was still on the side. Hurriedly changed the topic, "Bulma, hello." Bulma said in shock, "Eh? You know me? How could I not know Bulma, the richest man?" Chapter 017. Bulma smiled when she heard this, her enchanting eyes flashed with happiness, and she covered her mouth and smiled, "Haha, it's a prize." Vegeta was very displeased. Except for Sun Wukong, no one dared to make his daughter-in-law laugh like this. "What a thing you are!" "Humph, rhetoric, who are you and what are you doing here?" Vegeta asked unpleasantly. Lin Fan knew Vegeta's character, and he was not displeased, and said calmly, "Hello, my name is Lin Fan, today I came to find Bulma, I want to ask her to borrow a map of the universe." Cosmic map. Vegeta and Bulma were stunned at the same time. Lin Fan nodded slightly. Bulma said apologetically, "Sorry, I don't have a cosmic map." Vegeta clasped his hands and said coldly, "Do you hear that? You can roll it." Lin Fan frowned, knowing that Vegeta was very proud and also a vinegar jar, but this vinegar intention was probably too much. Just as she was about to speak, Bulma immediately scolded Vegeta, "Vegeta, how can you be so rude?" Quickly apologized to Lin Fan. How could the proud Prince Vegeta apologize to anyone? A cold snort came from inside his nose. Seeing her husband's appearance, Bulma looked at Lin Fan with an apologetic expression, "Lin Fan, I'm really sorry, he is such a person, please forgive me." If Bulma didn't speak, then Lin Fan would definitely question Vegeta. But now Bulma has apologized in his place. It's hard to say anything myself, and I still need to ask Bulma for help. In fact, Lin Fan knew that Bulma probably did not have a map of the universe, because she seemed to have no interest in studying the universe. Ask her, just casually. I came here mainly to ask her to contact Gok. Gok is a galactic patrolman, who has been wandering in the universe for many years, shuttling through the 7th universe galaxy, and he definitely has a cosmic map. It's okay, Bulma, can you help me contact Gark? Gark. Bulma was slightly stunned. If it wasn't for Lin Fan mentioning it now, she would almost forget about this person, a galactic patrolman who looked like Ultraman. But she was curious, how did this person in front of her know that she knew Gok? For the existence of this person, he did not tell Vegeta about them. How do you know I know Gark? Lin Fan knew that she might ask this, smiled slightly, and said, divination is calculated. In this world, there are people like divination mothers-in-law, and Bulma knows divination mothers-in-law, so she won't have too many doubts if she tells her so. Bulma didn't quite believe Lin Fan. I don't believe it, you said that you are divination, so what else have you calculated? As a Dragon Ball fan, it's too simple to fool the people here, since I don't believe it, then I will tell you. Evil smiled, I also calculated that you can know Gok, mainly because of your sister ties. Your sister ties gave up her superior living conditions because she likes to write adventure novels, and goes on adventures alone. I met Gok, a galactic patrolman, on the way to adventure, and then followed Gok on a spaceship and traveled around the universe in search of inspiration. Bulma, did you say I was right? Bulma was stunned to hear it, and she was right, not wrong at all, her sister ties knew Gok like this. Did he really count? If not, how could he know so clearly? Lin Fan said while the iron was hot, Bulma, I really don't have any malice. I just want a map of the universe. Vegeta said coldly from the sidelines. If you have malice, I will destroy you. Lin Fan did not refute this, but echoed, Bulma, Vegeta is right, if I have any malice, Vegeta can defeat me. When Vegeta heard this, it was as if he had heard Lin Fan admit that he was strong, and subconsciously raised his nostrils, proud. Fold your hands. Bulma pondered for a moment, okay, I'll contact you, but I don't have Gake's contact information, I can only contact my sister first. Thank you. Bulma took out her phone and dialed her sister's number, but no one answered. I called 3 times in a row, but no one answered the phone. Sorry, no one answered the phone, I can only wait for my sister Tais to call back, and I will contact you after she answers my call. What's your number? Lin Fan smiled awkwardly, I don't have a phone. Although he has been here for a few days, he has not bought a phone because there is no money, and the money for snacks is all given by Lin. Bulma is also a generous person, taking out a capsule. As soon as Boom changed, a delicate mobile phone appeared, this phone is for you. I'll contact you when my sister replies. Lin Fan was also not pretentious, and directly answered the phone, thank you. I secretly thought in my heart that Bulma's personality is indeed good, and if Yamcha is a little more attentive, Bulma will not become Vegeta's woman. However, if Bulma becomes Yamcha's woman, then she may have fewer chances to appear. That's a big loss for Dragon Ball. You're welcome. Bulma said with a smile. Lin Fan smiled slightly, leave. Saying that, he was about to use the dancing air technique to fly away, and Vegeta on the side stopped him at this time, wait. Lin Fan looked at Vegeta and asked curiously, Vegeta, is there anything else? What's with the breath on you? How can you not see it? If it weren't for the fact that he raised his head to drink water earlier, he wouldn't have noticed Lin Fan flying here. Because he couldn't feel Lin Fan's breath. Lin Fan did not hide either, because I am a god, you can't feel my breath. Vegeta frowned, hey? God? What's so great about it? Those gods are just average. Lin Fan did not refute that whether it was the Eastern Realm King God or the Northern Realm King God, these people were not Vegeta's opponents now. However, he also did not want to talk nonsense with Vegeta, took off into the air, and flew in the direction of the Taoist temple. Vegeta was annoyed to see that he was being ignored. In this universe, he had not yet seen those who could ignore him, ignore himself, and had been killed by himself. Even if Frieza is resurrected, he can easily kill himself. But now, this god in front of him, who came from nowhere, dared to ignore himself and really regarded himself as a god. Hoo! Quickly flew in front of Lin Fan. You dare to ignore me? The corner of Lin Fan's mouth outlined a contemptuous smile. What don't you dare? For a while, the smell of gunpowder was full. P.S. Robbery. Hand over all the gifts or generate electricity for love. Chapter 018. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and looked Vegeta up and down with a very harsh look. Moment. Vegeta was thunderous, feeling that he was deeply insulted, and the other party looked at him like this. Obviously he was despising himself, and despising himself was equivalent to insulting himself. Fuck off. Instantly clenched his fists, the momentum on his body soared, and scorched clouds appeared in the sky in an instant. Black and whining, the sky became dim and chaotic. The wind was constantly blowing around, constantly converging in the direction of Vegeta. Whew! A golden light flashed by, and I saw a golden-haired Vegeta with lightning all over his body. Lin Fan said with a slight surprise, "Oh? This hasn't been done yet, transforming into Super Saiyan 2? He knew very well how Vegeta was fighting, which was to solve the enemy as quickly as possible and then leave handsomely. But when it comes to a big battle, Vegeta has never succeeded. Either abused, or on the way to abuse." Vegeta snorted coldly. "I'm going to fix you quickly." Originally, he didn't want to transform into a Super Saiyan, but he felt that Lin Fan was not simple, and the other party was still a god. If he was just in a normal state, most of them would not be the opponent of the other party. He didn't want to be ugly, let alone embarrassed, so he directly transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and wanted to defeat Lin Fan in one fell swoop. "You actually know Super Saiyan 2? Vegeta was a bit surprised. He also thought that Lin Fan would be surprised by his transformation and surprised that his combat power had increased countless times, but now it seemed that the other party was not surprised at all. This made him feel a little slapped in the face, and the anger in his heart inexplicably increased a lot. Just as he was about to start, Bulma below immediately shouted, "Vegeta! What are you doing?" Vegeta was so angry at the moment that it was impossible to pay attention to Bulma. For Bulma's words, he just snorted coldly and ignored it, and then rushed to Lin Fan, shouting violently in his mouth, "What boring god, get off for me!" Seeing Vegeta rushing up, Lin Fan was not afraid at all. Now he not only has the Terran explosive technique hegemony technique, but also has the transformation skill of Super Saiyan God. With Lin Fan's current Terran hegemony skills, he is definitely not the opponent of Vegeta Super Saiyan 2 stage. But now, Lin Fan did not plan to transform into a hegemonic technique, but chose the Super Saiyan God, and he really wanted to see how much his combat power would increase after transforming into the Super Saiyan God. Or rather, what kind of new phase will it enter? After all, the god of the Super Saiyan cannot be calculated by ordinary billions of combat power, but a qualitative leap. Super Saiyan. Sorry, I counted 2. Vegeta, who rushed up, heard this and felt ridiculous. Are you a Super Saiyan? Can't I, the Saiyan Prince, see it? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Lin Fan clenched his fists and shouted. Ah! In an instant, the surrounding air became sharp, the wind roared, and the black clouds that were originally hanging in the air were directly blown away and turned into air. Boom! A deafening thunder sounded, a huge flash of light tore through the darkness, and the entire earth trembled a few times under the huge lightning thunder. Boom! Another thunder. From the depths of the vast space, beyond the 8 poles, pushed over, and for a while, the entire sky seemed to be a landslide, exploding one after another. Then it fused up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and at this time, a wisp of red light emanated from Lin Fan's body, and with him as the center, a golden red pillar of light fell down from the sky, shrouding him in it. It's like a heavenly light. Vegeta, who rushed up, stopped, her face full of horror. What is the situation? This is the first time he has seen this transformation scene, and the movement is so big. Not only him, but everyone else was stunned, looking at the sky one by one. What is the situation? How did the sky become like this in an instant? Klin, number 18, Turtle Immortal, Yamcha, Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks. The people waiting for the protagonist group all looked here. That's the direction of Bulma's house. What's going on? One by one, they hurriedly used the dance technique to fly in the direction of Bulma's house. At this time, the sky above seems to be directly connected to the universe, and the sky is no longer the sky, but the cosmic scene. First the spring sun, followed by summer rain, autumn breeze, and winter snowflakes. All year round, in just 1 minute, all of them passed, and the red light that shrouded Lin Fan became more and more intense, and then spread out to the surroundings at an extremely fast speed. The people who noticed this scene were not only the people on the earth, but also the king of the northern realm, the king of the realm, the old king god of the realm god realm, and the king god of the eastern realm. The old world king god put down the beautiful newspaper in his hand, carried his hands, looked in the direction of the earth with his eyes, and said in disbelief, God. On earth, a god was born. The eastern realm king god felt Lin Fan's breath and said respectfully, yes, this person is Lin Fan who has fused the divine chi. But what is going on with his transformation? When we become gods, it seems that there is no such scene as him. His voice just fell. Above the universe of the earth, beautiful music sounded. The sunken eyes of the old realm king god instantly bulged up, his eyes were dull, and he muttered, This is the gospel of the universe. The Eastern realm king god was confused, what is the gospel of the universe? The old realm king god directly smashed a hammer on the head of the Eastern realm king god, and taught a lesson, let you usually read more god books, you are not afraid, you will know to read boring beautiful newspapers and periodicals all day. The corners of the Eastern realm king god's mouth tugged vigorously, looking at the old realm king god with grievances, and asked himself vigorously, is it me? Is it really me? It seems to be you. Thinking about this aggrievedly, he glanced at the beautiful newspaper that had just been thrown on the ground by the old world king god, and turned the page, which happened to be a beautiful woman in a bikini. The old realm king god punched down again, look at it. The gospel of the universe represents the blessings of the universe, and the universe applauds it. For tens of thousands of years, it is difficult to appear once, its appearance means that there will be a peerless and standing big man appear, now Lin Fan has become a god, the universe gospel appears, that is. The universe is cheering for him. This man's future is limitless. I just don't know, Lin Fan becoming a god is good or bad. The old realm king god couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The Eastern realm king god said carefully, I don't think he's a bad person. The old realm king god glared at him, whether it's good or bad, time will tell, if it's bad, with Wukong's ability, it's hard to deal with him. But since Lin Fan has become a god, if he destroys it at will, he won't need Wukong to make a move at that time. The Eastern Realm King God understood the meaning and nodded his head slightly. Chapter 019. Not a moment later. The red and golden light gradually dissipated, and the sky was dark, and everything around them returned to its original appearance. Vegeta kept looking at Lin Fan. Ah, this! I saw Lin Fan at this moment, his whole body was covered in red flames, and his hair also turned red. Originally he was already a handsome young man, and now he is even more handsome. His face was even more filled with an evil confidence. The deep and cold eyes made Vegeta dare not look directly. Lin Fan couldn't help but raise his hand, clenched his fists, and muttered softly, "Oh? Is this the power of the Super Saiyan God?" It was really good. He could clearly feel that his current strength had made a qualitative leap. If calculated in terms of combat strength, his current combat strength should have reached 2 yuan, an extremely terrifying existence. The units of calculation are billion, trillion, jing, yang, zi, grain, dich, jian, zheng, load, pole. Among them, each stage is divided into 4 small stages, such as 100 million, billion, 100 billion, 100 billion, trillion, 100 trillion, gigabit, Beijing, Shijing, Beijing. The transformation in Dragon Ball Super is not the same as the ordinary Dragon Ball series, and the transformation in this is almost all God-level transformation. The bonus is terrifying, and it can even be said that it cannot be calculated by bonus, but only by qualitative leapfrogging. It was precisely because of this that when Lin Fan got the Super Saiyan God transformation, he had enough confidence to defeat Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong transformed into Super 3, that is, the trillion level, and Lin Fan, who transformed into the God of Super Saiyan, reached 2 and directly crossed the capital. It's terrifying. Lin Fan looked at the stunned Vegeta at this time, and a smile rose slightly at the corner of his lips. "Vegeta, do you say that I am a Super Saiyan?" When Vegeta heard Lin Fan's words, he immediately reacted, carefully feeling Lin Fan's breath, but he still couldn't feel it. But there is one thing he can feel, that is, Lin Fan's current state is a Super Saiyan. As for what form it was, he didn't know. "What form are you?" Lin Fan said lightly, "Super Saiyan God." Vegeta was startled. He felt that the name of the form sounded a little familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere, but he couldn't remember it. Seeing his confusion, Lin Fan continued to explain, "The God of Super Saiyans is the God of Saiyans, born to destroy evil, also known as the Savior of Saiyans." Hearing this explaining, Vegeta subconsciously dilated his pupils, his face full of horror, and after hearing this explanation, he instantly remembered where he had heard about this transformation state. That is, in the history records of the Saiyan, he only accidentally read it at that time. According to legend, the Saiyans once faced a danger of extinction, and a Saiyan with a righteous heart turned into a Super Saiyan God and defeated the enemy with the power of God. But also for some special reasons, this Saiyan who can transform into the God of Super Saiyans has disappeared. For this record, it was countless years ago, so in the eyes of Vegeta and the Saiyans who followed it, it should be just a legend, not true. But now, Vegeta clearly saw Lin Fan's transformation. This made him realize that the legend of the Super Saiyan God turned out to be a real existence. His face was contorted, and he overreacted with a frightened overtone. He muttered, "What? This is the Super Saiyan God?" Lin Fan said lightly, "Can there still be a fake?" "Vegeta, come and let me try your combat power." Vegeta swallowed a saliva with difficulty. Without having to compete, he also knew that his combat effectiveness was not as good as Lin Fan. For a while, he was a little scared. "I already knew that I didn't have to be so impulsive." Seeing Vegeta's body trembling and majestic, it reminded Lin Fan of the way Vegeta faced Beerus. Sighed, it seems that the proud Prince Vegeta can only pose in front of ordinary people. What a disappointment! Lin Fan was deliberately provoking the other party, although he already knew that with his current state, it was not a problem to destroy Vegeta at all. But he still wants to try how strong the power of these two bows is. Vegeta raised his head and looked at Lin Fan, the corner of his mouth twitched vigorously, insulting himself. He is insulting himself. He is a Saiyan prince, respect the proud prince. What if he were God? What about Saiyan gods? Think about this later. Vegeta burst out, "Hey!" Like a long rainbow, it rushed towards Lin Fan, clenched his fists, and blasted towards Lin Fan. At the same time, he shouted, "What about the Super Saiyan God? What if it's a Saiyan God? In front of my prince, get out of here!" Whew! The huge fist smashed into Lin Fan's head, but his fist speed was too slow in Lin Fan's eyes. Slow to the extreme. With a slight dodge, he successfully avoided Vegeta's attack. Vegeta was shocked, and launched a series of ferocious attacks, his fists constantly smashing towards Lin Fan, like a drizzle. However, none of the punches that attacked Lin Fan were easily avoided by Lin Fan. In this regard, Lin Fan is very satisfied, worthy of being the Super Saiyan God with 2 battles, that is, strong. It's just that this physical exertion is a bit much. Just for a few minutes, I feel that my physical strength is consumed a lot. If I release a skill, wouldn't it be consumed faster? No wonder Sun Wukong is in Dragon Ball Super, rarely transforms into a Super Red state, basically Super Blue. Because Super Blue is stable, physical exertion is relatively small, and the bonus is more than Super Red. Looking at the continuous punching at himself and unable to hit his own Vegeta, Lin Fan raised his hand, hooked his fingers, and flicked out at Vegeta's eyebrows. Bang! Ah! I only heard Vegeta let out a scream, his body flew thousands of meters away, holding his head in his hands, screaming vigorously, and finally fell violently to the ground. Bulma, who was standing on the ground, only saw Vegeta fly upside down and did not know how far Vegeta flew upside down. Worried exclaimed, "Vegeta!" Lin Fan looked at Bulma and said, "Don't worry, I didn't hurt him, I just taught him a lesson." Also at this time, the turtle immortal, Klin. When the people arrived, they clearly saw that Lin Fan just flicked a finger and knocked Vegeta away. One by one, they almost fainted without opening their eyes, the corners of their mouths twitched, their eyebrows jumped wildly and they couldn't speak, which is also too terrifying. A person as powerful as Vegeta was ejected by one of his fingers. This kind of enemy is terrifying. They felt a touch of terror running down their backs, they had never encountered such a terrifying existence. Trunks stood on the ground and cursed, "You are a bad person, you actually hurt my father." Goten. Chapter 020. Sun Wushan, who was standing beside him, heard his words and instantly understood what he meant, and the two immediately made a fusion motion, ready to fuse. Seeing this, Bulma hurriedly persuaded, "Trunks! Come up and grab Trunks!" She knew very well in her heart that Vegeta was flown by Lin Fan's finger, so even if Trunks fused with Sun Wushan and became Wushunks, it would have no effect on Lin Fan. It's also just a matter of fingers. Klin looked at Vic, who was not far away. "Vic, what now?" Vic stared at Lin Fan carefully and pondered for a moment. He doesn't seem to have malicious intent. The turtle immortal on the side also spoke, "I also think that he has no malice." Also at this time, 2 people flew not far away, one bald and a small man, and when everyone saw these 2 people, they recognized them at a glance, and the people who came were Tianjin rice and dumplings. For the arrival of the 2 of them, everyone was not surprised, because whenever something happened, these people would appear on the scene as soon as possible, and they would contribute if they could. Klin said in surprise, "What are Tianjin rice and dumplings doing?" They clearly saw that the diameter of Tianjin rice and dumplings flew towards Lin Fan. Is this preparing for battle? But Vegeta is not the opponent of the other party. Isn't Tianjin rice and dumplings going up equivalent to sending them to death? Klin immediately reminded, "Tianjin rice, dumplings, come back quickly." Tianjin Fan looked at Klin, smiled politely, then looked at Lin Fan, and asked respectfully, "Master, what happened?" Everyone present was instantly stunned, and suddenly shocked. What did Tianjin rice and dumplings call him? If I heard correctly, it seems to be called Master? Klin and the others looked at each other, and in each other's eyes, they saw the certification, and verified that they had not heard correctly, and Tianjin Rice was called master. Lin Fan smiled slightly and said, "It's okay." Saying that, he disarmed his Super Saiyan God transformation. Tianjin Fan looked at everyone and explained with a smile, "Hello everyone, this is my master Lin Fan." He was cultivating before, and suddenly saw that the sky had changed drastically, showing a scene of the universe. Red light was all over, and the light source was coming from the direction of Vegeta's house, so he and Dumpling immediately came to check. "Come in the direction of Vegeta's house." Lin Fan, who had just arrived and saw the state of the Super Saiyan God, shouted in his heart, "Really handsome. Especially the coercion on his body is incredibly powerful. It may be that just one look can make his heart tremble." After hearing Tianjin Fan's explanation, everyone was generally relieved that this person was not malicious, but why did he clash with Vegeta? Several people from the Turtle Immortals flew over and asked curiously, "Hello, Lin Fan." "Hello, Turtle Immortal." Klin then looked at number 18 beside Klin, and the first time he saw number 18, Lin Fan felt that his vision was impacted. His eyebrows were picturesque, his vermilion lips were red, his goose-egg-like little face, and his thin and plump delicate body was simply incomparably beautiful. Compared with Bulma, it is comparable, and if you really want to make a comparison, you can only say that each has its own characteristics. However, just in an instant, Lin Fan withdrew his gaze and greeted everyone one by one. Everyone present was surprised. Unexpectedly, this Lin Fan knew himself and others. Klin asked suspiciously, "Tianjin Rice, isn't your master a crane immortal? How did it become him?" Tianjin Fan explained simply, "The crane immortal is my master, Lin Fan is also my master, and here in Master Lin Fan, I have improved a lot. In the Dragon Ball world, there is no rule that you can only worship one master in your life. As long as you are willing to each other, you can worship the master indefinitely." Everyone felt the strength of Tianjin Rice, and sure enough, the momentum was countless times stronger than before. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Fan is so powerful, Tianjin Fan got his guidance, and it is normal to improve a lot. Then, Vegeta flew from afar, and when he saw Klin, Bic and the others chatting with Lin Fan, he was very puzzled, but considering Lin Fan's terrifying combat power, he could only keep his mouth shut. Then land down. Bulma, who was standing on the ground, shouted to the people in the air, "Come down and talk, everyone." Everyone looked at each other. It was not a thing to fly in the air all the time, it was better to go down and sit down and talk. Lin Fan took the lead in going down. In fact, in his heart, he wanted to know these people in the protagonist group, but he didn't expect that he would know each other in this way. Land in the garden of Bulma's house. Everyone sat down. Bulma took the lead in apologizing, "Lin Fan, I'm sorry, Vegeta was a little impulsive. I really didn't expect that you turned out to be the master of Tianjin Rice." Vegeta sat on the other side, wrapped around his hands, very displeased. Lin Fan smiled and didn't care at all, "It's okay." He also knew Vegeta's character, and he felt that it would be better to teach Vegeta a lesson and blow his arrogant personality, so that it would be convenient to take Vegeta himself in the future. Vic looked around, feeling that something was not right, as if something was missing. Klin next to him saw his actions and asked curiously, "Vic, what are you looking for?" Vic calmly asked, "Have you noticed that something seems to be missing?" Klin looked puzzled, and also looked around, indeed feeling that something was missing, but missing something, and he couldn't say it all of a sudden. "Yes, what's missing?" When Lin Fan heard the conversation between the two, he probably had already guessed it, and just smiled. "Kakarot." Vegeta, who looked displeased, said coldly. For this point, he had already wondered before, Lin Fan's transformation moved so much, and he also released a powerful aura, why didn't Kakarot come? Klin, Bic and others immediately reacted, "Yes, without Sun Wukong, in that situation just now, how could Wukong not come? In normal times, he is the most active when encountering this kind of fighting. Tianjin Fan saw everyone's doubts and smiled heartily. Wukong is cultivating. Everyone looked at Tianjin Rice in unison, as if asking, how do you know that Gaku is cultivating? Tianjin Fan immediately explained, Wukong is also Master Lin Fan's apprentice now. What? For a while, the surroundings were quiet, and even everyone felt that the air was solidified. I couldn't believe my ears, like a thunderbolt on a sunny day, and as if someone had poured a basin of cold water from head to toe, and my whole body was numb. Sun Wukong is Lin Fan's apprentice. That's incredible. Especially Vegeta. He was very unhappy in his heart. He thought that Kakarot was planting crops, but he didn't expect that he was carrying him behind his back and quietly went to cultivate. I also worshipped such a master. Unreasonable. Drip, apprentice Sun Wukong increased the basic combat power by 2 billion, and the master received a double increase of 4 billion. Chapter 021. The current basic combat strength of the host, 13.1 billion. Lin Fan secretly thought in his heart, Sun Wukong improved his basic combat power by 2 billion so quickly? That's great. When he came out, Vegeta was no match for him. At that time, Vegeta will definitely want to worship the teacher. Tianjin Fan smiled comfortingly to everyone's numbness. Isn't it normal for Wukong to become Master Lin Fan's apprentice? Master Lin Fan's power, didn't you see it? Everyone nodded slightly, indeed. Toot toot. At this time, Bulma's mobile phone rang, and she took out her mobile phone to look at the reminder. It was his sister Tais who called. Immediately looked at Lin Fan, my sister Tais is calling. Then you pick it up. Lin Fan was overjoyed, but it was really a happy event every year. Sun Wukong had just improved his combat effectiveness by 4 billion, and this Tais called. After Bulma connected the phone, she asked for Gok's contact information. Tais has a close relationship with Gok, naturally has Gok's contact information, and after telling Bulma about it, the two chattered for a while and hung up the phone. Bulma looked at Lin Fan, I already have to get Gok's contact information. Then Bulma, you can help me contact Gok and ask him for a map of the universe on my behalf. Bulma was very clever and agreed without any hesitation, good. She knew that after she helped Lin Fan handle this matter, Lin Fan would owe herself a favor. At that time, he has something to ask Lin Fan, and the other party is not easy to refuse. Thank you. Everyone was very puzzled, what did Lin Fan want the universe map for? But everyone has only just met, and they are not easy to ask. Bulma did not delay and immediately contacted Gok. After a while, Bulma hung up the communication phone. Looking at Lin Fan and said, already contacted, he said that he will come to Earth in the next few days, and he will give me the map of the universe at that time. Okay, Bulma, thank you so much. It's okay, you are Sun Wukong's master, that is, our friends, we should help each other. Bulma laughed. Lin Fan nodded, yes. At the same time, he thought to himself, this Vegeta is really luck, to get such a good daughter-in-law. According to the words of the previous world, this is to get a wife like this. How can a husband ask for it? It's beautiful, it's also profitable, and it helps my husband maintain relationships, and I can get up and down the kitchen. In the Dragon Ball Super part, Vegeta is not bad for Bulma to strengthen the terrifying Beerus, and most importantly, Vegeta is very afraid of Beerus in his heart. But for Bulma's sake, he stood up bravely, which proves that he has Bulma's existence in his heart. It's just that the usual Vegeta, extremely arrogant, good face, does not want people to see his warm side. Lin Fan stood up at this time, everyone, the things I need to deal with have been dealt with, then I will leave first. Vegeta, who was wrapped around his hands, asked coldly at this time, where is Kakarot cultivating? Although he didn't like Lin Fan too much, he didn't want Kakarot to surpass him, which would make him feel very faceless. Lin Fan didn't hide anything either. Super Spirit Time House. After speaking, without waiting for Vegeta to think too much, he immediately took off into the air and flew towards the Taoist temple. For someone like Vegeta, it's about blowing his arrogant heart and making him respectful of himself. In this way, he will truly become his apprentice, and he can be rewarded. Tianjin Fan also said at this time, I still have to go back to cultivation, everyone, leave. Saying that, he and the dumplings also flew in the direction of the Taoist temple. Vegeta stood in place and said coldly, Kakarot, he actually carried me to the Spirit Time House. Without further ado, he flew towards the temple at high speed. The Spirit Time House is located in the shrine. Seeing Vegeta flying away, Bulma shouted helplessly, Vegeta! The Scions are really so reckless, they don't say anything, and they leave. Klin and the others saw Vegeta's intentions, and also smiled helplessly. Vegeta is going to the temple. Vic was thinking about the problem, and suddenly said, he went to the temple and couldn't find Sun Wukong. Hey? Why? When everyone heard this, they were very confused. Didn't Lin Fan say that? The Monkey King is in the Super Spirit Time House. Vic explained. Lin Fan said, Sun Wukong is in the Super Spirit Time House, and the temple is the Spirit Time House. The former has one more super word. When everyone listened, it seemed to be true, but did the two have anything to do with it? Bulma waved her hand, too lazy to pay attention to it. Forget it, don't want to pay attention to so much, let him go. Seeing that Bulma didn't care, everyone knew that there was nothing wrong. Vic stood up, then I will go back too. Previously, he had already felt that Tianjin Rice's combat effectiveness had improved a lot, and if he wasted time again, it might not take long for Tianjin Rice to surpass himself. A person who has never been his opponent is a ridiculous thing if he surpasses himself. Therefore, he would never allow such a thing to happen. Others also stood up. Bulma suddenly remembered something important and said with a smile, everyone, there is an important thing that needs to be told to everyone. What's going on? In another month, I'm going to have a birthday party, a luxury ship birthday party. Everyone immediately congratulated. Congratulations, congratulations. Bulma looked at number 18 on the side, sexy thin lips, and smiled mysteriously, no 18, I will prepare a big draw on that day, and the first place has a very good reward. The 18th suddenly came interested, the richest man held a big lottery, the prize is definitely not bad, maybe it is money. Thinking of this, both eyes shine. Okay, Bulma, I'll definitely draw a prize then. Haha. Bulma smiled happily. Klin looked at the smiling Bulma and asked suspiciously, Bulma, how many birthdays is this? Bulma immediately darkened her face, and number 18 on the side also glared at Klin. Don't you know, can't you just ask the age of a woman? Don't ask is 18. Klin smiled awkwardly. After everyone chatted for a while, they left together. And the other side. Vegeta came to the temple. Today, the god of the temple is Dandy, and the servant is still Bobo. Dandy looked at Vegeta, who was emitting a cold and sharp light, and subconsciously shivered. Vegeta. Chapter 022. What about Kakarot? Vegeta didn't talk nonsense and asked coldly. Dandy looked confused, shouldn't Sun Wukong be in his own home? How did you come here to find me? I don't know. Vegeta frowned and stared carefully at Dandy, who shivered in fear, seeing that his eyes were more serious, not like lying. Isn't he in the Spirit Time House? Dandy immediately said, no, Sun Wukong can no longer enter the Spirit Time House, and his 2 opportunities have been exhausted. Vegeta reacted, by the way, everyone in the spirit time room can only enter twice in a lifetime, and Kakarot's 2 opportunities have already been used. He was deceived by Lin Fan. Thinking that he was deceived, he subconsciously clenched his fists, and a burst of anger could not help but gush out of his body. Lin Fan, one day I will defeat you, even if you are a god. On the other hand, Lin Fan did not know that he had been hated by Vegeta and returned to the Taoist temple. Lie on a chair in front of the Taoist temple. Blowing a cool breeze, I calculated that Gok still had a few days to reach Earth, which was a waste of time. According to the setting of Dragon Ball Super, Beerus will wake up in another month, and the first thing Su will do when he wakes up is to find the Super Saiyan God, and then he comes to Earth. His coming to Earth is an unknown disaster for the Earth, and he must ascend to his realm within this month's time, or even surpass him. Reaching the realm of Beerus in a month is a big challenge, and now that he has transformed into a Super Saiyan God, he is only a 2-dimensional combat power. Compared with Beerus, this is a difference of 108,000 li, but fortunately, the decisive factor of the combat power of 2 Yuan is the basic combat power. As long as the stronger his basic combat power, the stronger the transformation into the Super Saiyan God. Just thought so. A reminder came from the consciousness. Apprentice Sun Wukong's basic combat effectiveness has increased, 1.8 billion, and the Master has received a double increase, 3.6 billion. At present, the basic combat power of the host is 16.7 billion. Oh! Monkey King! This is promoted again? He really deserves to be the protagonist of Dragon Ball. Just one Ultimate Realm King Fist has allowed him to increase his basic combat power by 3.8 billion. I have a hunch that this guy can improve a lot. Apprentice Yulin increased the basic combat power by 650 million, and the Master received a double increase, 1.3 billion. The current host basic combat strength, 18 billion. Oh! Yulin actually increased by 650 million, which is some of the essentials of comprehending the Heavenly Master's art. Lin Fan knew very well in his heart that the Heavenly Master technique was not simple, and if he could comprehend it all and use it skillfully, it would also be an extremely potential exercise. In the future battle, it can bring a lot of help to Tianjin Rice. Lin Fan quickly sobered up in joy. Although he had improved his basic combat power by billions today, he was still too far behind Beerus. No, I have to speed up the speed of accepting apprentices, and I can't wait for the apprentices to come to the door. I wondered in my heart, what other person with good talent on this earth? Son Gohan? As the first hybrid of the Terran and Science, the potential is indeed very strong, and when fighting Shuru, the one-handed turtle sent Qigong waves, which was simply handsome to the point of explosion. Caused countless female fans to scream and revel. But it's a pity that since then, this guy has devoted himself to studying his studies, and for the matter of martial arts, all of them are abandoned, and when the Frisia Legion came to take revenge, he was defeated by a small soldier, which was really a waste of unlimited potential. Now go and let Sun Wuhan worship himself as a teacher, this guy will definitely not be interested. A person who is not interested in cultivation, will not enter the super spiritual time house. The matter of collecting Son Gohan can only be put aside temporarily, and when necessary, it is proposed to take him as an apprentice. Besides Son Gohan, who else has good potential? Goten, Trunks? They were still just children, and they didn't realize the importance of cultivation, and it was not suitable to take them as apprentices now. Then there is Vic and Klin left. Although this guy Vic is not very proud, but his ambition is also very high, he takes the initiative to take him as an apprentice, and he is mostly unwilling to do so, unless he takes the initiative to come forward. Klin is also a salted fish now, isn't it fragrant to sleep with his wife in his arms during cultivation time? Depend on. Thinking about it this way, on Earth, apart from Vegeta, there seem to be no apprentices with good potential. Who else is there to attend the power conference? Frisia. Number 17. The potential of these two guys is very good, not worse than Sun Wukong at all. However, Frisia is still in heaven, and if she wants to take him, she must resurrect him, and the way to resurrect him is through Dragon Ball. And I don't currently have a Dragon Ball radar, which is difficult. The next time you go to Bulma's house, you can ask her for a Dragon Ball radar, and for the time being, you can collect number 17 first. Over the years, number 17 has been working as a ranger on the island, because he does not like to communicate with people very much, and prefers small animals. Don't look at him like this. Over the years, he has not abandoned his cultivation, which is why at the conference of strength, number 17 performed very well. The last person to stand on the field is him. Just do what you say. Lin Fan flew into the air, moving at high speed, and at the same time released his powerful aura, searching for the breath of number 17. Although he didn't know what the breath of number 17 was, he knew that number 17 was very strong. As long as it is a person who encounters a strong aura on the island, it should be the 17th. About 15 minutes later, Lin Fan came to the sky above an island, and when he looked down from above, it was all green. On this island, he felt a strong breath. The owner of this breath should be number 17. Lin Fan landed, and there were piles of stones on the island, and these stones turned into various shapes due to the wind and sun, including flower-shaped, human-shaped, and thousands of paper crane-shaped. These naturally formed shaped stones were almost invisible in normal times. On the shore of the beach, from time to time you see a few crabs crossing the road. The overwhelming trees, like clouds and fog, flow in the breeze, as if to flood the entire island. Not to mention, the scenery here is really good, and the 17th will really enjoy it. End of words. Lin Fan was about to fly in the direction where number 17 was located, when he saw a speedboat speeding towards him. It made him feel wrong. Could it be? Chapter 023. Could it be a poacher? Soon, Lin Fan found that he had not guessed wrong at all, and the person on this speedboat was a poacher. There were 4 people on the speedboat, all of them were strongman level people, and they didn't notice that Lin Fan was on the shore, because they parked the speedboat on the other side. 4 jumped from above, armed with submachine guns. Wearing armed clothes, it is very well equipped. One of the strong men with a black mole on his face looked at a strong man with a tiger tattoo on his arm in front of him and said, "Big brother, this time someone spent a lot of money to collect colorful deer. If we catch colorful deer, we won't have to work for several years." The strong man with a tiger tattooed on his arm smiled heartily. "That's right, but let's be careful not to attract the rangers." The other 3 said disdainfully, "Big brother, you are too careful. There is no forest ranger in this place. Even if there are forest rangers, what can you do? The guys in our hands are not fakes." When Brother Tattooed Tiger heard this, it was indeed like this. Even if there were rangers, what could it be? This is not the first time they have done this kind of thing, and they have encountered rangers several times, and the rangers have been killed by them. The 4 took out an instrument, like a compass, but in fact, this instrument was an instrument for tracking colorful deer. There is the breath of a colorful deer in the instrument, and with the help of the breath, you can quickly find the colorful deer. Known as the breath instrument, this instrument is a favorite thing of poachers. Soon, there were 2 red dots flashing on the instrument, and seeing this scene, the 4 poachers were excited. "Big brother, it's a good thing, it's not just 1 colorful deer, there are 2. This time, we can do it for 10 years without working." Haha! The 4 laughed and were excited. The strong man with a tiger tattooed on his arm said, "Get ready to act." They 4 immediately took out a universal capsule from their pockets, fell to the ground respectively, and with a bang, 4 flying machines appeared. They are very skilled in equipping the aircraft. Then launch. Flying towards the position displayed on the instrument, Lin Fan soared into the air and followed behind them, keeping a certain distance from them. Because the 4 people have the instrument, they soon came to the front position of the two colorful deer. These two colorful deer are very beautiful, the whole body is colorful colors, including the head, like a walking rainbow. 4 poachers saw the two colorful deer, got excited, took out their guns, and prepared to shoot, while the two colorful deer, not yet aware of the danger, were still drinking water by the river. The poacher boss nodded gently. Compare the fingers of 3 to 1. The 4 muffled snorts of poof. If you don't listen carefully, you can't hear it at all, because there is a sound dampening effect. 4 people shot at the same time, in groups of 2, shooting 2 colorful deer. Just as the bullet was about to hit the colorful deer, a person appeared in mid-air. This person had short shoulder-length hair, wore a dark green long-sleeved suit, wore a pair of black gloves, and had a cold face. After he appeared, he easily caught the 4 bullets and looked at the 4 poachers with cold eyes. The 4 poachers saw the person who suddenly appeared, and this person stood directly in the air, without the help of any flying machine, which made their hearts frightened. How could this be? It's completely against common sense. Especially seeing this person's eyes, the back of the 4 people couldn't help but be cold. Obviously the weather is very hot, but it will be so cold. Swallowing his saliva and asking, "Who are you?" Lin Fan stood in mid-air, looking at the person who suddenly appeared. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. Sure enough, it's the 17th. That's right. The person who suddenly appeared now is the 17th, an infinite energy existence. To the poacher's words, number 17 said coldly, "Those who sent you to hell." They 4 poachers didn't know why, their minds boomed, and they both shivered when they saw the fierce killing intent. The strong man with a black mole on his face shouted, "Big brother, he is just one person, we have 4 people, and guns, let's kill him together." When the eldest brother heard this, he felt very good. The other party was alone, and he was 4 people, and he still had weapons in his hands, and he was afraid of it. After thinking of this, the waist bar straightened up a lot. He cursed in his mouth, "Pretend to be Harry. Fuck me." Bang bang bang. Pull the trigger vigorously. The bullets rushed towards number 17 like rain, and seeing these bullets, number 17 was not afraid at all, facing several people, and flew up step by step. Knock knock knock. All the bullets hit no 17's body, but number 17 didn't hurt anything at all, and it wasn't even an exaggeration to say that there was not a single hole in his clothes. This is because when the bullet was about to hit number 17 used his gas to dissolve all its strength, so these bullets just slapped on him like rain. And will rain hurt the tough number 17? Apparently not. When the 4 poachers saw this scene, they were completely stunned, and without any hesitation, they directly threw away their guns, turned around and started the flying machine to run away. The 17th is never soft on poachers. These 4 people, he couldn't let go at all. The figure flashed and disappeared in place. Woohoo! When the 17th appeared, it was still in front of the 4 people. Bang! Almost at the same time, no 17's fist slammed into the bodies of the 4 people, instantly knocking the 4 people into the sky and disappearing without a trace. After dealing with these people, number 17 looked at the 2 colorful deer below, and saw that the 2 colorful deer were still drinking water, and there was a softness in his eyes. It's good that it didn't bother them. Prepare to fly back to your cabin. Interested in talking? Chapter 024. Interested in talking? A voice suddenly sounded in the air. Number 17 was stunned for a moment, and then, suddenly turned around, and saw a young man behind him who didn't know when to appear. This made number 17 frightened in his heart, and at the same time there was a chill in the back of his neck. When this person appeared, he didn't even know. If the other party has any malice and attacks himself, then he is not a trick. The young man he saw now was not someone else, but Lin Fan. While thinking about this, he felt Lin Fan's breath at the same time, but he was surprised to find that he couldn't feel Lin Fan's energy breath, as if the person in front of him was just an ordinary person. A person without energy. But he knew that this person in front of him was not an ordinary person. Could ordinary people use the dance void technique? Apparently not. Number 17 asked in amazement, "Who are you?" Lin Fan. Lin Fan saw No 17's nervousness and said comfortingly, "Don't be nervous, I came here without malice." Number 17 nodded his head slightly, and he also felt that Lin Fan was not malicious, otherwise, he would not have had such a relaxed conversation. "It's already done." Seeing that number 17 did not speak, Lin Fan did not feel strange, because he knew that number 17 was not good at talking. He continued, "May I be invited to your cabin?" Number 17 pondered for a moment, and simply spit out one word, "Good." And with it, "Be the first to fly to your cabin." Lin Fan also followed closely. After less than a while, the two came to the log cabin number 17, which is very simple. It is made of simple wood. If it is a stronger wind, it will blow the log cabin away. But in this forest, the last thing to worry about is the storm. Because it has not yet blown in, it will be blocked by other big trees. It is difficult to blow to him, no matter how big the storm. After arriving here, it will become a breeze. The two entered the cabin. Lin Fan pulled a wooden chair and sat down, and said calmly, "No 17, introduce yourself again. My name is Lin Fan, not an ordinary person, but a relatively special one." As for how special, Lin Fan didn't say it, because he didn't know how special he was. After hearing Lin Fan's self-introduction on the 17th, he instantly understood. No wonder he couldn't see Lin Fan's energy. It turned out that the other party was a god. But this made him very puzzled. "What are you coming to me for? The other party is a god, then it should not be a bad person. What did he come to himself for?" Lin Fan smiled slightly, and did not say it directly, but continued to nag, "I know that over the years, you have not neglected cultivation. On the contrary, you have improved a lot over the years. It's not the 17th anymore. For this, at the power conference, it has been well demonstrated." Number 17 was very surprised in his heart. The other party actually knew that he had not given up cultivation, but after thinking about it, the other party was a god, and it was not strange to know these things. "It's myself, and now I still don't understand the other party's intentions." Puzzled, he asked, "What exactly do you want to say?" "I want to say that you can progress faster. As long as you worship me as a teacher, I can help you greatly improve your combat effectiveness." This time, Lin Fan explained his intentions. To be honest, he couldn't figure out in his heart whether number 17 would worship him as a teacher. Because number 17 was different from Sun Wukong, and it was not easy to guess in his heart. But he felt that he had to show his own posture so that he could better subdue the 17th. Number 17 thought for a few seconds and said, "Worship you as a teacher? That's right, don't you think I'm not qualified?" Lin Fan asked lightly. End of words. Unleashing the momentum of his Super Saiyan God, a terrifying coercion swept the entire Earth in an instant. Capsule Company. Vegeta, who was training in the gravity training room, suddenly felt this terrifying coercion. His body subconsciously trembled, his feet were unstable, and he almost fell to the ground. At the same time, at the first time, he felt that this coercion came from Lin Fan. What a terrifying coercive aura! What kind of existence is this Lin Fan? How do you feel better than before? Is this the power of God? Aren't the gods you can meet before all the crotch-pulling fate? Thinking of this, several gods appeared in his mind: Dandi, the Eastern Realm King God, and the Old Realm King God. No, my dignified Scion Prince will definitely not admit defeat. I will defeat Lin Fan. Train, train. After thinking of this, he immediately accelerated his training and adjusted the gravity to the maximum value of the gravity training room. Not only Vegeta felt Lin Fan's coercion, but the turtle immortal who was looking at the bikini beauty on the luxury ship with a telescope on the island also felt this coercion. The telescope almost missed holding it steady. This is Lin Fan's coercion. At the same time, number 18 and Clin, who were making out, both felt coercion. Vic Bike, Sun Gohan. The same is true for others. As for ordinary people, they feel irritable inexplicably, as if something terrifying is about to come. But everyone who knew Lin Fan's existence, they all knew that this coercion came from Lin Fan. Because today, only Lin Fan can have such terrifying coercion, even the Monkey King of Super Saiyan 3 cannot achieve such an effect. This is the moment. Lin Fan stared at number 17 with cold in his eyes. Now his combat power has reached 18 billion, with the help of the power of the Super Saiyan God on this basis, the momentum is a very terrifying existence. It is precisely because of this that Vegeta and others will feel a sense of terror. And the 17th, which was closest to Lin Fan, was even more uncomfortable. Sweated. Hurriedly gush out his own energy as a resistance. Lin Fan felt almost the same, withdrew his coercion, and in this instant, all the creatures of the earth felt relieved, and everything became relaxed and happy. Number 17, have you thought it through? If you worship a teacher, I will make you stronger. Of course, if you are not willing, I will not force it. The 17th did not immediately agree, but fell into deep thought. P.S. The body has recovered in order to better supervise the boiling water codeword. Boiling water decided, 3 changes a day, and the number of gifts given every day is 100 times. Anything can be done. A dime for love can also be generated. Just add 1 chapter, 8 chapters capped. The current total number of times is 84 times. Chapter 025. Number 17 fell into deep thought for a while. To be honest, he could become stronger, he was naturally moved. With the strength Lin Fan displayed, he also believed that Lin Fan had absolute strength to teach himself. However, at present, he did not know Lin Fan's purpose, so he did not dare to agree to Lin Fan easily, for fear that he would fall for Lin Fan's scheme. Lin Fan saw that he had not spoken, and smiled slightly. If you have any doubts, you can ask questions. I wonder, why are you taking me as an apprentice? What purpose do you have? What do you want to get? Number 17 questioned. Lin Fan knew that number 17 was a smart person, not an absolute martial idiot like Wukong. As long as he could improve his strength, these problems would not be considered at all. Smiled. The reason is very simple. I want my apprentices to spread all over the universe, and you and Sun Wukong are the key apprentices in my selection. Number 17 was really stunned for a moment, and asked in surprise, Sun Wukong is also your apprentice? That's right, he is cultivating in the Super Spirit Time House at the moment, and when he comes out, he will have a brand new improvement. If you are still worried in your heart, then you can wait for Sun Wukong to come out of the Super Spirit Time House, you ask him. Number 17 pondered for a long time. No need to ask, I believe you. He knew that if he really asked Sun Wukong, then it meant that he had instigated. If this is the case, if he really worships the teacher, then he will definitely make Lin Fan look down on him in the future, because the other party will feel that he is too intimidating. Moreover, his heart is also biased towards worshipping teachers. Therefore, he felt that there was no need to ask. Even if he wanted to ask, he had to hide Lin Fan and ask quietly himself. In that case, what should you call me now? Lin Fan asked mockingly. The 17th greeted respectfully, Master. Drip, congratulations to the host for receiving apprentice number 17, obtaining 2 billion basic combat power, Bei Fang energy absorption, regeneration of mechanical cells, divine chi *1. Current host basic combat strength, 20 billion. Lin Fan was slightly surprised, he actually obtained the divine chi again. What is the Bei Fang energy absorption and regeneration of mechanical cells? Bei Fang energy absorption, the special skill of artificial people, both hands support an energy shield, protect themselves in it. The energy shield can absorb energy from all directions, in the absorption process, can move. Regenerative mechanical cells, special cells of artificial humans, implanted in the body of artificial humans, can be regenerated. Super survivability. When Lin Fan saw the effect of these two things, he couldn't help but think in his heart, isn't this designed for number 17? Number 17 also has the ability to absorb energy, but cannot move, which is his most fatal weakness. And this Beifang energy absorption completely restrained this weakness. In the process of absorbing energy, can move, so that it will not be hit by the enemy. Looking at the regeneration of mechanical cells, it is also the god of artificial people. As long as the cells are not completely destroyed, they can be regenerated. For number 17, it is simply a super god costume. He is originally infinite energy, plus this regenerative mechanical cell, it is equal to infinite energy, pseudo-infinite life. I first absorbed and learned the Beifang energy, and then I came to teach number 17. Learn Beifang energy absorption. Learn Beifang energy absorption. Lin Fan withdrew his thoughts. No 17, since you have already worshipped me as a teacher, then I will teach you how to absorb energy now. Before Lin Fan could speak, number 17 raised his eyebrows and said with some ridicule, Master Lin Fan, energy absorption, I will be for a long time, and this does not need your teaching. I thought to myself, is this all I can do? If you only have this ability, is it necessary to worship a teacher? After Lin Fan's eyebrows raised slightly, he got up and turned his back to number 17, I know that you will absorb energy, but your energy absorption is too chicken, and you can't make any movement in the process of absorption. This becomes your ribs, and I'm going to teach you energy absorption, which can move during absorption. What the? Can movement be made during absorption? How is this possible? The problem of not being able to move during energy absorption has been studied for countless years, but there has been no breakthrough all along. Even this is something that is simply impossible. But now Lin Fan said that he could absorb and move at the same time, which was simply a thing that he had studied for many years and felt impossible to achieve at once. He looked at Lin Fan in shock. Is this true? Number 17 was a little unbelievable. It was not a trivial matter, it hit his head, so he had to ask again. Lin Fan said word by word again, that's right, it's true, you can still move during the process of energy absorption. This move of energy absorption, called Beifang energy absorption, is much the same as your original energy absorption, except that this is a defensive shield, and if it is defeated, it cannot be absorbed. If it is not broken, it can be absorbed all the time. The 17th was even more shocked. This is not only an energy absorption shield, but also can be used as a defense, which is also too terrifying. It is no exaggeration to say that this is simply a super level of defense. Seeing No 17's stunned look again and again, Lin Fan smiled slightly, let's not talk nonsense, let's start. He said. The two flew out of the cabin and came to a relatively wide place. Lin Fan said, I'll teach you theoretical knowledge first. Beifang energy absorption, which means, is that you can absorb energy bombs from all directions, turn them into your own energy, and improve your strength. And if you want to exert Beifang energy absorption, artificial humans have the best effect. After half an hour of explanation, number 17 fully understood the theoretical knowledge points of Beifang energy absorption. No 17, you have roughly digested the knowledge points of Beifang energy absorption, try it yourself. Yes. Number 17 didn't have any extra nonsense, and immediately flew to the front, according to the key theory Lin Fan said, on the basis of his own energy absorption, to carry out transformation. Control your breath. Hands suddenly braced. Burst out in his mouth, up. Hoo-hoo. I saw an energy burst out from the middle of his hands, and this energy turned into an energy shield, shrouding him in it. Creates an energy-absorbing hood. At the same time, number 17 began to move at high speed, but he only moved 7 or 8 meters, and the energy absorption cover disappeared. Lin Fan below saw this situation and reminded. Don't worry, adapt slowly, you just started using high-speed movement, it is difficult to adapt, first mediate slowly at low speed. Number 17 was immediately recast. Up. The energy shield once again appeared above his body, enveloping him, and at the same time, he was the first to adapt to low-speed movement as Lin Fan said. After flying 100 meters, the energy-absorbing hood was still there, so his speed became faster and faster, and he became more and more adaptable. Seeing his actions, Lin Fan couldn't help but praise, this No 17's talent is really good. It doesn't look long before we can move on to the next step. P.S. The boiling water has just been read, so far, 11 gifts have been added, and there are still 100 million points away from 100. Everyone cheer, raise your cute little hands and generate electricity for love. Chapter 026. 2 hours later. Number 17 has been able to master Beifang energy absorption, and after exerting Beifang energy absorption, it moves at high speed. Even if you show your peak speed, you can do it. This made number 17 very happy, but he was a person who would not show his happiness on his face, but in his heart, with a calm face. Flying in front of Lin Fan, although his tone was very flat, Lin Fan could hear his gratitude from his tone. Master Lin Fan's 8-way energy absorption is indeed very useful. If it works, it's good. I have one more thing for you. Lin Fan said calmly. The 17th suddenly came to interest. What is it? From the hand of Master Lin Fan, it will definitely not be weak. Lin Fan came up, raised his hand, and pressed it on No 17's shoulder. A colorful light shone out. Meanwhile, Lin Fan said in his consciousness, use regenerative mechanical cells for number 17. Drip, use successfully. At this moment, number 17 clearly felt that there was something more in his body. Lin Fan withdrew his hand at this time, and number 17 was a little panicked in his heart, because Dr. Gro had installed a destruction device in their body in the first place. Now Lin Fan implanted something into his body, giving him the feeling of a frightened bird. Subconsciously, he took 2 steps back and stared at Lin Fan with both eyes. Lin Fan saw his nervousness and reminded, don't be nervous, this is the second treasure I gave you, regenerating mechanical cells. As long as the regenerated mechanical cells are not completely destroyed, you will not die and you will be able to recover as before. In this way, you have unlimited energy, pseudo-level infinite life. Number 17 immediately felt his body. There were many things in his body. Sure enough, it was a cell, and he found that this cell quickly fused into a certain part of his body. Right at this time, Lin Fan took advantage of No 17's lack of attention, and suddenly came up and pulled one of No 17's hands down. Ah! Number 17 let out a pig-killing scream, looked at Lin Fan with a solemn face and extreme vigilance, and actually took the opportunity to do something to himself. Indignantly shouted, "What are you doing? I'll kill you! I believe in him so much, and I treat myself like this now." Lin Fan said unhurriedly, "Don't rush number 17, I told you everything, regenerate mechanical cells, as long as the cells are not completely destroyed, you can recover as before. Look at your arm." Hearing Lin Fan's words, number 17 subconsciously looked at his arm, and was surprised to find that his arm was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's also incredible. What a strong regenerative ability. Number 17 immediately understood that Master Lin Fan pulled his hand off in order to make himself believe, but this way of proving it was too wasteful. In less than a minute, No 17's arm fully grown, and he moved a few times and found that like a normal arm, he was in control and did not feel uncomfortable at all. Thinking of what Lin Fan said earlier, he was equivalent to having a pseudo-infinite life. He couldn't help but be excited. He didn't like to show joy and sadness on his face, but he couldn't hold back his joy at this moment. With an excited face, he said to Lin Fan, "Thank you, Master Lin Fan. Master Lin Fan can give such a good treasure to himself, but he really cares about himself." This made him remember. "This is my gift to you. Next, are you willing to cultivate in the Super Spirit Time House?" Number 17 didn't think about it at all and nodded, "I do." He glanced around and showed a difficult look on his face, "But I still have to go to work, and if I leave for too long, there may be bad people coming to poach." Lin Fan explained with a smile, "Don't worry, you won't leave for too long. The effect of the Super Spirit Time House is very magical, staying inside for 10 years is equivalent to a day outside." Number 17 did not hesitate any longer and said, "Master Lin Fan, I am willing to go in and cultivate. Let's go now." Lin Fan was waiting for this sentence, he just needed the hard work of number 17. "Come with me." Lin Fan flew in front, and 17 followed closely behind. Not a moment later, the two came to the outside of the Super Spirit Time House not far from the Taoist temple. "This is the Super Spirit Time House, number 17, let's go inside." Number 17 looked at the Super Spirit Time House, without any hesitation, quickly flew in, and did not have any doubts about Lin Fan's words. Because he felt in his heart that Lin Fan's strength was so strong, if he wanted to have any evil intentions towards himself, he would not be so troublesome. Just get your hands dirty. It is even more impossible to send yourself to regenerate mechanical cells and teach Beifang energy absorption. When Lin Fan saw number 17 entering, a satisfied smile was outlined at the corner of his mouth. "No 17, I look forward to your performance for the division." Inside the Super Spirit Time House. As soon as number 17 entered the Super Spirit Time House, he saw Sun Wukong standing in mid-air, constantly practicing boxing. It was also at this moment that Sun Wukong felt a strong aura enter the Super Spirit Time House. Paused the practice and looked at the entrance position. He saw number 17, which made Sun Wukong very surprised, flew to number 17, and asked in surprise, "No 17, why are you here?" Number 17 was a little surprised to see that Sun Wukong was also here, but after thinking about it, Sun Wukong is also Master Lin Fan's apprentice, so it is normal for him to be here. "Monkey King, are you there too?" Sun Wukong scratched his head, "Yes, Master Lin Fan taught me the Ultimate Realm King Fist, so I came in to cultivate." "Ultimate Realm King Fist?" Number 17 muttered and asked, "Realm King Fist he knows, what the hell is the Ultimate Realm King Fist?" Seeing his doubts, Sun Wukong did not skimp and explained, "The Ultimate Realm King Fist is the ultimate version of the Realm King Fist, which can reduce physical exertion and the pain effect brought by the body. Better display a higher Realm King Fist." Number 17 was suddenly surprised, the Realm King Fist was already powerful, this Ultimate Realm King Fist actually had such an effect, wouldn't that mean that it greatly strengthened the Realm King Fist? This Master Lin Fan not only understands Beifang energy absorption, but also understands the Ultimate Realm King Fist. What kind of existence is he? Number 17, tell me quickly, why did you come in too? You won't also become Master Lin Fan's apprentice, will you? Sun Wukong asked with a curious look, with a little expectation in his curious eyes. Chapter 027. Yes. I am also Master Lin Fan's apprentice now. Number 17 explained. Sun Wukong's face immediately showed an enthusiastic look. "Ah, you really became Master Lin Fan's apprentice. It's really great. Master Lin Fan is very strong." Number 17 nodded approvingly. What Sun Wukong didn't know was that number 17 had personally experienced it, and he himself was just a fantasy, or even a belief. Lin Fan is very strong. Oh, someone is in. At this moment, a woman wearing a cheongsam, plump and round, and curvy woman flew in. Sun Wukong saw her and greeted, "Yes, Yulin, he is the number 17, a very powerful person." No 17 looked at the comer, and at a glance, he could see that this person's strength was very average, at least for him, it was indeed very average. But there is a lot of growth power, as long as you keep cultivating, you will have a great future in the future. He felt as if he understood Master Lin Fan's principle of accepting apprentices, that is, only accepting apprentices with potential. Sun Wukong's potential is very strong, and the woman in front of her, although the potential is not as good as Sun Wukong, but it is not bad. In fact, the reason why he felt that Yuren's potential was good was because Yuren's comprehension of the Heavenly Master technique had reached the 4th layer, and the potential of his body had been developed. Heavenly Master technique, there are a total of 12 layers, the growth power of each layer is terrifying, if it reaches the 12 layers, it must be extraordinary. Number 17, hello, my name is Yuren. Yuren's generous greeting. Number 17 is not good at talking to people, but Yuren greets him, and he is not easy to refuse, so he just said flatly, hello. Yuren was a little puzzled, why was this guy so cold, just about to ask, he felt that his spirit was a little weak. Suddenly, she reacted, looked at Sun Wukong and the two and said, my spiritual power is exhausted, you guys cultivate well. Hey! Just after speaking, Yuren disappeared in an instant. Super spirit time outside the house. Lin Fan was just about to fly back to the Taoist temple when he saw Yulen come out. When Yulen saw Lin Fan, she was overjoyed, quickly flew up, and said happily, Master. Now that her combat effectiveness has improved, she clearly feels that this master in front of her is really strong and invincible. It is not at all comparable to the previous master, and if you cultivate with him well, your future combat effectiveness is definitely good. How's the harvest? Lin Fan asked with a smile. In fact, how much combat effectiveness Yulen had improved, he knew in his heart. When it comes to her gains, Yulen is very happy. The harvest is very good, thank you master for teaching. Lin Fan nodded lightly, continue to work hard in the future, wait for the spiritual power to be stronger, and cultivate in the super spiritual time house, you can't waste the opportunity. Understood, master. By the way, master, the number 17 who entered in the back is also your apprentice, right? It feels like he's so cold. Yulen remembered the cold appearance of number 17 and was a little displeased. Lin Fan explained with a smile, normal, he is that kind of personality, just get used to it. You met him. Hearing the master say this, Yulen didn't think much more, yes, Sun Wukong also met him. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth slightly outlined a satisfied smile. And then flew towards the direction of the Taoist temple. When Sun Wukong meets number 17, it will definitely set off a small spark. Whether it is Sun Wukong or number 17, it is difficult to greatly improve combat effectiveness by simply training, and only by engaging in fierce duels can we better improve combat effectiveness. They know this to each other. If they increase their combat effectiveness, then they will also be improved, or double. It's a real treat. Inside the Super Spirit Time House. After Sun Wukong talked with number 17 for a while, the former looked at number 17 with a feverish expression. On the 17th, we haven't fought for a long time, how about a duel? Number 17 now has regenerative mechanical cells and Beifang energy absorption, and I also want to find one to try the effect. The Monkey King in front of him is the best candidate, even if Monkey King does not propose it, he may propose it. Good. Hearing the promise of the 17th, Sun Wukong was overjoyed, great, finally not boring. Immediately use the dance technique and take off, and the 17th also takes off. The two flew into mid-air and stood on the same level. Number 17, are you ready? Sun Wukong said excitedly. Number 17 looked calm and hooked his hand. Seeing his appearance at this moment, Sun Wukong seemed to see the artificial man who wantonly destroyed at the beginning. Oh! Ho ho! The first to rush towards the 17th, his fist jerked out. Bang! Number 17 stood in place, easily blocked Sun Wukong's fist, and said lightly, "Sun Wukong, transform into a Super Saiyan." "Normal, you are not my opponent, waste time like this, we will not have any improvement." "Good." An excited smile appeared at the corner of Sun Wukong's mouth, he just needed a strong opponent. After putting a certain distance from number 17, he clenched his fists and shouted, "Ha!" Instantly, Sun Wukong's body was full of golden light, and the light shone around, a piece of golden light. A few seconds later, the light dissipated, and I saw Sun Wukong transform into Super Saiyan 3. The blonde hair grew to the waist, and the whole body was covered with a layer of golden aura. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and said excitedly, "This is Super Saiyan 3. Surpasses Super Saiyan 2 times by countless times." Number 17 had a flat face, and he admitted that Super Saiyan 3 was indeed strong, but he was not bad either. "Clench your fists." "Aha! Whew!" I saw that the momentum on No 17's body soared, and the surrounding air, because of his momentum, rolled up one storm after another. The storm fanned the woods below and howled. Sun Wukong felt that the momentum of number 17 was comparable to his own, and said in shock, "No 17, you are so strong. It seems that over the years, you have not given up cultivation." Number 17 smiled heartily, "You too." Ho ho! End of words. As soon as the figures of the two moved, they only felt that two virtual shadows flashed, and they had already arrived in front of each other, punching each other. Boom! A punch that exceeded common sense instantly burst out a thick energy, and the energy spread around. Where it goes, you can clearly see that a wave rolls away. The two did not stop fighting with each other. Bang bang bang! The fists continued to smash into each other, and in just a few seconds, the two had already thrown hundreds of punches, but none of them hurt each other. Bang! The two punched each other again, and at the same time retreated more than 10 meters. Sun Wukong's right hand swung out, and several Qigong bombs bombarded it. Chapter 028. Hoo! Just as the bomb was about to hit number 17, a green energy shroud enveloped it. Shh! The air bomb bombarded it, and it was instantly absorbed by the energy shield and turned into the energy of the 17th. Sun Wukong was not surprised to see his air bomb being absorbed, because he knew that number 17 had this ability. And he also knows that this is the weakness of the 17th. Seeing number 17 unfold the energy shield, he was ecstatic in his heart and drank in his mouth, "No 17, you are deceived." Hey! The figure disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in front of number 17 and was ready to punch him. Whew! However, Sun Wukong punched the air. Looking closely, number 17 had flashed to the other side, thinking secretly in his heart, could it be that he instantly lifted the energy shield? Sun Wukong knew that when the 17th turned on energy absorption, he could not move, that is, he knew the weakness of the 17th, so he deliberately released a few Qigong bombs, led the 17th to be fooled, and grabbed the gap to attack. When he thought that the 17th had lifted the energy shield in an instant, he saw the energy shield on the other party. It was not lifted. How so? Just when he was wondering, No 17's fist had already slammed up. Bang! A punch smashed into Sun Wukong's abdomen. Directly knocked it out hundreds of meters away, and before Sun Wukong could stabilize his body, number 17 was like a rocket, catapulted behind him. A sweeping leg sweep swept at Sun Wukong's back. One grabbed Sun Wukong's arm, slammed it over the shoulder, threw it out, and aimed his hands at Sun Wukong with both hands open. Shouted, "Continuous air bombs!" Dozens of Qigong bombs bombarded Sun Wukong. Boom, boom, boom. All smashed on Sun Wukong's body, billowing smoke suddenly appeared, and the sky became grey, as if the entire sky was shrouded in smoke. Number 17 stood in the air, staring ahead, feeling the breath of the Monkey King. Hey! Suddenly, a strong aura rushed towards him. I saw Sun Wukong rushing out of the smoke and smashing a strong punch towards him. Number 17 had already prepared, because he knew that Sun Wukong's vitality was very tenacious, like a small strong who could not be killed. So he didn't have any delusions at all, and he could defeat Sun Wukong with continuous air bombs. Bang! The two punched each other and flipped in the air at the same time, then stood firm. I saw that Sun Wukong's clothes were tattered, and the burnt smoke rose slightly. Obviously, the continuous air bombs just now caused a lot of damage to his clothes. As for him, it seems to hurt. Sun Wukong said in horror, "Ah, number 17, you have become so strong now, when you use energy absorption, can't you move?" Number 17 looked indifferent. "I forgot to tell you, one of the skills taught by Master Lin Fan is Beifang energy absorption." There was a hint of pride in his tone. He was proud of Lin Fan. Sun Wukong scratched his head and asked very confusedly, "Beifang energy absorption? What is it?" Beifang energy absorption is an energy hood that can be absorbed and moved at the same time, which belongs to the upgraded version of the energy shield. Number 17 explained. When Sun Wukong heard this, he said with admiration, "Ah, it's so powerful, Master Lin Fan knows too many moves." No. 17 smiled deeply and didn't say much, but he agreed with Sun Wukong's statement in his heart. Master Lin Fan not only has many moves, it seems that there are also many treasures. As far as the regenerative mechanical cells he gave himself are a super baby. "Come on, number 17. Let's fight with all our might," Sun Wukong said excitedly. End of words. AA. The momentum on Sun Wukong's body increased again, and a destructive aura was generated around him, completely surpassing the previous state and entering the Super Saiyan 3 full power state. Number 17 hooked the corners of his mouth, and his handsome face had a charming smile. "You are finally willing to show all your strength. So, let's cast the Ultimate Realm King Fist as well." Sun Wukong smiled happily. "The Ultimate Realm King Fist is not a last resort, I will not use it." He wanted to see how strong number 17 really was, so he decided whether he wanted to cast the Ultimate Realm King Fist. Because he now casts the Ultimate Realm King Fist, he can achieve 30 times the effect, and the 30 times effect is superimposed on the full power of Super Saiyan 3, he has the confidence to defeat the 17th, or even kill. Therefore, he will not easily cast the Ultimate Realm King Fist, and even if he does, it will not be increased to 30 times. Worry can't hold on. Kill number 17. Number 17 saw Sun Wukong's attitude and knew that he was despising himself, but he didn't have any anger, because the other party had this strength. And he is not the kind of person who can let others dictate his mood, except, of course, his own loved ones. The two took an aggressive stance. Hey! Instantly disappeared in place, and when the two appeared, they had already appeared in the top position. Bang! Bang bang! The fists of the two constantly bombarded, and the powerful impact energy made the heavens and the earth shake from time to time, and one after another storms formed, sweeping the earth, and the sky gradually darkened. The ground is constantly cracking. In less than a few moments, the entire land had become a volcanic eruption type. But neither of them stopped attacking, and when they entered, Master Lin Fan told them that they could build it in it at will. Because no matter how it is built, after an hour, everything will return to the way it was. There is no need to worry that your strength is too strong, and it is impossible to destroy the super spiritual time house. Super spirit time outside the house. Drip, Apprentice Sun Wukong increased the basic combat power by 2 billion, and the Master received a double increase, 4 billion. Current host combat strength, 24 billion. D. Apprentice number 17 increases the basic combat effectiveness by 3 billion, and the Master gets a double boost, 6 billion. Current host combat strength, 30 billion. Hearing the voice coming from his consciousness, Lin Fan felt sweet in his heart. He had worked so hard to teach for so long, and it was finally rewarded. If this let others know what Lin Fan was thinking, they would definitely not be able to help but say, "Are you really working hard?" An apprentice only teaches for a few hours. Lin Fan's method of teaching apprentices is indeed not the contrary, it is very salty, because he plans to teach these apprentices once or 2 or 3 times, and then throw them into the super spirit time room. If he taught these apprentices every day, then he would definitely not be happy. It's not that he is worried that the apprentice has learned his own skills. But he doesn't want to be so tired, if not for the fact that he still has to accept an apprentice, he wants to lie down directly. Chapter 029. Inside the Super Spirit Time House. At the beginning, the Monkey King Super Saiyan 3 full power form was comparable to the number 17, but it became longer and longer as time passed. No 17's combat power gradually surpassed Sun Wukong, and suppressed the other party, because he is an artificial human with unlimited energy and can use air bomb attacks indefinitely. And Sun Wukong, with limited energy, not only that, but also cannot use air bomb attacks, because number 17 can absorb his air bomb energy. Even the turtle sect Qigong wave was previously absorbed by number 17, which created a situation. Number 17 is mainly based on air bomb attacks, supplemented by dodging, and from time to time it attacks close to Sun Wukong, but it does not entangle for too long. This caused Sun Wukong to be very weak, and he had a feeling that he couldn't use it, and he was constantly being flown a kite. Tap-da-da. Another continuous air bomb bombarded up, Sun Wukong crossed his hands, and the continuous air bomb completely bombarded his hands. I feel very humiliated. Very weak. Thinking in my heart, number 17 is also too lazy, energy is infinitely used, constantly attacking with air bombs, sooner or later can drag himself down. Only if his speed surpasses him, can he better fight with him, so he can only use the ultimate Realm King Fist. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong did not hesitate any longer, clenched his fists, and drank violently in his mouth. Aha! Ultimate Realm King Fist! Woohoo! In an instant, I saw that the red brilliance on Sun Wukong's body soared, and every momentum on his body shot out a cold light for 10 times. In a flash, Sun Wu's air momentum rose again, and his momentum instantly increased to 10 times the full power of Super Saiyan 3. Number 17, standing in front of him, felt a sense of urgency. I couldn't help but muttered in my heart, the ultimate Realm King Fist is indeed very strong. Sun Wukong said that he can cast 30 times the ultimate Realm King Fist, just 10 times, he can have such an effect, then 30 times, isn't it? No. 17 already understood in his heart that if Sun Wukong really released 30 times the Realm King Fist, he was really not an opponent. But 10 times. He is confident enough to win. His fists were clenched, and his mouth also burst out, ha! The momentum on number 17 also climbed again, and his combat effectiveness was greatly improved. And at this time, Sun Wukong has stabilized, and there are 2 chi flames on his body, and the red Realm King Fist flame is wrapped in the golden Super Saiyan 3 chi flame. Extremely handsome. Seeing that the combat effectiveness of number 17 was rising rapidly, Sun Wukong was slightly surprised, but his face was more excited. No 17, you really hide your strength. Less than a moment later, the combat effectiveness of number 17 was raised to the stage of Sun Wukong's current moment. The 2 disappeared into the air again. The fists keep killing. Immediately afterwards, the energy erupted throughout the Super Spirit Time House, full of oppressive force. Under their energy pressure, the volcano erupted, and the tsunami surged up. In less than a moment, the whole world was a fiery red piece, full of fire, even where there was sea water, it was fiery red, and the volcano merged with the sea to become a real sea of fire. Doomsday! The two slammed their fists together at the same time, and No. 17 pinched Sun Wukong's fist, and the two fought hard. Sun Wukong, 10 times the Realm King fist can't beat me, let's improve it again. Bang! The two shot out at the same time, and Sun Wukong was knocked 7 or 8 meters away by number 17. Sun Wukong said with a face full of excitement, "I'm getting more and more excited." He hasn't experienced this kind of fierce battle since defeating Majin Bu. Although I fought with Tianjin Rice for a while a few days ago, compared to the current intensity of the battle, it was nothing at all. Not fun at all. For a martial idiot, without a happy battle, it is a great torture. Aha, ha! Ultimate Realm King Fist 20 times. Sun Wukong raised the Ultimate Realm King Fist to 20 times, and if it was just an ordinary Realm King Fist, he would feel pain coming from his body. Not only that, but physical strength will also be consumed very quickly. But this Ultimate Realm King Fist, after he cast it 20 times, he didn't feel any pain, and although his physical strength was also consumed, it was not as terrifying as the consumption of ordinary Realm King Fist. The red aura on his body became even stronger. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and said with great confidence, "No 17, this is 20 times the Ultimate Realm King Fist, I'm going to start attacking." Hoo-hoo! The figure disappeared instantly. At this moment, number 17 felt something was wrong, because he saw that Sun Wukong's figure was very blurry. This means that the other party's speed has surpassed him by a lot. Quickly put a distance between him and Sun Wukong, pointed his hands forward, and shouted, "Continuous air bombs!" Dozens of Qigong bombs blasted out. At this moment, the continuous air bomb is no longer compared with the energy of the continuous air bomb at the beginning, but the continuous air bomb unleashed by the peak strength of the 17th. If most of them are killed on Sun Wukong's body, they can also bring him a lot of damage. Although these air bombs cannot make Sun Wukong retreat, if they hit Sun Wukong, they will greatly reduce Sun Wukong's speed. At that time, the 17th can unleash more powerful attack methods. If you don't even know the location of the opponent, then you don't know how to attack at all. Boom! All Qigong bombs explode in the air. But the 17th has a very bad premonition. Hoo-hoo! Suddenly he felt a breeze in his ears, and suddenly he understood that Sun Wukong was already by his side. Just ready to react. Bang! Sun Wukong had already appeared behind him, and a strong punch slammed into his body. Fortunately, No 17's body has a Beifang energy absorption shield. Although this Beifang energy absorption shield is mainly to absorb energy gas bombs, it also has a very good defensive effect. So Sun Wukong's punch is not too serious for number 17. After the 17th reacted, he kicked Sun Wukong, ready to distance himself from him, but Sun Wukong had already guessed his thoughts. First sideways and dodged the attack. Bang! Another punch smashed on the Beifang energy absorber cover of number 17. Number 17 understood that Sun Wukong was taking advantage of his speed advantage and taking the lead in launching his own attack methods. In this way, he is not Sun Wukong's opponent at all. After thinking about this, No 17's fists were clenched, the blue tendons on his arms were straight up, and his head was raised to the sky. Roared into the sky. Infinite continuous air bombs. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a terrifying energy aura erupted from No 17's body, and these energy auras turned into countless parts, centered on his body, condensed into one after another chi bombs and went towards the overwhelming attacks around. Chapter 030. Sun Wukong never expected that the 17th would have such a move. Looking at these continuous air bombs as dense as drizzle, constantly avoiding them, it is really impossible to avoid, so I block them with my arms. Also at this time, number 17 saw Sun Wukong blocking the gap of the Qigong bomb with his hand, and rushed towards Sun Wukong with the momentum of the mountain and the sea. Bang! One punch blasted. However, he did not hit Sun Wukong's chest, but was blocked by Sun Wukong's palm. And he saw a smile on the other side's face. Instantly he reacted. Could it be that Sun Wukong was deliberately waiting for himself? He guessed correctly. Sun Wukong did it on purpose. Because Sun Wukong knows that it is a little difficult for him to take the initiative to approach number 17, because the other party has unlimited energy, but he can lure number 17 to take the initiative to come up. Now it seems that my approach has been very successful. Number 17 was about to withdraw his hand, but was grabbed by Sun Wukong's backhand. Pull it closer. Bang! At the same time, the fist of the other hand had already smashed towards No 17's chest. Bang bang! In an instant, dozens of punches had already been smashed, and the sound of nourishment came from the Beifang absorption energy shield, constantly exploding. Sun Wukong raised his fist at this time. Ha! Condensing the power of the whole body, the heaven-destroying punch slammed on the 17th Beifang energy absorption shield. Snap! The Beifang energy absorption shield suddenly shattered, and Sun Wukong's punch directly slammed into No 17's chest. Sun Wukong also let go of No 17's hand at this moment, and put his hands on his waist. Turtle Pai Qigong. Bo! Ha! A supreme energy condensed into a turtle faction Qigong wave, rumbling towards the 17th, and the clouds were surging, terrifying. Boom! The extremely strong energy bombarded No 17's body, and smoke rose one after another, and I saw No 17's body fall rapidly. When Sun Wukong saw this scene, he reacted instantly, and his face was full of embarrassment. Ah! I don't seem to have a good grasp of the strength. Fly up quickly. Hold number 17 to prevent him from falling into the volcano. Lift your state and return to normalcy. Hurriedly apologized to number 17, who looked embarrassed. No 17, I'm sorry, I didn't control myself just now, so I just, number 17. Smiled with difficulty. It's okay. At the same time, he also realized in his heart that there was still a big gap between himself and Sun Wukong, and he originally thought that he was only 30 times inferior to his ultimate realm King Fist. Now it's only 20 times, I can't carry it myself, I have to train at full strength. However, after such a battle, his combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. Sun Wukong looked at number 17, whose face was covered in blood and had a huge wound on his chest, and asked again, "Are you really okay?" Number 17 really wants to scold Sun Wukong for being a wooden fish head, he has become like this, and ask himself if there is anything wrong? Something must be wrong? But can you say you're in trouble? Obviously you can't, otherwise where is your face stored? It's okay. Sun Wukong clearly saw at this time that the wound on No 17's chest was healing at the speed of the naked eye. Shocked, he asked, "Ah, number 17, how can your wound heal on its own?" Number 17 just smiled. This is the ability to regenerate mechanical cells, but he didn't tell Sun Wukong because it was his whole card. If you tell others your whole cards, wouldn't you be dangerous? Sun Wukong saw that number 17 just smiled, did not answer himself, was even more curious, just about to continue to ask, he felt his body fluttering. The mental power was a little trance, and suddenly he understood that his spiritual power should be exhausted. On the 17th, my mental power is exhausted, I want to go out first, after I come out, we will compete again. Hey! Sun Wukong's figure disappeared instantly, as if it had never appeared. And he suddenly disappeared, and the 17th fell down again. Fell to the edge of a volcano, and his thighs were just inside the fire. The sea of fire kept melting No 17's thighs. Number 17 couldn't help but scold. Sun Wukong! You're not just a monkey, you're a real dog. Also at this time, the Earth of the Super Spirit Time House is rapidly returning to its original state, exactly an hour after the last recovery. Super Spirit Time outside the house. Lin Fan's consciousness sounded. Drip, Apprentice Sun Wukong increases basic combat effectiveness, 3 billion, and Master gets double boost, 6 billion. Current host basic combat strength, 36 billion. D. Apprentice number 17 increases basic combat effectiveness, 3 billion, Master gets double boost, 6 billion. The current basic combat strength of the host, 42 billion. Lin Fan suddenly heard the system's reminders sound, and his mood was like a pot of burning fire, hot and baking, great, and increased by 12 billion. It didn't disappoint me at all. Combat is indeed more effective than boring training. In the future, there will be more apprentices, do you want to pull them together to compete? In that way, if you look at the game yourself, your combat effectiveness will soar. Poked his slender finger. Tian Zizi thought, this seems to be a very good idea, but there has to be a reason, otherwise they would not be so desperate. Not everyone is a martial artist like Gaku. By the way, I can hold a Lin Clan disciple competition, and when the time comes, I will give some good rewards, which will definitely attract everyone to compete hard. Good, this method is really good. Master Lin Fan. Just as Lin Fan Miiza was thinking, a magnetic voice came. Just by listening to the voice, I knew it was Sun Wukong. Open his eyes and smile. It's out. Sun Wukong nodded happily. Clenched his fists and said with great joy, Master Lin Fan, I feel that I have improved a lot. You improved a lot? Then I just doubled. However, Lin Fan did not say this idea, but encouraged, keep up the good work, you are just getting started. Sun Wukong did not get carried away, because he knew that his road was still far away, and his goal was to catch up with Master Lin Fan. Think of these. He immediately said, Master Lin Fan, you teach me the way to become a god. I want to fight you early. Lin Fan is not afraid of Sun Wukong at all now, so he has nothing to hide. Yes, you first have a good night's rest, come to me tomorrow, I will teach you how to control your breath. Originally, he wanted to tell Sun Wukong that as long as 6 righteous scions focused the light of their righteous heart on one of them, he could become a super scion god, but he thought about it for a while and still forgot it. Because at this moment, Sun Wuhan's daughter-in-law by diary is not pregnant, even if she is pregnant, she has not formed a fetus, and without the addition of her granddaughter Xiao Fang, Sun Wukong cannot become a super scion god. Control the breath. Sun Wukong didn't quite understand, isn't controlling breath a very basic cultivation? Why teach it? Chapter 031. Lin Fan roughly explained, this control breath is not simply controlling the breath, but the first step into the realm of gods. Great, Master! Hurry back and change your clothes. Looking at Sun Wukong's tattered clothes, Lin Fan reminded. That's right, Master. Sun Wukong suddenly remembered something. What? Lin Fan was a little puzzled. Could it be that Sun Wukong still has any problems? What's going on with No 17's body? I saw his wounds heal automatically. For this question, Sun Wukong has been still wondering until now. Because he clearly remembers that when he fought the decisive battle with number 17, number 17 did not have such skills. Could it be that it has been cultivated over the years? Or maybe Master Lin Fan taught him. For Master Lin Fan's skills, Sun Wukong now believes in it, and almost all kinds of moves will be. Lin Fan looked at Sun Wukong's doubts and pondered for a moment. He was so curious, he should have asked number 17, and the other party did not tell him, not because he did not believe him. Instead, I want to use the regeneration of mechanical cells as a whole card. If he told Sun Wukong, wouldn't that be equivalent to exposing the whole card of number 17? Although number 17 will not blame himself, but doing so, it really can't work. You still need to ask number 17 about this. Sun Wukong suddenly misunderstood, and thought that Lin Fan didn't know, and scratched the back of his head. Ah, Master Lin Fan doesn't know either. Lin Fan just smiled and said instead, hurry back and change your clothes. Yes. Then Sun Wukong put his index finger and middle finger together, and his mind moved, disappearing in an instant. Lin Fan looked at the disappearing Monkey King and muttered, this instantaneous movement is good, it is simply a necessary divine skill for home travel. I wonder when the system will reward me with one. Ha! Yawned. I'm a little sleepy, go back and rest. Stand up and prepare to return to the Taoist temple to rest. Toot toot toot. The mobile phone rings suddenly at this time. Lin Fan suddenly called a spirit. This mobile phone was given to him by Bulma, and the person who knew the phone number of this mobile phone should be only Bulma. Even if it is myself, I don't know what my number is. Could it be that Gark is coming? Thinking of this, connect the phone. Hey! Mr. Lin Fan, it's me, Bulma. A crisp voice came from the other end of the phone. When Lin Fan heard it, it was indeed Bulma. Puzzled, he asked, Bulma, is there something wrong with calling so late? Mr. Lin Fan, in a month, I have a birthday party and I want to invite you to participate. Okay, in a month, I'll go. Lin Fan didn't think about it, and directly agreed. It was a pity in my heart, and I thought it was Gauci coming. Bulma didn't expect Lin Fan to agree so cheerfully, and she thought that she needed to invite more for a while. By the way, Mr. Lin Fan, Gark just called, he said that he will arrive on Earth at noon tomorrow, and you will come to my house at noon tomorrow. Lin Fan, who was slightly disappointed, heard this, and instantly felt that he was in a good mood. Good. Then, the two chattered a couple of words and hung up the phone. Holding the phone in his hand, he said happily, I didn't expect that Gok was really coming. In this way, I have a map of the universe. And I can contact Broly when the time comes. Thinking that he would be able to take Broly immediately, he couldn't suppress his mood, and the thief was excited. Forward. Just Bulma said that in a month, it will be her birthday party. Lin Fan reacted suddenly. So, in just 1 month, Beerus and Ves will descend on Earth. He still remembers that Beerus and Weiss suddenly descended on Earth during Bulma's birthday party, first meeting the Monkey King, and then arriving on Bulma's luxury ship. Met Vegeta. Vegeta almost peed when she saw him. Because Beerus is the shadow of Vegeta's childhood, in his childhood, he saw with his own eyes that his father, King Vegeta, was trampled under Beerus, not moving at all. How humble it is, how humble it is. The more I think about it, the more I feel that time is pressing. No, we must speed up the pace of apprenticeship. Saying that, he flew back to the Taoist temple, lay on the bed, leisurely played with his mobile phone, and played for a while to sleep. The pace of apprenticeship is to speed up, but it is time to rest. Who called him a salted fish? Wanting him to work hard to collect apprentices, he said that he couldn't do it, lying flat was the only way out for the crosser. Next. Just woke up and heard the system's reminder sound. D. Apprentice number 17 increases basic combat effectiveness, 2.5 billion, Master gets double boost, 5 billion. Current host combat strength, 47 billion. Lin Fan stretched his waist, it's really good, as soon as I wake up, I have increased my combat effectiveness by 5 billion, it seems that salted fish is still suitable for me. Apprentices, you have to work hard, if you don't cultivate hard, how can Master surpass Beerus? While muttering, he walked out of the room. As soon as he walked out, he saw Yulin walking quickly with a smile, Master, breakfast is ready. Oh! Is it so good? Lin Fan was very surprised, he had accepted a few apprentices, and it was the first time he encountered that breakfast had been prepared for himself, and he came to invite himself to eat. Yulin explained with a smile, apprentices should honor master, too. Well, this female apprentice is worth it. It seems that there is an opportunity to accept a few more female apprentices, and the qualifications are almost good. If nothing else, just to be able to eat breakfast and drink fresh milk in the future. Wait for the female apprentice? Isn't the angel Bardos a woman? If this can accept the angel Bardos as a female apprentice in the future, it will also be a very good thing. Not only is the talent extremely high, but the appearance is also the best. The background is also nice. The daughter of the great priest. This identity is in the universe, can completely walk sideways. If he becomes her master, even if his strength is average, he can also walk sideways in the universe. It's nice to think about. But it seems a bit of a pipe dream. The master and apprentice arrived at the Taoist temple's dining point. Breakfast had been prepared, bread and milk. The dumplings and Tianjin rice were also there, and after the two saw Lin Fan coming, they stood up all of a sudden, and greeted respectfully, "Master." "Well, sit down and eat." "Yes." The three sat down in good manners. Just sat down. With a bang, Sun Wukong suddenly appeared, and the first time he looked at Lin Fan. "Master Lin Fan." "I'm coming." When Yulin saw the Monkey King who suddenly appeared, she was surprised and asked suspiciously, "Could it be that this is the Yuan god out of the blue?" Chapter 032. This is not the Yuan god out of your heavenly master art, this is teleportation. Lin Fan explained. And Zhen Shen out of the body is not like that. The Yuan Shen out of the body is in place, and the Yuan Shen out of the body is not directly to another place like Sun Wukong. Yuan was the first time she had heard of the teleportation skill, but just listening to the name, she felt that it was very practical. Looking at Lin Fan, he playfully asked, "Master Lin Fan, can you teach me to teleport?" Tianjin Fan, Sun Wukong and the others were slightly stunned. Very few people can teleport, and the people they know so far are only Sun Wukong alone. Can it be said that Master Lin Fan will also be? To be honest, if Lin Fan said that he would too, they would not have any doubts at all. Especially Tianjin Rice. He even believed that Lin Fan would, because Lin Fan could even integrate the three-eyed Tianzun bloodline into his body, so what was the skill of teleportation? Lin Fan was a little embarrassed in his heart, he wouldn't teleport at all now, but he believed that the system would definitely reward him for teleportation in the future. Yuan, it's not that you want to learn anything, I'll teach you anything, and it's not that you are suitable for any skill. With your talent, it is mainly suitable for learning the heavenly master technique, suitable for studying the Yuan god out of the body, and the teleportation technique is not suitable for you. When Yulin heard this, she immediately nodded and accepted it humbly. "Master, the apprentice understands." When Tianjin Fan and the others heard Lin Fan's words, they wondered in their hearts whether Master would really move instantly. Sun Wukong didn't think so much, the thing he wanted most now was to follow Lin Fan to learn the method of controlling breath. "Master Lin Fan, hurry up and teach me to learn the breath control method." "Gaku, don't be in a hurry, eat some breakfast first." Lin Fan saw Sun Wukong's monkey anxious appearance, and couldn't help but think that it was worthy of being a monkey. It was a monkey. Monkey King looked at the bread and milk on the table. "I thought for a few seconds. I sat down, grabbed a few loaves of bread, ate them, and gulped down the milk." Lin Fan suddenly reacted to a question. That is, Sun Wukong's food intake is terrifying. Seeing that Sun Wukong had already eaten 7 steamed buns and 5 cups of milk in a blink of an eye, Yulin's face turned dark, and in eating like this, the master didn't eat anything. Immediately reprimanded, "Why do you eat so much? Master hasn't eaten it yet." Lin Fan didn't eat much, so he didn't care. "It's okay, he eats." Sun Wukong scratched his head with an embarrassed look and said while eating, "It's so delicious, I can't control myself." Except for Yuan, everyone was crying and laughing. Tianjin Fan couldn't help but say, Wukong, for you, as long as it is something that can be eaten, there is nothing bad to eat. Sun Wukong smiled awkwardly, he really didn't pick his mouth, and he felt that as long as there was food, it was the most delicious. There is simply no such thing as a good taste or a bad taste. After breakfast, Lin Fan brought a few people to the Taoist temple hall. Sit cross-kneeled in the main seat. Below, there are sitting Tianjin rice, Sun Wukong, Yulin, and dumplings. Today, Master Wei will teach you how to control your breath. The way to control the breath for the division is different from yours, and the way to control the breath for the division is called super breath mastery. That is a very subtle breath mastery. If you master this breath mastery, it will greatly improve your strength. Now, I will begin to explain to you that if you want to control the breath, you need to master the 3 elements of pranayama, body adjustment and heart adjustment, and the basic requirement is to clear the mind, eliminate distractions, achieve a state of stillness, and achieve the combination of breath with body and mind. An hour later, Lin Fan stood up, looked at the 4 apprentices sitting on the ground, and said, Go and practice separately, avoid interfering with each other. Yes. The 4 stood up and flew outside the Taoist temple. Start your own practice. After seeing them all leave, Lin Fan came to the outside of the Taoist temple in an instant and glanced at the sky above. It's time to go to Bulma's house too. Use the dance technique and take off into the air. Fly in the direction of Bulma's house. After a while, Lin Fan came to the sky above the Universal Capsule Company. Landing quickly. There are 2 children playing in the garden, one is Sun Wushan and the other is Trunks. The 2 saw Lin Fan coming. Not too friendly, especially Trunks, he has not forgotten Lin Fan's finger to eject his father into the air. Trunks asked, Hey, what are you doing in my house? Lin Fan didn't have anything to hide, your mother asked me out. Just after saying this, Lin Fan felt that these words were very ambiguous, and immediately turned to say, I have something to do with your mother. Eileen, how do I feel ambiguous? Forget it, don't explain, the more you explain, the more confused you are. Trunks, please go and call your mother and tell her that Lin Fan is here. Trunks had a bad impression of Lin Fan, so naturally he would not listen to Lin Fan so well. Humph. You injured my dad yesterday, so I won't help you now. Lin Fan didn't care about Trunks' words, because he could understand the child's feelings of protecting his father. He smiled and said affectionately, Don't make trouble, obediently obedient, I was teaching your father to be a man yesterday, I didn't hit him. Trunks was stunned for a moment, and asked confused, Teach my father to be a man? Lin Fan rolled his eyes and continued to flicker. Yes, I was teaching your father some principles of being a man yesterday, I didn't hit him, I was for his good. Now your uncle Gaku is also my apprentice. So I'm teaching your father to be a man, to be good to him, and not to hurt him. This remark immediately made Trunks fall into deep thought, because the 2 of them also heard yesterday that Sun Wukong is now Lin Fan's apprentice. Trunks was still a little unconvinced, and continued to ask, Really? Are you teaching my dad to be human? Looking at Trunks' innocent face, Lin Fan inexplicably felt guilty. How can you feel like a big bad wolf? No, I'm teaching it right, I'm really teaching Vegeta to be a man, to teach him not to be too arrogant, not to be too small-bellied. Hey, Lin Fan. It was at this time that Bulma came on a flying machine. Bulma. Mom. Trunks exclaimed. Bulma nodded slightly. Lin Fan asked directly, Bulma, is Gark here? Not yet. But it is estimated that it will arrive soon, please sit over there. Bulma pointed to the chairs in the garden. Wu. Jiaoe. Strange voice came from above. Chapter 033. Lin Fan and Bulma heard this voice and raised their heads. I saw a UFO landing quickly. The 2 understood instantly. Gok is here. Lin Fan secretly thought in his heart that it was better to come early than to come by chance, just right, and he didn't let himself wait too long. Trunks and Sun Wuxian also noticed the arrival of this spaceship at this time. Immediately come up and watch. After the spacecraft is parked, Lin Fan and Bulma walked over. At this time, the spacecraft opened and saw an alien who looked like Ultraman walk out. This alien is none other than Gark, the Galactic Patrolman, the hero of justice. Many of the adventure comic protagonists drawn by Bulma's sister Ties are based on Gark. Unfortunately, it does not sell well. If it weren't for the money in the family, they would have starved to death long ago. Bulma saw Gark and was the first to say hello. Hi, Gark, long time no see. The two really haven't seen each other for a long time. How many days specifically, the two of them don't remember, but they remember it for a long time. Gark also greeted, long time no see, Bulma. Then asked curiously, Bulma, I heard Ties say, you need a map of the universe. What do you want the cosmic map for? Bulma did not hide it either, explaining, it's not that I need it, it's Lin Fan who needs it. He pointed to Lin Fan on the side. Lin Fan smiled slightly, Gark, righteous hero, hello. Gark's eyes instantly burst into stars, and his favorability towards Lin Fan was full. Because he likes to be called a righteous hero by others. Hello, Lin Fan. What do you want the cosmic map for? Gark asked suspiciously. Although the cosmic map is not a forbidden thing, he needs to ask what it is for. Prevent people with bad intentions from harboring bad intentions toward the universe. Lin Fan had already thought about how to say it when he heard Gark ask Bulma this question. Explained, I have an apprentice who is lost in the universe, and I want to find him. Apprentice? Gark was a little unconvinced. It seems that he is young, how can he have an apprentice? Bulma on the side explained, Lin Fan is very strong, and Sun Wukong is his apprentice. Monkey King. Gark muttered. Lin Fan reminded, that is, the one who defeated Frisia. Jiak suddenly took a few steps back and looked at Lin Fan in panic. The impression of Sun Wukong is a little vague, but for Frisia, he is not vague at all, that is the former emperor of the universe, the existence of extremely cruel means. They had also received orders to arrest Frisia, but they never succeeded, and even Frisia, they were terrified, because many of their colleagues had died at the hands of Frisia. And he will be tortured before he dies. It's terrifying. For a while, as long as they mentioned Frisia, their galactic patrol had a headache, and how they hoped that someone could come out and eliminate Frisia. It didn't take long for them to find out that Frisia had been eliminated, and as for who eliminated it, they didn't investigate, so why not investigate? Because no one wants to meddle in this matter, since everyone has been eliminated, then exterminate. There is a feeling of rottenness. But Gark didn't expect that he would meet the master who destroyed the people of Frisia on Earth. Apprentices can destroy Frisia, so how strong is this master? After thinking of this, his opinion of Lin Fan changed instantly. Becoming much more respectful, and his demeanor and speech were not as serious as before, and he became much more accommodating. After stabilizing his mood, he said with a smile, Ahem, your apprentice Sun Wukong is very powerful. Lin Fan knows Gark's character, and his attitude towards the strong is completely different from that towards the weak. Not the kind of bully the weak, but likes to show off in front of the weak, but whenever there is an opportunity, it will pretend to be cool. And he is a person, sometimes very afraid of death, but at the critical time, he can make a move, saying that he has no effect, that is a little exaggerated, saying that he has a role, that is even more exaggerated. After Lin Fan's summary, the personalities of Gark and Yachilobe are almost the same. If these two people meet, I wonder if there will be a feeling of sympathy for each other? Gaku, not bad. By the way, can you give me the map of the universe? Gark reacted immediately, did not delay any longer, and immediately took out the cosmic map and handed it to Lin Fan. "Give, don't do anything bad." Lin Fan assured and said, "Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Although he is not a good person, he is not a bad person, let him do bad things, he can't get over the hurdle of conscience." After taking the map, I took a general glance, dense coordinates, dense names. "Go back and study it again." "Thank you, Gark." Gark smiled, "You're welcome, Bulma, is there anything else?" I left without anything. Saying that, he glanced at his spaceship and saw that Trunks and Sun Wushan were pressing randomly on the spaceship. "Hey, don't press it indiscriminately." "Really, naughty child?" Gok said helplessly. Lin Fan reminded, "These two children, one is the son of Prince Vegeta, and the other is the son of Sun Wukong." Ugh! The corners of Gok's mouth twitched suddenly, and his heart trembled a little. What is the background of this? Prince Vegeta's son and Son Goku's son? Either way, it is a lord who cannot afford to sin against him. Hurriedly changed his tone and said, "Since this is the case, then you guys play, as long as you don't press that purple button." And yet, it's good that he didn't remind him, and after the reminder, the two naughty little guys rolled their eyes and looked for purple buttons everywhere. "The purple button is on the side of the spaceship seat." Trunks looked at Sun Wushan beside him. "Wushan, what do you say this purple button does?" "I don't know." Sun Wushan naturally didn't understand. "Shall we press it?" Trunks' little eyes rolled vigorously. Sun Wushan and Trunks wear a pair of pants, and naturally they will not deny Trunks' request. Trunks pressed it with a smile on his face. Didong didong. A series of urgent sirens came. When Gark heard this alarm, he was stunned and shouted in panic, "Not good." Bulma hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Gark was terrified, and said with a twisted look in his eyes, "It's out." "What's out?" Bulma asked with a confused look. "Cosmic level demons have been released." Garker explained in a panic, only to see a cloud of white smoke wafting out of a square green box. "Goten, Trunks, get out of the way." Chapter 034. "Goten, Trunks, get out of the way." Lin Fan saw that the situation was wrong and hurriedly reminded. However, Trunks' reaction was still a step slower, surrounded by white smoke, shrouded in it. "Not good, Bulma, run away." Seeing this, Gark hurriedly alerted Bulma to escape. Her own son is shrouded in unknown smoke, will Bulma escape? Apparently not. Grabbing Gok, who was about to escape, he asked, "Gok, what the hell is this?" Gok was still ready to run forward. Bulma threatened, "If you don't make it clear, I will tell Vegeta that you deliberately hurt Trunks." Hear this. Gok was immediately stunned, frightened, and retreated, and hurriedly explained, "This cloud of smoke is the prototype of Karda. Karda is a cosmic level demon, he can possess people, control people, not only that, but also improve this person's combat effectiveness. That's about 10 times more. This is an extremely terrifying ability." Bulma instantly understood, looked at Trunks, who was shrouded in smoke, and hit Gok's head with a blast. "So, Trunks is possessed." I saw Trunks' face twisted, his lips were scorched, his face was red, his hands were clenched, and the smoke on his body was entangled one after another. "Ah! Mom, I'm so uncomfortable," Trunks said with red cheeks. Shrouded in this cloud of smoke, Trunks felt a hot pain, like a wound smeared with table salt. Seeing her son's uncomfortable appearance, Bulma was distressed and ready to rush up, but Gark on the side grabbed her. "Bulma, don't go up, if you go up now, you will also be possessed." Lin Fan paused slightly, looked at Gark on the side, and asked, "What do you mean? Could it be that this Karda can possess not just one person, but several people at the same time?" To be honest, he had never heard of Karda, a cosmic level demon, and he had no impression at all. However, he does not feel strange, the universe is so big, it is normal to have all kinds of demons, and secondly, Gok is a space patrolman, and it is normal to often transport these criminals. According to the timeline of Dragon Ball Super, Gok is not the Earth that came at this time, but the time that will go later. He came so quickly, mainly because of his own appearance. Took the initiative to contact him. If he hadn't taken the initiative to contact him, he might have sent this Carta directly to prison, or tried or something. Gark nodded, that's right, he can possess many people, up to 5 people at a time. It seems that this Carta's special ability is not bad. Lin Fan said calmly. I'll go inform Vegeta to control Trunks. Bulma said nervously. Suddenly, she thought of one thing, that is, Vegeta was training in the gravity training room, and Vegeta in it could not necessarily be heard. I couldn't help but complain and said, Vegeta is really, how can I train at this time? Garki looked at Lin Fan, isn't he Sun Wukong's master? Wouldn't it be better to have him? Bulma reacted, yes. Lin Fan, you have to save Trunks. Lin Fan nodded slightly, without Bulma saying, he would also come to the rescue. For nothing else. Just because he was still a child, Lin Fan couldn't bear to let him die. Hoo-hoo! At this time, Trunks shouted, and the clothes on his body instantly exploded, and his momentum instantly soared. The combat power is furious. That's 10 times more than normal. When Lin Fan saw this scene, he secretly thought in his heart that what Garki said was indeed not wrong, as long as he was possessed, his combat effectiveness would soar tenfold. And Bulma saw Trunks at this moment, distressed, her eyes were red, her face was black, her face was distorted, and she looked uncomfortable. Gark, quickly think of a way to get Trunks back to normal. Gok said, you can only beat Carta out and then take him back into the box. Hit? Do you want to hit Trunks? Bulma said distressedly. Is there no other way? Gok was helpless, if there was another way, how could he not say it? Spread out hands. No, that's the only way. After the demonization, Trunks stared at Lin Fan tightly with blood-red eyes, as if he wanted to eat the other party. This made Lin Fan a little surprised, why is this happening? Gark, he seems to be more hostile to me? What is this because of? Gok immediately explained, because before Trunks was not possessed by Carta, Trunks hated you deep down, and now that he is possessed by Carta, he can't control himself. And Carta hates you because Trunks hates you, and will hate you too. The demonized Trunks clenched his fists at this time, looked at his hands, made a tuk-tuk sound, and said excitedly, this body is obviously just a child, it can be so strong. I like it so much, I like it so much, it will be mine in the future. Prepare to suffer die. Although Trunks is a child, he is a Super Saiyan, and such a physical potential is naturally excellent. Lin Fan didn't care about the words of demonizing Trunks, but cried and laughed, unexpectedly because Trunks didn't like himself, and this Carta didn't like himself. Dead. The demonized Trunks galloped towards Lin Fan, and a strong punch blasted out. Gark couldn't help but shout, what a fast fist! Although he saw Trunks' punch speed, in fact, if he faced this move, he couldn't avoid it at all. The eyes see, but the body can't react. Gark has a specialty, that is, he has a very good eye, and he can see many subtle things, and he can see through it. Poof! However, Lin Fan was faster. With a casual wave of his hand, he easily blocked the fist of the demonized Trunks. Demonized Trunks' eyes showed a shock, what's going on? Fist blocked? Obviously his fist is so fast, how can he still block his own attack? After thinking of this, he was ready to withdraw his hand, but at this moment, he suddenly found that his fist was held by Lin Fan, and he dragged it hard, all in vain. It's like being sucked in by a bottomless pit, with endless power. In an instant, a sly look flashed in the eyes of the demonized Trunks, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lin Fan frowned slightly, feeling that the situation was not right. Sure enough. Chapter 035. Sure enough. A cloud of smoke rose from the demonized Trunks' hand, and the smoke climbed towards Lin Fan. Seeing this scene, Gark hurriedly reminded loudly, "Hurry up and dodge." Lin Fan frowned. This Karta even wanted to possess himself, it was simply noisy. "Drink. Get out." "Hoo-hoo." A cold drink full of domineering coercion sounded. I saw that the rising smoke quickly receded, as if it had encountered something extremely terrifying. Gok took a step back with a sudden, his right leg raised, his hands crossed, full of shock. "Ah! This!" Just a shout that made Karta back off? "That's awesome too." Although Bulma doesn't know how powerful Karta is, but looking at Gok's performance, plus Trunks being controlled by Karta, she knows in her heart that this Karta is still quite powerful. But such a powerful existence was frightened back by Lin Fan's scolding. The domineering and serious voice continued to sound. "Get out of Trunks' body and roll back into the box, or you'll be in ashes." Everyone present looked at Lin Fan, the corners of his mouth twitched. He had already drunk Karta, and now let him get out of Trunks' body. Was he willing? Definitely not willing. If willing, he would not have taken the initiative to attack Lin Fan before. Just when they thought so, I saw that Karta smoke exited Trunks' body and obediently returned to Gluck's box. Moment. Several people in Gok were full of horror, very numb, stunned, especially Gark. I didn't know what to do for half a day. After Bulma reacted, she saw that Gok had not moved, and smashed it with a hammer. "What are you still in a daze? Quickly close the box." Gark reacted instantly and hurriedly closed the box. Bulma was just about to speak. Trunks instantly fell to the ground. "Trunks!" Bulma exclaimed with concern and quickly ran up and took Trunks in her arms. Lin Fan reminded, "It's okay, it's just that because Karta suddenly left his body, he was a little weak, and he fainted due to lack of physical strength." "Oh, this way." Bulma was instantly relieved. Holding the box containing Karta, Gok looked at Lin Fan and asked suspiciously, "Why does he listen to you so much? Let him roll back into the box, just roll back into the box." Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. What is obedient or disobedient? Isn't it because his strength is too strong, and he can destroy this Karta between the bombers? In fact, in the eyes of Gark and the others, Lin Fan was just an ordinary roar, but it was not an ordinary roar, but full of terrifying coercion. Just that seemingly casual roll made Karta feel her heart explode, which made Karta, who was possessed in Trunks' body, understand that she and the other party were not a rank at all. Even with a potential body like Trunks, it is not Lin Fan's opponent. So he was very self-aware and left Trunks' body and returned to his box. Back in the box, he still had a chance to survive, if he really let Lin Fan's hung be angry. Then he's really going to die. But to Gacha's question, there is still an answer. Have you ever thought of a possibility? That is, I am too strong, and he does not dare to resist my words? Garki sounds a little incredible. The other party is a universe-level demon, in order to arrest him, but it took a lot of effort. How can it be so easy in Lin Fan's mouth? The feeling of light wind in the clouds. But he is Sun Wukong's master, maybe he is really too strong. So Karta is afraid of him, but he is not afraid to this extent, right? He looked at Lin Fan suspiciously. Don't ask any more either. Holding the box, he jumped on his spaceship, looked at Bulma and said, "Bulma, I'll go back first." He doesn't want any more variables. "Go, come to Earth often when you have time to play," Bulma said with a wave of his hand. Gok closed the door, started the spaceship, and took off in an instant and flew into space. Lin Fan got the map of the universe, and his purpose was also achieved, and he said goodbye, "Bulma, then I will go back first. Goodbye, Mr. Lin Fan. Lin Fan used the dancing void technique, soared into the air, and quickly flew back to the Taoist temple. After coming to the Taoist temple, I saw Sun Wukong walking towards him, his face full of doubts. Master Lin Fan, where have you been? Lin Fan walked to the Taoist temple. It's nothing, just went to Bulma's house. What's wrong? Don't you train? Bulma's training, but just now Gohan came to me and said that Kiki had something to tell me. I need to go back now. Lin Fan nodded. Okay, you go back first. The cultivation of controlling the breath, even if it is at home, you can also cultivate. Suddenly, Lin Fan thought of a way to motivate Sun Wukong's cultivation. Otherwise, go back to cultivation. When you can master the method of controlling the breath I taught you, you will come back to me. Don't come to me until you master it. Sun Wukong was really stunned. Ugh! Why? Lin Fan can tell him, I know that you like cultivation very much and are a martial idiot, so you deliberately cool you so much to make you cultivate harder. Can you tell him that? Apparently not. No, why? If you can't even do such a small test, then you are not suitable to be my apprentice. Sun Wukong immediately understood that it was a test of himself, and he thought that he had done something wrong. He had experienced a lot of trials, especially when he had practiced with the turtle immortals before, and he had endured the test with Klin. Now thinking of the test, he couldn't help but think back to how he was with Klin as a child. I can't help but miss it a little. But, soon he retracted his thoughts. He said confidently, Okay, Master Lin Fan, I will work hard to cultivate. It won't be long before I'll come to you. Lin Fan nodded his head slightly. Let's go. Hey! The Monkey King uses teleportation and leaves in an instant. After Sun Wukong left, Lin Fan wanted to go to his room, but after thinking about it, although there was no disturbance from Sun Wukong, there were still Tianjin rice, yulin, and dumplings. Most of the Tianjin rice and dumplings would not bother him, but Yulin said not necessarily. Think about it, find a quiet place for yourself. After thinking of this, fly out of the Taoist temple and use the dance void technique to find a quieter place. Soon, he found a quieter place. Drip, apprentice number 17 has increased the basic combat effectiveness by 3 billion, and master has doubled the increase by 6 billion. Current host combat strength, 53 billion. Chapter 036. Lin Fan heard the system's reminder and couldn't help but say, finally broke through the 50 billion combat power mark. Now that he has transformed into a Super Saiyan God, his combat power will definitely fly. The distance with Beerus has narrowed up a small step. Or hurry up and collect Broly, this guy is the existence of skyrocketing combat effectiveness, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a bug. Lin Fan sat cross-kneeled on the ground. Take out the map of the universe and start looking for the star Wampa where the Broly father and son were exiled. The map of the universe is very large, and the markings are very small, and it is easy to ignore it if you don't look closely. If it weren't for Lin Fan's strong eyesight, his eyes wouldn't be tired. Just looking at this dense word, it wouldn't take a few minutes at all, and his eyes would be dry. Because he was trying to open his eyes, look at them vigorously, and not miss a word. An hour later, Lin Fan still hadn't found the location of Wampa Star, which made him very depressed, but his eyes were still wide open. Unwilling to let go of any point. This. When Lin Fan saw the 3 words of Wampa seeing, he couldn't help but feel a little happy in his heart, and he searched hard for an hour, and finally found it. Find the location of the Earth, and find the location of the Wampa Star, and roughly remember the position of the planet between the two. The effect of the Heart of Vastness begins. His eyes were fixed on the map of the universe while the search of the vast heart began to move, moving away from the Earth and quickly turning to the star of Wampa. Since Lin Fan was operating for the first time, he was more careful in using it, worried that he would fail and let his previous achievements be lost. About 20 minutes later, the search effect has come to Wumpaxing. In Wampa's England, Fan felt a lot of breath of life. However, the breath of the Scion, he only felt 2, one with a very weak combat power, about 4,000. The other combat power cannot be felt, because the combat power on the surface is not his combat power, giving people a feeling of breaking out at any time. Lin Fan knew that this combat force was Broly's, and as for the other combat force, it must be Broly's father Paragus. This is the moment. Wampasin. Broly walked alone sullenly, his eyes blank, and it was clear that he was preoccupied. He is like this because his good friends have avoided him and stopped playing with him. His friends were not people, but animals. On this Wampa star, there are only 2 people, his father Paragath and him. So he has nothing but to be friends with animals. But recently, these good friends of my own have stopped playing with him, and when they see him, they avoid the distance, as if they see something terrifying. This made him very depressed and did not quite understand what was going on. Broly. At this moment, a magnetic voice came from Broly's consciousness. Broly listened to his ears and felt like a call. The sudden sound made him a little panicked, but it was only in an instant that he stabilized his mind. Looking around, he shouted, "Who? Who's talking?" And the voice he heard was exactly what Lin Fan came from. "Introduce yourself, my name is Lin Fan, I can be regarded as a god. I'm here to help you." Lin Fan told Broly his name, because if he wanted to take Broly as an apprentice, he needed to let the other party know his name. In this way, the other party can better worship the teacher with sincerity and sincerity. Broly muttered, "Lin Fan? God?" Lin Fan heard Broly's muttering, thinking about his conversation with the other party, and had a very strange feeling. It's like in the novel in a previous life, the protagonist in the novel was communicated by a certain god grandfather, and then he had to teach the protagonist to cultivate and help the protagonist soar. And now, Broly is the protagonist in the novel, and he is the grandfather of the gods. The more I think about it, the more I think it's the same thing. But he didn't think too much. After all, taking in Broly was what he really needed to do. Broly went on to ask, "Since you are a god, then you tell me, why don't my friends pay attention to me? When you see me, you look scared. Why is that? Did I offend them?" Lin Fan thought secretly in his heart, his friend? What friends does he have? Isn't it him and his father on Wampa? By the way, he's talking about those animals, right? After thinking about it carefully, according to the plot in Dragon Ball Super, it was not Broly who offended these animals, but his father. "You did not offend them, but your father Paragus." Broly was instantly stunned, and asked in disbelief, "Impossible, it can't be my father doesn't know them. How can you offend them? Did I offend them because I ran out of control?" Lin Fan explained, "No, you have your father's special controller around your neck, once you run away, your father will know. Besides, you get along well with these little animals, and they didn't offend you, how could you possibly run away?" Broly thought about it and felt that he would only run away when he was angry, and he got along very well with these small animals, and he was not angry at all. How could it be a storm? Is it really his own father? Can't help but continue to ask, Lin Fan. "No, God, how could my father have sinned against my friends?" Lin Fan didn't hide it in the slightest, "Because your father doesn't want you to play with these animals. So I disguise myself as you and kill these animals when I see them, so the animals are naturally afraid when they see you." Broly shook his head vigorously, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, how could my father kill my friend?" "Broly, if you don't believe it, you can go to the lake where you often play, and there are still several animal carcasses lying in it." Lin Fan's words instantly hit Broly's brain, causing his pupils to dilate, and his head shook a few times. However, he still did not storm away. Quickly flew to the lake where I usually played, there was nothing by the lake, poofed, and jumped directly. Dived to the bottom of the lake. Soon, he saw 3 corpses at the bottom of the lake, and these 3 corpses, he could see at a glance, were the bodies of his 3 good friends. No wonder these times, I don't see my good friends. It turns out that they are dead. Died at the bottom of the lake. And the murderer of all this turned out to be his father Pelagus. He didn't believe it, but with the corpse in front of him, he had to believe it. Clenched fists and thinking about everything angrily. Suddenly, his heart beat faster, constantly hitting his chest, raising his eyes, gritting his teeth, his face began to distort, and the muscles on his face gradually expanded. Extremely terrifying. Ah! Chapter 037. Ah! Under an angry gulp, Broly instantly went into a rampage. Boom! Broly flew out of the lake, because of the terrifying momentum on his body, and he suddenly flew out, and the lake was instantly rolled up 1,000 feet. The entire lake was drained, and it was clear to see under the lake. This made some secret little animals fearful, and even more afraid of Broly. From now on, it will be really difficult for him to have these little animal friends on this Wampa star. And Lin Fan felt Broly's explosive power, and couldn't help but sigh, it is worthy of being a legendary Super Saiyan, and the explosive power is really terrifying. In this state, I haven't transformed into a Super Saiyan, and if I transform into a Super Saiyan, my combat effectiveness will soar. In the cave, Paragath was repairing a spaceship when he suddenly heard an alarm whistling. What's going on? Why did Broly suddenly run away? When the alarm sounds, it means that Broly has entered a violent state. Paragus immediately put down his work and immediately flew out of the cave. After coming out of the cave, I saw that the furious Broly was wreaking havoc, constantly bombarding everything with Kigong bombs. Broly! Paragus saw Broly, who was in a rampage, and hurriedly shouted. Broly heard his father's voice and immediately looked over, his eyes bloodshot, as if he had locked on Paragus. This made Paragus instantly stunned. His heart trembled uncontrollably, and there was a cold feeling behind him. What's going on? He had seen Broly run away before, but not as he did now, looking at himself as if he had locked himself up, ready to send himself to hell. Once again, shout, Broly! Stop it! However, how could Broly, who was in a violent state, stop? Moreover, the reason why Broly appeared at this moment was because he knew that his father Polagath had killed his good friend. After destroying his relationship with his good friend, he couldn't control his mood and went into a violent state. So the root of all this is because of Paragus, so now Paragus told him to stop. Will he stop? Naturally impossible. Paragus saw that he couldn't stop Broly, so he took out the remote control of the controller and pressed the remote control without hesitation. Ah! The special controller on Broly's neck burst out one after another, constantly shocking Broly, and for a while, Broly seemed to be holding a 7-inch snake. After struggling in pain for a few minutes, he fell to the ground. Comatose. Paragath flew up, picked Broly up, and flew towards the cave. About 10 minutes later, Broly wakes up and opens his eyes to see his father, Paragus. Paragus clutched the remote control in his hand all the time. As long as the other party made any changes, he immediately pressed the remote control, but in fact, he knew in his heart that Broly could not hurt him without running away. As a matter of fact, if he really cares about Broly, really treats him as a son, and gives some fatherly love, then even if he doesn't put a special controller on Broly, Broly won't hurt him even if he runs away. Although Broly has gone violently, there is still a trace of sanity. As long as he occupies enough position in Broly's heart, he can be awakened. However, Paragus's love for Broly is very deformed, which can also be said to be a kind of selfishness, and the reason why he is willing to exile to Wampa Star for Broly is the same. Mainly because he sees the potential of Broly's horror and wants to use Broly to help him rule the universe and become the emperor of the universe. It is no exaggeration to say that Broly is one of his swords, a sword that unifies the universe. When a father thinks about taking advantage of his son, then fatherly love will deteriorate, become purposeful, become selfish, and become deformed. Father. Broly, why did you suddenly run away? What's going on? Paragus asked suspiciously. Broly did not answer, but asked, Father, my friend, did you kill it? Paragaston paused, not quite understanding why Broly asked himself that, and lied, Your friend? I don't know your friends, why should I kill them? After living with his father for so many years, Broly could tell at a glance that his father had lied. Father, I saw their bodies in the lake, why are you like this, why are you killing them? In the face of Broly's repeated questioning, Paragus is very angry, he is a father, and you, just a son, your tone? That's right, I killed those beasts, and I killed them all for you. For me. Broly didn't understand, killed his good friend, and even said that it was for himself, and now, no animal wants to be friends with him. Is this also for yourself? Paragus went on to explain, That's right, I'm just for you, anyone who achieves great things is born of loneliness, and if you want to achieve great things, you must be able to resist loneliness. By not letting you be friends with them, I am making you withstand the test. Broly said weakly, but I don't want to do anything big, I just want to. Paragus immediately cursed, Broly, you shut up for me, you are a legendary Super Saiyan, the potential is terrifying, you are destined to do big things in this life, you don't want to do big things. At the beginning, King Vegeta was jealous of your talent and wanted to kill you, and I was exiled to this 10,000 stars together for you, don't you remember how we got over all these years? We are going to seek revenge on King Vegeta and rule planet Vegeta, and then we can change planet Vegeta to planet Paragus. Then rule the universe and become the emperor of the universe, and you will become my #1 general. Broly, the universe belongs to our two fathers and sons. Haha. The more Paragus spoke, the more excited he became, as if he had ruled the entire universe in his hands. When Lin Fan heard Paragus's words, he couldn't help but sigh, it is also a sadness to meet such a father. It's really about using my son as a tool. Broly was also ready to speak. Paragath immediately interrupted him, Okay, Broly, don't talk, go and reflect. I'm going to repair the spaceship, as long as the spaceship is repaired, we will leave this damn place, fly to the universe, and achieve our imperial path. Broly opened his mouth, Father, just. Chapter 038. Father, just now. Broly was just about to say Lin Fan's affairs, but thinking about it, forget it. Paragus turned around and asked suspiciously, What's wrong? Broly shook his head. Then walk out of the cave. When he walked out of the cave, Lin Fan's voice sounded again, You were just about to tell your father Paragath about me. Broly didn't retort either, Yes. So why did you suddenly give up? Lin Fan asked curiously. Broly said pessimistically with a lot of sadness in his tone. Because I want to make friends with you, and I don't want my father to drive you away or kill you. Lin Fan knew in his heart that Broly's heart was not bad, but there was an evil person like Paragath beside him, so there were some things that he couldn't do without doing it. However, if Lin Fan appeared and couldn't do something, Lin Fan naturally wouldn't let Broly do it. Haha. For Broly's words, Lin Fan just smiled and didn't explain much. As a matter of fact, how could Paragath drive Lin Fan away? How could he kill Lin Fan? Isn't it a fantasy that a person with a combat power of 4,000 wants to kill a person of 53 billion? Originally, Lin Fan wanted to say that just by your father, he was not qualified enough, but after thinking about it, there was no need to say so. It is unreasonable to scold the father to the son. Just let Broly understand these things. Broly, do you want to leave the planet? Want to meet more humans and meet more friends? Lin Fan asked knowingly. Broly didn't think about it, and replied directly, think. His father Paragus wants to leave Wampa, why doesn't he want to leave Wampa? However, without the spacecraft, he simply could not leave Wampa. I had to wait for my father to fix the spaceship. What he didn't know, however, was that his father's Paragus did not repair the ship until the arrival of Frisia's soldiers Tsli and Reamer. In the end, the two left the planet, or followed Threse and they left, and after leaving, the first time they went to find Sun Wukong and Vegeta. At that time, Son Goku and Vegeta were already able to transform into Super Saiyan, the god of Super Saiyans, Super Blue. However, the two were still pressed to the ground and rubbed. In the end, it was because the two fused into Gogeta and transformed into the Super Blue Gogeta, which defeated Broly. From this, it can be seen how terrifying Broly's potential is. It's just a bug-like man. However, over the years, Broly has also insisted on training every day, and even if he does not want to train, his father Paragus cannot agree. After all, Paragus still wants to unify the universe and become the emperor of the universe. Broly is his sword. If he doesn't sharpen this sword, who will kill all strong enemies for him? Okay, Broly, if you worship me as a teacher, when the time comes, I will come and pick you up. Moreover, if you worship me as a teacher, I will teach you many skills, and with these skills, your combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Broly doesn't care, he cares more about leaving Wampaxing. Originally, he could still make friends with these animals, but now, his father has separated himself from the animals, and it is difficult for him to be friends with them. One is because of the debt in his heart, and the other is because these animals may not forgive him anymore, and even if they forgive him, they may not dare to be friends with him. Moreover, as long as their own father exists, if he becomes friends with them, it is equivalent to harming them. So for whatever reason, he wanted to get out of here. I am willing to worship you as a teacher. Master. Earth. Lin Fan. Drip, congratulations to the host for accepting Broly, gaining 2 billion combat power, purification art, Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue, God Chi *1. The current basic combat power of the host, 55 billion. Oh! I actually obtained Super Saiyan 4 and Super Blue, and obtained another God Chi, so that I have 2 God Chi, and I can create 2 God Realm Apprentices. That's nice. It's a pity that I didn't get teleportation. Since seeing Sun Wukong's teleportation, Lin Fan wanted a teleportation, but all this depends on luck. The system does not explode, and he is helpless, so he can only wait. But he believes that there will definitely be, and the rewards of this salted fish master system are very good, and each reward is more than 3 or 4. Except for props, there are very few duplicates. So this teleportation, it shouldn't take long to reward him. See what this purification technique does. Purification, it can purify things that have lost their minds and entered a violent state, so that they can stabilize their minds and return to their normal state. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. Wasn't this purification technique specially studied by Broly? At present, the person who is prone to violent and out of control, that is, Broly, with this purification technique, there is no worry that he will lose control. Learn the purification technique. Learn Super Saiyan 4. Learn Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue. Learn purification. Learn Super Saiyan 4. Learn Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue. Memories flooded into Lin Fan's mind. Master, Master, are you still there? Broly's voice came from his consciousness, and after he called Master, he didn't hear Lin Fan's voice, which made him very confused. After Lin Fan reacted, he immediately explained. Yes, I was just thinking, since you have already worshipped the teacher, then I will also give you some gifts. Broly didn't ask for any gifts, but took the lead in thanking, "Thank you." Lin Fan thought about it for a while, considering whether to teach Broly purification technique, but after thinking about it, don't do it for the time being. It was decided to teach Broly to cultivate super breath mastery first. In his opinion, Broly's potential is very strong, but for cultivation, it has always been very chaotic, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is nonsense. Because on this planet, there is only his father, and his father is simply a scum in terms of cultivation. There is simply no way to give Broly any proper guidance. Therefore, it is necessary to lay a better foundation for Broly. If he can master his super breath mastery method, then his combat effectiveness can naturally be greatly improved. In the future, no matter what moves or skills you practice, you can learn them relatively quickly, and during the battle, you can better grasp the breath. Broly, the first gift I gave you was the method of controlling the breath called Super Breath Mastery. Listen up. Chapter 039. An hour later. Lin Fan asked in Broly's consciousness, "Broly, have you remembered everything?" Broly nodded, "Remember, Master." Lin Fan was very satisfied. Teaching a smart apprentice was good, simple and easy. "Okay, then you start cultivating, and when you master this method of controlling breath, I will come to you and teach you other moves." Broly hurriedly asked, "Master, when will you take me away?" The problem he cares about the most is to leave Wampa Star, and he is willing to worship Lin Fan. A big reason is because Lin Fan told him that he can take him away from Wampa Star. "Don't worry about this, you first learn the method of controlling the breath, and then I will teach you some moves and take you away. You should think that this period of time is a retreat cultivation." Broly no longer asked, "After all, Master Lin Fan said so." "Yes, Master." Earth. Lin Fan withdrew his vast heart effect, stood up from the ground, and exhaled gently. "It's really good, the effect of this vast heart is strong." While flying towards the Taoist temple, he muttered in his mouth, "Next, who will be taken as an apprentice?" In this seventh universe, the only people who have good potential talent and like to fight are Vegeta and Frieza. Vegeta, this person, if he takes the initiative to take him as an apprentice, he will definitely be arrogant, and he may even put his hot face on his cold ass. It seems that the next target is Frieza. But this guy is enjoying the fantasia of the elves in heaven at the moment, and he can't enter heaven by himself. The only way is to collect Dragon Balls and resurrect him. I'm going to Bulma again. Wait. It's about to be Bulma's birthday party, and she will collect Dragon Balls as the grand finale reward for her party. Lin Fan suddenly reacted, Bulma would collect Dragon Balls as a grand prize reward at the party. Later, because of the appearance of Beerus, Dragon Ball was used to find the Super Saiyan God. If you want to collect Dragon Balls, you have to hurry, but in this way, you can't go to Bulma, otherwise she knows that she wants to find Dragon Balls. Soon. Lin Fan flew to the gate of the Taoist temple. Come down and enter the Taoist temple. Still thinking in my heart, I can't go to Bulma, so who still has Dragon Ball radar? Right at this moment. A crisp female voice came from outside the door. King Pirav, there is a Taoist temple here. When Lin Fan heard this voice, he paused and asked suspiciously, King Pirav. Could it be Funny Trio? Turn around and look over. Sure enough, I saw the combination of Pirav, Xiao Wu and Axiu. Oh! It's really a trio of them, it's really sleepy, and the pillow is coming. Lin Fan knew that the three of them must have Dragon Ball radar on their bodies, because they had been searching hard for Dragon Balls to fulfill their great wishes. The three of Pirav also saw Lin Fan. The moment Xiao Wu saw Lin Fan, her eyes burst with stars, and she couldn't help but say, how handsome. The face is sculpted, the facial features are distinct, the skin is fair, and the body is perfect. Pirav gave her a blank look, hey, don't be a fool, go to a meal first. Ashiu immediately agreed and said, yes, eat, eat. We haven't eaten for 3 days, and we're starving 9 times a day with King Piraf. Piraf put his hands in his waist and drank. Shut up, I'm exercising your willpower, you look at me. You don't feel hungry. After speaking, his stomach grumbled. Xiaowu and Axiu looked at him at the same time. This made Piraf blush, and hurriedly changed the topic and said, go, enter the Taoist temple to find food. Come to the gate of the Taoist temple. Lin Fan didn't let them in, because Lin Fan knew Piraf's character, and for this guy, he couldn't take the initiative to be too good to him, and he had to be on the move. That's how you come to the Dragon Ball radar. Seeing Lin Fan pulling the path of the 3 of them, Piraf asked, what are you doing? Lin Fan smiled lightly, don't do anything, I don't want you to go in. Ugh! Axiu immediately took pity on Baba and said with his tail wagging. We haven't eaten in days, so just let us in. Xiaowu also echoed on the side, yes, we haven't eaten for several days, so you can pity us. Lin Fan looked at Xiaowu and Axiu, and couldn't help but feel in his heart that these 2 guys were really miserable. With such a big king with no future, there are no last and no next, but Lin Fan is also very impressed by the loyalty of the 2. Mixed up with Piraf like this, he didn't even betray Piraf. This level of faithfulness, no one. Piraf was not as good to talk as Xiaowu and Axiu, glared at Lin Fan, made a fierce look, and shouted, hurry up and cook for King Ben, otherwise King Ben will kill you. Xiao Wu and Ashu looked at each other, this is not okay. Poof looking. At the appearance of the 3, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh directly. In that way, it was as if you could really clean yourself up. Seeing Lin Fan suddenly laughing, Piraf immediately asked unhappily, what are you laughing at? Do you think I can't clean you up? I'm King Pilaf. He said. Looking at Ashu, he shouted, release the dog. Ashu immediately showed a fierce look, woof, King Piraf is the first in the world. Looking at the loyal Axiu, Lin Fan really didn't want to hit him, but for someone like Pilaf, it was impossible to listen to himself without letting him know how powerful he was. With a smile on his face. With a wave of your hand. A terrifying coercion burst out from Lin Fan's body, and in just an instant, it knocked the 3 of Piraf out of the air for several meters and fell violently to the ground. Ah! It hurts. The 3 fell to the ground and touched their backs and thighs, which were simply painful. Lin Fan asked calmly, tell me, I'm just releasing a little momentum, you can't stop it, how can you clean me up? Piraf instantly understood. The handsome guy in front of him, who looks amiable and has a harmless face, is not so simple, and is a very powerful character. Immediately relented, he said provocatively, that I was just kidding. Lin Fan didn't have time to delay too much with Piraf in this incident. Pilaf, Xiaowu, Axiu, I can give you 3 something to eat. When the 3 heard that there was something to eat, they were overjoyed, especially Axiu and Xiaowu, and they were overjoyed, yay! Although Piraf was happy, he thought about things smartly, grabbed the 2, and whispered, didn't you find something wrong? Axiu and Xiaowu didn't think too much. Rhetorical question, what is wrong? Chapter 040. What's wrong? Axiu and Xiaowu looked at the adoring King Pilaf in front of them suspiciously. Piraf analyzed, didn't you find out that he knew our names? They 3 of them thought about it carefully, and it was really yes, how did he know our names? Piraf continued to show his cleverness, analyzing like a detective, in this deserted place, there is a Taoist temple, I suspect that he is targeting me, deliberately giving us a trap, and investigating us. Just wait for us to jump down. Lin Fan saw Piraf muttering to the 2 for a while, and knew that Piraf was playing clever. I'll ask you, do you want to eat? Are you going to starve to death? When Xiao Wu heard starvation, she immediately shook her head. I don't want to starve. Axiu also spoke, I want to eat. Pirav pulled the two again. You two, have you forgotten what I told you? Looking at Lin Fan, he asked, Hey, your scheme has been seen through by me, do you have something insidious waiting for us? Lin Fan rolled his eyes, speechless. Pirav, if you want money without money, if you want baby without treasure, I can have something insidious waiting for you, but there is indeed one thing I need your help with. Pirav was instantly overjoyed and said proudly, Haha, Xiao Wu, Axiu, see no, my king. Pirav analyzed correctly, he just has a conspiracy. Axiu and Xiao Wu looked adoring, King Pirav is so powerful. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh, how could the loyalty of these two look a bit like foolish loyalty? It's stupid to look at it. Pirav, I can feed you, but you need to lend me the Dragon Ball radar for a while. Pirav paused slightly, Dragon Ball radar? How do you know we have Dragon Ball radar? Lin Fan smiled. I know a lot of things, do you think about it, do you want to borrow the Dragon Ball radar for me to use for a while? Or leave hungry? I'll give you a minute to think about it. Ashu and Xiao Wu looked at each other and agreed unanimously, King Pirav, let's lend him the Dragon Ball radar to use, we can't find the Dragon Ball anyway. Corners of Pilaf's mouth trembled a few times. Can you have a bit of a backbone, how can we not find the Dragon Ball? Ashu said pitifully, then are we going to give him the Dragon Ball radar? Give, of course give. Pirav said firmly. If anyone doesn't give it, I'm anxious with whom. Axiu was overjoyed, great, finally have something to eat. Xiao Wu was also very happy, finally had something to eat, she had been hungry for several days, and she was almost out of strength. Pirav, on the other hand, turned his head back slightly, revealing a sinister smile, hee. Looking at Lin Fan, he said, we can give you the Dragon Ball radar, but you need to make sure we are fed. There's no problem with that. Lin Fan snapped his fingers and motioned for several people to follow him into the Taoist temple. After entering the Taoist temple, Lin Fan was not in a hurry to ask for the Dragon Ball radar for Pirav, because he knew that this guy would not give it to himself so easily, unless the meal was served, it would be given to himself. Call out Yuran, who is cultivating. Yuran, you go and cook some meals for the three of them, more in amount. Yes, master. Yulan glanced at the combination of these three suspiciously, she had never seen it, it was a strange feeling, why cook for them? But since it was called by the master, then she didn't ask so much. Just do it obediently. Not a moment later, Yuran brought the meal. The three of Pirav were about to start eating, but Lin Fan stopped them and stretched out his hand, Dragon Ball radar. Dragon Ball radar was on Xiao Wu's body, and without waiting for King Pirav to speak, he took it out of his pocket and gave it to Lin Fan. Originally, Pirav still wanted to make some requests, but Xiao Wu was more realistic, and in her opinion, since the conditions had been met before. Then after Lin Fan did it, they naturally had to fulfill their promise. In fact, the combination of the three of them is more Pirav's heart, and it is precisely because of this that Xiao Wu and Axiu will be pinched by Pirav and loyal. After Lin Fan got the Dragon Ball radar, he immediately turned on the Dragon Ball radar and said to Yulan, after they eat, clean up, I'll go out. Yes, master. Looking at the display on the Dragon Ball radar, use the dance air technique to fly out and fly in the direction alerted by the radar. Yulan sat down on the Tuan Pu, closed her eyes and began to cultivate the Heavenly Master technique. Half an hour later, the three of them ate swellingly, and the three of them supported their hands behind their backs, slumped on the ground, and said weakly, it's so supportive. Ashu said weakly, if you eat too much, you will be weak, and if you don't eat, you will be powerless. King Pirav, can we eat normally in the future? This will be better. Why doesn't Pirav want to open a normal meal? But can he say that strength does not allow? Having said that, where is the dignity of King Pirav? I'm exercising your willpower. Xiao Wu said, I don't want to exercise willpower in this way, King Pirav, or let's take refuge in the Taoist temple, so that we can eat every day. For this proposal, Ashu was the first to agree. King Pirav, I agree with this proposal. I haven't waited for Pirav to speak. Woohoo! Lin Fan flew in and handed the Dragon Ball radar to Pirav. The Dragon Ball radar has run out, return you. King Pilaf, look. Xiao Wu pointed to the bag in Lin Fan's hand. A transparent plastic bag containing 7 Dragon Balls. When the three saw these 7 Dragon Balls, they were instantly stunned, their eyes almost fell out, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Are these 7 Dragon Balls just collected? They had spent so long working hard and did not collect one, but now, Lin Fan had collected 7 Dragon Balls in half an hour, which was unbelievable. In fact, for people like Lin Fan, collecting Dragon Balls was an extremely easy task. As long as there is a Dragon Ball radar, a matter of minutes. If Lin Fan wasn't using the Dragon Ball radar for the first time, the speed of searching for this Dragon Ball would be faster, and on the way to find the Dragon Ball, he also used healing techniques to save a pterosaur. So it took half an hour. If he didn't save the pterosaur, when he returned, none of the 3 of them had eaten well. Pirav took the Dragon Ball radar to stabilize his mind, and at the same time a cunning flashed in his eyes. The reason why he was willing to lend the Dragon Ball radar to Lin Fan before was not because he was really for a meal. Instead, he wanted to use Lin Fan to help collect Dragon Balls by himself. Chapter 041. It's just that he didn't expect that Lin Fan was collecting Dragon Balls so quickly, and seeing these 7 Dragon Balls at this moment, he was already thinking about how to get these 7 Dragon Balls into his hands. Lin Fan saw his eyes. Calmly reminded, Pirav, I know what is in your mind, but you better not fight the idea of Dragon Ball, otherwise I will really kill you. Speaking of killing, Lin Fan used a certain amount of energy, and Pirav felt a cold force pass through his heart, and he couldn't help but shiver. In a flash, Pirav suddenly gave up the idea of playing Dragon Ball in his heart, and did not dare to be naughty in front of Lin Fan. Although Lin Fan was not a bad person, if someone moved his own things, he would not let it go easily. In his heart, he has always been in the spirit that if anyone does not sin against me, I will not sin, and if anyone sins against me, I will sin. Pirav does not mess with him, or does not touch his bottom line, he can be regarded as not seeing. After all, such a character is just a funny character, there is nothing to fear. But it can also be bad. For example, when he makes a wish, Pirav may suddenly say his wish, so isn't it equivalent to ruining his own business? Once you make a wish, you have to wait a year before you can make another Dragon Ball wish. Then, Frieza can only be resurrected after 1 year, and the matter of his own disciple Frieza can only be postponed for 1 year, and he absolutely does not allow these things to happen. Because it won't take long for Beerus to wake up, and then it will come to Earth. He needs to face Beerus, defeat him, and if he can't, protect Earth. Although he is not a person from this Earth, it is still more similar to the Earth in his previous life. Since this is the case, then if he can protect, try to protect. Moreover, if he went to live on other planets, he would not get used to it. Since this is the case, it is better to continue on Earth. Pirav stepped back again, and said fearfully, Don't dare, not dare, I don't dare. Lin Fan walked out with the Dragon Balls, ready to put out the 7 Dragon Balls to make a wish, but after thinking about it, it was better to be safe. Fly into the air. At high speed, fly in the other direction. Come to a more remote place somewhere. Lin Fan placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and shouted, Come out, Divine Dragon! Make my wish come true! Woohoo! I saw that the sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, and golden rays of light shone out. In less than a few moments, the whole world was dark night. Vic and Sun Gohan, who were guests at Sun Gohan's home, saw this scene and said in amazement, "This is Turtle Immortal Island." The Turtle Immortal was enjoying the sun. The sky suddenly darkened, turned into night, and said in surprise, "Who summoned the Divine Dragon?" Clin number 18, the Dragon. Everyone knows that such a scene is also the way Shenlong appears. Less than a moment, a green Divine Dragon appeared, entrenched in the sky, staring at Lin Fan, and said extremely proudly, "Come, tell me your, before the Divine Dragon." Finished speaking, he immediately found that something was wrong with Lin Fan. Are you a god too?" He felt the breath of God on Lin Fan's body, and this breath of God was even thicker than his, that is, Lin Fan was stronger than himself in terms of strength and other aspects. Except, of course, the power of wishes. Lin Fan nodded his head lightly, "Shenlong, please resurrect Frisia." After discovering that Lin Fan was also a god, the Divine Dragon also lost its previous arrogance, and after being silent for a while, he said, "Frisia's flesh was smashed to pieces a long time ago. It is impossible to recover." When Lin Fan heard Shenlong say this, he instantly remembered, yes. Frisia was slashed into countless pieces by future trunks. Shenlong continued, "Even if the soul is recalled, it is meaningless, after all, it is just a scattered body and soul." Lin Fan instantly fell into a difficult state, thinking carefully. When Salbei of the Frisia Legion revived Frisia, it seemed that the Divine Dragon recalled the scattered body and soul, and then revived Frisia through the regeneration device. Yes, that's it. Think of these. Divine Dragon, resurrect Frisia. Good. Shenlong's eyes were red. "I saw Frisia's mutilated body falling in the sky, dozens or even hundreds." Lin Fan glanced at it and couldn't help but smile. The big special is really ruthless, but not ruthless. In the world of the big trunks, it is not as good as the current world. In the world of the big future trunks, Son Goku and Vegeta are dead, only he and Son Gohan, and later Son Gohan also died, but he was left alone. The first wish came true, and there were 2 more wishes. "Please give me an advanced regeneration device, right in this place." Shenlong spoke, "This wish is a bit difficult, the energy consumption is relatively large, and it needs to be consumed as 2 wishes. Because the regeneration device on Earth is not advanced, at least it also needs the Frisia Legion level regeneration device." Yes. Lin Fan didn't have any other wishes, so it didn't matter if this wish was fulfilled as 2. Woohoo! Shenlong's eyes flashed. Red light comes out. An advanced regeneration device appeared in front of Lin Fan. "The wish has been fulfilled, leave." Hey! The Divine Dragon suddenly turned into 7 Dragon Balls, scattered in all directions of the world. Lin Fan waved his hand, opened the regeneration device, and with a gentle wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept Frisia's scattered body into the regeneration device. After thinking about it, he used a healing technique on Frisia's body, so that he could speed up Frisia's resurrection. After everything is ready, start the device. Strands of green energy flow inside the regeneration device. A few Kigong bombs were smashed on the big trees on the side, and these big trees were simply made into a shed to avoid damaging the regeneration device when it rained. After doing these well, Lin Fan flew towards the Taoist temple. As soon as I returned to the Taoist temple, I saw number 17 flying in rags. Number 17 saw Lin Fan and greeted respectfully, "Master." After this experience, number 17 gained a lot, and he was very happy in his heart, and his attitude towards Lin Fan was much more respectful than before. "Number 17, how do you feel?" Lin Fan asked with a smile. "It feels good, I can already skillfully use Beifang energy absorption, and I have also sensed special moves." Number 17 said excitedly. Lin Fan praised. "Special moves? That's nice. Chapter 042. After Lin Fan chattered with number 17 for a while, he asked him to go back and change a set of clothes, come to him again when he had time, and teach him other moves by himself. As for the special move that number 17 comprehended, Lin Fan didn't ask, because he didn't want to embarrass number 17. Since it is a special move, then it must be one of the whole cards. Asking other people's whole cards, isn't it equivalent to touching someone else's bottom card? This kind of thing is easy to cause disgust, and Lin Fan is naturally unwilling to do it. Next, Lin Fan was blowing the wind outside the Taoist temple, wondering in his heart, how long would it take Frisia to recover? Pirav walked towards him with Xiaowu and Ashi. After the three of them ate yesterday, they did not leave, because they were originally going to collect Dragon Balls, but now the Dragon Balls were used by Lin Fan. It would take a year to cool down before they could use the Dragon Balls, so they planned to stay at the Taoist temple for a while. Pirav looked at Lin Fan, who was leaning back in his chair and resting comfortably, and said, "Can we stay in your Taoist temple for a while?" Lin Fan didn't look at Pirav, but in fact, he understood in his heart what was going on. Jokingly, he said, "Yes, but I don't offer you anything to eat or drink." Ugh! Xiaowu and Axiu suddenly felt nervous. The reason why they stayed was because they wanted to eat every day. If they couldn't eat enough every day, then weren't they all the same everywhere? Pirav had a black face and was also very uncomfortable. "We can help you with things, and you provide us with food and drink." "Oh? So you want to give me a job?" Lin Fan pretended to suddenly realize. There is nothing to do now, and it is fun to tease Pilaf. Pirav did not speak, because he felt that he was the honorable King Pirav and had to have face, but it was. "Okay, as long as you do things for me and do everything well, I can give you something to eat," Lin Fan said. Xiaowu and Axiu immediately said happily, "Howler, we will definitely complete the task excellently. It's really good to finally end the days of having a meal and no next." Pirav was also very happy in his heart, but he did not show it too much. He had to remain calm, he was a king. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, "Go clean up." Good. The three left happily. They just left. A reminder came from Lin Fan's consciousness. Drip, Apprentice Sun Wukong increases the basic combat power by 1 billion, and the Master gets a double increase, 2 billion. At present, the basic combat power of the host is 57 billion. Oh? Sun Wukong increased his combat effectiveness by 1 billion? So, he has already mastered the method of super breath mastery? It seems that he is coming to me soon. Hoo. Lin Fan just thought so. Sun Wukong had already appeared in front of him, looking at Lin Fan who was resting on the chair, and said excitedly, "Master Lin Fan, I have mastered the super breath mastery." Lin Fan nodded slightly. "Good, quick to master." Lin Fan really admired Sun Wukong. This super breath mastery is also a difficult skill. It is really surprising that he mastered it so quickly. It is worthy of being the protagonist of Dragon Ball, although the talent is not very good. But understanding, that's absolute. Simply invincible. Master Lin Fan, please teach me how to become a god," Sun Wukong said with great anticipation. Lin Fan asked, "You want to become a god, for what?" "Beat you," Sun Wukong said directly. Lin Fan, instantly speechless, feelings this guy has not forgotten until now, what he said at the beginning, only by calling himself a god, can he fight with himself. Seeing Lin Fan silent, Sun Wukong was a little puzzled. Could it be that he said something wrong? Nope. He is telling the truth. He wants to become a god, just to compete with Master Lin Fan and defeat Master Lin Fan. Master Lin Fan, what's wrong? After Lin Fan eased up, he said with a smile, "It's okay, okay. I'll start teaching you how to become a god today, that is, transform into a Super Saiyan god." Now Lin Fan has a basic combat power of 57 billion, while Sun Wukong is only more than 20 billion. In other words, his basic combat power is more than 20 billion higher than Sun Wukong, and he naturally will not be afraid of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's biggest reliance is the Ultimate Realm King Fist, and the Ultimate Realm King Fist will also be himself. Not only that, but he also has a bunch of moves and special skills. How can he lose? Sun Wukong said excitedly, "Ah, yes, you can finally learn how to become a god. Super Saiyan God, simply handsome to explode. Follow me." Lin Fan used the dancing void technique, soared into the air, and flew into the more lush forest. That is the direction in which the Super Spirit Time House was originally stored. Because if you want to transform into a Super Saiyan God, it takes a lot of time to feel. Not only that, but training is required. And all this can only be done in the Super Spirit Time House. Of course, Lin Fan will not enter it, because this Super Spirit Time House only has 10 chances in a person's life. He needed to wait until the critical moment to enter, and it was too wasteful to go in now. The key thing was that Lin Fan didn't want to move. He didn't want to sweat a lot of training. Just want to lie flat. Lying flat is the most comfortable. Come to the Super Spirit Time House. The two set cross-kneeled on the ground and began to explain to Sun Wukong the way to become a Super Saiyan God. If you want to become a god, there are two ways. One is to absorb the divine chi, master the super breath mastery method I taught you, and perform strong gravity training to become a Super Saiyan God. The second and easiest way is to pass on one of the 6 righteous Saiyans with their good intentions to one of them, so that he becomes the god of the Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong listened. "Ah, it can still be like this," and then start to wrench your fingers to lose 6 Saiyans. Gohan, Goten, Vegeta, Tren. Don't count, there are not enough of them. Lin Fan didn't need to count, and he knew that there were not enough people, and if the number was enough, he didn't need the Saiyan race in Vitalized stomach. Moreover, to become a Super Saiyan God in the second way, it will take a lot of time to stabilize, otherwise it is extremely unstable, so the first method is still needed. Sun Wukong nodded happily. As long as he can become the god of Super Saiyan, no matter what the method, he is willing. In a moment, I will give you the divine chi, and then you will enter the Super Spirit Time House to fuse. This time you enter the Super Spirit Time House, I will increase the gravity multiplier to 1 million times. You need to train in it, and then become a Super Saiyan God. Note, the upper limit of the gravity of the Super Spirit Time House is 999,999 10,000 times. Remind you that it will be easy if you use the Super Breath Mastery I taught you. Also, you need to. Chapter 043. Remember what I told you? Lin Fan asked. After half an hour, he had already taught Sun Wukong how to become a Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong nodded and said seriously, "Remember, Master Lin Fan. Okay, I'll pour the divine chi into your body now." Lin Fan waved his hand, and a cloud of colorful energy appeared in the palm of his hand. When Sun Wukong saw this mass of energy, he felt his heart tremble. He had never felt like this before, this was the first time. I couldn't help but say in horror, "This is the breath of God, it's amazing." Lin Fan flipped his wrist, and the palm was directly printed on Sun Wukong's chest. Pass the divine chi into Sun Wukong's body. At this moment, Sun Wukong felt that there was an extra warm energy in his body, and this energy soon flowed to his whole body. Step by step, it was like to merge with his whole body. Become one with him. Lin Fan said to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, go in." Yes. Sun Wukong quickly flew into the Super Spirit Time House, and the moment he flew in, Lin Fan waved his hand and adjusted the gravity multiplier to 1 million times. "Goku, Master believes you can." Lin Fan muttered, turned around and flew away. Fly in the direction of Frisia. He wanted to see if Frisia was making any progress. Logically speaking, with advanced regenerative devices, coupled with his own healing techniques, as well as Frisia's tenacious vitality, the strength of the body, the soul that exists. Resurrection within a day or two is not a problem. After a while, Lin Fan came to the regeneration device containing Frisia's body. Just arrived. Lin Fan was slightly startled, because he clearly saw that Frisia, who was installed inside the regeneration device, shook his head. Suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp light shone out, and both fists waved. Bang! Boom! Boom! The regeneration device was instantly destroyed and exploded into countless pieces. When Lin Fan saw this scene, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he suddenly came to Frisia's face. Snap! You're a loser! A slap on Frisia's face. Ah! Frisia was slapped and flew dozens of meters away and fell violently to the ground. Lin Fan looked at the regeneration device that exploded into countless pieces, and it hurt a little. This was made with a divine dragon wish. The more advanced regeneration device, maybe it can be used in the future, is now bombarded by Frisia, a loser. Frisia got up very confused, staring at Lin Fan with dead eyes. Although I don't know what's going on, he is very angry at this moment. This person dares to slap himself, and he simply does not put this universe emperor in his eyes. Oh ha! Instantly flew towards Lin Fan. A punch smashed towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan stood in place, not moving, the moment when the fist was about to hit him. His body flashed slightly. Easily dodged Frisia's attack. Rude. Then a slap was thrown into Frisia's face. Ah! Another slap in the face knocked Frisia away. The corners of Frisia's mouth twitched, and his cheeks twisted step by step, as if it was a ball of twists, clenching his fist, and a creaking sound came from his fist. Angrily shouted, "Slap! You actually slapped me! Unforgivable, unforgivable! Ah, h!" Frisia roared angrily. The momentum on his body continued to climb, and cyclones wrapped around his whole body. Ha! Woohoo! Successfully transformed into Frisia's final form. Yin Yi said, "This is the final form of King Ben. If you dare to slap King Ben will beat you to death." Hey! The figure flashed, quickly flew up, and still blasted towards Lin Fan with a punch. The current speed is indeed countless times more powerful than before, but it is still too far behind. Ho ho ho! Easy avoidance. Frisia looked at Lin Fan in disbelief, his eyes widened, and his final form punch could even be avoided? Don't believe it, the king doesn't believe it. Bang bang bang! The fists continued to bombard, but none of the punches could touch Lin Fan, and all of them were empty. Not even a single hair of Lin Fan was touched. This made Frisia angry in his heart. How could this be? He is a dignified universe emperor, and he can't even hit this person's punch. Oh! Frisia shouted again, punching him with all his might. However, it was still the same result, and Lin Fan could also easily avoid it. But this time, Lin Fan didn't intend to let Frisia attack, raised his hand, and exhaled. Snap! A strong slap knocked Frisia hundreds of meters away, and his body flew upside down and broke countless trees. Before Frisia could stand up, Lin Fan had already arrived in front of him. Looking at Lin Fan standing in front of him, Frisia, whose cheeks were red and swollen, was furious, his eyes were bloodshot, and he couldn't wait to eat Lin Fan alive. Prepare to use your hind foot to launch a surprise attack on Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan spoke at this time, "If you attack like a mad dog, I will send you to heaven." Listen to the elves sing again. Frisia's face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. At the same time, the inside of the head is also a lot clearer. Looking at the person in front of him, he knew that he was not an opponent. He had transformed into his final form, but the other party did not exert any strength at all. What a terrifying existence is this! After thinking of this, he immediately felt the other party's energy, but he found that he couldn't feel the other party's combat power. It's like an ordinary person. God is so powerful as ordinary people, this is definitely not an ordinary person. Suddenly, he thought of one thing, that is, many years ago, he did not feel energy in someone's body, but the other party's strength was so terrifying that it exploded and was unfathomable. That person is Beerus, the god of destruction. At first, the god of destruction, Beerus, appeared in front of him and directly ordered him to destroy the planet Vegeta. He saw the sudden appearance of the god of destruction Beerus, and did not know him, and heard that the other party actually ordered himself in a commanding tone. He was also very unhappy in his heart, and he was ready to fight with the god of destruction Beerus, but the other party's few big mouths flung up, just like Lin Fan beat him now. He was convinced at that time, because he knew that he was not an opponent at all, and if he continued to resist, there was only one way to die. It was also from there that he feared Beerus in his heart. Chapter 044. And the person in front of him seems to be an existence like Beerus. Who are you? Frisia asked a little cautiously. Lin Fan. Lin Fan naturally did not hide it. Frisia, you should know that I resurrected you. Even if Frisia didn't know, he knew now, but he was confused in his heart why Lin Fan wanted to resurrect himself. Why are you resurrecting me? Lin Fan also did not hide it. It's very simple, I see your potential. You can achieve a good strength without any training, then after training, it must be better. Speaking of his potential, Frisia was very proud and said confidently, that's right, I have never been trained, and if I am trained, my strength will definitely increase. Then, Yin smiled. Even surpassing you. Lin Fan smiled playfully, surpassing himself? Is it possible? Something that is simply impossible. Unless you don't become my apprentice, if you become my apprentice, my strength will always be above you. But, if you don't become my apprentice, will I allow you to live? Nature is impossible. Not because he was afraid that Frisia would threaten him, but because Frisia was resurrected by him, and if he could not use it for himself, then he would return Frisia to heaven. Seeing Lin Fan's playful smile, the corner of Frisia's mouth twitched a few times, and he was very angry in his heart, clenching his fists, wanting to kill. But reason told him that he was not Lin Fan's opponent now, and once he was impulsive, the person who died would be himself. He didn't want to go back to heaven, he didn't want to listen to the damned elves singing. It's just annoying. You see my potential, what do you want to do? For this question, Frisia also didn't understand in his heart, what did the other party want to do when he saw his potential? Is it preparing to seize your potential? But he had never heard of any way to seize the potential of others. Lin Fan quickly solved the doubts in his heart. Don't worry, I just want to take you as an apprentice, and I don't have other ideas. Frisia was suddenly stunned and looked at Lin Fan in confusion. Take me as an apprentice. That's right, I can help you improve your combat effectiveness, it will make you stronger. Lin Fan said with a faint smile. Frisia took 2 steps, made a characteristic clicking sound under his feet, smiled darkly, and asked, You have made me stronger, are you not afraid that I will deal with you? Frisia, tell you the truth, even if you become stronger, you are not my opponent, I will always be an existence that you cannot surpass. Lin Fan originally didn't want to hit Frisia, but this guy kept mentioning this issue, so he had to hit it. The corners of Frisia's mouth twitched wildly, and his face was ugly, as if he had died his own father, and even when his own father died, he did not twitch like this. Okay, Frisia, I'll ask you now, would you like to worship a teacher? Frisia was just about to answer, but Lin Fan reminded again, remind a sentence, think clearly and then answer. Frisia suddenly felt a chill rush down his back, as if his life was seriously threatened. But one thing he understood was that his life was threatened. If you can't answer yourself, don't worship a teacher or something. He would definitely be sent to heaven by this Lin Fan in front of him. Reluctantly, he replied, yes. Willing to worship the teacher. Lin Fan looked at Frisia with a proud look, and at the same time, he didn't hear the system's reminder, and he knew that Frisia was not really willing to worship the teacher. If the other party is not sincerely worshipping, it is impossible for the system to activate the reward. He said lightly, Frisia, you are not really worshipping the teacher. If you want to worship the teacher, you will sincerely worship the teacher. If you perfunctory me, the final result will be only one. Frisia was both angry and helpless. It was the first time in so long that he had encountered such helplessness. Even in the face of Sun Wukong, he did not feel this way. Lin Fan reminded at this time, by the way, there is one more thing to remind you, today's Monkey King can easily kill you in seconds. Hey! Frisia exclaimed in surprise, and his pupils instantly dilated, like cow-like pupils. What? Can Monkey King easily kill me in seconds? To say that others can easily kill him in seconds, he won't have too many ideas. However, when it comes to Sun Wukong can easily kill him in seconds, he has a lot of ideas, because Sun Wukong is his mortal enemy, and going to hell and heaven is all thanks to Sun Wukong. The person he most wanted to kill at this moment was Sun Wukong, and the mysterious sword-wielding scion who blasted himself into countless pieces. Future Trunks. Lin Fan continued, you didn't hear you wrong at all, Sun Wukong can easily kill you in seconds now, Majin Bu has been eliminated by him, do you think you can beat Majin Bu again? Frisia swallowed. His father reminded him several times that in this universe, there is one person who cannot be violated, and that is Majin Bu. It was an extremely terrifying existence. Although he has not collided with Majin Bu, he knows that his father does not scare him, but because this Majin Bu is really powerful. After thinking of this, he understood that Sun Wukong was really powerful now. Oh, it won't be long before Sun Wukong will become a god, and his strength will be greatly improved. Lin Fan saw that Frisia's face changed drastically, and continued to break the news. Frisia, who had originally eased a little, a familiar voice sounded again, and the information that shocked people's nerves once again flooded into his mind. For a moment, the body was stiff as a stone, and it was rare that the tongue was knotted, and he couldn't speak for half a day. Lin Fan saw Frisia's expression at the moment, it was very useful, and what he needed was such an effect. He believed that Frisia would definitely worship sincerely in the future, because everything had already entered his own layout. After about 2 minutes, Frisia relented, and his brain regained the ability to think about problems. The fox asked suspiciously, do you have a feud with Sun Wukong? Borrow my hand to destroy the Monkey King? That's why you want to take me as an apprentice? His words and questions were in Lin Fan's calculations. Earlier, he had said so much, he knew that after Frisia was sober, he would definitely ask such a question. Once you ask this question, you're basically done with Frisia. Be clever. I can tell you that Sun Wukong is also my apprentice, and the method of becoming a god is also taught to him. Chapter 045. I can tell you that Sun Wukong is also my apprentice, the method of becoming a god, and I also taught him. Frisia was once again shocked and had a numb expression on his face, but this time, he quickly reacted. It seems that I have been hit too much, I have been shocked too much, and now I am shocked again, and I already have an immunity. But he analyzed it carefully. It's not that Sun Wukong is powerful, but this Lin Fan in front of him is powerful, and he can teach Sun Wukong to become a god. How horrible is this? If Sun Wukong becomes a god, then it will be difficult for him to surpass Sun Wukong. After thinking of this, he immediately said, although I don't know what your purpose is, I now officially worship you as a teacher. Master. Until now, Frisia had not figured out Lin Fan's purpose, but no matter what the purpose was, he didn't care anymore. As long as you can become stronger, surpass Sun Wukong, and kill Sun Wukong, you can. Drip, Congratulations to the apprentice Frisia, who obtained 3 billion combat power, immortal body, super frozen demon enhancement liquid, teleportation, and the skill of King Kong not bad. Current host combat strength, 60 billion. Seeing these rewards, Lin Fan was very excited, and finally burst out teleportation, and there were immortal bodies, King Kong not bad skills and the like. This time the reward is really lucky to explode. It's really worthy of the hard work of spending half an hour collecting Dragon Balls. Check out the immortal body effect. Immortal body. After possessing an immortal body, you can be immune to death and achieve the state of immortality and immortality, except for the power of destruction. Super Frozen Demon Enhancement Liquid. It can strengthen the bloodline of the Frozen Demon family, increasing the potential countless times, and the specific number of times depends on the various qualities of the person being strengthened. King Kong is not bad, it can greatly strengthen the body, and even reach the point of being hard and indestructible. After Lin Fan saw these effects, these things, he could temporarily give Frisia Super Frozen Demon Enhancement Liquid to enhance his potential. Frisia, come here. Lin Fan beckoned and motioned for him to come over. Frisia thought for a few seconds and walked over in a polite manner, because in front of Lin Fan, he was equivalent to a guinea pig without the power of a chicken. If you don't go over, do you have to wait for the other party to come in person? Doesn't that cause the other party to be unhappy? And he felt in his heart that Lin Fan would not hurt him. Because there is no need, if you really want to hurt him, you will not wait so long and keep going around the corner. Been waiting so long. Came to Lin Fan's body. I saw Lin Fan stretch out his hand, and a bottle of green liquid appeared in his hand, and this bottle of liquid was only as much as a thumb. Frisia, this thing is called Super Frozen Demon Enhancement Liquid, and as the name suggests, it can strengthen your bloodline. Increase your potential several times. As for how many times it can be increased, you need to look at the quality of all aspects of your body, including your mental power and so on. Do you dare to obey? Frisia looked at this bottle of strengthening liquid, a little hesitant, because he had never heard of this kind of thing, and secondly, he was worried that this was something that Lin Fan had created to control himself. Or maybe something bad, then isn't he dangerous? But he turned his eyes and thought, if the other party really wants to harm himself, is it necessary to do this? Moreover, if he does not submit, can he still save his life? Definitely not. After thinking of this, Frisia stretched out his hand and took this bottle of Super Frozen Demon Enhancement Liquid. Dare! Without any hesitation, he took this bottle of medicine in one gulp. Lin Fan smiled. This Frisia still understands things, and his courage is not bad. This is the courage of the Universe Emperor. About 3 minutes. Frisia began to feel his body react, and first of all, a warm feeling came from his abdomen, which was very comfortable. It's warm, it feels good. Lin Fan didn't speak, because he felt that there was still a big play behind, and since this thing was a strengthening liquid, it would definitely quench the body. And the quenched body must be very uncomfortable. Hoo. Sure enough. After a while, Frisia felt a series of pain coming from his body, and this pain came from the pain in his bones. And it is getting worse step by step, and in less than 10 seconds, the whole body feels that there are 30,000 ants biting on the body. At the same time, he took himself to the fire and roasted it. The pain that drilled his heart made Frisia couldn't help but cry out, feeling that his head had grown countless times because of the pain, and his eyes subconsciously widened to the maximum. Holding up is the pinnacle. Don't make me look down on you. Lin Fan said 2 words lightly, and in an instant, Frisia closed his mouth, and his own Grand Universe Emperor would naturally not be looked down upon. Frisia gritted his teeth and held on, and drank in his mouth. Impossible. If you want to defeat me, it can't be. Absolutely impossible. In this way, it lasted for 10 minutes, and the pain in his body instantly receded, and Frisia gasped. Hoo. Drip, Apprentice Frisia increases basic combat effectiveness, 500 million, and Master gets double boost, 1 billion. Current host combat strength, 61 billion. Lin Fan said approvingly, "It's not bad, you survived, your current potential has been improved a lot." After resting for 10 seconds, Frisia felt his physical condition and found that his physical fitness in all aspects were really much stronger than before. Not only that, he feels that his potential talent has been improved a lot, and how much he has improved specifically, he does not know. Because there are no experiments yet. But he has enough confidence that as long as he gives himself enough time to train, even if he is a god, he can fight. Thinking of being able to fight over the gods, he raised his head and looked at Lin Fan. He can also surpass. Previously, without such potential, he did not have enough confidence, but now, with such potential, he is extremely confident. Lost confidence. Hey. Although I still don't understand why you helped me so much, I can say thank you. He had never said thank you to anyone, and Lin Fan was still the first. At the beginning, Sun Wukong gave him a breath of energy, hoping that he could escape from the planet that was about to explode, but he did not thank Sun Wukong, but used the last energy to sneak up on Sun Wukong. Now, he's really thankful. This is mainly because he knows that Lin Fan is stronger than himself, and the original Monkey King, in his eyes at the beginning, was an ant, but it was such an ant that could defeat him, and he couldn't believe such a fact. Therefore, even if Sun Wukong is so good to him, he will not thank him. An extremely arrogant and conceited person can say thanks to the strong, but for the ants, for the people he despises, it is impossible to say. Chapter 046. Lin Fan smiled lightly and accepted his thanks. "It's just a small gift." Frisia's face changed drastically. What? Such a powerful thing, in his mouth, turned out to be just a small gift, so how powerful must the real gift be? But soon he came to his senses, because today, he received too much shock. It's already used to it, and it can even be said that Lin Fan will not be too shocked by Frisia's words about Frisia, "I am the god of destruction." After all, it's already numb. "I'm teaching you a special move now, called the King Kong Not Bad skill." That's right, Lin Fan planned to teach the skill of King Kong Not Bad to Frisia. Originally he didn't want to teach it, but after thinking about it, after Frisia's training, he could transform into Golden Frisia. And the skill of King Kong is not bad. After practice, it will become golden, and the 2 layers of gold color superimposed. Isn't it better to look? Moreover, the higher the strength of the apprentice, the happier he is, not for the sake of peach and plum all over the world, but for combat power. King Kong is not bad? Frisia asked suspiciously. Practicing the skill of King Kong is not bad. You can greatly improve your defensive power, the same combat power. It is difficult to destroy your body, it is difficult to cause damage to you. Frisia was shocked. There is even such a move. Such a powerful move, he is actually willing to teach me? What the hell is he for? How do you feel that he is really good to me? Lin Fan didn't talk nonsense, and began to explain to Frisia the mental method of King Kong's Not Bad, as well as moves, casting skills, etc. Previously, when Frisia was subjected to the enhancement liquid, he had already learned the skill of Vajra immortality, teleportation, and immortal body, and he also fused it into his body. At this moment, his body has reached the state of immortality and immortality. Of course, he is still afraid of the power of destruction, which makes him feel that this does not seem to be true immortality. Only to achieve the power of not being afraid of destruction can it be regarded as true immortality. However, he believes that one day he will be immune to the power of destruction. An hour later, Lin Fan said to the confident Frisia, "You try it again." Frisia suddenly clenched his fists and burst into a gulp. Ha! I saw that Frisia's body instantly turned golden, and Lin Fan couldn't help but think in his heart when he looked at his appearance at the moment, "I'll go, this look, in addition to the momentum and combat power, is exactly the same as the golden Frisia. After Frisia transformed, he gently patted his body, and suddenly there was a sound of bang. Good. Very good. Frisia said with satisfaction. The corner of his mouth outlined an evil smile. With his current defensive power, under the same combat power, it was impossible for anyone to destroy his defensive power. Standing and beating each other, the other party is unlikely to hurt their own body. The more I think about it, the more excited I become. Lin Fan actually had such a divine skill. He looked at Lin Fan and saw the other party's calm look, and he suddenly remembered a question to overturn his thoughts. That is, he was very confident to defeat Lin Fan before, but now, he has no confidence, whether it is now or in the future. He feels that he cannot defeat Lin Fan. Things as precious as the super frozen demon enhancement liquid, as well as the divine skill that King Kong is not bad, Lin Fan has taught himself, then it means that these are actually nothing to Lin Fan. An existence of this level is nothing. Then how strong does Lin Fan's whole card have to be? How invincible must it be? Moreover, he also said earlier that he had taught Sun Wukong the method of becoming a god. Suddenly, Frisia understood what Lin Fan said earlier, I will never be able to surpass him. Earlier. In Frisia's opinion, this statement was ridiculous, how conceited. But now it seems that this sentence is completely true, and the funny person is himself. Not Lin Fan. I really can't surpass it. Lin Fan saw his face and eyes constantly changing, and probably knew what was in his heart. Smiled slightly, now you finally know how small you are. Frisia did not deny it again, it is indeed small, but I still hope that Master will teach more. Now it's called Master, it's a lot easier. Lin Fan teased. Frisia didn't say anything, worship the strong as a teacher, and he is also an unfathomable strong man, he feels that it doesn't matter. Lin Fan continued, greedy and chewy, you first explore your potential, and cultivate the skill of good Vajra is not bad, when you cultivate to the completion level, I will naturally teach you. Frisia's current King Kong is not bad, it is only a small level, reaching the completion level, there is still a long period of time, once it reaches the completion level, the defense power will increase countless times. Frisia also knows that greed is not good for chewing. Yes. Okay, you cultivate here first, and I'll come to you the day after tomorrow. Originally, Lin Fan planned to throw Frisia into the Super Spirit Time House, but after thinking about it for a while, forget it for the time being, and now Sun Wukong has just entered it. If Frisia went in, the two would definitely clash, and with Sun Wukong's current strength, killing Frisia would be an easy thing. Or wait for Sun Wukong to come out and throw Frisia in by himself. Frisia nodded in agreement. Yes. Lin Fan used the void dance technique, ready to leave, suddenly stopped, looked at Frisia, and reminded, by the way, this period of time, don't make trouble, cultivate well. Your current strength is still very weak, and you are not qualified to cause trouble. The corner of Frisia's mouth twitched subconsciously a few times, if someone else said this, he would definitely be furious. However, what Lin Fan said, he could endure, and the most important thing was that this was also the truth. People Sun Wukong have the capital to become gods, and he is still so weak, where can the capital cause trouble? Yes, Master. Lin Fan then flew towards the Taoist temple. He believed that after he reminded Frisia like this, Frisia would definitely not dare to cause trouble again. Not only because of himself, but also because of the Monkey King. Before arriving at the Taoist temple, Lin Fan remembered one thing, that is, Broly. It only took Sun Wukong more than a day to comprehend the super breath mastery, then Broly, it should not be bad. Think about this later. Immediately found a big tree and landed. Leaning leisurely against the tree. Can't help but mutter, why do you feel a little tired? Constant disciple? It doesn't seem to be salty either. In a blink of an eye, I thought, but just at the beginning, I can understand that when everything is on track, it will not be so busy. In the future, it will be to lie flat to improve combat effectiveness, and the future can be expected. No more time lost. Start using the effects of the vast heart. Take out the map of the universe, follow the trajectory above, and start searching for the star Wampa where Broly is located. Thanks to the one-time experience, this one is much simpler. Chapter 047. Wampasin. It only took Broly a day to master the super breath mastery. At this moment, he was sitting cross-kneeled on the top of the mountain. Didn't Master Lin Fan say that when I learn the super breath mastery, he will teach me other moves? Will Master forget? Just as Broly was wondering, a magnetic voice came from his consciousness. Naturally, I haven't forgotten. Broly was delighted to hear this. Hurriedly greeted in his consciousness, Master Lin Fan. He just said that greeting. Hey! Suddenly, he felt the air around him surge a few times. He saw a handsome young man appear in front of him, which made Broly frightened, and at the same time he stepped back very vigilantly, staring at the young man who suddenly appeared. Who are you? Lin Fan. Lin Fan said with a smile. When Broly heard this voice, he immediately reacted, and the person in front of him was Master Lin Fan. Without the slightest doubt, he immediately greeted happily, Master Lin Fan. The reason why he didn't have any doubts was because Lin Fan's name was only known to him and Master Lin Fan, and secondly, this sudden appearance of the ability should only be possessed by Master Lin Fan. You know, they are a Wampa star. For countless years, except for him and his father, no one has arrived at all, not even alien tourists. So this person in front of him, except for the master, he really can't think of who it is. So when the other party said that it was Lin Fan, he didn't have any hesitation at all. And Lin Fan can suddenly descend here, it is because of the reason for teleportation, the effect of teleportation. As long as you can feel the breath of the other party, you can instantly move to the side of the target. And the effect of the vast heart is also to feel the breath of the other party and link with the other party through the breath, so he has the breath of Broly, and he can naturally use teleportation to move over. Through this time, Lin Fan found that he could completely shuttle through the universe, even if he didn't know anyone, as long as he searched for the other party's breath with his vast heart, and after establishing contact with the other party, he could use teleportation to move over. This is a must-have skill when traveling from home. Lin Fan looked at Broly, he looked quite handsome, and he looked a little melancholy, especially the scar on his face, which added a little to the melancholy. Good. One day to comprehend the super breath mastery? No, to be precise, there is no time in one day, it is indeed very good. Broly was very happy when he heard Lin Fan's approval. Thank you Master for your approval. Lin Fan smiled slightly. Broly, I'm teaching you another special skill now, called purification. Purification? Broly asked rhetorically. Lin Fan explained, purification, as the name suggests, can purify your emotions, thoughts, physical agitation, and so on. Simply put, after you have the purification technique, you can control your violent state and keep yourself awake. Broly was overjoyed that if he could control his rampage, then he would not have to wear this controller around his neck. That's great, Master, please teach me. Lin Fan sat cross-kneeled, and Broly also sat down sensibly. Start explaining purification to them. Purification, divided into three parts, purification of the mind, purification of the god, and purification of the body. An hour later, Lin Fan looked at Broly and asked, have you remembered everything I said? Broly nodded seriously, I remembered everything, but there are some things that I don't quite understand. If you don't understand something, you can bring it up and answer them for you. Lin Fan said with a smile. He thought in his heart that once Broly comprehended the purification technique, he could control his violent state. The previous Broly, in a violent state, but there is no reason. Once you have reason, then there will definitely be a big change. The combat effectiveness will definitely improve a lot, and the combat method will no longer be indiscriminate killing. Broly immediately asked, Master, in the pure body, with the power of purification, control the violent body, and control the body, and do not enter the ordinary realm, what does this mean? Lin Fan explained with a smile, you don't know what it means to be unmundane, right? Yes, Master. Do not enter the ordinary realm, that is, do not enter the normal realm, that is, you must not only control your body, but also step into the state of power after the berserk, both intellect and attack. In terms of your conditions, after you enter the berserk state, you will lose your mind, but your combat effectiveness such as attack power and speed will be greatly improved. However, you need to control your intelligence and attack power so that you can achieve a true pure body. As for how to control this, you need to comprehend it. Broly, you have a good understanding. When you comprehend the purification technique, we will discuss the problem of your departure. Lin Fan specially reminded. When Broly heard that he was about to discuss the issue of leaving, he was very happy in his heart, and nodded again and again and said, Don't worry, Master, I will understand it well. Lin Fan didn't say anything more, used teleportation, and returned to the side of the Taoist temple Yulin. Yulin was practicing the Heavenly Master technique with her eyes closed, and when she felt someone suddenly appear beside her, she immediately opened her eyes and saw Lin Fan. Surprised and said, Master. Lin Fan nodded his head slightly, well, continue to cultivate, I'll take a look at how your cultivation status is. Yes, Master. Yulin closed her eyes and continued her cultivation. Meanwhile, the other side. Capsule Company. Vegeta came out of the gravity training room. This time the gravity training, he got a little improvement, but his heart was not satisfied. Meantime, he felt a little uneasy in his heart, very irritable, and took the lead in taking a cold shower. Get out of the bathroom. I saw Bulma walking in to get something. Today, Bulma wears a pair of jeans that show off her seductive curves. The real charm remains. Seeing Bulma, who had not been seen for many days, his body immediately had a thought, and his eyes showed a bad thing. Bulma saw his changes. Immediately knew what was in his heart. And took the initiative to walk to the bed. Less than a moment later, the two began to rub mahjong. An hour later, Bulma complained, Scions are true, in the broad daylight, and they don't know how to be tired. Vegeta leaned on the pillow, looked pensive, and did not speak, which made Bulma very puzzled, and asked curiously, What's wrong with you? Worried look. Chapter 048. Bulma asked suspiciously, Vegeta, what's wrong with you? What's the preoccupation you look like? Vegeta hesitated for a few seconds and explained, What do you say Kakarot is doing? Bulma paused slightly, not quite understanding what Vegeta meant, and then gently squeezed Vegeta's arm. Vegeta, what are you thinking? When you just played mahjong with me, did you always think about Sun Wukong in your heart? Vegeta suddenly felt a pang of evil. Snort. Apparently, as if to say, what are you talking nonsense? Continued, I was just wondering what training Kakarot was going through. He is Lin Fan's apprentice, how will Lin Fan train him? Bulma instantly understood that it turned out that her husband was worried that Sun Wukong had surpassed him. However, for the sake of face, I don't want to say it. You want to know, just go and see it. Vegeta immediately stared at Bulma with a haughty gaze. Humph! My Grand Prince Vegeta, do I need to see it? This made the corners of Bulma's mouth couldn't help twitching a few times. This scion in his own family is really hard-mouthed. Obviously I just want to know, but I don't admit it. Get dressed, stand up, and say, 2 choices, go and see for yourself, or just think about it in bed. As for me, now I have to do research. After that, he ignored Vegeta and left the room alone. Vegeta thought for a few seconds, distraught. He thought it would be better to go and see. He didn't want to somehow let Kakarot surpass him. Get dressed quickly. He was about to fly towards Lin Fan's Taoist temple, but he overlooked one problem, that is, he didn't know where Lin Fan's Taoist temple was. So I went to Bulma to ask for the address, and then flew to the Taoist temple. Just arrived above the Taoist temple. Lin Fan, who was lying on the recliner and playing with his mobile phone, noticed it instantly, but he did not look at the sky, but muttered suspiciously, "Oh? Vegeta? Why did he suddenly come?" Vegeta stood in the sky and also saw Lin Fan, who was lying on a chair playing with his mobile phone. However, he did not fly down, but observed around, and in the Taoist temple, he felt a slightly better chi. But he could be sure that this breath was not Kakarot, and this breath was a bit special, not like the chi they cultivated. The chi he felt was Yulin's chi, and Yulin's cultivation was the heavenly master technique, which was naturally not the breath they usually cultivated. So the search continued. Then, not far away, he felt two breaths, one of which was even stronger than Yurin's. But he felt that this was still not Kakarot. But he just couldn't feel Kakarot's breath, and after thinking of this, he immediately flew to the direction of these two breaths. Soon, he came to the sky above the two breaths, stood in the sky, looked down, and saw two people sitting cross-kneeled on the ground to cultivate. A bald head, a person who looks like a small child. These two people are Tianjin rice and dumplings. Vegeta pondered for a moment, flew down, and descended in front of Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan noticed someone, immediately opened his eyes, saw Vegeta standing in front of him, and asked suspiciously, "Vegeta?" Vegeta gave a cold sigh and agreed. Before Tianjin Fan could continue to ask, Vegeta had already taken the lead in opening his mouth and asked grimly, "What about Kakarot?" Tianjin Rice and Dumplings also knew Vegeta's personality, so they didn't care much about his cold questioning. Goku seems to have entered the Super Spirit Time House. Tianjin Fan remembered that Master Lin Fan said earlier that after Sun Wukong mastered the control of Super Breath, he once again entered the Super Spirit Time House. This isn't the first time Vegeta has heard of the Ultra Spirit Time House. When he first heard about the Super Spirit Time House, he thought it was the spiritual time house of the temple. So I ran to the temple and realized that it was not. At that time, he felt that Lin Fan was deliberately teasing himself, but after he thought about it carefully, Lin Fan didn't seem to have the need to deceive himself. So he felt that in addition to the spiritual time house, there should be a super spiritual time house. As for where this super spiritual time house was, he didn't know. Now that I meet Tianjin Rice, and the other party once again says the super spiritual time house, then simply ask, where is this super spiritual time house? Where is the super spirit time house? Tianjin Fan pondered for a moment. Do you want to tell him? Forget it, without master's permission, don't say it yourself. After thinking of this, he said apologetically, "Sorry, Vegeta, I can't say without master's permission. If you really want to know, you can ask Master Lin Fan." When Vegeta heard Tianjin's words, she was immediately angry and didn't tell herself. "Where to store your majesty? Coldly drank, find death." They figure flashed. Instantly came to the front of Tianjin Rice. A punch roared. "Hey! One punch to the air!" Vegeta looked at Tianjin Rice in surprise, with a look of disbelief. How could this be? Tianjin Rice is just a weak chicken that can avoid his own punch. "Vegeta, what are you doing?" Tianjin Fan frowned and asked, and his third eye dropped slightly. Dumpling also stares at Vegeta, and once Vegeta attacks again, he will help Tianjin Fan deal with Vegeta together. In his eyes, if anyone hurts Tianjin Rice, he will be anxious with whom. Vegeta did not answer Tianjin's words, but just snorted coldly. Humph! Once again, it attacked Tianjin Rice. To be honest, the punch did not attack Zhongtian Rice, which made his heart very angry, because from beginning to end, in his eyes, Tianjin Rice was nothing. Even in his opinion, his casual punch can make Tianjin Rice go to hell. However, everything is beyond his thoughts. How does this make him not angry? Tianjin Rice saw Vegeta come again, swooped in, and the dumplings were ready to move, but they were drunk by Tianjin Rice. Dumplings, back off! The dumpling hesitated for a few seconds, quickly retreated, and then flew in the direction of the Taoist temple. Tianjin Fan looked at Vegeta seriously, and while avoiding Vegeta's attack, he persuaded, Vegeta, stop quickly. Vegeta didn't stop and kept attacking. Tianjin Rice is becoming more and more passive and more dominant. Quickly distance himself from Vegeta and place his index and middle fingers in front of his third eye. Ah! Ha! Chapter 049. Cyclones rolled up around Tianjin Rice, and the branches around them kept swinging. I saw that the momentum on his body soared, and his combat effectiveness soared. When the third eye turns fiery red, the cyclone gradually disappears. Combat effectiveness has skyrocketed countless times. This is exactly the first stage of the three-eyed Tianzun bloodline of Tianjin Rice, the three-eyed red general state. Vegeta looked at it in surprise. When did these three eyes still have such a hand? Before the battle, Vegeta had already felt it, and with his own normality, he was not Tianjin's opponent. However, he will not grind slowly with Tianjin Rice like Sun Wukong. Clench your fists. Gather the power of the whole body. Ha! The terrifying energy instantly exploded, and the surrounding area was full of whistling wind. Instantly transform into Super Saiyan 2. The corner of Tianjin Fan's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that Vegeta would directly transform into Super Saiyan 2. With his current strength, he is not the opponent of Vegeta Super Saiyan Tier 2 at all. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Vegeta's mouth, and he raised his fist. Come, let me see how different you are. They. Voice just fell. A whistling sound sounded. Tianjin Rice just saw one afterimage after another. Bang! Ah! Before Tianjin Fan could make any reaction, Vegeta had already appeared in front of Tianjin Fan and punched Tianjin Fan's abdomen. The bang directly knocked the three-eyed red of Tianjin Rice back to normal. Ugh! Tianjin Rice buffered for a few seconds, and then his body flew out upside down and fell violently to the ground. Instantly, I felt a sweet throat, as if something poured in, and I subconsciously opened my mouth. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Sprinkled the ground. However, Tianjin Fan still insisted on getting up, panting, huffing. I thought to myself. In the face of Vegeta's Super Saiyan Tier 2 state, he is still too weak. For Vegeta's actions, he only saw some shadows, and the shadows looked a little blurry. However, it is still a little improved. A few days ago, I faced Goku's Super Saiyan 1 stage, and I only saw some vague shadows. And now in the face of Super Saiyan level 2, he can also see a blurry shadow, which means that he has improved a lot. Although one is Goku's Super Saiyan Stage 1 and the other is Vegeta's Super Saiyan Stage 2, they are not the same person, but the strength of these two is similar. Subsequently, Tianjin Fan thought of when, yes, the strength of the two was indeed not much different before, but now, Vegeta is definitely not Goku's opponent. Vegeta looked at Tianjin Rice, who stood up, and asked again, where is the Super Spirit Time House? Tianjin Fan didn't think about it. Replied. Vegeta, if you really want to know, just ask my master. I don't have master's permission, it's impossible to say. The corners of Vegeta's mouth moved. You really want to find death? Wave your right hand and prepare to charge the Qigong bomb. My apprentice, you can move too. Suddenly, A cold drink full of domineering aura came. When Tianjin Fan heard this voice, he instantly knew that it was Master Lin Fan coming. Vegeta looked up. I saw two people standing in mid-air, one of them wearing a set of white clothes, personable, fair face, delicate facial features, and awe-inspiring justice, like a peerless and independent fairy. Seeing this person, Vegeta recognized it at a glance. Lin Fan. That's right, the person who came was Lin Fan, and as for the people around Lin Fan, it was Dumplings. Previously, Dumplings flew to the Taoist temple to find Master Lin Fan. He knew in his heart that except for Master Lin Fan and Sun Wukong, no one could stop Vegeta. But now, Sun Wukong is cultivating in the Super Spirit Time House, so he can only find the master. And it's good to find a master. Vegeta was very angry when he saw Lin Fan high above, but he knew that he was not Lin Fan's opponent. Held back his anger. However, this does not mean that he will not insult people. Glancing at Tianjin Rice, he said lightly, just such a waste, also accept it as an apprentice. Lin Fan landed, his deep eyes stared at Vegeta, there was an infinite flow of divine power in his eyes, and at a glance, he had an insight into the endless other side, shocking people. Vegeta's heart trembled a few times, and inexplicably accelerated. How do you feel that this Lin Fan's strength has increased several times? For this, his feeling was not wrong at all. When Lin Fan first fought against him, it was only about 10 billion basic combat power. However, now, Lin Fan has reached 61 billion basic combat power, and if Lin Fan transforms into a Super Saiyan God now, his combat power can easily reach 12 yuan. Just the combat power of 2 Yao, one finger can eject Super Saiyan 2 full power Vegeta, then 12 Yao is terrifying. Lin Fan's thin lips spit out a few words indifferently, are you teaching me to do things? When Vegeta heard this, he was instantly speechless, his face rose like a red pepper, and his two combat shoes were grinding on the ground, looking at Lin Fan very embarrassed, unable to say a word for a long time. At the same time, my heart was very angry. You know, usually no one dares to speak to him like this, but now, Lin Fan didn't give him any face, so he was stunned, and he was not used to it at all. But what about anger? Fighting and fighting, he is not an opponent. The most important thing is that he knows in his heart that if he scolds Lin Fan, he will be beaten by the other party. Without the power to fight Lin Fan, he did not dare to strike easily. Oh! Master Lin Fan? How did you get here? Chapter 050. Master Lin Fan, why did you get here? Vegeta, why are you there? I saw a man wearing a blue practice uniform and dark blue loose pants, wrists and ankles bandaged, and black practice shoes standing in midair. See him! Vegeta reacted immediately and exclaimed, Kakarot! That's right! The one who came was none other than Sun Wukong. Lin Fan was slightly surprised when he saw Sun Wukong. He came out, why didn't he improve his combat effectiveness? After feeling the breath of the Monkey King, he has reached the realm of God. It's no longer an ordinary breath. What the hell is going on here? For the breath on Sun Wukong's body, not only Lin Fan felt the change, but Vegeta also felt the change. Kakarot, what the hell happened to you? Why can't I feel your breath anymore? Vegeta asked in surprise. At the same time, he had already thought of an explanation in his heart, that is, Sun Wukong had become a god. However, for this explanation, Vegeta did not believe and did not want to believe. But soon, Sun Wukong solved the doubts in his heart. Clenched his fists and said excitedly, I have become a god. These words instantly made the corners of Vegeta's mouth twitch a few times. He had already thought about this problem, but he didn't believe it. But now, even if he didn't want to believe it, he had to believe it. I felt unhappy for a while. Kakarot turned out to be a god, and he was one step faster. Why can Kakarot always be one step ahead of himself? he is obviously just an inferior fighter. And himself, but a noble scion prince. Prince Vegeta. Talented, surpassing Kakarot, a low-class warrior countless times, but everything is slower than him. The more I think about it, the more I feel unbalanced. Even if Kakarot becomes a god, so what? My noble Prince Vegeta can surpass him. After thinking of this, his eyes locked on Sun Wukong, and he said in an icy tone, Kakarot, since you have become a god, then let's have a duel. Before Sun Wukong could answer, his figure flashed and rushed towards Sun Wukong's momentum of roaring with a violent wind. One punch kills. Son Goku instantly transforms into Super Saiyan Tier 3 to avoid Vegeta's attacks. Vegeta paused slightly, and Sun Wukong easily avoided his fist. He did not expect himself to hit the Super Saiyan 3rd rank Monkey King with one punch, but, in his opinion, his own punch, Sun Wukong wanted to avoid, and it was more difficult. But now, Sun Wukong easily avoided his punch impact. This made him instantly understand that Sun Wukong's basic combat strength had improved a lot. What exactly training did he receive? Sun Wukong did not attack him, but said, Vegeta, don't be impulsive. How could Vegeta listen to his persuasion? After reacting, huge fists continued to smash towards him. But every punch Sun Wukong can easily avoid. Vegeta, what are you doing? Vegeta became more and more frightened, and in this instant, he had already blasted hundreds of punches. However, even Sun Wukong did not touch any fur, which made him very depressed and had a feeling of being embarrassed and angry. You know, although his current form is Super Saiyan Tier 2, it is actually no worse than Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan Tier 3, and even a little stronger. At the beginning, Beerus came to Earth, and Sun Wukong was killed by him in the form of Super 3, while Vegeta's Super 2 form was able to fight with Beerus for a while. This has been a good illustration that Vegeta's Super Saiyan Tier 2, although it is only Tier 2, is actually already Super Tier 3. Kakarot, you fight back. You fight back. Hit me, hit me. Vegeta shouted as he sprouted wildly. Both hands were aimed at Sun Wukong, and he constantly bombarded the Qigong bombs. Boom! In an instant, hundreds of Qigong bombs were already bombarding Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong instantly disappeared in place. Vegeta was slightly surprised. Hoo! The Monkey King suddenly appeared in front of Vegeta. Bang! A solid punch slammed into Vegeta's abdomen. Ugh! Vegeta let out a scream and looked at Monkey King with wide eyes. The face is distorted. I don't know if it's because of the pain or because of the sadness, and I cried out word by word. Kaka! Lot! Sun Wukong asked a little incomprehensibly, why did you ask me to beat you? They. Muscles in Vegeta's face twitched a few times. I let you hit? You just hit? Lin Fan stood on the other side, looking at the conversation between the two. He really wanted to laugh. Wukong was really real. Maybe he has never heard such an excessive request in his life. Vegeta held back the pain in his abdomen and quickly retreated. After retreating to a position of 50 meters, Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong with an angry eyebrow. If his eyes could kill people, Sun Wukong would have been killed by him at least 100,000 times. Shouting in annoyance, Kakarot! Kakarot! My dignified Prince Vegeta would be treated by a low-class warrior. Beat! Hit! The more you say it, the more angry you get. The anger almost crushed his teeth, his fists clenched deadly, the green tendons on his arms rose one after another, and on his fists, there was a creaking sound on his body. Boom! Unreasonable, unreasonable. Absolutely unreasonable. Hoo! Lin Fan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Vegeta carefully, looking at it with interest. Oh! It seems that Sun Wukong's actions have stimulated his bottom line. Draw Vegeta's outburst of anger. Then, Vegeta suddenly raised his head and stared at Sun Wukong. Kakarot, you are unreasonable. Unreasonable. I, Prince Vegeta, will never fall behind you. Nope. Boom. Only to see the momentum on Vegeta's body soar, and one after another terrifying energy poured out, like a cloud surging. These majestic forces also formed a fierce wind in an instant. The surrounding trees blew inclined, clumps of leaves struggled and rolled in the wind, and in less than a moment, more than half of the leaves fell off. Ah! Vegeta roared into the sky, and with it as the center, the majestic momentum spread out, destroying everything around it with the momentum of destruction and decay. A masterpiece of golden light, shining brightly for everyone. The big tree that was originally just swayed by the fierce wind was flattened by this terrifying energy in an instant. When this wave of energy reached the position of Tianjin rice and dumplings, the two blocked it with their hands to prevent being injured. Wait for the golden light to dissipate. Within a diameter of 50 meters centered on Vegeta, the ground sank directly. Chapter 051. Hoo. Vegeta enters a new Super Saiyan 2 stage in the form of Super Saiyan 2. It is called Super Saiyan Tier 2 Full Power Rage Form. Lin Fan saw the combat power displayed on Vegeta's body, and said with a slight approval, "It is worthy of being a Saiyan Prince, the potential is indeed good, and he has broken through to another form of the new Super Saiyan Tier 2. Monkey King felt Vegeta's ascension, and he was also happy, but in his eyes, there was more excitement. The more powerful Vegeta is, the happier he will be because it won't be too boring. If you have something to do, you can talk to Vegeta." Vegeta's body was like a cannonball, slamming towards Sun Wukong. Kakarot. Bang bang bang. The two kept fighting in the air, and in less than a moment, Vegeta, who was biased towards the downwind at the beginning, gradually gained the upper hand. "Kakarot, aren't you a god? Bring out all your skills." Vegeta's heart knew very well that Kakarot had become a god, so it must be more than that. Although he felt that if Kakarot became a god, he might not be an opponent, he still did not like Sun Wukong to let him like this. The proud Saiyan Prince does not need a low-class warrior to show mercy. And in his opinion, Kakarot can break through, he can also break through, just like now, Kakarot Super Saiyan Third Order, he was not an opponent at the beginning. But in a desperate situation, he broke through to the new Super Saiyan Tier 2. Surpasses Kakarot's Super Saiyan Tier 3. On the other hand, Sun Wukong, he knows Vegeta's character, but he doesn't like him to keep a hand, because it will make Vegeta think that he is deliberately humble. Good. The corner of Sun Wukong's mouth outlined a confident smile, his fists clenched, and he shouted. "Ah! Ha!" Sun Wukong roared loudly, the sound was deafening, and suddenly, the sky changed drastically, the original clear sky and white clouds, in an instant the clouds were dense, and one after another terrible lightning continued to hit the sky. These terrible lightning bolts struck in the air, as if they were going to tear the entire sky apart, and every time the thunder and lightning hit the sky, everyone clearly felt that heaven and earth were shaking. Only to see that Sun Wukong's body was covered with bursts of red chi, and a series of rime-like divine chi swirled around him. Vegeta stood in place, looking at Sun Wukong's state, and was extremely horrified in his heart. "Kakarot, what kind of transformation state is this?" Suddenly, he thought of one thing, that is, he had seen this transformation in the body of a person, and this person was none other than Lin Fan. Could it be that he was a metamorphosis of the Super Saiyan God? He remembered that when Lin Fan transformed, the movement was the same, but compared to Lin Fan's transformation scene, Kakarot was still much weaker. Not enough pressing. At that time, when Lin Fan transformed, the sky presented a cosmic scene, and in a designated range, there were also scenes of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It's a lot of pressing. In fact, when Sun Wukong transformed for the first time, it also showed the scene of Lin Fan's transformation, but it was said that when Sun Wukong first transformed, it was in the super-spiritual time house. Therefore, all the scenes were only known to the things in the super-spirit time house, and even Lin Fan did not know. Meanwhile, a reminder sounded in Lin Fan's consciousness. Apprentice Sun Wukong improves basic combat effectiveness, 10 billion, and Master gets double boost, 20 billion. Current host combat strength, 81 billion. Hearing the system's reminder, Lin Fan's heart kept beating in his chest like a little rabbit, and he was excited and excited. 10 billion. Sun Wukong increased his basic combat power by 10 billion at one time. And he got a double boost, 20 billion. 81 billion, only 19 billion difference, will soon overcome the 100 billion mark. Once the basic combat effectiveness of 100 billion, the gap between himself and Beerus will be a lot wider. Lin Fan saw more and more hope, surpassing the hope of Beerus before he came to Earth. Boom boom! With the completion of Sun Wukong's transformation, a gospel sounded in heaven and earth. Realm King God Realm. The old Realm King God, who was studying seriously, once again heard the gospel of heaven and earth, and immediately frowned. What's going on? Why is there always the sound of the gospel of heaven and earth recently, and is there so much to celebrate between heaven and earth? The Eastern King God sat beside him, and it was not the first time he had heard the gospel of heaven and earth. After hearing it, he also said very puzzled, yes, logically speaking, the gospel of heaven and earth is basically difficult to sound once, but why have two ringing recently? Has anyone become a god again? After thinking of this, I immediately felt it with my divine power. Immediately afterwards, he felt a familiar breath, not only him, but also the old Realm King God around him. Gaku. The Eastern Realm King God and the old Realm King God looked at each other, and their eyes widened in horror. No matter what they thought, they didn't expect that Sun Wukong would become a god. With Sun Wukong's strength, he really has the qualifications to become a god. However, becoming a god is not a matter of strong combat effectiveness, but also requires the chi of the god, and the chi of the god needs great opportunity to obtain, or to understand the god. In any case, the chi of god is difficult to obtain, and becoming a god is even more difficult. But Sun Wukong turned out to be a god. The old Realm King God stood up, with his hands behind his back, and walked left and right. There are already two scattered gods with divine chi on the earth. Is this good or bad? When did the divine chi become so easy to comprehend? The Eastern Realm King God guessed at this time. Is it because the Western Realm King God has a vacant position? The old Realm King God fell into deep thought. Is this good or bad? The old World King God, who has always liked to learn, looked at the learning materials on the ground at this time and felt bored. The other side. Lin Fan didn't know that the movement here had attracted the attention of the old Realm King God. If he knew what the old Realm King God thought, he would definitely open his mouth and tell the other party, "Old man, don't be surprised, Sun Wukong is just the first god I created, and there are many more to come. Just imagine, what kind of experience is it to encounter gods all over the earth, and the combat power surpasses the real Realm King gods?" Perhaps, the whole king would feel that Lin Fan was suspected of rebellion. However, Lin Fan couldn't manage so much. He needed combat power, unlimited combat power, and unlimited rewards. If you don't want to be suppressed, you have to suppress others. Even the whole king has to step aside. Or, become your own apprentice. Lin Fan didn't think about the idea of taking the king as an apprentice, but he felt that it was too far away, and there was no need to think about it for the time being. Chapter 052. When everything is over, the clouds have dispersed and the sky is bright. I saw that Sun Wukong had undergone a big change. His bright red hair, his body became leaner, and his whole body was covered with flames like the sun. The eyes are bigger, the skin is fairer, and the appearance is much younger. It's like the Monkey King of youth. Handsome. Dashing. However, these are not important. What is important is that Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness has increased countless times. Lin Fan estimated in his heart that with Sun Wukong's current combat strength, it was about 6 to 7 pieces. With the current combat strength, defeating Vegeta is simply a breeze thing, and with one finger, you can easily fly Vegeta. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong's state at the moment, with a huge mouth, unable to speak for a long time, just humming vaguely. At the same time, he also completely woke up, that is, no matter how angry he was and how he broke through the limits of Super Saiyan 2 stage, it was impossible to catch up with Kakarot's current combat power. Unless, like Kakarot, he breaks through to his realm, it is impossible to be hard Kakarot. Monkey King's obsidian-like eyes looked at Vegeta. And Vegeta paused slightly when he saw Sun Wukong's eyes. This look is too sharp. Right at this moment, Sun Wukong's mouth came out of a confident tone, "Hey! Vegeta, I'm going to attack." Vegeta was just about to speak. Seeing that Sun Wukong had moved, the figure had completely disappeared in place, and in his eyes, he only vaguely saw a little red dot, as if it was a flame in the darkness. What a speed! Snap! Ugh! Vegeta was slammed in the chest by Sun Wukong's punch, and the whole person flew out directly upside down, and his body hit the big tree behind him. No matter how thick the big tree was, after being hit, it instantly broke into 2 pieces. Not only that, but these big trees did not stop his body from retreating. After the body retreated 200 or 300 meters, he still hadn't stabilized his body, because this punch had completely exceeded his ability to bear. But at this time, Sun Wukong had appeared behind him. Vegeta sensed Kakarot appear behind him and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Kakarot should have come to catch me. Even if you kid has a bit of a conscience, you still know. Bang! In vain. He felt a raging crash coming from his back. Ah! An indescribable pain drilled into my heart. I saw Sun Wukong kick him in the back, kicking him back in the previous direction. Vegeta burst into tears. This Kakarot is afraid of a dog. Vegeta was like a kite with a broken line, and after flying upside down back to its original position, he fell violently to the ground, and his body rubbed a huge long line on the ground. Extremely embarrassed lying on the ground. Ahem! After coughing several times in a row, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and he tried to get up, but he found that he was weak and a little unable to move. The sound of hoo-hoo changed from Super Saiyan 2 stage back to normal. This feeling, Kakarot never gave him, only when he was fighting with Frieza in Namex and fighting Majin Buu. Because the other party gave him absolute suppression, not only caused harm to his body, but also caused oppression to his spirit. But now, Kakarot has once again let him try this feeling. Sun Wukong appeared in front of Vegeta, and when he saw Vegeta, who was lying on the ground and changed back to normal, a little embarrassed, he couldn't help but say, "Ah! Vegeta, how did you change back to normal?" Lin Fan stood on the side and heard Sun Wukong's words, and almost laughed. "How did it change back to normal? It's not you who hit it yet? People who don't know your character think you're mocking Vegeta." That's right. With Sun Wukong saying this sentence, people who don't know his character will definitely misunderstand it. This is mocking Vegeta. But in fact, Sun Wukong is such a character, innocent, does not understand human feelings, simply put, low emotional intelligence. IQ is also a bit offline. Lin Fan is indeed a little convinced by Sun Wukong's IQ, whether he has crossed into the Dragon Ball Super world or not, he is very convinced of Sun Wukong's EQ and IQ. Not because the IQ and EQ are high, but because it is too low, low to the lower line. The only time that made Lin Fan admire Sun Wukong's IQ was that Sun Wukong was in the GT version, and in the GT version, Wukong's IQ was not bad. Other versions, indeed, are a bit weaker. When Vegeta heard Sun Wukong's words, he almost fainted directly on the ground. Cockroach. You. He doesn't like Cockroach because the other party's IQ is too offline, and he will tear down the platform from time to time. Even if the IQ goes offline, every breakthrough, all kinds of things, you can advance yourself. This made him invisibly believe that his IQ was even more offline than Cockroach. Looking at Vegeta lying on the ground, Sun Wukong had realized that his hands seemed to be a little heavy. Immediately remove the Super Saiyan God, Super Red, status and return to normal. Scratching the back of his head, he said with a smile to hide his embarrassment, Vegeta, I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be so unbeaten. Lin Fan and Tianjin restaurant were stunned. I'll go, this way of apology is a bit shocking. Might as well not apologize. Vegeta's cheeks twisted directly into a ball, and he felt his self-esteem frustrated again. Without beating? Don't beat yourself? Once he thought that he had surpassed Cockroach, but since he worshipped Lin Fan, he was punched and kicked to the ground, and he was taunted and beaten. Infuriating, simply infuriating. But in fact, he knew in his heart that Sun Wukong did not really want to mock him, but was just normal to tell the truth. If it were him, he would have said that Cockroach would not have been beaten, but he would have used a mocking tone and a haughty gesture. Withstanding the blow in my heart and the pain in my body, I stood up with difficulty. Gaze. Cockroach. Sun Wukong was still very embarrassed to scratch his head, and he didn't know what to say for a while, but he smiled awkwardly. Vegeta saw that he was still laughing, and had a feeling that he was about to be angry, and with the last stubbornness, he pushed Sun Wukong away. Forthwith. Look at Lin Fan. Looking at it carefully, this made Lin Fan a little puzzled in his heart. What is this guy going to do? Is it possible to settle the accounts yourself? However, they are not Sun Wukong's opponents, how can they be their own opponents? With Vegeta's cleverness, it is impossible to engage in such suicidal behavior. Hoo. A wind rushed towards Lin Fan. Chapter 053. A wind rushed towards Lin Fan. Only to see Vegeta half bowed to Lin Fan, bowed his head, and looked at the ground with his eyes. As for the wind that pounced on Lin Fan, it was because his bow was too hard, and it was a wind that drove it. Lin Fan looked at Vegeta's actions and probably understood his thoughts, but he pretended not to know and asked. Vegeta, what are you doing? Vegeta didn't mince words, please teach me to cultivate. Lin Fan felt a little funny, this Vegeta's IQ was much higher than Wukong's, how could he say such a clueless thing? It seems that he has not really put down his face. Vegeta wants to worship the teacher, and its purpose is to catch up with or even surpass the Monkey King. In contrast, he would rather be defeated by Lin Fan than be defeated by Sun Wukong, because he has always thought in his heart that his strength is stronger than Sun Wukong. Now, however, the Monkey King easily defeated him, which gave his self-esteem the most serious challenge, the most brutal stampede. However, he still can't let go. The dignified Scion Prince will take the initiative to worship the teacher. This thing is really ridiculous. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth outlined a playful smile. Since you haven't let go yet, then I'll let you go completely. Pull off your proud mask in front of me. Coldly questioned, why should I teach you? Why should you? Vegeta paused. These words made him speechless. Indeed, why should people teach themselves? He was not his apprentice. After pondering for about 7 or 8 seconds, he said again, I would like to worship a teacher. Lin Fan smiled jokingly, Vegeta, didn't you figure out your location? You are willing to worship the teacher. Am I willing to take an apprentice? To put it bluntly, am I willing to take you as an apprentice? When Sun Wukong saw that Vegeta was in a state of disbelief, he wanted to worship the master, and immediately followed and persuaded, Master Lin Fan, you can teach Vegeta the method of cultivation. Let's progress together. Lin Fan stimulated Vegeta and said, Wukong, it is indeed good to progress together, but if you progress alone, isn't it better? Directly above this Scion Prince, when the time comes, his dignity and pride will not be worth mentioning in front of you. Hear this. Vegeta's body trembled a few times, and at this time, he felt his mood suddenly brightened. Epiphany, yes, if Kakarot's strength has always been above himself, then what is his own arrogance and Prince Vegeta's dignity in front of him? It's nothing at all. If you have to say what it is, then you can only be regarded as a jumping beam clown. Since that's the case, it's better to let go of the so-called dignity, the so-called arrogance, learn powerful skills, and stabilize the dignity and pride of Prince Vegeta. When Sun Wukong heard Lin Fan's words, he was a little puzzled and said, Vegeta is not arrogant, but he just talks a little. Vegeta, you said yes, I know, you like me too. Monkey King looked at Vegeta beside him with a smile. Vegeta gave him a blank look and said lightly, get out. This made Sun Wukong look embarrassed. Ah, Vegeta, why are you like this? Vegeta ignored Sun Wukong and looked at Lin Fan again. His attitude was extremely serious, and he still lowered his head. Please. You take me as an apprentice. After saying this, Vegeta's body trembled a little, since he was a child. He had not let go of his dignity so much. This is the first time. When Lin Fan saw his changes, a satisfied smile was outlined at the corner of his mouth, and what he wanted was this effect, that is, Vegeta in front of him, let go of absolute dignity, let go of arrogance. Even a fierce horse can be tamed by itself. Since the other party has put down his dignity in front of him, there is no need to ridicule him anymore. Because his purpose in the first place was to tame him and then take him as an apprentice. When the goal is achieved, it is good to receive. Vegeta, I can take you as an apprentice, but it depends on whether you really worship the teacher. Vegeta felt that he was really a bit tragic, and he was obviously very sincere now. Do you want to test yourself? However, Lin Fan's words instantly relieved him. Whether it's sincere, if you call me master, I can hear it. Hear this. Vegeta did not hesitate and shouted seriously, Master. Drip, congratulations to the host for taking in Vegeta, gaining 3 billion combat power, shuttle blocks, angel bloodline, super blue secret, and ancestor scion bloodline. What? Angel blood. Ancestral scion bloodline. When Lin Fan heard the reward given by the system, he almost jumped up with excitement. Just one angel bloodline, he was already very excited, and there was even an ancestor scion bloodline. Ancestor scion bloodline, Lin Fan also knew a little, but not much. Because this bloodline has never appeared in the Dragon Ball world, and the reason why he understands it is only based on the speculation of some netizens on the internet in his previous life, this has a certain understanding. At first, he felt that this kind of bloodline was just a kind of fun, and netizens were self-hilarious but did not expect that it would burst out on Vegeta's body. I couldn't help but think in my heart, Vegeta deserves to be the second role of the protagonist group. The things that burst out are really good. When I first received Sun Wukong, I burst the vast heart, and now I receive Vegeta and burst out 2 superb bloodlines. The explosion rate of the protagonist group, it's really fragrant. He did not rush to study these things, but looked at Vegeta and said, Vegeta, I can feel it, you are indeed a true worshipper. In that case, I'm not stingy either. I taught Sun Wukong Ultimate Realm King Fist, then I will teach you Super Ultimate Flash. Vegeta was stunned. Super Ultimate Flash? How does it sound so much like its own Ultimate Flash? Does it have anything to do with your Ultimate Flash? Seeing his confusion, Lin Fan probably knew what was in his heart, and said calmly, You are not wrong, the Super Ultimate Flash is your Ultimate Flash enhanced version. Teach Sun Wukong's Ultimate Realm King Fist, that is, an upgraded version of the Realm King Fist. After you learn it, I will teach you the way to become a god. Vegeta pouted, wanting to teach himself the method of becoming a god directly. But after thinking for a few seconds, I felt that it was better to forget it. Master Lin Fan had already said, let himself learn the ultimate flash, and then teach himself. Then it definitely makes sense. Yes. Vegeta, come with me, do whatever the others have to do. Yes, Master Lin Fan. Chapter 054. After about 2 hours, Vegeta learned Ultra Ultimate Flash. Super Ultimate Flash has become more powerful, shorter charging time, reduced physical energy consumption by half, and has also increased some penetration. Vegeta only demonstrated it once, and he was shocked in his heart. He never thought that the Ultimate Flash could be so strengthened. With Super Ultimate Flash, you can kill your enemies yourself and be more confident. He was already a little glad that he had studied with Lin Fan. If there was no worship teacher Lin Fan, the other party would definitely not teach the Super Ultimate Flash to himself. Nor will it teach the next method of becoming a god. Sun Wukong on the side couldn't wait and said, Master Lin Fan, let's try it first. Previously, Lin Fan asked everyone to do whatever they wanted, but Sun Wukong did not go to cultivate like Tianjin rice dumplings. Instead, he told Lin Fan that he wanted to compete with Lin Fan. Until now, he clearly remembered that Lin Fan had promised him that as long as he became a god, he would compete with him. And his goal now is to defeat Lin Fan. So at the first time he became a god, he came to find Lin Fan. When Vegeta heard Sun Wukong's words, he couldn't help it, instantly glared fiercely and shouted, Kakarot, you have become a god, can you wait for Master Lin Fan to teach me first? Really? Sun Wukong scratched his head embarrassedly, and said impatiently, I'm also too anxious. Vegeta ignored Kakarot. Lin Fan also said at this time, Wukong, you don't need to worry about our competition, after I teach Vegeta, it will not be too late to compete. Okay, Master Lin Fan, then you teach quickly. Sun Wukong said anxiously. But Master has already said so, he can only wait, and he looks at the current situation. If he interrupts Vegeta's path to study, Vegeta will definitely find himself desperately. Lin Fan also ignored Sun Wukong. A wave of the hand. A cloud of colorful energy appeared in his hand. This group of energy contained a special energy, and gave people an explosive and mysterious feeling. It was the first time in so long time that Vegeta had encountered such mysterious energy. And Sun Wukong saw this mass of energy and recognized it at a glance. After all, not long ago, Master Lin Fan gave him a lump. This is what made him God. Whispered, breath of God. That's right, this is the chi of God, and Goku can become a god because I gave him a mass of divine chi, and now, I give this group of divine chi to you. The voice just fell. Lin Fan raised his hand, aimed it at Vegeta, and channeled the divine chi in his hand into Vegeta's body. Quick as a wink. The divine chi flowed through Vegeta's body, spread throughout his body, and fused with Vegeta's energy, although it was fused, but it was actually devouring evolution. Devouring Vegeta's ordinary energy and evolving it into the energy of the divine chi. Once successful, from now on, Vegeta is also a person with the breath of gods, and it is only one step away from becoming a god, and it is only one step away from super breath mastery and the essentials of becoming a god. Vegeta, fuse the divine chi well. After speaking, he walked to the chair on the other side and lay down. And Sun Wukong also quickly followed, rubbed his fists, and said with a smile, Master Lin Fan, let's try it, now that Vegeta is comprehending the chi of God. You don't need to do anything. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. This makes some sense, but once Sun Wukong does it with himself, the other party will definitely go all out. With his own strength and his strength, if there is a battle on the earth will definitely be destroyed. Going to the Ultra Spirit Time House? If you enter the Super Spirit Time House by yourself, wouldn't you waste an opportunity? To waste an opportunity in order to fight Sun Wukong is a complete blood loss. Goku, to be honest, with the strength of the two of us, if we fight with all our strength on the earth will definitely be destroyed, so if we really want to compete, the best way is to go to the universe and find a deserted planet that no one inhabits. Have a good fight." Sun Wukong reacted instantly. Yes, he didn't think of this problem just now. If he competed with Master Lin Fan, the earth would definitely suffer. Go to the universe to fight. Wouldn't that take time? Lin Fan nodded slightly. That's right, if you really go to an uninhabited planet to fight, it really takes a certain amount of time. So Gaku, we don't need to be too anxious about the master-apprentice competition, there are opportunities. Although Sun Wukong is very disappointed, there is no way, and he does not want to destroy the earth because he wants to compete with the master. See his loss. Lin Fan reminded, Wukong, you don't have to be too disappointed, after Vegeta becomes a god, we can find a planet and have a good fight. When the time comes, Vegeta can also go together. Ugh! Great! When Sun Wukong heard this, he was in ecstasy. If that was the case, he and Vegeta would have dealt with Master together. Although he prefers to single out Master, he feels that he may not be an opponent, but if he joins forces with Vegeta, he should be able to win. The degree of tacit understanding between him and Vegeta is very strong. Lin Fan waved his hand. Okay, you can also go to cultivate, don't let Vegeta surpass you. His words were just a casual reminder, and they didn't mean anything, but to Sun Wukong's ears, it was to make himself stronger than Vegeta. He nodded heavily. Master, don't worry, I will work hard to cultivate, and I will not let Vegeta surpass me. Let's go. After Sun Wukong left, Lin Fan lay on the chair, thinking, it seems to be quite good to let the two of you chase me to catch up. Close your eyes and get ready to rest for a while. Suddenly, he reacted to one thing. How did I forget this stubble? Chapter 055. How did I forget this stubble? Lin Fan suddenly remembered that there was also Frisia, who taught him the skill of Vajra not being bad, and let him stay in place and cultivate, before taking him into the Super Spirit Time House. Now that Sun Wukong has come out, then it is time for him to go in. The Super Spirit Time House can enter 10 people at a time, and during the period when Sun Wukong entered it, Lin Fan did not let Frisia enter it, because he was worried that the two would collide. And with Sun Wukong's current strength, killing Frisia is just a matter of bullet hairs. The apprentices who have worked hard to cultivate for a day or two, if they are killed by Sun Wukong, it will not work. The main thing is that he has not yet received much harvest of combat effectiveness. Sit up from your chair. Slightly depressed, how do I feel that this salted fish master system doesn't seem to be too salty? A bit of a hands-on feeling. If you don't lead them in, how can you reap the combat power yourself? Is it because my pace of taking apprentices is too fast? That's the truth, the pace of taking apprentices yourself is too fast. Then he muttered helplessly, if this were a few months later than Ruth, I wouldn't have to be so busy. You can lie flat and slowly improve, or, you have crossed over to before Majin Buu has not come out, you don't have to be in such a hurry. Although Majin Buu is also very powerful, the Fat Buu that came out in the early stage can deal with it without too high combat effectiveness, after all, he has a child's innocence. It's good to flicker. After thinking a lot, Lin Fan felt useless. Forget it, don't think about it, catch up with Beerus as soon as possible. I wonder how much combat power this destroyer Beerus has? When Sun Wukong became the god of Super Saiyan, although Beerus said that he used 70% of his power, in fact, it was just to inspire Sun Wukong. For this point, Lin Fan was very clear in his heart, and even, Lin Fan estimated in his heart that when Beerus fought the Super Saiyan God, Super Red, Sun Wukong, he might not have used Yuchen's power. Moreover, it is only the norm, and it does not bless any divine skills that destroy God. Therefore, if Lin Fan wants to catch up with Beerus, he still needs to work harder and collect more explosive God costumes. Feel the breath of Frisia. This is the moment. Frisia was practicing the Vajra immortal skill, and after performing it, he gently patted his chest, and immediately there was a crisp impact sound of bang bang. After walking 2 steps, there was a clicking sound under his feet, and he smiled darkly. My King Kong is not bad skill is getting more and more powerful. With this King Kong not bad skill, even if Sun Wukong becomes a god, what can he do? Frisia, don't be too blindly confident. A voice suddenly sounded in the air. When Frisia heard this voice, she instantly knew who was coming, and immediately looked in the direction of the air surge. I saw a handsome young man suddenly appear. This person was Lin Fan. Master. Lin Fan nodded slightly. Frisia, Sun Wukong has become a god. With your current strength, plus your understanding of King Kong's not bad skill, in front of him, you can't carry it for a round. One punch, you can break your King Kong not bad skill. Let you break the defense. This remark is not to scare Frisia, but to tell the truth. Frisia's current combat effectiveness is too low, and he can't keep up with the footsteps of the Dragon Ball Super background. Even if he cultivated the King Kong immortal skill to the extreme, he couldn't withstand Sun Wukong's punch. Frisia was shocked, but did not doubt Lin Fan's words, because he knew that Master Lin Fan did not have to lie to himself. It's just that he doesn't understand a little. King Kong's skill is so powerful, he can't bear Sun Wukong's punch. Master Lin Fan, the skill of King Kong is not bad, has improved my defense power several times, why can't I still carry Sun Wukong's punch? Lin Fan smiled faintly, because his strength and attack power have exceeded your imagination, even if you have the blessing of King Kong's skill of not being bad. Still useless. Frisia, I tell you, although the skill of King Kong is not bad, but the iron needs to be hard, you don't have absolute basic combat power, no matter how powerful the skill is the White Tower, unless you have the full. Unless you have the skill to clear the universe and clear everything with a wave of your hand. Frisia smiled drankly, Master Lin Fan, how can you have that skill? 4. This question, Lin Fan had already answered in his heart, why didn't he have it? Doesn't that kid have that skill? But these Lin Fan will not say for the time being. Once they say it, it will definitely hit the self-confidence of Frisia and the others, and will make them feel an endless sense of oppression. Perhaps, for Goku, it's okay, but for Frisia, Vegeta, and others, there will be an absolute sense of oppression. Don't say anything else, Frisia, I'll take you to the Super Spirit Time House to cultivate now, as long as you can hold on, try to hold on as long as you can, don't waste time cultivating inside. Yes, Master. After Frisia knew the strength of the Monkey King, he naturally would not waste any more time. Lin Fan flew in front, and Frisia followed closely behind. In less than 5 minutes, the two arrived in front of the Super Spirit Time House. Frisia looked at the house in front of him and thought in amazement, is this the magical Super Spiritual Time House? 10 years inside, 1 day outside. It can also mediate gravity. Thinking of gravity, Frisia looked at Lin Fan and said confidently, Master Lin Fan, please help me mediate gravity, to 100,000 times. Oh? 100,000 times? Lin Fan asked rhetorically. Hearing Lin Fan's tone, Frisia immediately asked proudly, how? Doesn't anyone challenge this multiple? Drink, drink. I, Frisia, am the Emperor of the Universe, and others naturally can't challenge me to the extent that I am. Lin Fan saw that he was so blindly confident, and said coldly, I want to say that your multiple is a little low, and the multiple of Sun Wukong's challenge is 1 million times. 10 times more than you. Frisia's laughter suddenly stopped, and the confidence on his face disappeared in an instant. Without any hesitation, he immediately said, please help me adjust to 1 million times. Are you sure? Lin Fan asked remindfully. Okay. I can't be weaker than Sun Wukong. Frisia said confidently. Lin Fan didn't stop either, okay, after you enter, I'll adjust it to 1,000,000 times for you. Let's go inside. Frisia exhaled deeply and quickly flew into the super spirit time house. 1,000,000 times gravity, he has never experienced it, but he knows that the sense of experience must be very bad. But in order to catch up with Sun Wukong, in order to save face in front of Master Lin Fan, he must do it. Looking at Frisia's back, Lin Fan showed a smile. These 3 people you chase me to catch up with the cultivation, it is indeed very good. In this way, his combat effectiveness has improved faster. Drip, Apprentice Broly increases basic combat effectiveness, 2 billion, and Master gets double boost, 4 billion. The current host basic combat strength, 85 billion. Chapter 056. Wampasin. Broly's purification technique has reached the realm of Dachan. Although it is only Dachan, it has not yet reached perfection, let alone transcendence. However, for Broly, the purification technique of the Dachan realm was enough. It is completely enough to control his rampage. After mastering the purification technique, Broly excitedly stood up from the ground, because he felt in his heart that this meant that he could untie the controller around his neck. Think about this later. Move at high speed and fly towards the cave. When I came to the cave, I saw my father, Paragus, who was repairing the spaceship. Paragus heard Broly's footsteps, looked over vigilantly, and saw Broly walking towards him with an excited face. Over the years, he was wary of Broly's sudden appearance at his side, because he was afraid that Broly would kill him and take the remote control. But looking at Broly's happy look, he won't do that now. This made Paragus very confused. What was it that deserved Broly's excitement? Could it be that he was reconciled to the beasts? If that's the case, I'll need to kill a few more beasts to sacrifice the heavens and return Broly to a lonely state. Although he thought so in his heart, he asked quietly, Broly, what's wrong with you? Father, please untie the controller for me. Broly pointed to the controller around his neck. When Paragus heard this, he immediately took the remote control in his hand and asked vigilantly, Broly, what are you talking about? He thought he had misheard, and asked again. Father, you heard correctly, please remove the controller for me, I don't need the controller now. Broly said happily. Paragath immediately shouted, fool around, do you know what this controller is wearing around your neck for? It's to control your rage, lose your mind, and mess around. After you lose your mind, even I will kill. What if you destroy the entire planet? Not only will your father die, but those friends of yours will die too. A righteous speech. Who did not know Paragus's thoughts, really thought that he was a good person, but in fact, this was an excuse to reject Broly. Whatever the reason, he wouldn't untie Broly's controllers. And Broly did not see his father's mind. In his opinion, in any case, Paragus was his own father, thinking about himself, and could not do anything against him. Explaining with a smile, Father, I can now control my rampage. Even if I enter a violent state, I can maintain a state of sanity and have the ability to think normally. Absolutely no mess. This made Paragus frown, and said in disbelief, fooling around, it's just fooling around. If you can control yourself, do I still need to make this controller for you? Father, what I said is true. If you don't believe it, you test me. You stimulate me. Paragus saw that Broly had been so persistent, and he had a question in his heart, could it be said that what Broly said was true? In the past, he would not insist on anything, and he would not mention the controller, because he himself knew that the controller was to prevent him from running away. Thinking about this, Paragus was half convinced. Okay, I'll test you. Broly, listen up, your dead friends on this planet were all killed by me. I just want to make you lonely, I want you to have no friends. Not only them, if you have other friends in the future, I will also kill them. So you better give up the idea of making friends with these beasts. This remark directly stimulated Broly, and his face immediately showed a hideous color, his face was distorted, and his eyes gradually entered a state of anger. Just when Paragus thought that Broly was about to enter a state of rage, he clearly saw that Broly's eyes instantly returned to normal. However, there was still anger in his eyes, but he didn't go into a state of rage. At this moment, his appearance is like a normal person's angry look, although angry, but not so easy to anger, not so easy to lose reason, lose the control of the brain. Seeing this scene, Paragus frowned. What is going on? How does it feel like Broly has returned to normal? Is it not enough stimulation? No, usually such stimulation is definitely enough for him to enter a violent state. It won't be to listen to too many such words. Okay, so some other words. Broly, have you forgotten? When we were exiled by King Vegeta, we almost died on planet Vegeta, so we have to seek revenge on King Vegeta and kill the King Vegeta family. Kill! 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 Paragus shouted angrily, and also said 3 kills in a row to drive Broly. Although Broly was angry, he did not go into a state of rage, but had anger on his face. With a calm tone, he said, "Father, don't worry, I will help you kill King Vegeta." Paragus was not at all happy with Broly's assurances. On the contrary, it is very depressing, and when talking about this problem in the past, Broly will enter a state of rage, or the verge of a state of rage. What's more, he just deliberately said 3 kill words in a row. This can drive Broly's violent emotions, but now, although Broly is angry, he has not entered a violent state, let alone lost his mind. "Father, see that? I can already control my fury. If I don't want to enter a berserk state, no matter how much it stimulates me, I won't enter a berserk state," Broly said happily. Now that he has mastered the art of purification, he can purify his heart, and his angry emotions no longer need others to influence him. "Broly, you can't generate anger, then won't your combat effectiveness improve?" Paragus frowned. After all these years of getting along, he knew very well that after Broly entered the furious state, his combat effectiveness would be greatly improved. "It's terrifying. If you don't enter the berserk state, then won't your combat effectiveness increase?" Broly explained with a smile, "Father, you misunderstood, it's not that I won't be angry, but I can control my violent state, I can also enter the berserk state, and after entering, I can still maintain my sanity. Simply put, I have the freedom to control my own rage. After entering the fury state, my combat power can still be improved. So, Father, please help me remove the controller." Chapter 057. Paragus pondered for a moment, and finally spoke, "No, Broly, I still don't believe it. In order to avoid you losing your mind, hurting your father, and hurting this planet, the controller can't be taken off. I can tell you, don't take it off without permission, my remote control will receive an alarm the moment you touch the controller. You'll feel good then." Broly naturally knew that he could not untie the controller on his own, as his father said, once his hand touched the controller. The controller will send out alarms and electric shocks, directly touching its own brain nerves. The best way to unlock the controller is to seek your father's help. But now looking at this situation, his father is not willing to untie the controller for himself. "Father!" With such a sudden exclaim, Paragus didn't know why, and suddenly hesitated, but still looked at Broly carefully. Feel what the other person is going to say. Sure enough, he only listened to Broly look at him with lost eyes. "Are you not willing to untie the controller for me?" Paragus knew that Broly was full of great hope for these words, and if he said he didn't want to, it would definitely make Broly sad, and he wouldn't listen to him in the future. "But do you really want to unlock the controller for Broly? Once he unlocks the controller, he will not be able to control Broly in the future, he will be free, and if he is not willing to help him rule the universe, his efforts over the years will be in vain. These sufferings are equivalent to eating in vain." After thinking about it, he said in another tone, "Broly, you heard your father say, it's not that your father doesn't want to untie the controller for you. Father knows in his heart that over the years, wearing this controller, you are very bitter, always feel like you are bound, although you have never said it, but father understands. But there is no way to let your father go. If you let go of you, once you enter a state of rage, your father may be killed by you. Won't you regret it then? Are you really willing to kill your father? Broly shook his head. Although his father did not treat him well, he felt that after all, it was his own father, and blood was thicker than water. It is impossible to kill his father himself. Of course not, you're a father. But father, I can really master the state of rage by myself. Paragus waved his hand and said comfortingly, otherwise, Broly, let's investigate for a while, if you can really control your violent state freely. Then I'll untie your controller. Broly thought about it, and with his father's current attitude, he must be unwilling to untie the controller for himself. It seems that he can only untie the controller for himself until his father believes in himself. Disappointed nodded, okay. Prepare to turn away. Paragus immediately stopped him and asked suspiciously, Broly, how can you suddenly control the fury state by yourself? Broly felt that this was a bit contradictory. Didn't his father not believe in himself? Why do you ask that again? Paragus also found the ambiguity in his words. In fact, he already believed it in his heart, but he did not want to lose control of Broly. Hurriedly changed his tone and said, Broly, I mean, how can you suddenly control the fury state and roughly manage your emotions? Broly pondered for a moment and decided not to hide it anymore. Maybe if he didn't hide it, his father would completely believe in himself and untie the controller for himself. Father, this is so, I met a god the other day. He taught me. God. Paragus's face was full of confusion. How could there be a god on this planet where birds don't? And God has come, how can he not know it? What is the other party's intention? Is it really God? If it's a real God, maybe we can use him to take us away. But for now, I must make Broly dislike this so-called God and make the two never see each other again. Broly, haven't you experienced the sinister of the human heart? Too easy to be deceived. The other party says it is a God. Do you believe that he is a God? Perhaps, he has some intention for you and wants to use you to achieve something. Broly heard his father's words and immediately retorted, Father, I believe that Master Lin Fan is not that kind of person. He is definitely not a sinister person. He taught me cultivation, and he is also ready to take me away from Wampa Star. Hear this. Paragus's heart beat violently a few times, and he stared at Broly. What did you say? He's going to take you away from Wampazing. Broly saw his father's emotional look and nodded slightly. Broly, why don't you tell me about the matter that he wants to take you away from Wampaxing? Do you want to hide my own departure? Are you going to abandon your father? Have you forgotten who took care of me all these years? Who saved you from King Vegeta's hands? Paragath was excited not because Broly was able to leave Wampa, but because he had hidden this from him. If Broly leaves at that time, he doesn't know what's going on, then what are he still doing in this Wampa Star? Or, don't you want to die alone? At that time, the person who becomes friends with the beasts will not be Broly, but himself. Broly hurriedly explained, Father, it's not like this, I don't have such thoughts. Paragaston breathed a sigh of relief. You don't have the idea of leaving, it's good, it's good. No, I have the idea of leaving, but I will not abandon my father. Broly said honestly, a little afraid to look into his father's eyes. Although his father's combat effectiveness is not as high as his, it is his father anyway, and the suppression of the bloodline is engraved in his bones. Paragath was still angry when he heard this explanation, but now, just yelling at Broly couldn't solve the problem. Instead, it is necessary to find this god called Lin Fan. Let him not meddle in his own affairs with Broly. Broly, you said this Lin Fan, where is he? Take me to him. Broly shook his head. I don't know, he appeared suddenly, and I don't know how to contact him. These words made Paragus frown, and suddenly appeared? Could it be that after taking a spaceship to this planet, he found Broly? Ponder for a moment. Broly, you go to cultivate. About you, Master Lin Fan, if he comes to you next time, you will come and inform me. I have a few questions to ask him. Yes. P.S. Ask for 5-star praise. Today the rating came out, only 7 points. Boiling water is very sad, so everyone order a little cute little hands. 5-star thank you. Chapter 058. After Broly left, a dark look flashed in Paragus's eyes, a cruel look on his face, and he gritted his teeth vigorously, as if something had been taken away from him. Lin Fan. God! Are you looking for me? As soon as Paragus's voice fell, a handsome young man appeared outside the cave entrance. Seeing this handsome young man, Paragus's heart trembled uncontrollably. How could this man be at the door? Had he just been eavesdropping on his conversation with Broly? For this, Paragus did not guess wrong. Lin Fan had already come and reminded him in the system. When Broly improved his basic combat strength, he already knew that Broly had comprehended the purification technique to a certain extent. It's almost ready to pick up Earth. At the moment when Lin Fan was about to appear, he saw Broly walking towards the cave, and he was a little curious about what Broly was going to do. So he appeared behind Broly, without alerting Broly. And the former did not find him, so he listened to the conversation between the two at the door of the cave to see what the two would say. As a result, all the conversations between the two entered his ears. You are Lin Fan? The god in Broly's mouth. Lin Fan did not deny, and there was no need to deny. That's right, I am Lin Fan. Paragus immediately warned, well, you are Lin Fan, since you came on your own initiative, then I won't go to you either. Let me remind you, I have to deal with Broly, you'd better not interfere. Broly is my son, I want him to do whatever I want. It has nothing to do with you as a stranger, and you don't need to teach Broly the skills to control the berserk. In short, if you are willing to take us away, and when we leave, I will be indispensable to your benefits. Lin Fan smiled playfully, what benefit can you give me? Or, can you show me the benefits you give me? Paragus, don't you feel like you're not a qualified father? Polygaston was shocked, how do you know my name? Did Broly tell you? Lin Fan did not answer this question because it was not necessary, but continued, you don't want me to teach Broly the skill of controlling berserk, it is nothing more than wanting to hang the controller on him for the rest of his life. A lifetime can give you control, wherever you point, he will hit wherever he goes, becoming a sharp sword for you. A sword that unifies the universe. Your behavior is shameful, you are not a qualified father, in your eyes, Broly is just your tool, not your son. Paragus instantly looked at Lin Fan with a straight eyebrow, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You. How? Am I wrong? Lin Fan asked calmly. Paragus exhaled heavily, and said darkly, yes, and how? Broly is my son, and whatever I ask him to do, he should do. My life was given to him by me, so what qualifications does he have to make conditions with me? What qualifies me to resist me? Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders, that's why I said, Broly is just a sharp sword in your hand, not your son. Paragus shouted, yes, so what? Our affairs with Broly do not need your intervention, if you know the time, take us out of this barren planet. At that time, your benefits are indispensable, if you don't take us out of this planet, you will leave quickly. Originally, in Paragus's heart, he was also ready to use Lin Fan to take him and Broly away. But since he saw Lin Fan, the other party said all the thoughts in his heart, he immediately gave up. He gave up this idea, because he felt that if Broly got along with Lin Fan again, he would definitely abandon his father. We'll listen to Lin Fan's words instead. Therefore, he should minimize the two encounters, preferably not to see each other. Lin Fan persuaded, Paragus, if you are really good to Broly, then I hope that you treat him with the fatherly love of a father and untie the controller around his neck, instead of controlling him with the controller. Paragus clenched his fists and shouted angrily. Don't talk nonsense, leave quickly, Broly is my son, I can let him do whatever I want, how I treat him, that's my business, I just want to control him for the rest of my life, so what? I'm going to let him help me rule the universe, so what? Lin Fan also stopped persuading, turned around and prepared to leave. As soon as he turned around, he saw Broly standing at the entrance of the cave. Paragus also saw Broly standing at the entrance of the cave, his heartbeat accelerated instantly, his face was full of panic, and he didn't know how to be good for a while. The previous words could definitely stimulate Broly to go berserk and then attack him, but he had a remote control in his hand, and he was not afraid. He was afraid that now that everything was clear, Broly would still be under his control. It won't be as good as before, because Broly knows that everything about himself is deceiving him. And Lin Fan was not surprised to see Broly standing at the entrance of the cave, because he had long known that Broly had returned. Some of what he said earlier was deliberately heard by Broly. Let him recognize the true face of his father Paragus, and after recognizing it, how to treat Paragus in the future, that is Broly's business. The reason why Lin Fan wanted to reveal the true face of Paragus was that he didn't want Broly to be used. Let him be his true self. No longer live for others. Such a potential person needs to be more developed, rather than living in the small pattern of Paragath that rules the universe. What about the world of Dragon Ball Super and dominating a universe? The god of destruction makes you die 3 more, you don't live 5 more. The king makes you die in the next second, and you don't live for the next 2. Cosmic Emperor is a joke. Paragus looked at Broly and hurriedly explained, Broly, listen to me, what my father said just now is not the truth, but it was disturbed by this Lin Fan. Not really. Lin Fan stood aside, did not explain the specific truth or falsehood. Broly will naturally decide, and he also wants to see if the purification technique that Broly now masters can control his current emotions. Broly looked at his father and said lightly, Father, how long do you have to quibble? I've felt it since you didn't want to untie the controller for me, you have ulterior motives, but I never believed it because you are my father. And yet, you really let me down. Hearing his son say this, Paragath took a step forward, but suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly retreated. Broly, you listen to me. How? Don't you have the courage to walk in front of me? Broly interrupted him. Chapter 059. For Paragus's act of taking a step forward and taking a step back, Broly was completely in his eyes. He knew that his father was afraid that he would hurt him, so he did not dare to step forward. It's not that you're worried that your rage is out of control. It is simple distrust. If you trust yourself, even if you really will be violent, you will come up without hesitation. Paragus was speechless for a while, because he was poked by Broly, thought for a few seconds, and found an excuse and said, It's not like that Broly, I'm worried that you will enter the rampage. No more talk. Turning around and flying away quickly, Lin Fan also followed. And at this time, Paragus shouted behind him, Broly, you stop. However, how could Broly at this time listen to Paragus? He was disappointed in this father in his heart and needed to calm down. Without any hesitation, Paragus pressed the remote control. Squeak electric currents spread throughout Broly's body, entering Broly's brain, and frantically stimulating his nerves. Ah! Broly let out a scream of pain. The body exhaled, fell violently to the ground, held his neck with both hands, and kept rolling on the ground. Ah! Lin Fan looked at Broly, who was in pain on the ground and was embarrassed and rolling, without any hesitation, with a wave of his hand, a healing energy flowed into Broly's body. It is also a moment of relief of pain. Broly tugged at the controller with both hands and burst into his mouth. Ah! Snap! The controller was instantly torn off from his neck, held in his hand deadly, and squeezed into crumbs step by step, floating on the ground. A gentle breeze blows. There was no dust, as if the controller had never been in Broly's hand. Paragus looked at this scene, his body trembling, and his face was full of fear. In his eyes, he was full of fear, afraid that Broly would rush up and kill himself with a punch, with Broly's combat power, kill him, that is, in an instant, or a problem that could be solved by a Qigong bomb. He muttered, "Broly, don't be impulsive, don't be angry, I'm your father, I'm your father." Anger in Broly's body continued to rise, his face twisted, and his fists continued to soar. Suddenly, gulp! Ah! A deafening sound sounded, and with this sound, the entire ground of Wampa Star began to shake, as if on the eve of an earthquake. The shaking became larger and larger, the ground began to burst, and ravines emerged. However, this is not the end, just the beginning. The mountains began to collapse, and the sea water rolled up one after another, forming a terrifying tsunami, which swept the earth with a bang, and the ground was submerged in an instant, and countless things were broken. Landslides and tsunamis arrived. Only to see Broly's body expand step by step, Paragus's eyes are full of horror, this place cannot stay for long. This was the first thought in his heart. Without any hesitation, he turned and dashed back in the direction of the cave, trying to get as far away as possible from Broly. And Lin Fan saw Broly who entered the rage. He did not panic at all, on the contrary, he was very happy. The more angry Broly was, the more likely he was to break through, so that his combat effectiveness would be improved. And with the current Broly, even after entering the rage, he can maintain his sanity. If he couldn't purify himself, then Lin Fan would help him purify. Drib. Apprentice Broly increases basic combat effectiveness, 5 billion, and Master gets double boost, 10 billion. Current host basic combat strength, 95 billion. Lin Fan looked at his basic combat strength, and he was very happy in his heart, 95 billion, and he was about to enter 100 billion. Once you enter 100 billion, you can transform into the god of Super Saiyan, you can have 20 yuan, if you add the hegemonic body technique, 30 times the Realm King Fist. Or directly transform into Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue, and then bless these efficiency enhancement means, the strength will definitely be greatly improved. It's quite exciting to think about, but Lin Fan's pursuit of combat effectiveness doesn't stop there. His current small goal is to defeat Beerus. About 8 minutes, Broly's fury stopped, and the whole person entered an extremely rough state, with huge muscles, green hair, and green pupils in his eyes. This is Broly after the Berserk, different from the previous Broly after the Berserk, the current Broly, although he has entered a state of rage, but he has his own mind and his own reason. Lin Fan looked at Broly, "Broly, it's okay. Master, it's okay, I can control my body and control my emotions." Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction, "Not bad. You have mastered the purification technique well, even if you have not reached the perfection level, it is enough for you to use. Let's go back to normal." As soon as Lin Fan's voice fell, Broly instantly changed back to his normal figure, hair, etc. returned to normal. "Master Lin Fan, I'm sorry, I might have scared you just now," Broly said apologetically. Lin Fan smiled, "It's okay, it doesn't exist. It's certainly impossible to scare yourself, but since Broly apologized to himself, it's good to accept it himself." This also shows that Broly is quite intentional. In fact, the normal Broly is very polite. Lin Fan still clearly remembers that when Broly saw Vegeta, he took the initiative to say hello, my name is Broly. But now, after Lin Fan's purification technique, there is no need to worry about irrationality after the Berserk. Broly's behavior reminded Lin Fan of the scene when Sun Wukong and Vegeta were in GT and transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Note: Dragon Ball GT timeline. After Dragon Ball Super, during the GT period, Obyu has grown up, and the current Obyu has just been reincarnated not long ago, and he is just a child, and Obyu is the reincarnation of the little demon Bu. Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball GT, but we don't take the GT route, because the characters in GT, put in the Super inside, are nothing. As for Super 4, depending on the increase, if you want to increase Super 4, it may increase to Super 10. Boiling water will put more than 1 to Super 10 in the comment area. At the beginning, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 4 for the first time, first turning into a gorilla and losing his mind. Later, he regained his sanity and changed back to human form. Entering the real Super Saiyan 4 stage, and Broly's appearance at the moment is somewhat similar to Sun Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 4, recovering his sanity and greatly improving his combat effectiveness. Broly, would you like to leave with me now? Yes. Broly didn't hesitate. Okay, you put your hand on my shoulder, I'll take you away and head to Earth. As for Paragus, Lin Fan was not interested in it, anyway. He had been living on this island for decades, so let him die alone here. Chapter 060. With a sound, Lin Fan appeared in the Taoist temple with Broly. In the Taoist temple, the Pilaf trio were cooking, and Lin Fan felt their breath, so he came here. The three of them carried the food and ran excitedly, ready to open the meal. Broly, sit down. Lin Fan motioned for Broly to sit down. Looking at the Pilaf trio who came up with the food, Broly swallowed hard, especially the aroma of the pizza, which simply touched Broly's sense of taste. Lin Fan smiled slightly. Broly, on Wampa, it's always eating meat. Broly nodded, yes, master. Raw fish. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. He could guess that Broly mainly ate meat on Wampa Star, but he didn't expect that he was eating raw fish. But in a blink of an eye, it's a little normal. With Paragus' personality, there is no interest in teaching Bro to use the fire to roast and eat. It is better to let Broly eat it raw. Broly, follow master in the future. There will be few opportunities to eat fish and meat raw, because it is too difficult to eat. Lin Fan looked at Xiaowu and asked, is the dish complete? It's complete. Xiaowu nodded, looked at the food on the table, and couldn't wait to start immediately. But she knew very well in her heart that Lin Fan had to speak. Okay, let's go to the table and eat. Lin Fan said. Yes. Without any hesitation, the three of them immediately sat down on the chair and started. If it weren't for Lin Fan's presence, the three of them would probably each carry a plate and directly use pour. Lin Fan also signaled to Broly, eat. Yes, master. Halfway through the meal, with a bang, Sun Wukong and Vegeta suddenly appeared, and seeing several people who were eating, Sun Wukong hissed a saliva. Vegeta had already fused the divine chi, so he wanted to ask Master Lin Fan what to do next, so he asked Kakarot to bring himself to Master Lin Fan. Master Lin Fan, don't call us when you eat. Sun Wukong said with a big grin. Buzz. A crash sounded in Broly's mind, a face of pain. His eyes immediately looked at Sun Wukong, his pupils were wide, and his eyes were filled with anger, as if Sun Wukong had done something hateful to him. Lin Fan had secretly observed Broly the moment Sun Wukong appeared, and he wanted to see if Broly would be angry when he heard Sun Wukong's voice. Sure enough. After hearing Sun Wukong's voice, he was full of anger, and his eyes were full of anger. Everyone present instantly felt the change in atmosphere, because they felt anger in Broly's body, a volcano that was about to erupt. The smell of flame is full. Seeing Broly's eyes, Sun Wukong asked in confusion, Hey! Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Fan pondered in his heart, whether to let Broly and Sun Wukong duel. When Broly came out of Wampa Star and found Sun Wukong and Vegeta, he began to make crazy output on the two, although he was at a disadvantage at first. But as the battle lasted, Broly's potential gradually developed, occupying the upper hand of Son Goku and Vegeta, and even suppressing the two after they transformed into Super Blue. In the end, it was because Frieza was beaten for a while that Son Goku and Vegeta had the opportunity to merge into Gogeta and become Super Blue Gogeta, which pressed and beat the furious Broly. It is simply unreasonable that a person who has not really trained can suppress Super Blue Monkey King and Super Blue Vegeta. And Lin Fan even called Broly a bug-like existence. It is indeed really too buggy. Just such a person, if trained, is definitely comparable to or even surpasses Jillian. After Lin Fan pondered for a while, he felt that the time was not ripe for the two to duel, and the most important point was that the duel venue had not been resolved. Can't let the two of you enter the Super Spirit Time House, right? Wouldn't that be a waste of an opportunity for the two of them? Although the two of them can improve their combat effectiveness a lot once they fight, if they enter because of the battle, it is too luxurious. Think about this later. Lin Fan reminded Broly, clear heart. When Broly heard Lin Fan's voice, without any hesitation, he immediately cast a purification technique, and after about half a minute, he steadied his mind and looked at Sun Wukong's eyes, which also became much softer. Seeing that his eyes became normal, Sun Wukong scratched his head and asked in confusion, Master Lin Fan, who is he? Why look at yourself so much? Vegeta was also full of confusion about the Broly in front of him, but he could feel that the person in front of him was not simple. But in his opinion, what if it's not simple? Now that he has fused the divine chi, even if it is Kakarot, he has the confidence to fight, let alone this person in front of him? If Lin Fan knew what he thought, he would definitely not be able to help but blow Vegeta. You are really optimistic. This bug-like man in front of you is not as simple as you think, and Super Red is not so great for him. Lin Fan put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand and explained, his name is Broly, he is a very powerful person, he will be angry when he sees you. By the way, he, like you, is also a scion from planet Vegeta. Hey! Vegeta was stunned, and looked at Broly carefully, he was also from planet Vegeta? It's really surprising that I thought that the only people who survived planet Vegeta were himself and Kakarot. Unexpectedly, there was another person, and, Master Lin Fan said, he is a very powerful person. The person who can get Master Lin Fan's approval is definitely not simple. Vegeta's heart thinks about these questions, and Sun Wukong, he doesn't care about planet Vegeta, he will be angry when he sees you, but he just hears the words scion and very powerful. Staring at Broly with excitement on his face, very powerful. That's great. Let's try it. Lin Fan reminded, with the destructive power of the battle between the two of you, the earth can't stand your creation, and when Vegeta becomes a god, find a barren planet, and the three of you can make it. Ugh! Master Lin Fan, I can't wait, Broly, let's try it. Sun Wukong said impatiently. The corner of Broly's mouth moved, I listened to Master Lin Fan. Oh? You are also Master Lin Fan's apprentice? Both Monkey King and Vegeta were surprised. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, okay, Wukong, the question of the competition, wait for Vegeta to become a god, so if you want to hurry up and compete, let Vegeta quickly become a god. When the time comes, you will deal with him together. Hey? Deal with him together? Sun Wukong's face was full of surprise. Vegeta couldn't help but snort softly. Lin Fan knew what the two thought, and smiled faintly, Broly, unlike you, he is. Aren't they all scions? What's different? The two pricked up their ears and listened carefully. P.S. Don't raise books. Raising books affects the performance of boiling water. Read fresh every day, it's also very good a little bit of electricity for love every day. Chapter 061. Different? What's different? Isn't Broly also a scion? Sun Wukong and Vegeta pricked up their ears and looked at Lin Fan with doubt in their hearts. waiting for an explanation. Lin Fan didn't let them wait too long. Explaining, Broly is a legendary Super Saiyan and an ancient Saiyan. What? Vegeta was instantly stunned, his eyes widened, his face full of surprise, his legs trembling, and he looked at the harmless Broly in horror. Sun Wukong was numb for a while, and asked very confused, Ancient Saiyan? Is it awesome? He scratched the back of his head, Ancient Saiyans, aren't they Saiyans either? For the blood level of Saiyans, Sun Wukong does not understand anything at all, only knows that they are all Saiyans. Vegeta immediately scolded, Kakarot, you idiot! Ancient Saiyans are a very strong bloodline in Saiyans, according to legend, but lower than the ancestral Saiyan bloodline, but the ancestral Saiyan bloodline has always been a legend and has not really appeared, and the ancient Saiyan bloodline is a real existence. So strictly speaking, the ancient Saiyans are the most powerful Saiyans, because the ancestor Saiyans do not exist. After the transformation of the ancient Saiyan, it will be very brutal and bloodthirsty, the combat power will soar, and the potential will be unfathomable. Even bigger than our Super Saiyan boost, the ancient Saiyans have always been a nightmare for all Saiyans. It's also a devil-level existence. For these things, Vegeta has only seen it in the history books of the Saiyans, although it has only been seen in the history books, but according to the description in the history books, he can feel the brutal horror of the ancient Saiyans. That's why, when he heard that Broly was an ancient Saiyan, he was surprised and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Sometimes, knowing too much is not a good thing and can bring terror to yourself. On the other hand, Sun Wukong looks like a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Listening to Vegeta say so much, he just grasped the key point: awesome. The ancient Saiyans were powerful. And Lin Fan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Vegeta had heard of the ancestor Saiyans, but according to what Vegeta said, the history books recorded that the ancestor Saiyans did not exist, just a legend. Just like the Super Saiyan God, it's just a legend. Although the gods of the ancestor Saiyans and the Super Saiyans are only legends, the two are different concepts, the former is blood, the latter is transformation. Bloodline is able to improve potential, explosive power and other combat power from the root, and transformation is only the bonus brought by transformation. In a strict sense, the role of bloodline is greater than transformation. To put it simply, just like after Son Goku and Vegeta can transform into Super Blue, they are also beaten by a Broly who has not trained much. This is because of Broly's ancient Saiyan blood effect. If Lin Fan told Vegeta now, I would have the opportunity to have the ancestral Saiyan blood now, I don't know how Vegeta would feel. Lin Fan's ancestor Saiyan bloodline and angel bloodline were still stored in the system backpack, and they had not been used, not that he did not want to use it, but because he had never had time to use it. Sun Wukong said confused, I don't feel understood, what ancient Saiyan, what ancestor Saiyan? Aren't Saiyans Saiyans? Hehe, but I can hear it. He's awesome. I'm really looking forward to fighting him. Saying that, I was very excited. The corners of Vegeta's mouth twitched wildly, and this guy with an IQ downline, there was really no way to say. Finally, his eyes looked at Lin Fan, as long as the master could understand. Lin Fan nodded his head slightly, Vegeta, what you said is right, the ancient Saiyan bloodline is indeed very powerful. Then he looked at Sun Wukong with a smile. Goku, there is one more thing, I can tell you, Broly and you were born on the same day, he was born with 10,000 combat power, and he scared you to cry when he was born, or the kind of crying that can't be coaxed to coax. So he developed a mental illness, that is, when he heard your voice, he would be inexplicably irritable. Vegeta and Monkey King were instantly horrified. What? Born is 10,000 combat power. Although their combat power is now hundreds of millions, 10,000 combat strength, and they are already scumbags in front of them, they are still very shocked. Born with 10,000 combat strength, this is something they can't imagine. After Sun Wukong reacted, he scratched his head embarrassedly. No wonder I was scared by him to cry. When Vegeta invaded the earth, it was only 18,000 combat power. Vegeta hit Sun Wukong's chest with a cane and glared fiercely. What the, Vegeta? Sun Wukong said very depressed. Vegeta was always like this, giving himself a little bit every now and then. In fact, for the previous things, Vegeta was reluctant to mention it, especially the invasion of Earth. He was even more reluctant to mention it. Because now he has people who need protection on the Earth, and in his opinion, the people who invade the Earth are all bad people, and his original behavior is also the behavior of bad people. It's just that he doesn't want to admit that he used to be a bad person. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. This Wukong was really talking too much. Hurting people, not knowing how to turn corners at all. He spoke, okay, don't say anything else, you two haven't eaten yet, Vegeta. After eating, I will teach you to master the method of breath, and after comprehension, the road to becoming a god is just around the corner. Yes. Sun Wukong looked at the food on the table. He couldn't wait for it, he couldn't try it, then dry rice was the greatest happiness. The two began to gobble up. The speed of eating instantly made Pilaf, Xiaohu, and Axia feel a deep threat, so they also accelerated the speed of eating. Thereupon, it caused a very funny scene, 5 people desperately cooking, you chase me to catch up, the speed is extremely exaggerated, to describe it as pouring, it is not exaggerated. At such a speed, such a little meal, naturally not enough for them to make, so in less than 3 minutes, there was not a single meal left on the table. If it weren't for the fact that there were still a little oil stains on the plate, others would definitely mistakenly think that they had been washed. Lin Fan looked at Vegeta and said solemnly, Vegeta, next time, bring 100 million. Hey! Vegeta paused. Sun Wukong also asked suspiciously, Master Lin Fan, why did you let Vegeta bring 100 million? As far as the amount of food for the two of you, is there money enough for you to eat? Vegeta said a little unconvinced, Kakarot also eats a lot, why didn't he bring it? Just him? Does he have one? Monkey King. Chapter 062. Sun Wukong scratched his head in embarrassment. He really had no money. Until now, he and Kiki still live in a small house. Unlike Bulma and Vegeta, world-class luxury villas. Vegeta instantly felt in a good mood, finally winning Kakarot once. Okay, come with me when you're full. Lin Fan flew over. The three followed closely. Coming to a relatively cool place, Broly, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta sat cross-kneeled, while Lin Fan stood and explained the method of super breath mastery. For the method of super breath mastery, Sun Wukong and Broly have already mastered it, but the two do not dislike Master Lin Fan to explain it again. Although they mastered it, they only reached the Dachan level, did not reach the perfection level, and did not reach the realm of transcendence. Therefore, there is absolutely nothing wrong with listening to Master Lin Fan's explanation. About 2 hours later, Lin Fan not only explained to Vegeta the method of mastering the super breath, but also explained the key to becoming a god. Vegeta is also a good talent, remembering everything, but remembering is not equal to learning, let alone mastering, but also needs him to comprehend. Lin Fan planned to wait for Frieza to come out of the Super Spirit Time House and let Vegeta in, or not let the two get together for the time being. He was even thinking about telling Frieza to go back to his legion when he came out, telling him not to mention to anyone else that he was his master. Just like the Chi Tien Great Saint Bodhi ancestor back then, don't mention it. Vegeta, you have a good understanding. Broly looked at Lin Fan at this time and asked suspiciously, Master Lin Fan, I want to ask, how can I not understand this secret to becoming a god? Haha. Lin Fan smiled and explained calmly, if you don't have divine chi in your body, you naturally can't feel it. Divine chi. Broly was confused. Lin Fan roughly told Broly, who probably understood that the chi of God was a necessary thing to become a god. Broly, although it is good to become a god, I don't plan to make you a god. Hey! Why? Broly didn't understand. According to what Master Lin Fan said before, in his opinion, after becoming a god, his combat power increased countless times. Why didn't he let himself become a god? Reluctant? As soon as this idea came up, he instantly denied it, and in his opinion, Master Lin Fan would not be reluctant at all. Rather, there are other decisions. What he thought was not wrong, Lin Fan did have other plans for Broly. Because of the ancient Scion blood in your body, the simple path of becoming a god is not suitable for you. You are suitable for taking the Ancient Scion class route. Ancient Scion class line. Broly didn't understand a little. Lin Fan explained, that's right, that is, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, their Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, 3 such routes. As long as your strength is strong enough, you can become a god with the Ancient Scion class line, and the gods you have achieved are stronger and more violent in battle. Super Ancient Scions 1, 2, 3, 4, and even to 10. After such a simple explanation, Broly probably understood, and nodded slightly. Broly, for the time being, you will cultivate the purification technique well, and when the time comes, I will help you break through to the 4th level of the Super Ancient Scion. If you want to transform into a Super Ancient Scion Tier 4, you need to atavistic, return to the state of a gigantic gorilla, and then control your sanity and enter a normal human form. This can truly enter the Super Ancient Scion 4th level. This is not only a means to transform into Super Ancient Scion Tier 4, but also a means for Monkey King to transform into Super Saiyan 4. All need to go through the gigantic gorilla atavism. With the current Broly purification technique, it is indeed applicable to his current state. However, transforming into Super 4 and entering the state of a gigantic gorilla will be more violent and irrational. Broly was originally an extremely violent person, and if you add the fury and dementia of the gigantic gorilla, and do not have enough purification techniques, it is difficult for him to do it himself. Although Lin Fan could use the purification technique to help him in the outside world, this level was not as good as his self-evolution. If you want to achieve stronger strength and enter the more advanced states such as Super 4 and Super 5, you need to cultivate the purification technique to the complete realm, or even the realm of transcendence. Therefore, Lin Fan felt from the beginning that this purification technique was simply designed for Broly. Broly did not have any rebuttal to Lin Fan's order. Yes. Master Lin Fan. You 3 cultivate separately. There is something to return to the Taoist temple to find me. Yes. As soon as Lin Fan's words fell, in an instant, he sensed the breath of Xiaowu with teleportation and returned to the Taoist temple. The first thing he did when he returned to the Taoist temple was to lie on the chair and close his eyes to rest. After being busy for a few hours, he was indeed a little tired, but as soon as he closed his eyes, he thought that there were still a few good things in his system backpack that he needed to study by himself. In an instant, there is no sleepiness. Open the system backpack. Check out the Ancestral Scion Bloodline, Angel Bloodline, Shuttle Blocks. Ancestral Scion Bloodline, Scion Ancestor, First Generation Scion Bloodline, Chinjai Scion, Defeated Scion, Unpredictable Potential. Angel Bloodline, a special angel family with angelic skills, such as sensing breath, going back in time. A rare noble bloodline in the universe, the potential is unfathomable. Shuttle Block, the vehicle of the god of destruction, which can block the perception pursuit of any god of destruction and ordinary angels, and can freely travel through the universe and cross the universe. Super Blue Secret, a technique to achieve Super Saiyan, the god of Super Saiyan. Lin Fan liked it when he saw the effect of these things, especially the Ancestral Scion bloodline, which was directly the ancestor of the Scion and the most orthodox Scion bloodline. To put it simply, in addition to the Scions who have the Ancestral Scion bloodline, other Scions are, in a sense, their own descendants. As for the angel bloodline, Lin Fan also knew that Weiss, Bardos, or something, the reason why they were so powerful was because of the angel bloodline. This is undeniable. Shuttling blocks, it was for this thing that had promised the sixth universe destruction god Xiongpa, to fight with Sun Wukong and others. With this thing, Lin Fan can soar to the major universes and collect disciples everywhere. Thinking about it, it is indeed a very good thing. Evaluation, artifact. Didn't think much about it. Fusion Ancestor Scion Bloodline, Fusion Angel Bloodline. Learn the Super Blue Secret. In an instant. 2 different special powers, as well as a Super Blue Secret memory, quickly merged into Lin Fan's body. Chapter 063. Lin Fan lay quietly on the chair, not moving, but in fact, earth-shaking changes had taken place inside his body. The potential, all aspects of the ability have been super strengthened. A Ancestor Scion bloodline devoured the original Scion bloodline, becoming part of the Ancestor Scion bloodline. Another stream of angelic blood also fused into his body. Achieve the ancestral Scion bloodline, Angel bloodline, and Terran bloodline. People of 3 bloods. If Broly is a man like Bug, then Lin Fan is the one who opens the hanging. Bug is just inadvertently, there is a certain existence beyond a certain range, an opening, and hanging, everything is unreasonable, everything cannot be explained. Everything is outrageous. Woohoo! Cool, these 2 bloodlines are really invincible. After Lin Fan felt the strength of these 2 bloodlines, he opened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim softly. Drip, the host's basic combat effectiveness has increased by 100 billion, and all the apprentices under the disciple have been blessed by the master, which has increased by 10 billion. For a moment, Lin Fan's body exuded a large amount of special energy, and these energies quickly flew towards the direction where Lin Fan's apprentice was as if it were conscious. Vegeta, Sun Wukong, Broly who practiced outside the Taoist temple. And the number 17 on the island far away. Frisia in the Ultra Spirit Time House. All of them were found by this special energy. After this special energy found them, it instantly merged into their bodies, and in this instant, everyone felt that their bodies were warm. And with it, I felt that the energy in my body had increased a lot, and my combat effectiveness was increasing. They don't know exactly how much combat effectiveness has increased, but they feel that there is at least 8 billion basic combat effectiveness, and in fact there are exactly 10 billion. They were extremely shocked. What the hell was going on? How could it suddenly increase so much combat effectiveness? Where did this energy fly from? When they were wondering, a voice sounded in their minds at the same time, for the master to have the virtue of loving apprentices, I specially reward you with a little combat effectiveness. This voice was indicated by the system for Lin Fan. After hearing this voice, all the apprentices understood that it turned out that these energies were given by Master Lin Fan. After they knew, they were shocked in their hearts. Master Lin Fan could give them so much combat power, and it was still a long distance. What kind of divine skill was this? It's terrifying. Sun Wukong and Vegeta looked in the direction of the Taoist temple in unison, thinking in their hearts, Master Lin Fan is really so strong. This method is simply magical. Wanting to defeat Master Lin Fan doesn't seem to be as easy as you think. Although he thought so, Sun Wukong did not feel hit at all, on the contrary, he clenched his fists and his face was full of excitement. He likes the feeling of chasing people like this. Lin Fan heard the system's reminder, and his face was full of surprise. Oh! It can even bless the combat power to the apprentices. This is a first time. The system immediately explained, when the host's one-time increase in combat power exceeds 100 billion, the apprentice will be blessed, and the blessing combat power value is random, but it will not exceed half of the host's improvement. For example, this time the host has increased by 100 billion, the basic combat power, random blessing combat power will not exceed 50 billion. After hearing the explanation of the system, Lin Fan thoroughly understood, No wonder he hadn't discovered it before. This condition was too harsh, and it was actually necessary to increase the combat power by more than 100 billion at one time to produce blessings. But whether he can be blessed or not, Lin Fan doesn't care too much. It's good to be blessed, can't be blessed, for him, there is no loss. Clench your fists. This ancestor scion bloodline and angel bloodline are really domineering, fusing the two bloodlines, without doing anything. They have already improved their basic combat effectiveness by 100 billion, if they are trained, won't their combat effectiveness be improved? It seems that it is necessary to enter the Super Spirit Time House to train once by finding the opportunity. When the time comes, find a few apprentices to spar, and your combat effectiveness will definitely improve a lot. If you don't get it right, it can be increased to 500 billion basic combat effectiveness. Lin Fan's appetite was getting bigger and bigger, and he felt very powerful when he exceeded 100 billion before. But now, after fusing these two bloodlines, his state of mind has changed, that is, hundreds of billions of basic combat power. In fact, it is nothing at all. By the way, the angel bloodline comes with a lot of skills. What kind of divine skills does it bring? Lin Fan closed his eyes and felt it carefully. Go back in time. Air fetch. Sense the breath. Lin Fan felt the 3 talent skills for the time being, and muttered slightly, why are there only 3 special divine skills? Is it because I haven't mastered this angelic bloodline yet? After thinking for a while, Lin Fan affirmed that it should be his idea. It must be because he had not yet mastered the angel bloodline, so he only felt 3 special divine techniques. After all, the moves of the fusion bloodline and the learning system are not the same. After the move learning, it is directly out of the full level, and after the bloodline fusion, you still need to explore it yourself. Forget it, there is no need to entangle these. If you use them skillfully in the future, you will naturally know what else the angel talent skill has. Lin Fan looked at it more openly, and did not care too much about this, but began to study the Super Blue Secret. The Super Blue Secret is also the key to teaching others to transform into Super Scion, the god of Super Scion, which is useful for teaching Monkey King and Vegeta, but not for Lin Fan himself. Because for Super Blue, he would have changed long ago, and when he collected Broly, he had already exploded his Super Blue transformation. After being familiar with the transformation technique of Super Blue, Lin Fan muttered in his heart, after having the god of transformation into Super Scion, it is not so difficult to become Super Blue. As long as you add some special training, it will naturally be possible. Ha! Lin Fan yawned, stretched his waist, closed his eyes and began to sleep. This sleep is 2 hours. 2 hours, when Lin Fan woke up, he said comfortably, finally relaxed. These days, it's really exhausting me. Bring your index finger and middle finger together, ready to feel Broly's breath and see how he is cultivating. But right at this time, a stream of light descended from the sky. Chapter 064. For it, a stream of light fell from the sky, and he saw 2 people appear in front of him. A man and a woman. The 2 were tall, with blue-green skin and long white hair. In his right hand he holds a long staff, the middle of which is red and dark blue. On the neck is a large light blue halo. The woman is a high ponytail, very beautiful, plump and round, charming curves, a pair of slender thighs, very charming. The whole person is a little cold. The man has erect curly hair and is very handsome. Seeing these 2 people, Lin Fan was stunned, and secretly thought in his heart, why did these 2 people come? The man took the lead in opening his mouth to greet politely, Mr. Lin Fan. The woman on the side also opened her mouth to greet, Mr. Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't quite know the purpose of these 2 people coming here, but since both of them had already greeted him, he naturally wouldn't give face. Moreover, if you don't give face, it's not very good. The other party is 100 million points stronger. Hi, Mr. VES, Ms. Bardos. That's right, the two people who suddenly appeared are the angel Weiss of the 7th universe, and the angel Bardos of the 6th universe. Angels, mainly serving the god of destruction, say to serve, but in fact supervise the god of destruction. And, in a sense, angels are higher than destroyers. For this, Lin Fan also understood that at the original power conference, as long as the failed universe, whether it was the god of destruction or the god of the realm, it would be destroyed along with it. The angels, on the other hand, will not, but will return to the great priest. This may be because the great priest is the big red person around the whole king, or it may be the original background of the angel family. What it is, Lin Fan does not know. But no matter what the reason was, Lin Fan felt that their status was indeed higher than that of the god of destruction. Weiss and Bardos were slightly surprised to see that Lin Fan knew the two of them, but that accident was in an instant. Lin Fan asked curiously, "Two of you, I don't know if you suddenly came, what advice do you have?" He was indeed very confused about this question. Why did two angels come? Is it because he fuses the angelic bloodline? But even if he fuses the angel bloodline, he will not be discovered by the two, and even if he is discovered, only Weiss should come. It is impossible for Bardos to come at all, because she is an angel in the 6th universe, and this is the 7th universe. Weiss smiled and said, "I didn't give advice, I just received the order of the great priest and came to visit Mr. Lin Fan." Lin Fan's heart instantly moved. The will of the great priest? Does the great priest know of his existence? What the hell is going on here? He was obviously far away in the 7th universe, how could he know his existence? But thinking about it in a blink of an eye, it seems not strange. The great god can become a big red man beside the whole king, and his ability is definitely not weak. Moreover, Weiss once said that the great priest is a peak-level master of the 12 universe level, and it is not difficult for such a master to track down people like himself. It's just that what did he notice about himself? Angel blood? But he has just fused the angel bloodline. Even if he notices himself because of this matter, he can't send Weiss and Bardos so quickly. Suddenly, Lin Fan thought of an important thing, that is, the vast heart. Understood, I kind of understood, it must be because of the vast heart. The effect of the vast heart is powerful, and when it merges, although it does not seem to move much, in fact, it has shaken the entire 12 universes. And the effect of this vast heart is that it can talk to anyone in the 12 universes, and those who can have such skills in the 12 universes, the great priest is also among them. Integrating such a strong force by himself, he should also have a certain resonance, and it is because of this resonance that he noticed himself. But why didn't he come to himself? After thinking of this, Lin Fan smiled awkwardly in his heart. He didn't come to find himself personally, it must be because his strength is not enough. With his current strength, defeating Beerus is a big problem, let alone the great priest. Can't be an opponent of others, just a shrimp. How can people come to visit them in person? To be able to send Weiss and Bardos to arrive, it is already a big face. Lin Fan smiled politely, I don't know what orders the great priest has. Now that people have to bow their heads under the eaves, it is better to keep a low profile. Weiss also smiled politely, Mr. Lin Fan, the great priest didn't have any orders, just let us bring a word to Mr. Lin Fan. What words? The great priest said that Mr. Lin Fan is willing to become one of the realm king gods. Now, the position of the king god of the 7th universe realm is vacant. The king god of the western realm, the king god of the northern realm, and the king god of the southern realm are no longer there, and the great priest is willing to let Mr. Lin Fan become the king god of any direction. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment, making himself a realm king god? Why is that? Could it be that the eastern realm king god recommended me? Mr. Weiss, I would like to ask, is this someone recommending me? Or is it an order directly given by the great priest? Weiss didn't have anything to hide, no one recommended it. No one recommended it, that is, an order from the high priest. To be honest, if the Eastern Realm King God recommended himself to become the Realm King God, then he might consider it, because this belongs to the Eastern Realm King God to cherish his talents and let himself work together. But if it is an order directly given by the high priest, he had to seriously consider it. Why did the great priest let himself be the king god of the realm? He and he have never met, what can the other party get in himself? After thinking carefully for a moment, Lin Fan thought of a possibility, that is, the great priest believed in his potential, thought that he would become a powerful person in the future, and pulled himself into their camp in advance. In this way, even if they become powerful, for them, it is also for them. If you are not in their camp, you may be at odds with them. If so, then if you don't choose to join, it's not okay. After all, with his current strength, he couldn't fight the great priest at all. However, Lin Fan still wanted to try it. Demonstrate whether your ideas are correct. Weiss, I am a person who likes freedom, the position of the king god of the realm. I'm afraid I can't do it. Weiss smiled slightly, with a slight reminder in his tone, Mr. Lin Fan. There is no harm to you in becoming a realm king god. At least the pros outweigh the cons. You are a smart person, I believe you can understand the good intentions of the great priest. When Lin Fan heard Weiss say this, he immediately understood the meaning, and sure enough, it was the same as what he had guessed before, that is, he discovered that he was a person with great potential and wanted to pull himself into the camp. Be with them. To put it mildly, those who follow me prosper and those who disobey me die. If you don't agree, you may be finished. Okay, since the great priest is so intentional, then I can't live up to the good priest's kindness, but I have a doubt. Chapter 065. Okay, since the great priest is so intentional, then I can't live up to the good priest's kindness. But I have a doubt. Lin Fan looked at the two brothers and sisters of Weiss and Bardos and asked. Weiss was also relatively crisp, and said with a slight smile, Mr. Lin Fan, please say. The lives of the Realm King God and the Destruction God are bound together, so after I become the Realm King God, will my life be bound to the Destruction God Beerus? In Lin Fan's opinion, Beerus was powerful. However, if you tie your life to him, then he will definitely not agree. Of course, with his current strength, there is no way not to agree. However, this kind of thing, it is better to say hello in advance. Weiss and Bardos were slightly surprised, they didn't expect that Lin Fan even knew such a private thing. However, how clever Weiss is, he naturally knows what Lin Fan means. Mr. Lin Fan, you can rest assured that Lord Beerus's life used to be bound to the old Realm King God, and now the old Realm King God has abdicated, the Eastern Realm King God is in charge of the overall situation, and the seventh universe lacks the other three-way Realm King God, so now, Lord Beerus's life is bound to the Eastern Realm King God. Lin Fan was a little surprised, he thought that Beerus's life was still bound to the old Realm King God. Unexpectedly, it has been updated to the body of the Eastern Realm King God. But he doesn't care about any of this, as long as it is not bound to his body. Mr. Lin Fan, do you still have any doubts? No more. Lin Fan didn't have any other questions to ask. If he said other questions, that is, he really didn't want to be the king god of this realm, could he veto it? Maybe you veto it on your front foot, and you will be killed on your back foot. Even if his current basic combat power is 195 billion, it is not enough to see, perhaps, Weiss can wave the magic staff in his hand and let him end his life. Weiss asked at this time, excuse me, Mr. Lin Fan, what direction do you want to become the Realm King God? What bearing? It doesn't seem to make a difference, right? Since there is now the Eastern Realm King God, then I will be the Western Realm King God, and form an antithetical orientation with the Eastern Realm King God, so as not to have contradictions when I get it. Lin Fan didn't care what Realm King God he became, because of this position, he was not rare at all. Good. Weiss lightly tapped the staff in his hand, and a set of blue Realm King God costumes were worn on Lin Fan's body. Meanwhile, a will appeared in Weiss's hand. Wang Li specially sealed Lin Fan as the King God of the Western Realm of the Seventh Universe, and bestowed the divine power of the Realm King. After Weiss finished speaking, he threw the will in his hand high, and the will suddenly flew towards Lin Fan, suspended above Lin Fan, and a divine power continuously poured into Lin Fan's body. I saw that Lin Fan's body was a golden light, emitting one after another light, and the light shot out to the boundless surroundings, like a round of sun. At the same time, Lin Fan's body revealed two special energies, which were azure blue and blue silver. Weiss and Bardos saw this azure blue special energy and looked at each other. For a moment, the two nodded to each other, already affirming the answer they saw. After all, the light on Lin Fan's body gathered and converged into his body. Lin Fan felt that there was an additional creative power in his body. Not only that, but there are also some special skills of the Realm King God, such as instant jumping, divine power bombardment, sealing. The Realm King God, also known as the Creation God, can create countless creatures, countless things, and the powerful Realm King God can create planets. Weiss looked at Lin Fan and asked with a smile, "How do you feel?" "Not bad, worthy of being a Realm King God, the creative power is very strong," Lin Fan said approvingly. "Nor too excited. He has a system, and these divine skills are not too amazing for him." Still, as he thought before, if he could not do with this position, he would rather not. Bardos asked calmly at this time, "You are also an angelic family?" Although he asked, he gave an affirmative tone. It was certain that Lin Fan was the angel clan, and the azure blue special energy they had seen earlier was the special bloodline mark of the angel clan. As for the other blue-silver special energy, they didn't know what it was, but they could be sure that it was another bloodline. Similar to a scion, but not like a scion. Although Lin Fan didn't quite understand why Bardos suddenly said this, whether he had found something, he did not deny it. After all, people have used an affirmative tone, then they must have seen it. "That's right, I'm also an angel." Although Bardos and Weiss had already seen that Lin Fan was an angelic family, they were personally recognized by the other party. Still surprised. They all knew the people of the angel clan, but this Lin Fan in front of them, they didn't know each other before. Could it be that he was the illegitimate son of his father? It is impossible, the father is strong, even if there is an illegitimate child, there is no need to hide it. But what is the angelic blood in his body? Another family of angels? Could it be? Weiss and Bardos did not speculate any further. This matter can only be reported to the great priest, and the high priest will decide. Weiss smiled and said, "Lin Fan, since you are an angel clan, you should tell us in advance, maybe you don't have to become a Realm King God. Instead, become an angel member." Lin Fan just smiled at this. Compared to the two positions of angel and Realm King God, he was more able to accept the Realm King God, especially the Realm King God position that was not bound to destroy the life of the god. If he really became an angel, then he Lin Fan could only stand in a neutral position, and he could not fight any battles except cultivation, otherwise he would disappear. If he wanted to clean up people, he couldn't do it himself, and he could only sneak at the god of destruction on the sidelines. That's not his character. He still likes that, see who is unhappy, beat whomever he wants. And after becoming an angel, many things have restrictions. After all, the neutral position, in comparison, or the Realm King God is more free. Seeing Lin Fan just smile, Weiss knew that the other party did not want to become an angel. No longer dwelling on this topic either. Carefully looked at Lin Fan's angelic physique. "Oh? Your normal state is not a comfortable state of extreme effort?" Chapter 066. Freedom. Extreme skill, a divine skill, for angels, almost everyone must have. It can also be said that angels have this martial art. Moreover, under the normal state of angels, they are all in a state of extreme effort, and their bodies react very sensitively. For these, Lin Fan also knows that the real freedom extreme gong is actually like Weiss and them, and the normal state is the free extreme gong state, and the body can react to avoid any attack. Instead of being used as a transformation like the Monkey King. Lin Fan did not deny, no. I thought about it, do I want to let Weiss teach me? If you learn to be free and extremely skillful, your combat effectiveness will definitely increase greatly, but after thinking about it, forget it. If you teach yourself, you need to train hard, and after training, you may only master some fur. But if the system bursts out, after learning, it is directly the proficiency of the supernatural level. Why get tired? Isn't lying flat fragrant? Isn't it fragrant to wait for the system to be eaten? Let Weiss teach himself, not only owe a favor, but also tiring. Bardos and Weiss looked at each other. It was really strange. The people who saw the angels for the first time did not know how to be at ease. This was also the reason why they did not see that Lin Fan was an angel family at first. If Lin Fan was at ease, they would definitely be able to see Lin Fan's angelic bloodline. Weiss smiled and said, I can train you, before. Weiss finished speaking, Lin Fan waved his hand again and again, don't, Weiss, thank you for your kindness, I'm just a lazy dog, you just let me lie flat. What a free effort, I have no interest right now. Poof. Bardos couldn't help but block his cherry-like little mouth with his hand, and smiled haha. This Lin Fan is really an interesting person, and he does not learn such divine skills as he is at ease. Weiss saw that the other party was really not interested at all, shrugged his shoulders, and smiled. Glancing at the sky. The time for discovery is almost up. Mr. Lin Fan, oh no, it should be the king god of the Western realm, the time is almost up, we also need to go back to regain our lives. Goodbye, please take care of you in the future. Weiss and Bardos smiled slightly, and the two turned into a streamer of light and flew towards the palace of the king. After the two left, Lin Fan lay on the chair and couldn't help but complain, this person is too good, he can't keep a low profile if he wants to, in the current situation, he can only become the king god of the Western realm. However, this feeling is really too uncomfortable, I always feel that I am pressed by the great priest, it is really irritating. No, we have to quickly find a way to recruit apprentices, surpass Beerus and surpass the great priest as soon as possible. What if it's the realm king god? Who said that the realm king god can't be better than the god of destruction? Wait for this guy to come to earth, dare to blindly be the first to clean up, is him. It's impossible to bully me like the king god of the eastern realm and the king god of the old realm. For it? It seems that he is currently becoming a realm king god, and he does not suffer a loss, and he is now the western realm king god of the seventh universe, so he has a reason to go to other universes. There is no need to be sneaky. And there is no need to worry about being discovered by other destruction gods and realm king gods. Because I have a reason that no one can refute anymore, that is, visit and study the civilization index. Moreover, the pressure of the realm king god is still quite average, and it also has a certain effect on accepting disciples. Sleep and sleep full, go, take a look at the Western Realm King God Palace. Lin Fan's consciousness moved. Use instant jumping. In an instant, he came to the Western Realm King God Realm. Looking at the huge Western Realm King God Palace in front of him, Lin Fan felt pretty good, but this Western Realm King God Temple was pink, giving people a girl's heart. Lin Fan could also understand this, after all, the former King God of the Western Realm was a beauty. Beauty loves pink palaces, completely understandable. In an instant, he came to the palace. This palace was very similar to the ancient imperial palace of China, but it was pink everywhere, which made Lin Fan look a little embarrassed. A big man himself, living here in the future, the pink palace will definitely not work. After thinking of this, with a wave of his big hand, the originally pink palace turned golden. The Golden Temple of Gold. Lin Fan looked at this scene, and a satisfied smile was outlined at the corner of his mouth. In this way, it seems that it is much more normal. The previous pink temple, if it is a permanent residence, it is really a little difficult to accept. And the ability he just used was the creative ability of the Realm King God, and then created gold, covering up the pink. Walk to the front of the position. As soon as Lin Fan sat down, a painting immediately appeared on the golden wall behind him. Look back. Lin Fan recognized it at a glance. This painting was the original King God of the Western Realm. Looking at the original Western Realm King God, Lin Fan couldn't help but praise, this Western Realm King God really looks good. The body is plump and round, the curves are charming, the melon seed shows the face, the appearance is very sweet, the handsome eyes are trimmed, the white hair is like a waterfall, and the eyes are full of style, it is really a great beauty. Compared with number 18, Bulma, it is not bad at all, and even stronger. If you see the real person, the temperament on the body will definitely surpass the two. After all, a mortal has a temperament that cannot be compared with a god. Thinking of this, Lin Fan was very depressed. This demon Bu is still true, he doesn't know how to pity Xiang Xiu at all, such a big beauty, he will be killed. The beauties in Dragon Ball are already scarce, especially single beauties, and it is really unconscionable to kill them like this. Do you still want to hang this portrait? After all, now I am the King God of the Western Realm. After thinking for a moment, Lin Fan felt that it was better to continue hanging, firstly, to admire the beauty, and secondly, he was not so narcissistic and hung up his photo. Stand up. The figure flashed. Appear near the Taoist temple and find cultivated Tianjin rice and dumplings. Tell the two about becoming the King God of the Western Realm, and ask the two if they want to go with him. Tianjin rice is naturally willing, and he is willing. Dumplings and Yulin are naturally willing. Dumpling asked suspiciously, Master Lin Fan, do you want to bring the three of Piraf? Look at their will. If they are willing to go, they will go, and if they are not willing, forget it. Lin Fan was willing to bring the three of Piraf, mainly because he wanted the three to help them cook and do miscellaneous things. These three people are not good at fighting, but it is still good to cook a meal. Dumplings went to inform the three of Piraf. The three expressed their willingness to follow Lin Fan to eat and drink, and the Dragon Ball still has a year of cooldown. If they don't follow Lin Fan, they really don't know where to go. So, Broly, Son Goku, Vegeta. The others followed Lin Fan to the Western Realm King God realm. As for the Super Spirit Time House, Lin Fan was not in a hurry. He planned to wait for Frieza to come out, and then take it back, and then put it in the Western Realm King God realm. Chapter 067. Western Realm King God Realm. Lin Fan still made a chair to lie at the door of the Taoist temple as if he was in the nether. But now he is lying on this chair, very large, more than 4 meters wide and 8 meters long, with various fruits, drinks, and snacks on the left and right. The little life is very good. And these things are all things that he created with the power of creation. In Lin Fan's opinion, he didn't need to practice anyway, and he was usually bored, so he would eat snacks, drink drinks, and play with his mobile phone. At this moment, he is swiping his mobile phone, looking at a novel called Salted Fish Master, Double Reward for Apprenticeship, and this novel has recently become a thief. He has already caught up with the latest chapter, but unfortunately the author's codeword is too weak and his hand speed is too slow. But, for love, he can wait. Looking at the people who were practicing hard, Lin Fan showed a gratifying expression, not bad, work hard. If you don't work hard, how can the master kick Beerus and punch the great priest? Drip, Apprentice Frieza increases basic combat effectiveness, 2.5 billion, Master gets double boost, 5 billion. The current basic combat power of the host, 200 billion. A 2.5 billion boost? This seems a little unreasonable, I think that this guy only trained for 4 months, he can transform into golden Frisia, although it is not as blue as super blue, but he can barely live a while. Could it be that Frisia hasn't comprehended the golden Frisia yet? Drip, Apprentice Frisia increases basic combat effectiveness, 10 billion, and Master gets double boost, 20 billion. Current host combat effectiveness, 220 billion. Oh? This has just been said, and it has increased by 10 billion? What's going on? Is it a continuous breakthrough? However, it didn't take a few minutes. Another voice came from Lin Fan's consciousness. Apprentice Frisia improves basic combat effectiveness, 15 billion, and Master gets double boost, 30 billion. Current host combat effectiveness, 250 billion. Oh? Boosted again? What is this Frisia doing now? How to break through one after another? Could it be that in the beginning, he just comprehended the skill of King Kong not bad to a higher level? What's next for the real breakthrough? 4. This speculation, it is true, Frisia's initial improvement only raised the skill of King Kong not bad to a higher level, and the next improvement was that he comprehended the realm of golden Frisia. That's why this has continuously improved the basic combat effectiveness. Lin Fan muttered, I hope Frisia can stay in the Super Spirit Time House for a little longer, so that he can bring me more combat power gains. At the same time, the Palace of the Kings. Outside the door, Ves and Bardos stood respectfully in front of the Grand Priest. Weiss, is this trip quite complete? Back to the Great Priest, it's quite complete. Lin Fan has already assumed the throne of the King of the Western Realm of the 7th Universe. The Great Priest's expression had always been flat, without any ups and downs, as if nothing could move him. Good. Besides, have you noticed any difference in Lin Fan? In front of the Great Priest, Weiss did not dare to hide any truth, and immediately said, back to the Great Priest, Lin Fan is an angel family. Oh! The Great Priest's eyes floated slightly. This was beyond his expectations. And after sensing that someone had fused with a vast heart, he ordered Weiss to investigate the matter with Bardos. After knowing that the person who fused the vast heart was Lin Fan, he paid special attention to Lin Fan and found that this Lin Fan was indeed not simple. He did not practice every day, but his combat effectiveness would increase. The divine chi was getting stronger and stronger, so he thought about pulling Lin Fan into his camp and using it for the whole king. Such a person is a rare demon genius. If it could not be used by the whole king, the Great Priest would have to consider suppressing Lin Fan's growth. It must not exceed the realm of ordinary gods, but if it can be used by all kings, then as long as he is obedient, he can let it develop, and as for what point, the Great Priest naturally has a number. However, it will definitely not threaten the whole king. But now when he heard that Lin Fan was an angel, the Great Priest couldn't help but be moved. Weiss immediately explained, actually, we didn't find it at first, because under his normal state, he didn't feel comfortable with it. It was because he inherited the power of the realm king god that we discovered the angelic bloodline in his body. Moreover, he not only has an angel bloodline, but also a very strange bloodline, which is blue-silver and has never been seen before. The Grand Priest couldn't help but ponder for a moment and frowned, and Ves and Bardos looked at each other. No, something is going on. They hadn't seen the Great Priest frown like this for a long, long time, and every time they pondered and frowned, it was because something special had happened. 3 seconds later, the Great Priest's brow widened and his gaze looked at Ves and Bardos. The original calm color was restored. Said lightly, he should be your aunt's son. Weiss and Bardos paused for a moment, and said in surprise, aunt's son. Ves and Bardos also have an aunt, the sister of the High Priest. A long, long time ago, the Great Priest, like Ves and Bardos, had not yet become a Great Priest, but was just an angel of all planes, and among the angels, he was the second oldest, and above him, there was a sister. Later, This sister was with a scion, and the previous high priest strongly objected, because in the eyes of the previous high priest, the angelic race was a noble and elegant god race, and the scions were only a rude race and were not worthy of marrying the angel god race at all. So in order to be together, the two decided to go away and go to the dark demon realm. The dark demon realm is not the sphere of influence of all kings, so the previous great priest was helpless to find them. Weiss and Bardos also knew more or less about these things, and they were slightly stunned after hearing the words of their father's high priest. He asked suspiciously, could it be said that the other blue-silver bloodline in Lin Fan's body is a scion bloodline? Isn't the Kosayan bloodline golden? The great priest explained, the golden scion bloodline is the current scion bloodline, and the blue-silver scion bloodline is the purest ancestor scion, that is, the first generation of scions. The rude and bloodthirsty generation. Weiss and Bardos nodded their heads and roughly understood that this was the case. They really don't know about this. However, they still had a doubt in their hearts, and continued to ask. Father! Isn't my aunt in the dark demon realm? How could her son appear in the seventh universe? The great priest was also a little puzzled by this question. That's right, since my sister and that ancestor scion went to the dark demon realm, why did their son appear in the seventh universe? What is the reason for this? Chapter 068. The great priest couldn't figure out what he thought, and finally decided to ask Lin Fan personally, and at the same time verify whether Lin Fan was his sister's son. But he thought that it must be his sister's son, after all, he had the blood of an angel and the blood of the ancestor scion. No matter how clever it is, it can't be so clever, both points are in line. However, what the great priest did not expect was that everything was so coincidental. Lin Fan was not his sister's son, but just a cross crowd. Weiss saw his father, the great priest, who was silent, and did not speak, waiting quietly. The great priest smiled slightly, you guys go back. Weiss asked at this time, Father, do you still want to implement Lin Fan's surveillance and restrictions? That's right, for Lin Fan, the great priest has an order to let Weiss monitor, and he can't let Lin Fan exceed the controllable range. It is also necessary to limit the growth of a certain amount. Be sure to control it within control. If Lin Fan was not his aunt's son, not an angel family, then Weiss would not ask this question, but now, his father said that Lin Fan may be the son of his aunt, and he is still an angel family. Then he didn't understand a little whether he still had to take certain measures against Lin Fan. The great priest didn't think about it. Don't worry about it for now, wait until I determine whether he is your aunt's son or not. If so, then there is no need to monitor. There is no need to limit his development. If you can help, give more help. After all, we owe them too much. Weiss nodded respectfully, yes, father. Go back. Yes. After Weiss and Bardos left, the great priest turned around and muttered softly, Sister, how did you send the child to the seventh universe? Could it be that you guys have a bad time in the dark demon realm? But your strength can almost go sideways in the dark demon realm. Did something happen here? Or do you not want your children to be eroded by the dark demon realm? Actually, there was another reason why the great priest was almost certain that Lin Fan was his sister's son, that is, the vast heart. The heart of vastness is a pair, the fetish that the previous king rewarded him with his sister, he has one, his sister has one, his heart of vastness merges, but his sister's does not. Therefore, when Lin Fan fused the vast heart, his reaction would be so strong, and he couldn't wait to let Bardos and Weiss look for this person. The first is to explore who fuses the vast heart, whether it will threaten all the universe. The second is to see if this person has a relationship with his sister, but he did not tell Weiss and Bardos about this. Instead, let the two observe, and if the two observed, this person had angelic blood and ancestor scion blood. Then it means that the person who integrates the vast heart, 8 or 9 is not separated from 10, is his sister's son. Lin Fan didn't know that because of a coincidence, he had become the son of the great priest's sister. At this moment, he is lying on a chair reading a novel. Suddenly, he felt Frisia's breath. Frisia is out? Since he obtained the divine power of the realm king god, his perception ability has become stronger and more sensitive. This is one of the divine skills of the realm king god, instantly perceiving all things, and with such divine skills. In order to better supervise the universe. Woohoo! The figure is blurred. Instantly appeared outside the super spirit time house. When Frisia came out, he clenched his fists and let out a laugh. Power, that's what power feels like. Sun Wukong, I will pinch you to death and punch by punch. Drink. What are you laughing at? Lin Fan said lightly. When Frisia heard this voice, he reacted instantly, looked at Lin Fan, and greeted, Master Lin Fan. Laughing so happily, it seems that I am very satisfied with my cultivation results. Frisia did not have anything to hide, and he himself was an extremely conceited and proud being, and said bluntly, drink, drink, indeed very satisfied. Now that pinching the Monkey King is not a problem. In this regard, Lin Fan didn't say anything, just said lightly, Frisia, you can leave. Frisia was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what he meant. Did he say the wrong thing? Master Lin Fan? Are you not allowing me to kill the Monkey King? Why are you driving me away? Lin Fan waved his hand, don't misunderstand, your grudge with Sun Wukong, I don't want to care, I'll let you go, just let you return to your position as the Emperor of the Universe. You have been following me, like some kind of cosmic emperor. Frisia laughed drankly, he thought that Master Lin Fan did not allow him to kill Sun Wukong. It turns out that he can become a teacher. Okay, Master Lin Fan, the next time I return to Earth, I will be the first to visit you. Lin Fan waved his hand unhurriedly, no, Frisia, you don't have to come to see me, not only that, don't say it in the future, you are my apprentice. Hey! Why? Master Lin Fan? Frisia really doesn't understand, what the hell is going on? Lin Fan had already thought about understanding it, the dignified Universe Emperor, if there is still a master, isn't that a joke? So, you can't tell others that you still have master. When Frisia heard it, he felt that it made sense, the character of the Emperor of the Universe, that must be perfect. If you still have a master, isn't your own personality a little imperfect? Master really thinks about me. Thank you, Master. Lin Fan waved his hand, received the Super Spirit Time House into his system backpack, and said to Frisia, you go. Yes, Master. Remember what I said, from now on, don't tell anyone, you are my apprentice, Master friendship, just remember it in your heart. Yes. Master. Lin Fan stopped talking nonsense, and returned to the Western Realm King God Realm in an instant. After coming to the Western Realm King God Realm, Lin Fan found a spacious place and released the Super Spirit Time House with a wave of his hand. Then use mind communication. Contact Vegeta, Son Goku, and Broly. After hearing Lin Fan's call, the three immediately stopped their cultivation and quickly flew over. Standing beside Lin Fan, Sun Wukong asked suspiciously, Master Lin Fan, are you looking for us? Is there something wrong? Lin Fan did not answer Sun Wukong's words, but looked at Vegeta and asked, Vegeta, what has you reached for mastering the super breath? Vegeta replied, it won't take long to comprehend. Lin Fan reminded, it is still necessary to comprehend it well, work hard, Sun Wukong only took a day or so to comprehend it. Hearing this, Vegeta glanced at the Monkey King who was scratching his head. Chapter 069. Sun Wukong scratched his head and smiled. Vegeta whispered, Kakarot. He also secretly made up his mind that he must quickly comprehend that he must surpass Kakarot's record. Lin Fan looked at the three at this time and said, Sun Wukong, Don't you really want to compete with Broly? I'll send the three of you into the Super Spirit Time House now, and the three of you can fight freely inside. Sun Wukong did not realize at all that if he entered again, he would waste an opportunity to enter, because in his opinion, as long as he could fight, he couldn't manage anything else. Great! Vegeta also spoke, this time, I want to defeat Kakarot. Suddenly, he realized that Lin Fan had not yet taught himself the key to becoming a god, he could not become a god, and he could not defeat Kakarot. Master Lin Fan, you still haven't taught me the key to transforming into a Super Saiyan god? I'll teach you later. Lin Fan naturally did not forget. Looking at the three, he explained, the three of you have heard clearly, it is not that you can start fighting after entering the Super Spirit Time House, but you need to cultivate first. Broly needs to cultivate the purification technique to the level of perfection, and Vegeta needs to be able to transform into a Super Saiyan God at the very least. Got it. Sun Wukong said with a face full of loss, I still have to wait for them to cultivate. Don't wait for them to cultivate and let Vegeta be abused by you. Lin Fan did not mention Broly, because he was not worried at all that Sun Wukong would abuse Broly. Fighting alone, although Sun Wukong can transform into a super god, it is still a little difficult to abuse Broly. It is unlikely even to be completed. Vegeta also discovered what Lin Fan meant when he said this. Subconsciously glanced at Broly, and secretly said in his heart, it seems that Lin Fan is very relieved about Broly's strength. Humph, after entering, I must defeat Broly, and then Lin Fan will be impressed by me. Seeing that Sun Wukong was still ready to speak, Lin Fan waved his hand and said, less nonsense, you three, hurry up and enter the Super Spirit Time House. Yes. Vegeta, you come up. Yes. Vegeta came to Lin Fan. I saw Lin Fan stretch out his hand and press it on Vegeta's head, bringing a force of knowledge into it. And this knowledge power is the knowledge essentials of transforming into the Super Saiyan God, and these knowledge essentials are the memories condensed by Lin Fan with the power of God. Condensing memories with the power of God is a skill of the King God of the realm to create God. To put it simply, in the future, Lin Fan's disciples do not need to teach personally, as long as they copy their memories, condense them into memory energy, and enter their minds. Of course, the memories that Lin Fan copied were not all the memories, but what they taught, they would copy anything, and if they copied them all, wouldn't they expose their own details? Take back your hand. Vegeta, the knowledge essentials of becoming the Super Saiyan God, I have stored it in your mind, after you go in, understand it well. Yes. Okay, let's go inside. The three of them didn't say anything anymore and quickly flew towards the Super Spirit Time House. After seeing the three of them fly into the Super Spirit Time House, Lin Fan yawned and was about to lie down, when suddenly, he felt a surge in air. A stream of light shone out. I saw two familiar people arrive. Seeing these two people, Lin Fan was not surprised at all, and greeted, "Oh, the King God of the Eastern Realm, the King God of the Old Realm, rare guests." Those who came, it was these two people. "Congratulations, King God of the Western Realm." The Eastern Realm King God came up and congratulated with a smile. The Old Realm King God looked at Lin Fan carefully, and he found that the person in front of him was very unusual, and his body contained an extremely strong divine power. The Old Realm King God can develop human potential, so he is also more sensitive to strength. "You're very good." Lin Fan was stunned, but he didn't expect that the Old Realm King God would suddenly come to such a sentence, and said with a smile, "It's okay." Then he asked curiously, "I don't know why the two Realm King Gods came here. Is it just congratulations on becoming a Realm King God?" "No way." The Eastern Realm King God waved his hand, and a pair of earrings and a beautiful box appeared in his hand. "This is the Patara earring, the token of the Realm King God. It should have been given to you by the great Realm King God, but because the great realm king god was absorbed by the demon Bu, it can only be given to you instead of me. You are welcome to join." When Lin Fan saw the Eastern Realm King God take out this pair of earrings, he had already guessed that this was the Potara earring. For the Potara earrings, Lin Fan also knew that Vegeta came from the Potara fit. The non-realm King God combination can only last for an hour, and the moves will also fuse, and the two people who are combined are realm King Gods, which can be permanent. Lin Fan put on the Potara earrings. "Thank you. What's in this gift box?" The Eastern Realm King God handed the boutique gift box to Lin Fan and said, "This is the remnant soul of the previous Western Realm King God." The remnant soul of the previous Western Realm King God. Lin Fan's face was full of doubts. The Eastern Realm King God continued to explain, "That's right, after the Western Realm King God was killed by the demon Bu, a wisp of remnant soul was sent to the Realm King God realm and stored in my place. I've been waiting for a new Western Realm King God to appear, and then send the remnant soul of the previous Western Realm King God over." Lin Fan didn't understand a little, what did he give this remnant soul to himself? The Eastern Realm King God saw Lin Fan's thoughts, because this is her former home, it would be better to send her back. Lin Fan instantly understood, so it is. "Okay, then I'll take it and put her in the palace in a moment." The old Realm King God looked at Tianjin rice, dumplings, and others, thought for a while, and reminded, "Western Realm King God, in fact, you can also choose one person to serve as a servant." Servant of God. Lin Fan knew that there must be some benefit to the servant of God, otherwise the old Realm King God would not remind himself like this. What good is God's servant? God's servant can get a certain amount of divine power, as well as creativity, and under your light, even if he does not need to cultivate, his strength will improve with you. And the improvement of his strength will make you get a great improvement in strength. As soon as Lin Fan heard it, I leaned, "Isn't this effect a bit similar to the salted fish master system? It's just that compared with the effect of the salted fish master system, the difference is too far." "So it is, got it. Since there is this effect, then I will definitely not choose randomly." If he really had to choose now, then he would definitely choose Broly, because Broly has the best talent and improves faster. As things stand, his improvement to himself can be said to be the greatest. Buzz is right now. P.S. Don't worry, there is. Chapter 070. Right at this moment. Buzz. One after another the sound of heaven and earth blessings sounded, and a beam of colorful streamers suddenly appeared from high in the sky. When the Eastern Realm King God and the Old Realm King God heard this gospel of heaven and earth, they subconsciously trembled, because they knew who was coming. Hurriedly turned around. I saw a man who was 1 meter and 5 meters tall, with light blue skin, a large white back, purple pupils and purple lips. A light blue divine ring was suspended behind his head, and a person with a big belt around his waist appeared in mid-air. This person looks humble and amiable, but he exudes an untouchable divine power. The Eastern King God and the Old Realm King God saw this man. Poof knelt on the ground, bowed his head slightly, and greeted respectfully, "Great Priest." They. Two of them speculated vigorously in their hearts, how could the Great Priest come to the 7th universe? This is something that has never happened in a million years. That's right. The one who came was the Great Priest, the Great Red Man beside the King, in all the universes, one person below 10,000 people. The strength is also the peak level. His appearance made the Earth and the 7th universe feel honored, so the gospel of heaven and earth sounded, and in the entire universe, the only people who can make the universe like this are him and the King. However, the whole King does not appear easily, and the appearance of the whole King has an extremely high probability of destroying the planet and even the universe. Because the character of the whole King is strange, they are completely unsure. If it was the arrival of the whole King, Lin Fan might be happy. The Eastern Realm King God and the Old Realm King God couldn't touch it accurately, he could touch it accurately, as long as he gave the other party something interesting, or an interesting way to play. The other person will be happy. In fact, in Lin Fan's opinion, the mind of the whole king is the same as that of a child. As long as he is happy, everything is easy to say. And the reason why the king god of the Eastern realm and the king god of the Old realm are uncertain is mainly because they dare not contact the whole king, but they only promise, which will make the whole king feel very bored. I think that at the beginning, Sun Wukong made friends because the newborn calf was not afraid of tigers and grinned big, and he grabbed the whole king in his hand and threw it around. If Sun Wukong did not have the character of a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers and grinned, then he and Xuanwang would not have been friends. But seriously, Lin Fan doesn't want Xuanwang to appear now, although he can feel Xuanwang's character, but a child is a child after all, and there are times when he can change at any time. If he accidentally provokes him to be angry, he suddenly clears himself, then he must not die unjustly. Therefore, as a last resort, he still did not want to see the whole king. Or, he has the ability to be immune to the ability of the whole king to clear it, he feels that it doesn't matter, and he is not even afraid to hit the little ass of the whole king. Lin Fan saw the king god of the Eastern realm and the king god of the Old realm kneeling on the ground, and thought for a while, whether to kneel down to worship, but after thinking about it, he did not have the habit of kneeling to worship. Don't say that the other party is a great god, even if it is a whole king, he will not kneel. It is a big deal that this position of the king god of the Western realm is not wanted. You can't kill yourself just because you don't kneel. He believed that the pattern of the great priest could not be so small. The Eastern realm king god saw Lin Fan stunned, and his eyes were vigorous, and at the same time he said in his mouth, "Kneel down quickly. He's the great priest. Don't be rude." Lin Fan pretended not to hear the words of the Eastern realm king god, and looked at the great god in mid-air. The great priest saw that Lin Fan was unmoved, and he did not care, because he had roughly determined in his heart that this Lin Fan in front of him was most likely his sister's son. Letting his sister's son kneel to himself seems a little unreasonable, and everyone is a family, so they don't have to give such a big gift. King god of the Western realm. The great priest came down in person. Stand in front of Lin Fan. The Eastern realm king god and the Old realm king god instantly trembled with fear, shrunk their bodies, their faces were pale, and their lips kept trembling. Bad, it must be that Lin Fan did not kneel down to worship, so the great priest was angry. The great priest was furious, and the galaxy was destroyed. In the future, there will be no good days in the seventh universe, and this newly appointed king god of the Western realm may be imprisoned in the divine prison forever. The divine prison is also the place where the gods are held, and the guards are extremely tight, and almost no one who is imprisoned can escape. Even if he is imprisoned with the strength of Beerus, he can only stay honestly, and if he wants to leave, it is simply impossible. The Eastern realm king god is relatively kind, and immediately interceded for Lin Fan. Great priest, the Western realm king god has just become the king god of the realm, so I don't understand the etiquette of God, and I ask the great priest for forgiveness. He hurriedly said to Lin Fan, "King god of the Western realm, don't hurry up and kneel down to meet the great priest." Lin Fan did not act. This made the Eastern realm king god and the Old realm king god confused in their hearts. What was this Western realm king god doing? Why don't you kneel yet? The great priest said at this time, in the future, the Western realm king god Lin Fan does not need to pay homage to me. When the Eastern realm king god and the Old realm king god heard this, they were really stunned. What did they mean? No need to pay homage to the grand priest? Although Lin Fan didn't know why the great priest made this move, he still said gratefully, "Thank you." In fact, he knew in his heart that an existence of the level of the great priest appeared in any direction of the universe, and the realm king god had to worship. However, he himself could not accept it at all. Good villains are the descendants of the dragon of the new era, except for their parents and ancestors. No one kneels, this is the backbone and the bottom line. The great priest smiled slightly, and said amiably, "No thanks. Congratulations, you have become the king god of the Western realm." Lin Fan was confused, what was going on? The king god of the Eastern realm and the king god of the Old realm came to congratulate themselves, which can still be said. After all, everyone will conspire together in the future. But the great priest also came to congratulate himself, which is a bit confusing, and the status between the two does not match at all. "Thank you, good great priest." Lin Fan thanked him. "I secretly thought in my heart, since I don't know the intention of the great priest, then I should adapt to the situation and see the move. A person who has traveled through the crowd and is familiar with the plot of Dragon Ball, can't he still get him?" The great priest calmly said to the Old Realm King God and the Eastern Realm King God, "Go back." "Good. Good." The two looked relaxed, disappeared in an instant, and left here. The great priest looked at Lin Fan, with a smile on his face. Seeing his smile, Lin Fan had a creepy feeling. What did this great priest want to do? What is his intention? How can there be a feeling that weasels give chickens a New Year's greeting? However, the great priest did not explain his intentions, and he did not ask. At this time, it is not suitable to take the initiative to make a move, and he can only see the move. The great priest saw that Lin Fan was hesitant to ask himself. A slight smile. "Lin Fan, aren't you curious why I appeared here?" Lin Fan said with a smile, "When the great priest comes here, there must be something to do, I will listen to it." "Lin Fan, who is your mother?" P.S. For every additional 100 gifts in a single day, add one more chapter, capped at 8 chapters. Everyone can order 3 times to generate electricity for love. Any gift can be. There are currently 1653 pieces. Chapter 071. Lin Fan, who is your mother? Minima? Is there something wrong with this great priest? Asking this kind of question when you come up is like a large-scale recognition scene. Wait a minute. No, how could such a thoughtful person as the great priest ask this question? The things in this are certainly not simple. See tricks. I'd love to see what your purpose is. A slight smile. Great priest, this is a private question, I should not have to answer it. After speaking, he kept observing the eyes of the great priest to see if he showed any signs of anger. However, Lin Fan found that the great priest was not angry at all. It was still that expression that was not shocked. Amiably said, "It is indeed a private question, you don't need to answer it, but I need you to answer it now, then you don't have any personal questions, you have to answer." Lin Fan's heart trembled uncontrollably, lying in the groove. This big priest was really a guy who hid a knife in a smile. On the surface, he is amiable, but his face is harmless. But in fact, they are extremely domineering. They all admit that this is a private question, and they even have to force themselves to answer, and if they don't answer, they can't. With the means of the great priest, if you deal with me now, it may be as simple as pinching an ant to death. It is simply strength. Strength is really too important. How should I answer it? The eyes rolled vigorously, and suddenly, the eyebrows lit up. Okay, come up and ask who my mother is? Then it means that you really don't know who my mother is, so I'll make it up. Let you understand that I, Lin Fan, am also a person with a background, and I don't want to move, and come to a empty city plan. The most important thing that people in the new era of the Dragon Kingdom lacks is scheming. Okay, since the great priest is so interested, then I'll confess. My mother is not in the universe. When the great priest heard this, his eyes moved slightly, but it was fleeting, very fast, but Lin Fan still caught it. It seems that my words have a little effect. Not in the universe? So where is she? The grand priest continued to ask. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and continued to flicker. What do you say? Now the universe is divided into 12 universes, and the universe we are in is the 7th universe. Great priest, I'm not wrong. That's right, I even know this. The great priest secretly thought, it seems that Lin Fan is really likely to be his sister's son, otherwise he has just become the king god of the Western realm, how can he know these things? It must have been his sister or the rude scion who told him. Lin Fan touched his nose gently. For a person who knows the background of Dragon Ball, all aspects of Dragon Ball, fooling Dragon Ball characters, I am a professional. And my mother is not in this 12 universes. And the place where she is not under the jurisdiction of the whole king, and naturally it is not under the jurisdiction of the high priest. The great priest's tone became a little excited, then where is she? It's not within the jurisdiction of the king, then it's in the dark demon realm, sure enough. This person in front of him is his sister's son. Hammered. Of course in Huaxia. However, Lin Fan did not say this. Oh? It actually drove the emotions of the great priest, and it seems that his story is very successful. Wait. Did the great priest misunderstand something? Think of yourself as the son of some mighty one or something. If so, then you face two dangers yourself. First, this mighty man is the sworn opponent of the great priest, and after knowing his origin, he kills himself. Second, this mighty man is a friend of the great priest, and after knowing his origins, he takes care of himself. Depend on. Choose one of the two, how do you choose? Suddenly, Lin Fan thought of a question, could it be said that the post-analysis was correct? Lin Fan once read a post-analysis about the current great priest, saying that the great priest was just like Weiss, Bardos and them a long time ago, they were just overseers of the god of destruction. Because of his strong strength, he was promoted to become a great priest, but above the great priest, there is an even more powerful angel, that is, the sister of the great priest. Originally, this high priest should be his sister's, but because his sister was in love with a scion, how could the noble Protoss marry? So after all kinds of obstacles, the two fled away and fled to the dark demon realm, which the whole king could not govern. Thinking of this, Lin Fan secretly thought in his heart, could it be that the great priest mistook me for his sister's son? If that's the case, how can he take care of me? Even if you don't take care of me, you won't hurt me, even if you hurt me, you won't mess with me on the surface, right? But anyway, you still have to answer vaguely, let him make up his own brain. My mother is in the dark demon realm. After the great priest got this answer, there was excitement in his eyes, sure enough. He really is my sister's son. Ho ho. In an instant, an energy shrouded the great priest and Lin Fan together, isolating the outside world. Lin Fan was stunned slightly, the great priest was really a good means, and without making a sound, he created an energy shield. The great priest explained, the conversation between the two of us next will not be overheard by anyone. Lin Fan instantly understood, it turned out that this was an energy shield that isolated the outside world. Why did the great priest do this? He is a great priest, and with him, who dares to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two of us? Could it be that there are still people that the great priest fears? All kings? But I feel that the great priest does not seem to be very afraid of the whole king, so there is no need for this. The great priest spoke at this time, Lin Fan, did your mother tell you who I am to you? Lin Fan's face was full of confusion. What are these words? Who can you be mine? Is it hard or is my true love not working? You are a man, you can't become my true love, I can't do this kind of thing to welcome a man. It seems that he really thinks that he is his sister's son. However, for this kind of thing, Lin Fan decided not to take the initiative to say it. If he said it wrong, his previous fooling was in vain, and if he didn't do it, his life would be put into it. Shaking his head, I don't know. The great priest steadied his mind, then I tell you, I am your uncle. What did your mother send you out of the dark demon realm for? Although Lin Fan had already guessed a rough idea in his heart, he still showed a shocked look. Ah! Are you my uncle? Why didn't I hear my mother say it? The great priest returned to his original calm. I haven't heard of it. It's normal, he may want you not to be clean. However, you have a noble angel god race bloodline, as well as ancestors scion blood, you want to keep a low profile, it is impossible. Strength does not allow. Lin Fan, what did your mother send you out of the dark demon realm for? Chapter 072. Lin Fan, what did your mother send you out of the dark demon realm for? For the great priest this question. Lin Fan had already thought about it. Great priest, before Lin Fan could speak, the great priest immediately interrupted him. Lin Fan, from now on, when there are no outsiders, just call uncle. There is no need to be too distant, after all, we owe your mother and you too much. Lin Fan heard this. I am happy in my heart, this feeling is good, there is a big priest as an uncle, how can I walk sideways in the 12 universes in the future? And looking at the appearance of the great priest, it doesn't look like he has any bad intentions. However, the heart of defense is indispensable. Lin Fan is still careful to watch out, this is the world of Dragon Ball Chao, there are too many people who can crush him with one hand. Without enough strength, he didn't dare to wave. Yes, uncle. Then I will be taken care of by my uncle in the future. Lin Fan said with a smile and politeness. It's really a person lying at home, an uncle from heaven, or an uncle with a background in the sky, it seems a little cool. Wait a minute. The great priest is my uncle, so how dare Beerus be arrogant in front of me? Thinking of Beerus meeting the great priest, the way by was respectful and his ears were straight, Lin Fan couldn't help but want to laugh. The great priest also smiled and said, everyone is a family, you are welcome, if there is anything in the future, come to the whole royal hall to find me at any time. If Bardos and Weiss hear this, their mentality will definitely explode, their own biological son and daughter do not have this treatment, this is just a nephew, it is simply unreasonable to have such treatment. The reason why the great priest is so. The main thing is that he feels that he owes his sister too much, and now that his sister's son comes to his territory, he must make up for it, and he will take care of it. After all, my sister also took care of herself. Lin Fan, you still haven't said, what did your mother send you out for? Lin Fan said the reason he had already thought of. Uncle, it's like this. My mother didn't want me to learn from those people in the dark demon realm, and didn't want to be rendered by that bad atmosphere, so she sent me out. After meeting my uncle, I also understood what my mother once said. The great priest instantly became interested and asked, what words? Mother said that when you come here, you don't need to worry about being bullied by anything, you can live safely, and you don't need to worry about someone framing you. I didn't understand why my mother said this at first, I thought that the people in this universe were too weak, but now after seeing my uncle, I finally understand. Lin Fan acted cheerfully. In that state, he really regarded the great priest as his own uncle. If Director Zhang De was there, seeing Lin Fan's performance, he would definitely be awarded a Golden Rooster Award for the best recognition emoji. The great priest nodded his head in approval. Child, what your mother said is right, in the 12 universes, no matter where you are, you don't need to worry about your safety. No one dares to hurt you either. Thank you, uncle. Lin Fan was waiting for this sentence. As long as you don't die, it's safe, and when your strength stands up, you don't need to rely on anyone. With an understatement wave of his hand, a secret book, and a scepter appeared in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan, this is my uncle's angelic scepter, as well as the law of space, and I will give it to you in the future. Lin Fan naturally would not refuse this cheap uncle's kindness. Thank you, uncle. Uncle still has things to deal with, so let's go first. Okay, uncle. I saw the great god officer turn into a colorful streamer, tear through a space, and disappear into space. Lin Fan looked at the angelic scepter in his hand and muttered, what does this thing do? Waved lightly. A powerful aura instantly rushed into his body, and he instantly felt that his strength had increased countless times. Eileen. Top artifact. Just with a light wave, you can feel countless times the attack bonus. If you fight seriously and exert the power of the angelic scepter, wouldn't it be against the sky? This uncle is really generous. The law of opening space. What is this spatial law? After opening it and quickly browsing it, Lin Fan immediately said approvingly, "Not bad, indeed good. This spatial method actually creates a space that can be used as a storage space. And the size of the space, as long as the strength increases, it will widen. This is also a divine skill, whether it is to store things or do other things in the future, it is very convenient." Interesting, interesting. Lin Fan lay down and began to study this spatial method. Drip, Apprentice Broly increases basic combat effectiveness, 10 billion, and Master gets double boost, 20 billion. Current host combat strength, 270 billion. D. Apprentice Vegeta increases basic combat effectiveness, 8 billion, Master gets double boost, 16 billion. Current host combat strength, 286 billion. Drip, Apprentice Sun Wukong increases basic combat effectiveness, 2 billion, and Master gets double boost, 4 billion. Current host combat strength, 290 billion. In Lin Fan's mind, the system's reminders sounded one after another. Have you all practiced? Broly's purification technique has reached the level of perfection, fusing his furious combat power. It has increased by a full 10 billion, but it is really good, it is really a skill designed for him. Vegeta also succeeded, Super Saiyan God, the next battle of the three must be very exciting, but unfortunately, I can't see the battle of the three. Wait. Can't the angelic scepter be seen? Lin Fan suddenly reacted, the angel scepter had an effect, that is, it could observe the animation. Just now, he just lamented the attack power bonus of the angel scepter, and did not notice this. Put down the law of space cheats and start studying the effects of the angelic scepter. Swing left and right. Half a day did not come up with the effect of the angelic scepter. What's going on? Doesn't the angelic scepter have this effect? But Ves and Bardos, every other angel with a scepter can pour out the picture. Do you want to establish a connection with the Monkey King and them? After thinking of this, Lin Fan sensed with divine power and sensed the breath of the three. Then transfer to the angelic scepter. I saw a blurry picture appear on the crystal ball of the angelic scepter. Forward. Why is this picture so blurry? There is a feeling of bad signal. Increase your divine power. The picture became clearly visible, and Lin Fan flicked his scepter lightly, reflecting the picture directly above the scepter. It's like watching a 40-inch TV. Oh? The three of them can't wait. What is this Vegeta for? Chapter 073. Pictured. Vegeta, Monkey King, and Broly stood in different directions. The eyes of the three looked at each other. However, the eyes of Monkey King and Broly are softer, and Vegeta is very fierce. Vegeta, don't be so nervous and scary. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head and said. Vegeta snorted heavily. Humph, Kakarot. Now that I have mastered the Super Saiyan God, I will definitely not be defeated by you again. You two, let's go together. Said, glancing at Broly. Sun Wukong immediately said, Hey? What do you say, the two of us deal with you together? Vegeta didn't wait for Kakarot to say too much, instantly transformed into the Super Saiyan God, and rushed towards Kakarot. He wanted to regain his previous face, and was punched by Kakarot to return to his normal face. And the best way is to defeat Kakarot and Broly. In this way, not only did he regain face, but he also stood directly at the peak of the two. At that time, Master Lin Fan will also be impressed by himself. Lin Fan was lying on the chair drinking the drink, and when he heard Vegeta's words, he almost squirted the drink out at once. Your uncles. Are you a quick-lying tragedy tower and want to challenge Monkey King and Broly all at once? I let the three of you in to challenge Broly with Sun Wukong, and now you actually want to fight 1-on-2, are you ready to break your own record for fast parties? Vegeta, in the form of the Super Saiyan God, Super Red, has rushed towards the Monkey King. Although Sun Wukong does not want to deal with Vegeta with Broly, Vegeta has already rushed up and launched an attack on himself, and if he wants to avoid it, it will definitely not work. With what he knew about Vegeta, even if he stood still and did not make a move, Vegeta would definitely not show mercy to his subordinates, and he still had to fight. Instantly transform into a Super Saiyan God. Quickly dodge Vegeta's attacks. And Vegeta saw Broly standing still, snorted heavily, and drank in his mouth. You go together. Turn to Broly. Right hand alignment. Boom boom. Dozens of Kikong bombs bombarded it. Broly stood in place, waved his hand, and scattered dozens of Kikong bombs. With a calm face, he said, "Do you want to pick the two of us so much?" Both Monkey King and Broly knew that Vegeta's current move was undoubtedly to provoke the two of them. A cold chill flashed in Vegeta's eyes, and he snorted, "Humph! Defeat the two of you, I will be able to become Master Lin Fan's first apprentice, and Master Lin Fan will also be impressed by me." Broly, Kakarot, less nonsense, let you see, the real power of my Prince Vegeta, what ancient science, are all jokes. At this moment, Vegeta's confidence soared, after all, the terrifying power in his body made him not arrogant. And he knew that the skill that Lin Fan taught Broly was not a combat skill, but a skill that purified the mind and was not aggressive, so in his opinion, Broly was not as powerful as Kakarot. And the reason why Master Lin Fan said that Broly was quite powerful was simply because of the ancient Saiyan blood on his body. He today. It's about proving yourself. You two, come on. Hoo hoo. The figure flashed, and had already arrived in front of Broly, and slammed a punch into the chest of the opponent. Broly did not dare to underestimate Super Red Vegeta, and hurriedly crossed his hands and blocked Vegeta's attack with his arms. And Broly was blown away with a punch. At this moment, Broly has not yet entered the state of violent transformation, and under normal conditions, he naturally cannot resist Vegeta's punch. Kakarot, see? Broly is not my opponent at all, you should hurry up, I don't want to waste time. The words did not fall. A terrifying momentum instantly swept through the entire Super Spirit Time House. This. Vegeta instantly smacked his tongue, his eyes looked in the direction where the momentum burst out, and before he could see clearly, he saw Broly, who was a few sizes larger and his hair turned green, rushing up at an extremely fast speed. Bang! With the momentum of covering the sky, he punched Vegeta. Vegeta originally wanted to avoid it, because he felt that this punch was not so simple, but after thinking about it, he was going to pick two men, and he was Vegeta, the god of Super Science. God-level Vegeta. It is impossible to be afraid of this rude Saiyan. Think of all kinds of things. Clench your fist and hit it. Bang! Ah! I only heard Vegeta let out a scream, punched and flew hundreds of meters away, and his body was still falling backwards vigorously. There is no sign of stopping. Sun Wukong saw Vegeta flying out upside down and looked at Broly in surprise, it's so powerful. Broly has entered a state of rage, and although he has purification techniques and can maintain his sanity, he still doesn't like Sun Wukong. Hooked his hand on Sun Wukong, full of ridicule. The real pick too, it's me. Sun Wukong smiled, very excited, he felt a huge power from Broly's body. Vegeta, the god of Super Saiyan, was knocked away with one punch, and it was indeed strong. And the current Broly is just a super ancient Saiyan 1 form. Hoo hoo! Using teleportation, Sun Wukong suddenly came behind Broly and bombarded out with a punch. Woo! One punch to the air. Broly has disappeared in place. When he reacted, Broly was already beside him. Bang! A punch hit him in the back, directly hitting him on the ground, and a pit tens of meters deep appeared in an instant. Kakarot, lie down, Broly is mine. Hey! Vegeta had already flown over at this time, looked at the Monkey King in the pit, and issued a warning. And with it, look at Broly. Humph! What an ancient scion! In front of my Prince Vegeta, all are scions and my people. A. Clench your fists and let out an absolute roar. The momentum continues to climb. After reaching a certain level, the high-speed movement bombarded Broly. Bang bang! 2 punches hit it. Blocked by Broly. Yay! In this instant, thousands of punches were thrown, however, each punch was blocked by Broly. Both palms were aimed at Broly, and a super atmospheric power bullet blasted out. Boom! Broly blocked it with both hands, and clouds of smoke rose. In an instant, Vegeta had already stood above Broly, aimed his right hand at Broly, and shouted, "Big Bang Attack!" Boom! I have received +3 more gifts, and there are 2 more, I wish everyone a happy Tanabata. Chapter 074. Boom! Broly still did not dodge Vegeta's big explosion attack, still crossing his hands and forming a defense to block it. Hoo-hoo! Another cloud of smoke rose up. Watching the two fighting, Lin Fan, who was eating fruit, shook his thighs and said beautifully, "The texture of this picture is not bad, it's like watching an anime. But obviously, this is the law of smoke and no harm. Super Spirit Time House. Really?" With a flick of his hand, the smoke in front of him disappeared as if it had never appeared. Gently patted his hand. "Big Bang Attack? This seems to be nothing, just a general Qigong bomb, with an exaggerated name." Broly entered a state of rage, although he controlled his sanity, but his personality was still relatively arrogant, completely different from the norm. These words completely ignited Vegeta's self-esteem. This move, he admitted, is indeed not particularly powerful, but it is definitely not, as Broly said, just an exaggerated name for ordinary Qigong bombs. Just about to let out an angry yell. I heard Broly say calmly, "Next, it's up to me." However, he did not make a move, but looked at the Monkey King on the ground. "Kakarot, are you sure you are not on yet? If you don't go on, Vegeta can't carry it alone." Vegeta, who was originally angry, became even more angry after hearing this. Excessive. It's just too much. Dare to underestimate me? Oh! Towards Broly, he threw out a Qigong bomb, and then rushed up, faster than the meteor, the real trend of chasing stars and catching up with the moon. Broly did not avoid his Qigong bomb at all, and smashed it on his body with a boom. It didn't hurt Broly at all. Even, the clothes were not broken. But Vegeta also doesn't expect a single Qigong bomb to do any damage to Broly. The fist is coming. Poof! However, his fist was slapped by Broly, just when he wondered what Broly was going to do. Bang bang bang! Broly punched him 3 times in a row, followed by a hug that threw him to the ground. Open your mouth as wide as possible. Boom! A mighty force bombarded Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta was lying on the ground, his clothes tattered and embarrassed. Sun Wukong was shocked when he saw this scene. This Broly is also too strong. In such a short time, let Vegeta lie on the ground. "Vegeta, are you okay?" Vegeta dragged his heavy body, stood up step by step, looked at the Monkey King standing on the edge of the pit, frowned, and slowly took off into the air. Sun Wukong flew to Vegeta's side. "Vegeta, let's go together, with our individual strength, it is indeed not his opponent." The corners of Vegeta's mouth twitched a few times, and although he didn't want to admit it, it was the way it was. Although he fought with Broly for a while, it was mainly because Broly did not fight back, and now that the other party has fought back, he can't bear it at all. What the hell? How is this Broly so strong? Is this ancient scion really so perverted? When Sun Wukong saw that Vegeta did not speak, he obviously acquiesced. After all, he knew the other party's personality, and the things of cooperation, even if he agreed, would not say it. Sun Wukong clenched his fists. Hoo! Once again, activate Super Saiyan God. Vegeta once again condensed his energy. Broly looked at the two condescendingly. The real battle, is it finally coming? That's right. The real battle is coming. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and said excitedly. Hey! Vegeta didn't have the slightest nonsense and rushed up, and when Sun Wukong saw that Vegeta was up, he didn't hesitate anymore and quickly rushed up. The cooperation between the two is very high. Almost at the same time, a siege was launched against Broly. Bang bang! Broly dealt with one person with one hand, and for two people, it was difficult at first, but the more he fought, the easier it became. In less than 3 minutes, due to Broly's ancient scion blood, his combat effectiveness soared, and he squeezed the two with each hand. Knocked the two into the middle. Bang! Ah! The bodies and faces of the two collided together, and they let out a scream at the same time. Quickly adjust his body while swinging his other hand and attacking Broly. Woohoo! Broly threw the two of them away, and 2 green Kigong bombs appeared in each hand. Boom! Boom! The two crossed their hands and blocked Broly's green Kigong bomb attack. However, as soon as they lowered their hands, they saw that Broly had appeared in front of them. Bang! 2 punches blasted out at the same time. Ah! I saw that the two were like kites with broken lines, flying upside down one by one. Boom boom! The two smashed on a mountain separately, and the mountain instantly collapsed to the ground. Broly stood in midair. Green eyes, staring in the direction of the two, clenched fists, raised upwards. Lying on the ground, Monkey King and Vegeta instantly felt the ground begin to shake. Damn it! Vegeta scolded. Before he could catch his breath, this Broly began to move. Hey! I saw green energy rays passing through the earth and shooting at them densely. Woohoo! The two had a difficult escape. Fly into mid-air. Standing on the same level as Broly. Broly stopped the light shooting, looked at the embarrassed two, and said lightly, with your current strength, it is not my opponent. Give up. Vegeta glared at him with resentful eyes, his face turned pale with anger, and his breathing became heavy. Broly! You take yourself too seriously. Son! Wukong was not angry, on the contrary, his eyes were full of excitement, burning with fighting spirit. The admitted said, yes, you are very good. I'm starting to get excited. Broly looked at Sun Wukong. Oh? Kakarot? What are the moves? Cast them, if it is still this intensity, I will not waste any more time. Broly, enhanced by purification, is no longer a simple barbaric Broly, but a terrifying being with both strength and wisdom. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and said excitedly, Broly, my whole card, you should be able to withstand it. He shouted. Ultimate Realm King Fist. 30 times. Vegeta also entered a state of extreme anger, shouting unforgivable. The momentum on his body is also constantly rising, but compared to Sun Wukong's 30-fold Ultimate Realm King Fist, it is far from it. There is still a chapter, but it's already late, everyone go to bed early and wake up tomorrow to read it. Boiling water continues to struggle. Chapter 075. Sun Wukong's body was shrouded in a layer of red chi, that is, the arrogance of the Ultimate Realm King Fist. And Vegeta's body is a flash of electricity from time to time. This is Vegeta's full power arrogance, that is, Vegeta at this moment has developed the Super Saiyan God to a full power state. But such full power, that is, for him personally. Simply put, it is his extreme super red state at the moment. Feeling his strength rise again, Vegeta once again regained his confidence. Broly. It's time to pay the price. Prince Vegeta's dignity is not to be challenged. For Vegeta's grand ambition, Broly simply hooked his finger and signaled him to fight, not afraid at all. Vegeta almost died of anger. But this time, before Vegeta could rush forward, Broly had already taken the lead in attacking. Because he felt that this time, the strength of Sun Wukong and Vegeta was already worth his initiative to attack. Apparently. In the beginning, Broly didn't take their Super Saiyan God seriously at all. Although Broly could not transform into the God of Super Saiyan, he was not afraid at all, and Master Lin Fan also said that he did not need to become a god in such a route. It's a different route. Bang bang bang. Bang bang. When the two saw Broly, who took the initiative to meet him, they did not take it lightly. Time. The three entered a frantic state of battle. It's hard to fight. Especially the pressure that Sun Wukong gave to Broly, it was very huge, 30 times the ultimate realm King Fist, which was no joke. Suppressed Broly all the time. Several successful attacks on Broly. Super spirit time outside the house. Lin Fan stumbled on the melon seeds and looked at the battle picture inside. Muttered, Sun Wukong's 30-fold ultimate realm King Fist is indeed not bad, and it has a suppressive winning rate for Broly. But Goku is still Goku, he can't change his martial idiot and warlike personality. With his current strength, if he bombards Broly with all his strength, Broly can't withstand it at all. But he knows that Broly still has great potential, so he deliberately stimulates Broly's potential step by step, so as to achieve a fierce battle with Broly. Drip, Apprentice Sun Wukong increases basic combat effectiveness, 15 billion, and Master gets double boost, 30 billion. The current host basic combat strength, 320 billion. Drip, Apprentice Vegeta increases basic combat effectiveness, 15 billion, Master gets double boost, 30 billion. The current host basic combat strength, 350 billion. After Lin Fan waited for a while, he did not wait for Broly's combat effectiveness to improve, which made him a little stunned. What's going on? How did Broly's combat effectiveness not improve? Could it be said that the improvement just now was enough, and if he still needed to improve, he needed Sun Wukong and the two to force him into a corner? Just when Lin Fan was thinking about this, in the Super Spirit Time House, Vegeta blasted Broly away with a punch, and Sun Wukong stood in place, put his hands on his waist, appeared to be accumulating, and shouted violently in his mouth. Turtle Pi Kigong. Wave. Boom. Completely and unmistakably bombarded Broly's body. Broly, accompanied by the Turtle Pi Kigong wave, bombarded in a large mountain. The mountain collapsed in an instant, and the stones fell down with a bang, burying Broly completely. Monkey King looked at Vegeta. Vegeta, are we a little out of control? Sun Wukong had previously controlled his strength well and was ready to force out of Broly's limit step by step, but he found that Broly was fighting more and more, and there was a feeling that he was on par with them. So he unleashed all his power, which made Broly unacceptable at once, and was punched by him, and then Vegeta followed. He made up a Turtle School Kigong wave harvest very tacitly. Seeing this situation now, he felt that his previous behavior was really out of control. Vegeta doesn't care so much. He snorted with disdain, fists and feet are eyeless, even if he kills me, I won't have any complaints. Vegeta, why are you like this? Boom. Ah! A sky-rushing anger burst out, a deafening sound accompanied by a sound, and in an instant, the entire ground, heaven and earth began to shake. The landslide tsunami erupted in an instant. The ground continued to sink, and what stood out was a sea of fire, steaming. Vegeta and Son Goku saw this and flew into the air using the dance technique. What's going on? Broly. The two looked in the direction of Broly, and sure enough, they found that it was Broly, and they saw that Broly was surrounded by green lightning flames, constantly stimulating the surrounding air. Every flash electromagnetic flow will make the air squeak sound, and even have a feeling of air explosion. Monkey King and Vegeta glanced at each other. Super Saiyan Tier 2? Vegeta hurriedly changed his words. No, he is Super Ancient Saiyan Tier 2. Their Super Saiyan Tier 2 has not been so much improved at all, and they also know that although Broly is a Saiyan, he is an ancient Saiyan bloodline that is countless times stronger than them. Drip, Apprentice Broly increases basic combat effectiveness, 30 billion, and Master gets double boost, 60 billion. Current host combat strength, 410 billion. Lin Fan heard the reminder of the system and sat up excitedly. Eileen. 30 billion. Broly transformed into a Super Ancient Saiyan Tier 2 and actually increased his basic combat power by 30 billion, which is simply terrifying. If this is to enter the 3rd level or even the 4th level of the Super Ancient Saiyan, then how much basic combat power must be improved? Really? Ancient Saiyan blood, worthy of the name. And what about their own ancestral Saiyan blood? Isn't it time for you to do the event yourself? After thinking of this, Lin Fan rubbed his fists and had a feeling of eagerness. In the past, he didn't want to fight at all. In his opinion, fighting this kind of thing was too tiring. However, now that he sees Broly's bonus so fragrant, he also wants to feel it himself and train himself. Boost your own strength. Look at the mirror. I saw Broly suppressing Sun Wukong and Vegeta fighting. The two were miserable and wanted to break out, but they had no strength. Sun Wukong also wanted to strengthen the Ultimate Realm King Fist and raise it to 40 times the Ultimate Realm King Fist, but Broly didn't give him the slightest chance. Rushing up, he interrupted his Realm King Fist and threw one punch to the ground in turn, and as for Vegeta, he also knocked him to the ground with one punch. After all, he had just been promoted to the Ancient Saiyan rank 2, and he was a little out of control. However, after seeing the two lying on the ground, he instantly calmed down a lot. And hurriedly purified his soul with a purification technique to restore all his sanity. The battle should be over like this. Lin Fan looked at the picture and muttered. At present, the gift is about to reach 2,000 pieces, and tomorrow has +1 chapters so far. Tomorrow's minimum 3 chapters. The activity has been continuing, a little for love.